From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2.6 to go. Cavs out of timeout. Strus into Mobley. Back to Max. Half-court shot. Good! Good! He hit it! Cavs win! Strus hits nothing but net. Strus on the loose with the game winner.
And with that, we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Chapu. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And my head is still spinning with confusion from last night.
I don't know how they lost that. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to it. They just fell apart. They fell apart in the last 3.5 minutes of that game. And some guy named Max Strus decided that he wanted to turn into Steph Curry.
Got to throw the referees into this mix. Maybe you don't. We have a lot of different things to get to, but Strus hits 5 threes. I mean, that was NBA Jam for you youngins.
That's a good one.
That was catching fire. 5 threes in the last 5 minutes. There was no defense for him. Max Strus brings them right back. You get a lot of controversy. Mavs fans are losing their minds over a number of referee decisions. PJ Washington looks like he's getting the game winner. You got to look at the zoom in of PJ on social media because he's trending. He's sitting there with the arms flexed kind of like this if you're watching on the Fan Cam and Twitch the whole way back. And then Strus hits the bomb, the 60-footer, and all of a sudden PJ fixes his hair it's like I got embarrassed with something and I got to go ahead and try to cover it up smoothly. And the Mavericks end up losing. Jason Kidd after the devastation in Ohio.
I thought our group did a great job of responding, even though, the shot that they make there, beyond half court is the game winner. To be able to execute down the stretch, be able to score both times when we had to, and then come up with the stop 2 times. We made them call timeout, and then we get the turnover, and then we execute to go ahead. Now the next thing is we got to understand they had no timeout, so we got to press up to make them go backwards and not let them come forward. And so a lot of good things. We had the lead. They get hot behind the 3. We got to do a better job defensively in our switching. But we put ourselves in a position to beat one of the best teams in the league, not just in the Eastern Conference, but in the league, and came up short.
All right, so Jason doesn't sound
hunky-dory.
Yeah.
Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying, man.
Does not sound that crushed. So let's break down the final 3 minutes and 40 seconds with the different calls.
Okay.
And we'll go through them and see if you think the Mavs got screwed or not. By the way, this coming on the heels of the NBA admitting they screwed up the Pistons-Knicks game, which Detroit was irate and furious about. DiVincenzo should have been called for a foul. First one, inbound violation on the Mavs with Hardaway and Kyrie.
I did not understand any fans' objection to that.
I agree with you.
That is elementary basketball. Stop. You know what? I what I did was I muted every account that commented on that because you don't belong on my timeline. You don't stop watching basketball. You're a fake basketball fan. You wear a jersey because you have a jersey. You don't know the sport. That is as elementary as it gets. The referee doesn't have to touch the ball after a made basket. He picked it up and he threw it to Kyrie. Kyrie was in bounds, 1 foot in bounds. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What do you want? I
agree. The thing that does frustrate me a little bit is it feels like things are very loosey-goosey with the inbound pass.
They're very loosey-goosey. That's a great card game, by the way.
Loosey Goosey? I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's also called AC Doocy. You have one on the left, one on the right, and you've got to bet, up to the pot limit on what if the card's going to come in the middle. If it doesn't, you got to match the pot limit.
Yeah.
Whatever. Pretty cool.
I feel like we could go back to now. We could do a Kadarius Toney in the NBA, and we're going to start studying. The Metroplex is going to start watching all inbounds passes for when a guy's like foot is over the line while passing it in. Did he really take it back behind the baseline? Right, things feel very loosey goosey there. But I agree with you on this. It was a Mavs violation.
Yeah. It's again, you're right. From the standpoint that the NBA generally
polices it, referees
it that way, where it's very kind of, like you said, loosey-goosey, that I had a problem with the call. But, I mean, that's pretty crystal clear that is the right call.
The offensive foul on Kyrie, that was weird.
I'm still waiting to see it.
Yeah.
I didn't get that one.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, did he? My first thought was like, wait a second. Did he maybe he traveled and they just called it wrong? Okay, maybe he traveled, but like that's not an off. I didn't see an offensive foul there.
Yeah, there was an entanglement. There was no doubt there was an entanglement. And here's the thing that is a side note for Kyrie. Kyrie is not Luka when it comes to embarrassing the officials, going at them and getting texts. He is Mr. Kumbaya. All right, he is just, okay, I get it. That's fine. Even last night, he wanted to do a shrug off of the referee after the inbound play, and he was just like, okay, I'll let it go. So I was hoping Kyrie would get the benefit of the call right there, but I had an issue with that offensive foul. Josh Green tackled on the 3 with 1:25 to go, no call in the corner. I didn't see a slow-mo replay of this. Sometimes it's tough to judge how guys act when some contact is made. But Josh sold it like he got rammed.
Yeah.
No doubt about it in the corner. Like if you were just watching that live, you're like, oh, Josh Green got hit. That should be 3 free throws, no call. But I did not see so much was happening. I don't think Bally went back to the replay.
I don't remember seeing a major replay of that one either. I did not have an issue with it, but again, with short of the 17 replays, which again, we also have that rule where if we can't tell what it is in full speed, how are we going to kill him?
Jarrett Allen, Followell, and Derek Harper said offensive foul on that 3. Offensive foul made on another 3 ball from Cleveland. I was not watching Jarrett Allen set a screen right there. And to be honest, I just didn't go back and watch because I was watching the final heave from Strus too many times over.
We follow the ball. I'm with you on that one.
Cavs timeout, and it could have been. Like, I'm not saying Josh Green did not get hit and that Jarrett Allen did not set an illegal offensive screen. I just did not see them for sure. Cavs timeout instead of a jump ball. Okay, this, I think, was Josh Green getting involved. I actually thought Josh could have been called for a foul.
I thought because he tackled him almost. Yeah, I mean, I thought he could have been called for a foul there too.
Yeah.
If they had called a jump ball, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. I think it's whatever they got to first.
I thought they were going to have a little bit of a makeup. If the Mavs got the benefit of that call, I was like, okay, here's a makeup call because it looked like there was a lot of contact there. I believe it was Josh Green involved in that. And then people wanted an and one on PJ's final bucket and shot.
I agree. It wouldn't have mattered, right? Because they wound up losing by 2 anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But yes, I thought that the final shot or the final bucket by PJ should have come with an and one.
All right, what do y'all think? Pepe? We were all in the group text last night as the crushing loss happened.
I mean, I think the refs went like 2 for 6 there. You know, they got a couple wrong. The inbounds pass is the one that I fully agree with y'all on. You know, it's Kyrie's mistake. But yeah, I mean, it's stuff that adds up at the end of the game, and everything that went right for the Cavs went right. Everything went in, everything went wrong because the Mavs were up like 110 to 103, and then you had the inbounds violation. Then everything went downhill. I was almost putting this game away as a dub, with 3 minutes left, and it's a crushing loss. But I mean, man, you wish you had that one back.
The defense on Strus is a joke. I mean, Tim Hardaway was getting blasted on social media. What are you doing? You know this guy is white hot, and he's sitting there with catch and shoots all over the place. You knew he was in the absolute zone, and they had nothing for it.
No, there was no defensive adjustment there. They didn't change things up. Call a timeout for crying out loud. Get your guys set. Readjust things. Make substitutes. Whatever you had to do. You had to stop him there. Like after about the second 3. And then the foul, or I guess that would have been the offensive foul after the second 3 on Kyrie. Like that at that point, it's like, guys, you got to figure something out here.
Could the Stars make up for it last night? Hint, nope. And we had some ugliness when it came to college hoops in Lubbock. We're just getting started with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. Winter is back right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
on the power play. Makes it 5-1.
Stars give up 3 second period goals as Colorado outplays them for the majority of the night, and DFW goes 0 for 2 after the Mavs lose to Max Strus from 60 feet away. Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ with a Hump Day edition.
Hey.
We have Bobby Belt around the corner with a ton from Stephen Jones at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Thank you for waking up with us. We have no time to waste. It's also a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman getting your grills ready at 8:20. Minus my guy, Stankoven,
Thank ass.
with another goal in the opening minutes. The Dallas Stars get worked on over,
They get worked.
as Mike Bassick is going to tell you all about it today on the KMC Masterpiece. This knocks the Stars out of first place in the Central, and they get run.
Yeah, look, it's been a tough schedule. Stank ass and aside, as you mentioned, they didn't help out Otter at all. Defensively in front of the net, they didn't help him out. He wasn't on his game, but they also didn't do much to help him out either. In my opinion, it was just one of those bad nights. And Colorado's a good team. Like you can't have an off night from anybody defensively if you want to beat Colorado. It's just the nature of their team. They're so good, and that's why they've got a cup over the last few years.
Stars defense had no answer for Colorado's 5-1 Avalanche, and they have a potential MVP on their side as well in McKinnon.
Yes, they have, and he's been tremendous for what feels like it's been like 10 years. I don't think it's been that long. It's probably been more like 7 or 8. But he's been fantastic, and he is legit like an MVP candidate almost every year he plays.
Okay, we got a little mayhem last night in college basketball as Texas went and visited Lubbock. Longhorns get the win, 81-69. The controversy is Brock Cunningham off of the Longhorns delivering a hockey check on the sidelines, justified, in my opinion, as a flagrant 2. You okay with that?
Yeah, I keep forgetting the differences. I mean, the flagrant 2 is like there's a you get kicked out of the game or whatever. But yes, absolutely, no problem with that call. That was a
no play on the ball whatsoever.
None. I mean, that was a complete. That was worse than what Monty Williams saw the other night in the Knicks game where he dove right at his knees. This was just a complete and utter, basically like a soccer tackle.
Yeah. So while officials were reviewing the play, they started hurling objects from the stands. Water bottles thrown onto the floor. Some fans were getting escorted out of the arena. They gave Cunningham the flagrant 2, and that resulted in more objects being thrown. Finally, Tech coach Grant McCaslin had to get on the mic.
Hey, right here, everybody listen. Everything that gets thrown on the floor, we're going to get a technical foul. Listen to me. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. Nothing else on the floor. Am I clear?
Yeah, and that's what happened.
Yep.
There was an administrative tech that was issued because of the fans.
And I wonder, like, if that was really true, like every single thing that was thrown on the floor from that point forward was going to result in a tech, or he was just scaring them with that, like Ellis tried to do in Die Hard, where he tried to scare John, thinking that they're going to kill him if he didn't come down and give them their detonators. Remember that scene in the great Christmas movie, Peyton? Die Hard? Same thing here. But this is like Tech fans are used to throwing tortillas on the floor or on the football field. And maybe they just thought, tortillas, we don't have any, so here's a water bottle. Here's a flying 2-pound object.
There were 56 free throws taken in this game.
A lot.
And 3 players from each team finished with 4 fouls. So they felt like there was a lot at stake in this game. As you were talking about, I think Texas and Texas A&M on the bubble.
Well, yeah, I mean, Texas is a team that was safe for. They're in the safe for now category. So Lenardi has them as one of his last 4 in. Now, that was going into last night. Now, I don't know how that's going to change. We're at the point of the schedule where he's probably going to do that every day or every other day, where he puts together his bubble watch. But yeah, those two teams, they can't really afford a loss. They maybe afford one more loss before the tournament, the conference tournament. But to be safe, they need to win maybe all of the rest of them. I know Texas has got a tough one against Baylor. They could beat Baylor. The rest of the games are winnable. They could absolutely beat Baylor, though. And A&M's in a brutal spot. They've lost 4 in a row. And they got the toughest home. The game rest of the way is at home tonight. All right, that's the toughest one, South Carolina. And they go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss, tough on the road. Chris Beard, Texas former coach, is there. He's done a nice job in his first year.
Yeah.
So those two teams, they needed that one last night. That was a big win.
Pepe, you had to feel like the Kelsey mother with your split jerseys watching this last night with Texas Tech.
Yeah, it was house divided. Mackenzie's a Texas Tech alum, so she was rooting for Tech, and then I'm obviously a Texas fan, true Texas fan, as we all know
Nice,
here. Had the Mahomes Texas Tech jersey far away in the closet. But yeah, this one was. I was worried going into it because Tech was favored. It's just a juggernaut of a Big 12 conference. Anyone can win that conference in there, unless you're like the bottom 3 or 4 teams. Even Kansas lost last night, but this game was over early, and then you had it was former UNT coach, by the way, Grant McCaslin in there and as well, and here's Bobby. But yeah, Texas, great win, but I it was a late game, so I didn't stay up for the whole game here, so you can not me with not being the best fan. I know, right? But
True.
it was over by halftime, so that's why I went to bed early. But it was a great win for Texas.
Will Chambers sent me this yesterday talking about all the court storming, and it made me think of his point with this game. He said, the Kentucky athletic director said, you want to stop court storming? You threaten a home football game turning into a visiting game next year if you do it. That'll stop it real quick.
It might.
That's kind of genius thinking.
It really might do that, especially like in the SEC. The SEC has done they've got the most. The
Cavs fans didn't storm the court.
They did not.
Cleveland didn't storm.
They're just not passionate. They're just not passionate. But and we love to say this word, but the SEC does have the most penal of all rules on court storming, and it still doesn't matter sometimes.
All right, truckright.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, live in the fan cam and Twitch. Yesterday we talked about RoboCop in Cross, talked about Die Hard. Your guy Kevin Costner destroyed maybe your favorite television show, but you're hyped up for another Costner project.
I am. It's called Horizon. It's a Western saga, and this is what he basically has derailed Yellowstone to do. He wanted to shoot this film called Horizon, and the trailer is out. It's like a 3 or 4 minute trailer, and look, it's just a bunch of it's an old Western. It's
So
horses.
you're big time into Westerns then.
I like violence in movies, not gore, but I like shoot 'em up action movies, and generally a Western is going to have a lot of shoot 'em up action stuff. So I do like that, but this looks like it's going to be pretty cool. And look, and if now maybe he could film an episode or 2 of Yellowstone, that'd be nice.
So is Yellowstone done officially?
No, it's supposed to come back to finish up their last season, but they don't. I have no idea. Last I've heard, they're not even sure if he's going to be in it or not, because he has been doing this and he's been having problems scheduling with Taylor Sheridan, who's the producer, director, writer, all that stuff. Divorce, yeah. All his divorce is a big problem with this. I mean, Costner put his entire career on the line with this movie. Basically, he paid for so much of it himself. I think he took out another mortgage on that house.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's paying for so much of this. Hopefully, it hits for him.
Kevin Costner having to.
I know. Yeah, like he funded a large portion of this movie. And they're saying like he had to put part of his house. They said he put his house on the line. Well, whether that's supposed to be meant literally or not, I took it literally.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for Yellowstone. It's supposed to come out in like November, from what I've heard. And they better not just kind of write him off without putting him back on the show.
All right, Bobby Belt is very worked up over what Stephen Jones had to say yesterday at the Combine. A ton of news and rumors. Apparently, the Cowboys have a Larry Allen situation all over again, and Stephen was asked point blank, do you all have a culture problem on America's team? Hear it all inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning to the 6 a.m. club. Bobby Belt joining us as our Cowboys insider here on Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Bobby called me last night. He goes, I'm going to go through all this Stephen Jones. I said, don't go overboard, because a lot of times Stephen doesn't say an awful lot. And just when I say don't go overboard, I look at 13 cuts on the audio sheet. So you must have liked what he had to say.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that there's a little bit of there's some Stevenisms in there that definitely exist, but I mean, it also just only took me about, I don't know, 15 minutes to slap all those together.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So impressive.
Lightning speed. As long as I've got the full 25-minute audio file in front of me and I can just go clip down the line, then it's no problem.
Stephen has been decently honest and forthright this offseason. I'm really just saying that off of one comment when he's like, look, we haven't gotten the job done. We just haven't. He's not trying to spin stuff and give us the 2024 media guide cover. And yesterday, I wanted to see how he answered this question. People were talking about the Cowboys culture. Do the Dallas Cowboys have a culture problem?
From the organization on down, we feel good about our culture. You always want to be better. I will say that. I mean, if you're not, if your results aren't winning the Super Bowl, I think everybody said, how do you ultimately be the last guy standing? But I think overall, between, organizationally, between, our coach, our personnel department, I think our leadership on our team's outstanding. You're always going to have somebody who's, going to say something, that's not, that might be, hey, that's their particular thought process on why we may have come up short, but I don't think in general, personally, I don't think it's an issue.
I don't think the Cowboys have a culture problem. Like, that makes it sound too negative on one side. They just don't have enough of what you need, in my opinion, to be a championship contender.
Yeah, they don't have a culture problem, but they don't have a culture advantage. And
that's a much better way to put it.
I mean, I think they definitely have in recent years had times where their culture was a problem. I think 2020, when Dak went out, he gets hurt, and you get all these leaks from out of the building, and you had these weird hodgepodge parts of the roster where it's you're throwing Alden Smith in here and Everson Griffin in here, and Sean Lee's hurt and not able to be a prominent part of the leadership. Then I think they definitely have at times. I don't think it's a problem anymore. It's just it's not an advantage for them. Yeah.
I've seen a couple of different stories over the past few days where I'm like, I wish the Cowboys had some of that, and I wish they had some of this. And one of them was Deion Dawkins that you sent.
Oh, yeah.
This Buffalo Bills offensive lineman. It just made you feel good about sports when he's like, I hate the New York Jets. I just freaking hate them, which we'll get into in a little bit. And then Mecole Hardman went on the pivot, and he talked about Travis Kelce. And it was a really long, drawn-out clip, but he was basically talking about Travis Kelce's leadership and how he went psycho the night before the Super Bowl during the first half in the locker room, and it just felt like Kelce played a part in willing them to win the Super Bowl and win. And it just feels like the Cowboys lack a lot of that. And Steven, he didn't totally dismiss it right there, but he's like, I don't feel like we have a problem. And while we're at the Combine in Indianapolis, everyone's going to be looking at these guys' traits, right? Leadership and effort and all that. And before Steven addresses that, did you have something on this?
Yeah, it's just funny that we talk about the Chiefs having this great culture when 6 weeks before the Super Bowl, they're crying on the sideline like children over, they got a bad call. Oh, my God.
Is that culture, though?
You mean the Mahomes-Allen thing?
Yeah, I think that's culture. Absolutely. If the Cowboys had the same thing happen to them and they had two players jawing on the sidelines and crying about calls, we would be complaining about culture.
I think we just say they were whiny. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think that's part of isn't that? I don't know. Don't you guys think that's part of culture?
I mean, maybe to some extent. I guess I view it a little different. I view Kansas City as being pretty stable, that they've, weathered Tyreek's stuff, whether it be his distractions and then his departure and some of the things that they've had to deal with. I viewed them as pretty solid culture-wise.
Well, that's what I was
as just being a little soft.
That's what I was going to say is kind of ironic that the Chiefs, they've probably taken the crown from the Seahawks and the Raiders and the Cowboys of rolling the dice on the most questionable characters now.
Yeah.
They're the place to go.
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney,
Honey Badger here for a little bit.
Tyreek Hill. Did they get Frank Clark for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, maybe Frank Clark is well past all the stuff that happened earlier in his career. They just went and got the punt god.
Yep.
So while we praise the Chiefs culture, they go and get all the problem kids.
Right, and now that's
Since he used to have that label.
my philosophy is the culture is the quarterback. Like that he's the culture of the program. Like if he's Tom Brady, if he's Patrick Mahomes, you can make all those moves because he's gonna bail you out.
What was Steven's? Oh man, this one made me cringe a little bit because RJ may end up being right. I wasn't cringing because of that. I just wanted to hear a different answer from Steven. What was Stephen Jones's interpretation of Jerry Jones saying "all in"?
I've never known Jerry not to be all in any given year, but certainly we've got a great team put together. The last 3 years, won a lot of football games. I think 36, and certainly where we have to improve is the postseason. We're going to get the right kind of guys who step up and make big plays in the postseason, and it's been a challenge in terms of our success there, and that's where we have to improve.
I love the second part.
RKGs. Give me a bunch of RKGs.
Hey, he said that twice yesterday.
Yeah, baby.
He said right kind of guys twice yesterday. And I
love the second part, though. It sounded like you could spin that to him saying we need some playoff difference makers and over the top, a guy. I'm not saying they're going to get anyone of this magnitude. A Dion, a Charles Haley. Those are your playoff difference makers.
Yeah.
We'll be all in.
I mean, the reality is a lot of people felt like the hire of Mike McCarthy was supposed to be that. That's why I take it. It's a little bit difficult for me to take it completely seriously when they say something like that, because it's like, well, the standard was supposed to be that Mike was supposed to come in here and change things for you in January. He was supposed to be a January difference maker, and he's been Jason in January. Like, that's just been the case.
Look, I mean, they do. There is some people that they do need difference makers. I think that one guy that will be a go up and get it, the dog kind of guy. But they also have those guys too. Like let's not act like they don't have dogs on this team too. I mean, like they just got like I think a lot of times we go to the off season.
Who are the dogs to you?
Oh, CeeDee's a dog.
Agreed.
Yep.
CeeDee's a dog. I think Diggs is when he's healthy. He's when healthy. I think Mike is. I think Tank is. Now there are certainly guys that may not be.
I think Jake Ferguson's going to be one of those guys for them.
Mm-hmm.
Ferguson's got that attitude, but it's not enough. Like they have some, but they don't have enough.
Yeah, I just like I think this happens to every single team. They always look for a blame or scapegoat or whatever. They just got beat. Like we just
but they've gotten beat for 30 years.
Well,
every year we go through the same offseason exercise, and it's like, okay, like all the character stuff and all the culture stuff. I know you're not as big into it as I am, but we're going on a 30-year drought now. So what? So it's something now.
What is the one common denominator? They haven't taken a quarterback in the first round. I mean, it's like after like how many more years do we have to go through this? Where
he just finished second in MVP.
I know, but nobody thinks he's the second best quarterback in the league. Like he had a better year than Mahomes. Nobody would take him over Mahomes. Like,
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like he's still what he is. He's a good quarterback, but there are guys that have that higher ceiling than he does. That's just the reality of it. I hate to say it. I love the dude, but he just ain't it. Like we every year we go through this, and it's frustrating because you're right. There are problems that this organization has, like culture, like chemistry, all the things. Sometimes those can be overcome with elite quarterback play.
7, Peyton. Let's go to that. Bobby, impressive discipline right there. Do you need a Dak
ball, baby?
Do you need a Dak extension in order to maneuver the offseason, in order to maneuver the cap and make other moves? Do you have to get Dak done?
Well, we got ways to adjust his cap number. for this year. We are, obviously between Dak and between Micah and CD, it's, the salary cap's real for us, with those three guys, in a situation where we want to, do deals with all three of them. Do you get to do everything you want to do with the salary cap? I don't think any team does. But, we're certainly going to be able to, go out and go to work and get the things done that we feel like we need to get done to be successful.
Do you want to do those deals this offseason?
Yeah, we're not, like I said, won't expound on any details, timing, amounts, anything.
No, not timing, but you said you want to do deals with all three of them.
I'm not going to say when.
He's getting it. Yeah,
I love Clarence.
Yeah. I love
So
Clarence
good.
too, because Clarence just has zero concern about making them angry at him, like face to face.
He's like, we'll catch a drink at the bar later.
And I also love Steven generally. The thing I love most about Steven is Steven just, you won't make him crack. If he's like determined on something, and he'll like just directly say to your face, like, no, like you can keep doing. At one point yesterday, they were asking him a follow-up, and he's like, y'all about done? Yeah, because I'm about done. Like if y'all are gonna keep repeating. But that's kind of what we've heard, like reported, and some of the stuff we've heard trickling out a little bit is that Steven and the Cowboys' opinion, it sounds like, is that, look, would we like to get something done? Yes. Do we have to get something done to do what we want to do? Nope. We can take, accounting measures on our own.
Just read what we told David Moore. Just read what we told him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Trucker to come text line 877-881-1053.
You think that's why we didn't get Calvin Watkins on today?
Very possible.
Comments like that.
Very possible.
Because Dallas Morning News in bed with the AM station.
This is talking about the dogs. I said CD was a dog, and they're like, he's a great player. Dogs don't get shoved to the back by a DB and shrug it off and let it happen in a playoff game.
That's what Moose said.
And I mean, yes, you're right. Like that. That's fair. Like maybe this team does.
He melts down too, real quick. CD.
Oh yeah, he checks out mentally after the first series.
I think that it's happened. It happened even last year, but I think that used to happen a whole hell of a lot more than it does now. Like I think he's definitely grown there, and I think he's still young. He's still coming into who he is, but I have zero questions about him.
Moose did point that out to us. He's like, that's when I got worried before the game, when he got shoved and I didn't see anything really happen. Yeah. That's just a player perspective.
From him or from his teammates. And that was I think the teammates thing, like, individually, like, whatever, maybe he just didn't want to get, a penalty because it's always the second guy that gets the penalty thrown. But for no teammate to go up there, I mean, somebody saw it.
So probably the biggest piece of news when it comes to the current roster, left tackle. Is Tyler Smith's future, Stephen Jones, still at left tackle for this team?
That's remains to be seen. I mean, it's starting to feel like Larry Allen all over again. I mean, the great thing about Tyler is his versatility. He could be a great left tackle too. I mean, Larry Allen, I think, played either 1 or 1.5 or 2 years at left tackle. I think he made All Pro those years too. So he can. Tyler's got that in him, and I think at the end of the day, when we're, all through massaging it, we'll have a good spot for him. And the great news is we have Tyler Smith, and his versatility certainly brings options to the table in terms of how we look at this team as we move forward.
That's new. It may sound non-committal in a vacuum, but if you compare that to the way that Steven has talked about Tyler Smith's future for 2 years now, that's new. That they typically have always said, look, his future's at left tackle. That's our cornerstone. That's where we're going to put him. This sounds like, and the fact that Todd Archer asked him it makes me feel like Todd is getting a sense and just like, Steve, let's get you on the record on this specific topic. So it sounds like Tyler's going to stay inside, which I think you've been in favor of, Sean, haven't you?
No, I have not.
No, it's Nick Eatman. Nick Eatman is the one who doesn't want to move him.
Now, do you think this is more because they're like, okay, Tyler Smith has an nonstop all-pro trajectory, that's where he's going to stay, or we don't know if he can be great at left tackle?
I think they...
That's a good question. What would you rather? Like, I mean, obviously, yes, you would rather have a great left tackle than a great left guard, but I mean, you could still...
You want a Pro Bowl tackle or an all-pro guard? Like, they may view it like that.
Oh, yeah.
That they view it as like he could be capable at either one. Like you just referenced there with Larry Allen. Larry Allen was one of the best tackles in the game when he would play tackle. He was the best guard of all time when he played inside.
Right.
And they just may view it as like especially with how much A-gap pressure has become a focus for teams and getting to the quarterback quick and getting in his face and that becoming more of an emphasis. They just may view it as it's less of a drop-off than what it once was between the positions.
So that's just part one of Stephen Jones yesterday at the NFL Combine with Bobby all over it on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Did the Mavericks blow it or get cheated last night in Cleveland in the game and ending that everyone is talking about? Next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1055.
Roger that, Sally.
At Bacon, we're dedicated to keeping our customers comfortable year-round. Whether you're too hot or too cold, we've got you covered. Contact us today to purchase a new HVAC system and get a free furnace. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
6 seconds, 5 seconds, underneath, Washington, 2.6 to go. They're out of timeouts. Dallas leads by 1. Mobley, Strus, a heave. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Max Strus, I don't believe it!
What a call from Followell. Unfortunate call.
Oh no.
Well, when Strus was going off, Followell's like, what is going on? What is happening? As Max Strus catches fire and hits 5 threes and the 60-foot game winner in order to devastate the Dallas Mavericks last night on Bally.
Devastate is the right word. That is a loss that absolutely never should have happened. And it took a lot of things to happen for it to happen. Namely, Strus going nuts, and then the Mavs completely, I can't even say it what they did, but they did it down their leg at the end of that game. Mistake after mistake with some bad calls thrown in there.
Bobby, did the Mavs get cheated last night? Was this just another example? Texas William, our top Tolo memer out there on Twitter, he said, rank them from bad to worst. NFL refs, NBA refs, baseball umpires. You might have some soccer officials thrown in. I don't know if this is college or what as the fourth option. Yeah. Is this just another example of horrible officiating?
Yeah, I mean, the Mavericks absolutely got cheated. This was an instance of Tim Hardaway Jr. needing to hit the money line on Cleveland and just deciding that he was not going to play defense and he was going to cheat the team late with Max Strus. Was the officiating great? Was the officiating even acceptable at the end? Not totally. Like I drive it in. I agree with you guys about the inbound, and a couple of the other things are, ticky-tack and you're nitpicking. But there's a lot there that was frustrating about the final few minutes. But to me, it's like they're not going to make so much of a difference that it should make up a 10-point lead with 3 minutes left. You need to win a game where you're up 110-100 with 3.5 minutes left. You can't let Max Strus go. That's the closest thing, and it's still not nearly as impressive, so I hate invoking this. But in terms of just the improbability of shot making and everything else, what Strus did last night is the closest thing I've seen to the Tracy McGrady 13 and 35 seconds.
Yeah.
Where it was like T-Mac just making impossible shots and like, you have no business winning this game. But it's like, okay, what are you supposed to do? I mean, if he's making a 60-footer after you essentially botch the inbound at the end, you still, Lucas saves you, bails you out, you get the bucket, your head. When they make a 60-footer to win the game, you just go, okay. Like, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. They got the miracle. It's an objectively funny ending to the game. It's hilarious. It's not going to be so funny for a few days probably, but just in a vacuum, it's hilarious to see a game end that way.
What call or calls had you going crazy the most?
My biggest thing was I just thought like Kyrie was getting mugged consistently down the stretch, and there was no deference to him at all as a superstar who's supposed to get those calls. That was the biggest thing to me. Josh Green getting mugged, that was another one. It's just, in general, I thought that the lack of any sort of deference to a guy like Kyrie Irving down the stretch and the abuse that he was getting anytime that he would go into the paint, that was unacceptable.
I'll give you a surprising take, maybe. I'm not devastated at all by this loss as someone rooting for the Mavs' interests. It was, number one, an incredible game. I mean, this was a phenomenal game. Kyrie taking over, Luka completely unstoppable, being really efficient from the field, 45, 14, and 9. Donovan Mitchell with a very quiet 31. It took Strus to go bonkers in order to beat you. But, I didn't realize that the Cavaliers that they were this much better than the Mavericks with their regular season record. They're 5 games better than the Mavs. The Mavs are 8 games over 500. The Cavs have 38 wins.
Are the Cavs the 2 seed?
Are they that high?
I thought I saw that.
Yeah, they're 7 back of Boston, 7.5 back or so of Boston for
second. Oh my gosh, the 2 seed is 7.5 back. Yeah. So you went in there. They've been playing well. They won 7 of their last 10, and you should have won the game, or you stood toe to toe throughout the entire thing. So I'm not feeling this is not some loss that is going to rock the Mavericks, and I don't think knock them sideways off of where they're going, which is a nice trajectory. Second time I've used that word.
Yep.
A nice path forward and up.
I'm with you.
I'm not like, oh my God, this is crushing. This is going to haunt them.
It's a regular season game. Like, it's baseball. Baseball league teams, they have these crushing losses to rip back out of the next day. Like the NBA is a similar. Like, you're accustomed to tough defeats. You're accustomed to winning games you shouldn't. And quite frankly,
and keep me in the 8th spot, baby.
Yeah,
7 or 8. They are in the 8th spot. Give me the Wolves or give me the Thunder early on.
And quite frankly, I'll be perfectly brutally honest. It's very hard to ruin my mood on a 6 o'clock game.
Oh yeah,
very hard.
Fantastic.
Oh, it's very hard to ruin that mood.
Yeah.
So I agree. I agree with you yesterday at 5 p.m. when it's 3 minutes left in the game and you're up 10 and you've made the push that you did. You were shooting the lights out and you're up in that instance. That's where, to me, it's like, okay, well, expectations change a little bit. And those are the games you need to finish against good teams if you want any hope of doing anything in the postseason.
I'm gonna challenge you back on that a tiny bit. And I'm sure there's a stat for it that you'll hit me over the head with because you'll look it up somehow, some way.
I have to Google really fast.
I don't even look at 10-point leads with 3.5 minutes left as game over in today's NBA.
Not nearly as much, for sure.
Not nearly as much. I'm like, okay, this is going to take 2 threes. Like that's all it's going to take. If Strus did half of what he did, I guess they're within 6 or 5 or something like that. But I don't even look at it as a choke, and because the shot making. I keep saying it. Now, the defense that was played last night, like, guys aren't even close as defenders. They really aren't. And Joe Dumars in the NBA is looking into that. But the shot making is so elite. These guys are so freaking skilled. Everything is not point blank. Everyone can now hit a fadeaway. All right, Michael Jordan seemed like he was the only one who knew how to do it back in the day. Everyone can hit a fadeaway. Everyone has a step back. Everyone has their Euro step. Everyone can hit from 3 feet beyond the arc.
Micah has a Euro step.
Micah has a Euro
All right.
step.
Literally everybody has that now. Like, in the celebrity game, he had that. You're right. It's a different game. Like, the world is back in the 90s, you had every team had 2 guys on the floor at all times that were offensive liabilities. They just did. The 90s Bulls had whatever stiff at center they had, who was just they were just 6 fouls. That's all they were, and then Rodman on the floor basically at all times in the 90s, and they couldn't score. But they got basically nothing. They got a little bit of scoring out of, like, I don't know, maybe Bill Wennington could hit a 7-foot jumper from the baseline. That's it. But that was the team of the 90s, and that was just a different game.
I agree with you that 10-point lead with 3 minutes left is not the same thing as it once was. The problem is that a 10-point lead with what this offense has shown the ability to be, you can't go 3 minutes and 15 seconds to close the game scoring 3 points while Max Strus is raining down threes on your head. Like you can't have, like, if you just run through the box score of when Cleveland starts their run. If you look at the playlist, it's all right. Kyrie Irving steps out of bounds, turnover. Kyrie Irving misses driving layup. Luka Doncic misses step back 3. Josh Green misses 3. Kyrie Irving offensive foul. It's like that's the things where it's like you've got to have some cleaner possessions down the stretch. And obviously, officiating impacted a lot of that. Like I said, I didn't think there was enough deference to Kyrie's game and Kyrie's reputation late, but I mean, you've got to at some point just make one of those plays.
Peyton of the Tolos furious with the team, with the refs, with Jason Kidd.
Well, you got a couple Tolos that had Mavs money line last night. Don't want to hear Max Strus' name the rest of the day. But 203 says the refs had no idea what they were doing all night. 214 says the soccer refs suck, but these refs sucked all night. So a lot of upset Mavs fans out there.
You know who was thrilled though, Sean? Travis Kelce. Oh, he was spiking the football over on Twitter because Pat Mahomes, obviously big Mavericks fan, Patrick Mahomes. He had quote tweeted the ending, the Max Strus 3, and he goes, "Ain't no way," with a bunch of crying, laughing emojis. And of course, Travis Kelce has to slide in there with a quote tweet and says, "Straight cash. Them boys got the juice right now at Cavs."
He's not in Russell Wilson territory yet, but he's approaching. He's approaching cringe eye roll Russ territory for me, Travis Kelce.
He's like if Gronk had Russ-like traits to him. Like there's it's one part Gronk, one part Russ, and that's Travis Kelce.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all.
Gronk as eye rolly as Kelce? No, right?
No, that's where the Russell Wilson.
Because like Gronk wasn't trying to be anything. Like he didn't steal other people's lines. Like, you gotta fight for your right.
No, yeah,
Gronk was like he was a dumb meathead.
Yeah, Kelce is singing a song.
Apologize to the Gronk family in Fort Worth.
Yeah, Kelce just sings a song that's like 40 years old. That's it. That's all he does. And it's like, all right, really, man? Like, we're over and over again, we're going to do this? Gronk was just a meathead who just liked to drink and just hook up with, stars of adult variety.
He has the bro-y aspects of Rob Gronkowski with some of the cringe of Russell Wilson.
Gronk mess with porn stars?
There's those videos of like him with all these like porn stars and stuff.
Really?
On the boat.
I mean, I don't know, but that sounds correct.
Like the Hot Ones guy.
Did he have that happen? Did Sean Evans?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Sean Evans was dating this porn star and just broke up with her. Apparently this guy's he's a badass.
Good for you, Sean Evans.
He is a bad.
He probably knew all these biographical details about her background, and she was just floored by it. And
Melissa
said yes.
Stratton.
Yeah. She's like going on a press tour.
Yeah.
Being like, man, he was really good in certain areas, and I don't know why he's breaking up with me now, but
So
Hot Ones.
She says he dumped her once the world caught wind that he was dating a porn star.
I think it was on Valentine's Day too. He code. The Hot Ones is code.
Is that still not as cold as the Romo move dumping Jessica Simpson on her birthday though?
Oh, was it on the birthday?
Yeah, he dumped her at her birthday party.
At her party?
Yeah, that's what she told Letterman.
And this guy you didn't think had a killer instinct. That's killer.
Yeah, that's why they call him Nine God.
Gronk had to apologize to Bob Kraft. I don't know why he had to apologize to Bob Kraft over this.
Right.
After photos of him and adult film star BB Jones, B-I-B-I, maybe it's BB, appeared on Twitter. So she was in his Gronk jersey, and that was the photo. So that was the intimation that they were.
Yeah, Kraft is like, what are you doing, man? Just come to my parlor. What are you doing, man?
We can do this in private, Gronk. Come on.
That's right. TruckRack.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. If you think the Mavs got cheated last night, we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. While we were watching the Mavs and the Stars lose last night, Stars get blown out by the Avalanche 5-1. We were also watching the police standoff at Bobby Belt's apartment. Has this made the news yet this morning on our TV partner NBC5? The police standoff, and is Peyton Russell actually the dirtiest one on the show after what happened yesterday after Sean and RJ next. But
relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
We have a ton of Stephen Jones audio from the Combine, and it's not just a waste of time. It really isn't. More of that during the Expressway. We have a crazy Mavs ending that we've talked about already for about 30 minutes, but the moment of the show that I'm looking forward to the most is 7 o'clock with this Rangers profile that was done. I'm a sucker for these hype pieces. I think RJ feels opposite, but there was a profile piece done on one of your up-and-coming Rangers that I think is going to have you ready to run through a wall. So that's coming up at 7 on your home of the World Series champs.
Jeff Passan, great writer, man. He can write a profile piece if I've ever read one.
Yeah.
And a text back.
Yeah. If only he was as cool over text as he reports. Little Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. So while we were watching the Stars and the Mavericks lose last night, Bobby was looking at an assault rifle. That's what that appeared to be. Was that your camera?
No. That was mine. That was okay. So this is the benefit of being in the community.
I was
Facebook
I was
group.
gonna switch out of the iPhone just for this camera if that was your view. And I'm like, Bobby, you're definitely within range of the shooter.
This was a Facebook community group photo, and as soon as I found out this was going on, I wanted to go over there and report live from the scene for the morning show. And Kristen was like, "No, you're not going over there. Don't drive over there."
I asked, all right, turn this up. I asked Peyton for police music, like drama, crime, CSI. Okay.
This is pretty good, isn't it? I liked it.
It's not bad.
Got sirens. Okay.
It's not Bad Boys, though.
Do you know the Bad Boys song?
Bad boys, what you gonna
There
do?
you go.
What you gonna do?
This is your best pop culture week in a very long time.
Yeah, what is it? He's hitting like 80% this week or something. He's performed strong. I got to give it to him. So Kristen,
One strike was his one strike was the stroke. That's it.
Yeah, I don't believe a world champion.
Kristen had told me, she's like, something's going on, like just not far from us. It's like literally across the main road. She's like, something's going on over at the Riverwalk in Flower Mound. And she said that there was just a bunch of cop cars out there. And so she went into the trusty Facebook community group, Flower Mound Cares. That's ours.
Did you get accepted to Rockwall yet?
No. But I haven't been denied either. I haven't been denied. It's just he's pulling strings now that he's a celebrity in that group. But Krista went to the Facebook group and quickly saw that this was a standoff, and you had people posting photos of here's the guy in his car, and there was a lady there who was in the Facebook group who just started live streaming on Facebook for like an hour and a half. So you could jump into the live stream, and she was filming this standoff with police, which lasted for a while. And so Flower Mound Police actually posted about it on their Facebook, and they said at 4:47 p.m. today, the Flower Mound Police Department was notified by another law enforcement agency that an intoxicated individual who was possibly armed and in crisis was traveling into Flower Mound. Flower Mound police officers located the individual, blah, blah, blah.
How'd they know he was intoxicated?
I believe he had
left the bar.
The discussion that was said from people who were listening to the scanner was that he called into police.
There you go.
So he called police, and apparently when he got into this parking lot,
they're like, "Is this Richard Sherman?"
Apparently when he got into the parking lot, he started making a whole bunch of threats about they call it. I don't want to use words that'll get us kicked off.
Terroristic.
He started making threats to end his life at the hands of police officers. Like he wanted to challenge them.
If you say the S word, that'll get us kicked off Twitch.
It can. Some Twitch streams will get bounced if you say words like that.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. So I don't want to get the Twitch bounced. Love our Twolos. And so he was basically making those threats at it was 8:10 p.m. last night. Not long after I texted you guys. So 3 hours in the parking lot, they finally got a hold of him. But there were dozens of cop cars. There were like 20 police officers, hostage negotiator.
Really?
Yeah.
I was like, where's the news coverage of this? I was like going to switch on over to NBC5 and see helicopters over the Belt residence.
Nowhere to be found. That's why I was going to go out there and be a citizen journalist, and Kristen wouldn't allow it.
We should you should record yourself as the negotiator. How would Bobby do walking out there as the negotiator?
That'd be great.
In a hostage situation.
Do a great job. Like, I mean, I look. You look at how well I'm able to talk through Dak's mistakes and talk about how great he is and gas him up. I think I could do the same for a guy who's feeling a little down.
What was that gun? Did you see it?
Yeah, I did see it. I don't know. I can't tell what kind of gun that is. I mean, it could be anything. It's some kind of
It's a big one.
Long range, rifle.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, it's a kind of a grainy photo from far away that somebody zoomed in on, so it's hard to tell exactly what it is.
So how did they get him? Did he give up?
Eventually, yeah. They had a hostage negotiator out there with like a bulletproof vest that was dealing with him, and eventually they got him without incident. So it says that Flower Mound Police Department's crisis negotiation team worked to communicate with him and resolve the situation.
How far away would you say this was from you?
Half a mile.
Okay.
Less
so you weren't.
maybe. I mean,
you
it's
guys
literally
weren't hiding behind couches.
No. But I mean, it's like so we're over here. Then there's the main road, an apartment complex, and then behind that apartment complex, it's right there. This is right over by Whiskey and Smoke.
So
the barbecue place I love.
Yeah, get your sponsor out of your hostage negotiation.
That's not. No, I'm just saying that's for reference of where it is. That's where I was.
So before you make comments anymore about my neighborhood, okay, I have never had a police standoff. Now, normally they just end in death quickly, but I haven't had a standoff like this. Bringing all the media coverage.
To be fair,
although I just did have 2 shootings last week. That Mesquite shooting was like 9 minutes away, and then there was one like down the road at Skyline, down the road from Skyline High School. So that was 2 last week.
Yeah. To be fair, it does say that Flower Mound Police Department was notified by another law enforcement agency that, hey, he's coming into your town. So what this sounds like to me is I like Flower Mound Police had to swoop in and handle what came from your neighborhood. Sean.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I took from this. Yeah, I took
drove
from this,
all the way from there to Flower Mound.
From Fair Park to Flower Mound.
I took
35 minutes.
I took from this that like the other unsafe neighborhoods, Flower Mound was like, here we go again. Gotta clean things up for all you guys. Yes, we will save the day, and Flower Mound did it.
Speaking of cleaning things up, apparently something happened after the show yesterday with our new access cards to the building.
Yeah, so we get we've got new access cards for the elevator, right? So like we're gonna use one for the building, one for the elevator, and because
now we have to have 2 different ones.
Yeah, it's 2 different ones.
We gotta pick them up today because the elevators
won't work tomorrow if you don't get them.
And don't put them side by side and try and put them together because it'll deactivate it. Apparently,
we have to have 2 separate cards.
You have to separate it out.
2 separate sleeves.
So
Why?
Because I don't know. It's because the new elevator system or whatever. So because we got new sleeves, little lanyard sleeves or whatever.
Who's the first one who loses their card or cards first?
Me.
Yeah.
Me. I forgot my wallet 3 times in 4 days. It's 100% gonna be me.
How do you forget a wallet?
He's a child. Do you know how many people are going to lose access to the garage or the elevator keeping track of 2 cards? And then you can't put them together because of the magnet or whatever.
You might be able to keep them in separate sleeves on the same thing.
Oh my
right? That would be easy.
So because we got the new sleeves, Peyton took out his, I don't know how old
December 2019.
December 2019 took out his 2019 security badge, which still says Entercom on it, and pulled this thing out and was Carter Freeman remarked that, oh my gosh, you have the dirtiest card holder I've ever seen.
It's on the fan cam.
And Peyton goes, I need some I need some Lysol or something. I need to clean this off. I was like, what do you need to clean it off for? And I went and picked it up. It is all over it, sticky.
It's mushy.
And that, as you can see on the fan cam there, that's Carter just putting his finger on Peyton's card and could walk around the room with it stuck to his finger.
That is not Carter hooking into this part of it.
No, that is
into the hole.
No, that is
holder.
That is badge taken out and pressing his finger against Peyton's badge.
Bro,
that's disgusting. It's
look, when you're part-time for almost 3 years here, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that bag, all right? You know, a lot of early mornings, late nights kind of
I wonder
thing.
how Alec Medford's card is.
He doesn't work,
span.
He doesn't work enough.
Absolutely. Wow.
He takes off on Thursdays, you know?
That's right.
Gosh.
I just took mine out, and I don't know how.
Does that say CBS Radio on it?
This is CBS Radio.
Did you?
It's before Intercom.
Yeah, I found my CBS Radio. Mine's all bent.
That was back when you were the sheriff
but
on
it's
that
not,
picture.
It's not sticky.
No, it's not sticky.
How? What is it? What is on that and in that? Where do you usually keep it? How does that happen?
Well, it goes straight to my center console, my car. So I don't know if it's just the transfer because it's always in my pocket. I don't have it looped on a belt or anything like that. So I just throw it kind of on desk out here. So it's just dust and stuff that's been in there, but probably some rain that got in there as well. Just added up.
Rain is not sticky. And you have it's covered. It's got a sleeve, so throwing the sleeve in there, it shouldn't make the entire card stay. I feel like you had to have spilt like soda inside of the sleeve at some point or something.
Probably coffee or something.
But it was absolutely disgusting, and I think Ryan at some point is going to need to redo his disgusting rankings. Lately, with Choppy talking about all of his showers that he takes in the pool, and Peyton's sticky security badges, this needs a re-ranking.
Listen, I have no problem saying I will. If I'm not going to dinner, I have no problem just getting in the pool. If I'm going to sit at home and shower by going in the pool. That's true. You're right. If I'm going to go out, though, you got to shower. You got to shower to leave the house.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And you were giving a warning to everyone who's thinking about staying in a hotel very, very soon. We're getting overbooked in hotels.
So staff shortages could push these hotel costs this summer to an all-time high. So they're expected to shell out, hotels across the U.S., $123 billion in compensation, which is a increase of 20%. But because of staff shortages and the fact that hotels don't want to spend more money on these staffing issues, they're going to hike the price up. They're going to have to hike the price up in order to pay these people to be at work. So staffing shortages and the fact that the hotel employees are they're not unionizing necessarily, but they're demanding more money to work. They're just hiking the prices up on the consumers, and the consumers are going to foot the bill for this thing. So get ready. If you are going to go on a trip in the U.S. this summer, be prepared to pay more for a hotel than you ever have before.
I don't like this. What's the app you use? The
Hotel Tonight. It's a great app. You land when we landed in Vegas, right? After Bobby had tricked me into thinking that our hotels got canceled.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Right? So Bobby tricked me into thinking the hotels got canceled.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys were rooming.
And we were going to room together. I hopped on the app.
Yeah.
And I found a bunch of hotels $30 that night.
Now, what range will they be in? You know, is it like a Ritz-Carlton class, and then you got a Holiday Inn class?
No, it just gives you everything all at once. You could filter
because I didn't
out.
think you could pick it. I thought that was the thing for Hotels Tonight. It's you're rolling the dice.
Oh, no.
And it gives
That's
you the
Priceline,
hotel.
right? I think Priceline.
It's unsold rooms late or something.
So I would not do this at 8 a.m. for a week from now. But I would do this if you are in a place. Let's say you go to a bar that night and it's 9:30 at night. And I found the hotel across from Nick and Sam's. Is it the Stoneleigh?
Yeah,
I got that room for $55 one night. It was 10:30 at night. I was at Nick and Sam's. I'd been drinking, and they're not going to sell the room.
Did you get thrown out?
They did not get thrown out.
Okay.
I did not get thrown out
because you left people's ears alone.
Where are you staying in Indy?
It's actually, it's funny. This was near a Home 2 Suites yesterday in Flower Mound. Same thing. It's a Home 2 Suites in Indy.
A Home 2 Suites.
Mm-hmm. It's basically a little apartment. They all the rooms are little studio apartments.
Okay.
So that's probably. But this is I didn't get it this time. Kristen gets mad. Whereas Choppy has the rental car hookup, I have the hotel hookup, and by I mean Kristen has the hotel hookup.
Really?
And so yeah,
how?
It's some friend she has that gets Marriott discounts that we
What's
end
his
up
name?
It's her.
Oh,
but I'm not gonna out her because then we lose it.
The Texas Rangers profile piece that has me ready for opening day tomorrow. See if you get as hyped up as I do over this on the home of the World Series champs next. But you can also get hyped up knowing that you have a
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. I guess we should go around the NFL real quick. Going to try to make this real quick before getting into this Texas Rangers profile piece that I am in love with. People are talking at the Combine in Indianapolis, and one of them is, you know what, I'll save Dan Quinn. Raheem Morris destroyed his quarterbacks yesterday on Atlanta. He said, if we had better quarterback play, I may not be standing here at the podium. So he's sitting there saying it's the top priority, but Desmond Ridder, Heineke, you are not it. New contract for Tua T in Miami. How could that affect Dak? The Minnesota Vikings say that the Raiders say Devontae Adams is not going anywhere. The Minnesota Vikings basically saying the same thing about Justin Jefferson. Sean Payton saying they're going to make a Russell Wilson decision within the next 2 weeks. If they release Russ, they would create nearly $50 million in cap space, but take on an $85 million hit in dead money.
Does it matter? So they have to have this done by the end of the league, by the start of the league year, right? Is that how that's going to work for them?
I believe without looking at the specifics of his contract, I believe his is one that gets guarantee triggers at the start of the league year. So yeah, they would have to get that done relatively quickly.
Oh yeah, and probably the biggest story. Everyone thinks that the Chicago Bears general manager basically said, we're trading Justin Fields. We want to do right by Justin. Reporters also tried to kind of spin him saying when. He didn't say if, he said when. So people are trying to go ahead and make that a headline. And then our very own from Odyssey, Boomer Esiason said, if the Chicago Bears general manager doesn't draft Caleb Williams, he needs to be gone.
It's over. They're taking this kid right here, and if they don't take this kid, then Ryan Poles should be fired.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta restart the quarterback clock. You got all the assets from the trades that you've made.
You're sitting pretty. You kept your head coach. You got a new offensive coordinator in there. You know, you could say that they should have hired Cliff Kingsbury, but he ended up going to Washington. Caleb Williams is from Washington, D.C.
This is interesting because either they are doing a great job of misdirection and throwing people off, or they genuinely have no clue what they want to do. Because we had Louis Riddick and Peter King both insinuate in the last 48 hours that the trading of the first pick was more likely, and then yesterday it was all no.
Wait, who else said that besides Peter King?
Louis Riddick at ESPN, whose former GM has interviewed, or former player personnel director has interviewed for GM jobs recently. And so, like, that's been some of the buzz within the last 48 hours, and then you have in the last 24 the buzz picking up for no, it's going to be Fields that gets moved. I think that speaks to them being genuinely conflicted.
I mean, look, I would not. I mean, I guess it would not be out of their own possibility that they trade both Fields and the number one pick, and they could trade down a spot. If let's say Washington says, "Hey, we'll give you 2 1s, just to move up one spot," which that may be high. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if Washington wants to move up a spot, San Francisco did that to Chicago for Trubisky years ago, where they flipped a single spot and they got an extra first out of it.
Yeah.
So same sort of thing. They absolutely could do that, and then still, if they like Drake May, they could get Drake May. If they like Jaden Daniels, which I don't know why, if you're moving on from Justin Fields, you would want Jaden Daniels. But I mean, if they want to do that, they could do that.
Jaden Daniels is not a better thrower than Justin Fields?
I don't think so. Jaden Daniels to me has
maybe Jaden Fields.
I'm not a fan of Lamar Jackson. Obviously, to me, he is a poor man's Lamar Jackson. I don't think he even does the things that Lamar does well.
I think the most likely thing is what we heard yesterday. I'm going to choose to believe that they're not confused, that Peter King and Louis Riddick are wrong, and the Bears kind of tipped their hand a little bit in saying we're going to trade him. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen.
Timeline last year when they made the decision to bail out of the pick was the Friday after the combine. So I would guess they're getting through the combine. They're letting people determine how badly do they want to come up, what are they willing to offer, and let teams figure out if Fields is the better option for them.
If this puts Washington back on the freaking map, if they get the gift, if Caleb Williams is not, a problem child, Kyler Murray type diva, if this puts them back on the freaking map, I will hate Chicago more than I already do.
I mean, and now look, Chicago could very well take Caleb Williams. They take Drake May, and Drake May could turn into Caleb Williams. There's the quarterback could turn in and hit, and you have no idea. You have no idea if the quarterback's going to hit or not. Like, everything is so up in the air with these guys. You just have to value and trust in what you've seen or what you think.
If Washington is revived, even if it's because they handed Caleb Williams over and it's Cliff Kingsbury, if Washington is revived with Dan Quinn as the head coach, that will become Jerry's new Sean Payton. Oh my gosh, I let him get out the door. What was I doing?
Especially with Dan Quinn being really good, I think, of not really giving an answer here. He was asked at the combine, so, okay, coach, what went wrong in that playoff loss to the Packers that many think was going to cost you this head coaching opportunity?
Yeah, of course. That was a huge after action to find why that performance wasn't to the standard, that we had set. And I wish there was one thing to say, this is one thing that we could have done differently in that space, because those games are the ones that leave a scar. They were hard to deal with. The team had been an excellent tackling team, creating takeaways, and so not having to be in the same space for that hurt and that stung. But if there was one thing that you would have put your finger on, you certainly would have done that early to go. But the team had been excellent at not allowing explosive plays, and certainly in that game more than was needed.
All right, so I guess he's saying explosive plays, bad tackling, number one reason in Dan Quinn's mind yesterday.
Yeah, but why, Dan Quinn? Why? If all year you had been great at limiting, explosive plays, and you were going up against what universally everybody felt like was an inferior opponent, why did that happen?
All right, let's get to this Wyatt Langford profile from Jeff Passan, ESPN. Bobby sent over a huge paragraph. RJ had his thoughts, and then I just went and read the whole thing. And I have about 12 different paragraphs to get through before the end of the show. I'm just going to read, and stop me wherever you want. During the first week of spring training, Mike Maddox, pitching coach, we all know, returned to the team's clubhouse after watching a live batting practice session and declared, "I just saw the best player on the field." The room of coaches and personnel, they perked up. because we all know about the Rangers' development when it comes to pitching being a big fail around here. And with DeGrom and Scherzer injured, everyone in the room was like, ooh, Maddox found us a gem on the mound. Who's it going to be? Because we need help early on. Who is it? Who'd you see throw? He said, no one. Wyatt Langford. That was the best player on the field. Maddox's answer surprised no one internally. After sliding to Texas at the number 4 pick in a loaded 2023 draft, Langford, now 22, spent 2 months destroying 4 minor league levels. In 200 plate appearances, he hit 10 home runs. The slash line was 360, 480, and 677. He arrived this spring in real competition to make the club. And according to Chris Young and only the Rangers outfield excellence, the only thing is the Rangers outfield being a little bit packed between Langford and an everyday big league role.
Okay, so I'll stop you there. If Mike Maddox is right, and maybe Mike Maddox is using hyperbole or he's just like getting giddy about like watching his natural talent, but if Mike Maddox is right and he's one of the best players that's stepping out there on the field, a log jam in the outfield can't be enough of a reason to keep him off the roster. Then you need to fix your log jam.
Right. If he's the best player, you gotta. That's right.
You got to figure out something with Tavares. You gotta do something.
Yeah, but you run out of words after do something because you're not doing anything. Give me the other guys you're putting to the bench.
I'm not going to move Carter and Adolis, but to me that makes it easy slam dunk. Okay, your outfield needs to be Carter, Adolis, and Wyatt Langford then.
Yeah, there's one option basically. You're not doing anything with Evan Carter or Garcia.
Right.
So there's one option.
You're basically, if you need to find the spot, you either need to pick, you're going to have to do something with Leody Taveras, or you're going to have to say, sorry, Justin Foscue, I know this was supposed to be your time at DH, but we're giving it to Wyatt Langford.
We continue. Langford's right-handed swing has impressed the Rangers so thoroughly. He was under substantial consideration to make his major league debut during the playoffs last year. End of the regular season, Adolis gets injured. Rangers discussed promoting Langford to fill out an already dangerous lineup. They were not afraid of his age or his inexperience. Danny Duffy had to do a minor league rehab in Double-A. He said, I got him out once, and it was the first pitch I ever threw. It was a changeup. I didn't want to challenge him. Ball was flying. I hadn't given up a homer all year. He was not about to be my first. And he just missed one. He hit it like 400 feet in the air to the middle of center field. If he would have clipped it, it would have gone to the Embassy Suites. Scherzer faced him after returning from injury. Didn't know who Langford was before the live BP in October. Scherzer learned quickly. Langford hammered a double off the wall. As the month went on and the Rangers cruised to the pennant, Langford continued to flabbergast onlookers, consistently barreling balls at 110 miles per hour plus, territory typically reserved for elite major league hitters. Adolis' oblique injury suffered in Game 3 reignited the chatter to summon Langford up. Listen to what Donnie Ecker said, the bench coach. He was right there in the conversation, and if he did play, he was going right in the 3-hole. This is Donnie Ecker saying he's going right in the 3-hole. Now, it sounds like Bochy just gave the Bobby reaction. Bochy's like, I don't know if he would have hit third, to be honest. But watching him hit live BP was impressive. The numbers, what he was doing was incredible. You can't ignore it. Then you get to know the man. He's got no fear. This is a lot of what we heard about Carter. He said, you saw what Evan did, and we had that go on here. They're young kids. We didn't think, though, that he would be afraid.
I'm seeing only one flaw, and that's that he went to Florida.
That's it. He's a Gator.
I am seeing one flaw in this dude.
But you don't love these pieces like I do.
No, I hate these pieces because I think it's unfair to the player. I think they're completely unfair.
Tell us about it, LeBron.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Because my first takeaway was holy S, like this team's got Mike Trout. And then my second take
and Buster Posey.
After
Bobby's hype yesterday.
And my second take is like they're not even going to let this kid remotely have expectations that are reachable. Like that's the when you start comparing, throwing names out, and I have a love-hate with comps. I love the comp, but then it's like, all right, if he doesn't, let's just say you comp him to Trout, and he turns out like it's a smidge below, and it's like, okay, well, man, disappointment. Didn't hit his expectations. Or if he's the best player, like they're saying, best player on the field, and then it turns out that he's the 4th best player on the field, which is still amazing at his age. It's like, well, disappointment. And I hate that you set kids up for failure with these things by putting undue expectations on. I get it. Pass has got a job to do. God knows it's not coming on this show.
Not
but
without approval, anyway.
It's just like, I do think that we put expectations on players that they'll just never reach. Wemby, the best prospect ever. Like, how foolish is that? Or Trevor Lawrence is John Elway and Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck all wrapped into one. And it's like, guys.
Agreed generally, but like who we're quoting here, we're talking about Donnie Ecker and Mike Maddox. Like Donnie Ecker saying he's hitting third, Mike Maddox saying this is the best player on the field. Like these are guys who it's similar. What it reminds me of, you remember those mic'd up clips we heard during Hard Knocks where people were reacting to Micah in training camp. They're like, holy cow, he's good. Like, and it was one of those things where it's like, we didn't even totally buy it. We're like, all right, this is Hard Knocks hype. But like the players were telling you on the field, like, he's that good. Two things that were interesting to me here. One, it sounds like they were way closer to potentially adding him to the postseason roster than had been publicly discussed.
Yeah.
And then two, you mentioned Justin Foscue, Buster Posey comparison from Donnie Ecker. Then Donnie Ecker says he's in third. I think maybe when we see Donnie Ecker quotes, we need to go, okay, how does Bochy view it? It might be taken with a grain of salt.
We need to get Donnie Ecker on.
Yeah, we do. He's going to give us all the Merrill Hodge quotes, man.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so there it is on your home of the World Series champs. In case you're new to the show and the station, that's us. Home of the Rangers and home of the Cowboys, where Stephen Jones did a lot of talking, a lot of productive talking yesterday. Is Jimmy Johnson really on the Cowboys advisory board? And what is missing that they have to add this offseason to make us not snooze through 17 games before another playoff disappointment? Stephen Jones talks about that during the Commercial-Free Expressway.
It's Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway, and we are commercial-free on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and shout out to YouTube, Twitch, all the Twolos, helping us be the number one station in all of Dallas-Fort Worth with the latest ratings that came out. We got to do some YouTube and Twitch special giveaways. We got to have radio giveaways, and we got to have YouTube and Twitch giveaways for all the Twolos.
It's a good idea. I need to, I don't know, maybe I can give golfing lessons or something like that, something that's really valuable.
As soon as I say something.
No one would want that.
I agree.
John Smoltz would want it.
Maybe
He needs it.
maybe a day. Do you think that Smoltz was getting a little short yesterday because he was unhappy with our Diamondbacks jokes, or he was just on the course?
Oh, I think it's that he was on the course and playing poorly. Look, I mean, I can't.
But he said he's gonna finish better in Las Colinas at the tournament than he did last year, where he finished sixth. But then he said he was playing poorly right now.
He also said the Orioles, the Diamondbacks, the Rays, and the Astros were going to finish a lot better
That's
than they
right,
did.
he
So
did.
I don't necessarily trust him.
He is in Q school, right? He's trying to get on the senior tour. He's serious about this.
How about that sixum that was playing yesterday?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to say that?
I mean, I guess we just did.
No, we didn't.
We didn't at all, actually.
We didn't at all, actually.
I have no idea what you're referencing.
I texted Bennett Glazer because we were talking about Rangers All-Star Week and, getting tickets. And I was like, tell me you just heard us talking about you. But that was like at 6:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess Mr. Glazer was not up. Well, he was up later on texting about a golf sixum, was it?
Yeah, it was a sixum getting ready to tee off. I don't know. I mean, there may have been a guy or two or three on the tour and a former NFL quarterback and a former NHL, I won't say superstar, but
yeah,
Dallas Star great.
Jerome McGinley.
No. Married his teammate's daughter.
I'll read it. I don't care.
Woody Allen.
Will Zalatoris, Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, Kelly Craft, Tony Romo, and Brendan Morrow getting ready to tee off.
What a day. What a group.
Right?
I hope they let him play. Now, listen, I hope they let him play as a group, as six. Now, generally, courses don't allow six. But when it's those guys.
You going to tell them no?
Right.
Well, it's this course. They might. At this course, they might.
It's
tell
a
them
golf
no.
course.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably an uppity golf course.
It's an uppity golf course. I know it's.
That just means it's a golf course.
Did you lose your mind when that Spieth signing card story came out?
No. I'm trying to think exactly what the parameters were of that.
He just signed the wrong card, or he didn't sign it correctly.
The scorecard. Yes, I did.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, so it was a terrible look for the PGA Tour. Look, it's his fault because he has to know what the score is, but ShotLink had it as the same score he did, and ShotLink is the one that's on the board. So ShotLink had it wrong too, and the guy in the scorer's room told him, "You've got your score right. Everything checks out," and that's when he left. And once he left the room, it was over. But the guy
DQ'd.
The guy that was in the scoring
That's
tent,
the dumbest rule in sports.
Yeah,
that's pretty bad. That to me, I know there's no perfect analogy, but that to me is like, oh, Mike McCarthy going into halftime, you didn't write down the right score, and so the Cowboys lose.
We're way beyond that.
You're supposed to be keeping track of the score, not the NFL or whoever.
We're way beyond that in technology.
It was a pretty bad analogy.
Yeah, we're way beyond.
Thank you.
Technology, we're way past the player keeping his own score and having to sign that and everything. I understand why they do it, but you can't. That's stupid. That's a bad rule.
Stephen Jones talking yesterday at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, and he was asked, "Hey, is Jimmy Johnson really on y'all's new advisory board?" Oh no!
Well,
Stop!
We all know what.
Oh no! We got another version of the Stephen laugh.
I made sure to include the laugh. I didn't want to just start with his words. I thought that you would want to hear the laugh.
You're going to have to mix those. The McCarthy opening press conference laugh along with this one, Peyton. We're going to have to get some production skills. Now let's hear it, laugh included, and the answer.
Well, we all know what we think of Jimmy. Certainly it was great to get him in the Ring of Honor. And he's certainly a guy that Jerry respects his opinion. I respect his opinion. The success he had here with the Cowboys is undeniable. That's why he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's why he's in the Ring of Honor.
So
not
no.
just what he's done for us, but as a coach in general. So
he's not.
I know Jerry picks up the phone and likes to talk to a lot of folks that he respects. I mean, he used to talk to John Madden as well. So I think he's certainly somebody it's always great to bounce something off of.
Okay, so no. You're on you might be on the fave 15, not the fave 5.
It's a no, but they've done so much. They've gotten so much good PR out of repairing the Jimmy relationship that I don't think Steven wants to have the quote out there of like, no, that's there's no advisory committee, and Jimmy certainly wouldn't be on it. Yeah, I think that he's not going to risk any public goodwill they've built up patching that relationship up.
Will Steven be specific about the Cowboys' actual team needs at the Combine and in this offseason?
We certainly have obvious needs, on both defense and offense that we'll need to look at with guys who are going to be free agents. Obviously, Tyron and Badaz, and you got guys who are going to be free on that side. Obviously, the linebacking situation, we got a little thin there. What Mike's vision is for Micah. Is he a true, pass rusher most of the time, or has got some, last year he ended up, that's pretty much what he did. And I think, very effective, but I think it hurt us with our linebacker depth because we were thinking, he was going to do more linebacking. But, I think between the linebacker situation and, obviously we're still work in progress on getting better against the run.
Does that make you uneasy at all, Chop?
The fact
that he doesn't know a player's last name.
Well, I mean,
that makes me very uneasy.
Yeah, like he's made a Pro Bowl. Yeah. I mean, come on, you got to learn his name. But
wait, are we sure it's Biotish?
It is Biotish.
We're 100% sure.
100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like for Jerry to mess it up is one thing. Like we gotta. This has got to get rectified. This is.
He's not going to be here. Now they don't have to rectify it.
I think this is way worse than Brian Purdy saying Corey Mahort, the GM of our building.
Oh, man, don't call him out like that. Good God.
I don't like this 2-access card rule, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like these 2-access passes. But, man.
Hey, you hear that? You hear that, Brian? Now move the new building far west.
Yeah, that's right.
Las Colinas. That's where you need to move to.
Here's my theory. Steven knows it's Biotish. Steven said Baez so that you would then be distracted by the fact that he basically said, yeah, we anticipated that Micah was going to be playing linebacker. We were only in a pinch, and that's why he had to rush the passer, but he was supposed to be part of our linebacker core consistently.
Yeah, that was a little weird that he talked about Micah at all as a linebacker.
And he said, depends on what Mike Zimmer's plan is for him. So, I mean, that almost sounds like he's like, hey, it's kind of up in the air. Like Zim might view him as a full-time linebacker.
Oh, my. Watch, this is going to end up making you and I look really stupid on Mike Zimmer.
No, double A gap blitzes, baby.
Oh my
it's all good.
Hey, listen, if they want him to play linebacker, but his only role is just blitzing from the A gap, fine, whatever.
So Micah seems to think his only role is.
That's it. Don't put him in coverage. Don't
what did you just say?
I said that's what Micah seems to think his only role is.
What?
Blitzing. Just go. Just rush after the quarterback.
I mean, Dwight Freeney made the Hall of Fame by just doing that, right?
Well, that's fine if Mike is just a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Sure, if that's what's
Totally
designed
fine.
for him to do on the play.
Yeah. So, Steven, was that a freelance?
I think you can clearly see some freelance on Micah's tape.
So, he talked about left tackle, center, a lot about linebacker. This team is getting some linebackers, RJ, so just get ready for that. And then
I don't have a problem with them taking linebacker. I don't want it in the first round. They've just devoted so much to that position over the last 8 years, 10 years.
But if I tell you you're getting Fred Warner in the first round, you're taking him, right? Like if you know it's going to be Fred Warner, you'll take him at 24, right?
At 24, yeah.
I'll take Fred Warner at 5.
I love Fred Warner. I think Fred Warner's a stud.
Well, he's a potential Hall of Famer. You're talking about Bobby Wagner, Fred Warner, Kuechly. It's hard to.
It's funny. Brian had brought this up recently when we were doing Love the Star. Is that, like Chop just said, they've thrown resources at linebacker. It's like, well, what's the deal? Why haven't you guys been able to make linebacker work? You guys keep throwing resources at it. And Brian's like, think about every linebacker they've really invested in. Every single last one of them had their career cut short by injuries. Leighton Vander Esch is heading on that path. Damone Clark was the guy who had that cervical issue, the neck issue that they thought his career was going to be over. Bruce Carter's career ended early. Sean Lee's career ended early. All these investments that they've made in linebacker, Jalen Smith, all the investments that they've made in linebacker that were substantial were all guys who were severely like red flagged as medical concerns.
There's some meat here in these comments, though. I was worried. Bobby was just Adderalled up and just editing.
I don't have any.
And trying to go ahead and outshine Peyton, but there's some meat here in these answers. You brought up Mike Zimmer. Does Mike Zimmer change what kind of defensive players you guys are going to be looking for now?
There's always a little difference when you make that change. I mean, that's why, it's a little bit of a challenge when you make that transition. Every guy's going to be a little bit different. I mean, there was a difference between Kellen and Mike in terms of, the way they go about having success on the offensive side of the ball. Certainly there'll be some differences, in the way Mike has had success in this league, and then certainly a difference in the way Dan has.
I had asked Brian. Brian is going to be a good resource on this idea of like, what are his non-negotiables? What are Zimmer's non-negotiables for players? And one of the things,
fun.
Well, but one of the things that he had said was, and it's similar to what we've seen from recent defensive coordinators here in Dan Quinn and Chris Richard, but it's the length at corner. He's like, that's the big trademark for Zimmer. Zimmer wants length at corner. Zimmer's going to continue this thing of like,
Deshaun Wright's still alive. Yeah, baby.
5'10" corners. Nope. Not unless you've got the arm length to now. Obviously, there's exceptions to every rule. The Seahawks had Quandre Diggs. Mike Zimmer had, following him at 3 different stops, had Terrence Newman, who was I don't believe Newman was bigger than like 5'11", 5'10", something like that. But there's exceptions to every rule. But generally, it's going to be that same big length at corner is something that he's going to want.
And then the follow-up was, what about the thoughts on no fun Mike Zimmer's pretty gruff reputation, Steven?
I think it's a, very no nonsense, hold people very accountable to everything. Not that Dan, I don't want this to be Dan wasn't, but, I think Mike just, the best way to say it is he's got that edge, in terms of, how he goes about coaching and how he goes about working with his players.
All right, so there's Stephen Jones talking about it. Mike Zimmer, I don't know if he loved that reputation being thrown at him during his opening press conference, but I love it. I hope he's a total jerk.
I mean, again, Brian worked with him for a long time. Brian said if he says hi to you in the hallway, you feel like you're doing pretty good. Like if Zim just says like, "Hey, how you doing?" He says like, "Oh, like Mike likes me." Like he is all business. He's very serious. He's very intense.
I'm sure that creates no insecurities around the building.
Yeah, you know what?
Insecurities for who? The player?
Everybody else but Mike Zimmer. If he doesn't say anything to you, like as he walks by, that's got to create
a little
animosity, insecurities, right?
Get a little insecure, get a little uncomfortable. Like they need it.
They have a mixture of it,
and
they have Mike McCarthy is a player's coach. Jerry Jones, Dan Quinn, it was all hugs and butt pats.
Now they have a mix of it.
Yeah, now they have a mix of it.
Yeah, because of Zimmer. But before that, I mean, look, I think Dan Quinn was a really good coach. I did not think like the narrative around him at the end was totally fair. But, Steven didn't want to say it there. Dave Campo was happy to say it with us, which he's like, Dan Quinn is a put his arm around you type of coach. And he's like, those guys don't need to put an arm around you coach on that defense right now. They need the guy who's going to go in there. And look, I think specifically I'm going to be fascinated. I think one of the big storylines heading into next year is going to be the Mike Zimmer, Micah Parsons relationship. Not just how he's being used, but does Micah take to that coaching? Does Micah take to like what Zimmer had talked about of, I think great players want to be coached hard? Something Jalen Mills told us while he was in here? Or is it something where Micah goes like, who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah.
Who are you to tell me, or who are you to approach me like this when I am the guy on this defense?
Yeah.
And I think it'll tell you a lot about whether or not that's a guy you want to pay $35 million to.
It's wet $35 million. And what if they put him at linebacker at $35 million?
Good gosh. Just bury me.
Still making less than Derek Carr.
I would be in shambles.
It's Wednesday. It's Expressway. It's time to chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Our favorite announcers, Sean Sharif, are back. The Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils.
Holy smokes.
These are the student announcers And they're back, baby. They are back. Now, this is I remember them from last year. And look, backstory, like they're student announcers, obviously. They're just out there having fun. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what like you would want if you're Mississippi Valley, or a lot of colleges.
Charleston State. Make it a gimmick.
Let them have fun.
Yeah, hire Chop.
Yeah, let these kids.
What did you think I was referencing? You've been so good at not adding on and trying to top.
So I get one.
What did you think I was saying?
I get one. It's Wednesday. That's one. That's far from my quota, Sean.
Using his leadership, using his body.
Yes, thank you.
That's my favorite quote.
Delta Devils, baby. Okay, so let's go back to last year. There was a situation where a cheerleader was escorted out after coming on the floor. And this is where these guys first kind of popped on the scene.
Layup up and no good by Thompson. And the Alabama A&M coach, he's fussing and cussing. And coach is kind of losing it over here as he feels like and they're calling security, not sure what's going on. And they're going to put one of the cheerleaders out of the game, it seems. Security has got involved, and it's getting real heated here at the R.W. Harrison complex. They're walking toward the cheerleading section. And they're going to escort one of the cheerleaders out. They say one of the cheerleaders walked onto the court. And they're going to say she has to go.
Yeah. So that's how they started, right? Fussing and a cussing. Yep. Okay, just great, like kids throwing out these little colloquialisms and everything, whatever that word is. I can't really pronounce it.
No, you hit it.
My tongue doesn't work very well sometimes.
You nailed it.
7:30 in the morning.
That's what she said.
But they're back. They're back again this year. Now, the Delta Devils are not having themselves a very good season. They are 0-14 in the SWAC. They are 0-27 on the year. Until now.
And Andre, that's game! And that will be game. And that will be game. The Delta Devils pick up their first win. First ball, we're throwing the court. We're throwing the court. We're throwing the court. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There's a complex. The Delta Devils pick up their first win. Delta Devils pick up their first win. Shout out Coach Ivory. And the Delta Devils went and proved them. 1-27, 1-14. In a swag. What is you saying? The Mississippi Valley Delta Devils are currently on a one-game winning streak. With that game, the Plainview Panthers will fall to 10 and 16, 5-10 in the SWAC. The Mississippi Valley Delta Devils will improve to 1-27. What a senior! 1-14 in the SWAC. Let's go! Win made by no one other than Raekwon Brown. Raekwon Brown. White, thank you, my guy. Host of Delta Devils and double figures tonight, and everyone just contributed to this win. And big shout out AD Hakeem McClellan. Big shout out Kyle, Rabbit Play Production. Big shout out to B-Girl. Shout out to JR behind the camera. Shout out to everybody who's a part of this production company. Shout out to Andre Williams, my partner, my business partner. Big shout out to Big shout out to Coach Ivory. Big shout out to the SWAC. Big shout out MVSU Beat Club. Valley Sports Network. Until next time, baby. Man, we love you, baby.
Wow.
That's great.
Sounds like my boy Terrence. He got that same twang, that same accent right there.
There's so many good drops in there, too.
So good.
My partner, my guy.
1-27.
Has Jay Billis gotten these guys fired yet, though, for encouraging storming the court?
That's right. They stormed it.
These two kids having fun. I fully support that.
That's awesome.
Big time cool. All right. Sean, you have is it breaking news? Have you told this? You have a child on the way.
Yeah,
breaking news.
Yeah, I did.
Sean has a child on
and
the way.
Zach had his.
Zach had his. Now, are you hired? Do you have a name, or are you hiring a professional baby namer?
No, there's not a job for this. This is like a coaching hiring firm.
Is a job for this.
There's a naming firm?
It's a woman. It's an individual woman.
Kyle Yeomans.
Not Kyle Yeomans.
Congratulations to him, by the way. He just had his triplets.
He's got 3 to name.
Oh, gosh. So parents are now...
Although I will say this, the one thing I have heard that's very interesting is parents waiting for the baby to come out before naming.
So they look at the child and see what they... Oh, he looks like an Edward.
Yes. Exactly.
Right. Because newborn babies always look exactly how they're going to look for their life.
Yeah, they all look like aliens.
They do.
We should have like a ton of ETs.
You're going to have a lot of kids named Spock.
One of the truest things I've ever heard was you never realize how many people you hate until you start trying to name a baby.
Oh, yeah. That is.
Going, nope, can't do that. That reminds me of that person. Not doing that. Nope.
Yep.
So y'all do have the name picked out or not?
I think it's like 99.9%
Okay.
done. Yeah.
All right. Now, are you
Bobby with an IE?
It's not. So
my wife would
murder you.
She'd do a lot of things. She might push it back in.
So
my baby might be up for adoption real quick.
I've been looking for one.
It is. Yeah, I'm sorry. That would get you your baby.
I've been shopping for one, so yeah.
People are now naming their children. So when you think of like why you're naming your child this or that, whatever, it could be a family name. It could be, something that's kind of chic, in vogue, new, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They are now naming children, the new trend, because of what the potential social media handles could be. So this one.
What do you think of people who have IG handles for their baby or for their pet?
We are thinking of doing a dog IG account. We are considering.
Douchey.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We dress them.
You dress the dog?
In the wintertime, we'll put a sweater on him because it gets chilly.
Put some socks on him
His
because he
nipples
doesn't have
get
those
cold.
pads.
Yeah. I know, right? Need some socks. But yes, we're considering doing the Instagram account for our dog. But yeah, this is for. They say name your child. Not they're saying name. This is what's happening. There's a trend is you name your child something that would be cool on an Instagram account.
Like?
So for boys, the suggestions for the Instagram account are Ferris, Keaton, Townsend. That's the new thing, right?
Ferris, like Keaton Townsend is one name or separate
No,
names?
Keaton is one name, and then Townsend is one name. So
how does that play out?
So you can have an Instagram account like Ferris Wheels or Ferris Wheel. You make it up, right?
Yeah.
You make up your Instagram account name. For girls, like they suggest Birdina, Doretta, and Velma.
Velma.
Could you imagine naming your kid Velma? Another trend for 2024 is names that end in IE. Bobbie.
You can be a trendsetter.
Wow.
You're going to see a lot more Sonnies and a lot more Lennys.
I hate that name.
Lenny and Sonny.
Oh, I hate that name.
And the IE ending is for both boys and girls.
I hate the girl. I hate the woman I know named Sonny.
Yeah.
Good God.
They love
the devil.
Another thing
not
is
the listener. Not
Is there
our
a
loyal
listener,
Yeah,
Sonny?
we got a loyal listener who she shows up to all of our remotes.
Not you, Sonny.
Yeah.
Not you.
Boy names for girls is very, very popular. Unisex names for boys is very, very popular.
Okay, so is this
city names too?
But is this a firm naming babies or just?
Yeah, so like this is like this firm.
So people are
you
letting
can hire them out.
So people are just letting them like I'm going to go with it. Whatever you pick, whatever you come up with, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, and you pay like $500 and you get an interactive.
This isn't a genius business.
Oh, you do not. You sit on a Zoom
Taking advantage
call.
of a stupid society.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know who the opponent is. We're losing our next war. We're getting our asses kicked by whoever in the future.
I'm just
I don't know
getting
who it is.
trying to save up enough money to move to Canada.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like Einstein said. They asked him what weapons they'll use in World War III, and he goes, "I don't know, but I know in World War IV they'll use sticks."
Do you realize
back in the Stone Age by then?
If the Kardashians open up a baby naming firm, or Taylor Swift, how many people would pay them to name their children?
They're worth $1 billion now.
Yeah.
They'd be worth $2 billion in 5 years.
People would honestly do it
Yeah.
because the people can't think for themselves. They're so mindless.
And they're only paying $500, but imagine the amount of people. There's babies born like every 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Could you imagine how many people you get on a Zoom call?
Oh my God. You charge. You charge for this Zoom call or a Cameo, and they're looking at pictures of your baby when they come out, and the 3 Kardashian girls or 4, however many there are, they just name the child.
And then, that's an interactive experience. You go less and you get a couple of names here.
Oh, my.
They're advocates for gender-neutral names. Names don't have a gender. That's
It's a
what they're saying.
matchmaker. This
It's
is a
matchmaker.
baby matchmaking service.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Genius.
Now, one thing they are saying is that the names Ashley, Amber, and Amanda are the new Margaret and Barbara.
Ooh, that's two of my.
They're old person names now.
Ooh.
Two of my three sisters named Ashley and Amanda.
Yeah, that's not good for my wife. Old fogey.
Really?
Dude, that's what you just told me.
We don't claim
Well,
Ashley,
yeah,
though.
man, yeah.
You just told me it was.
Yeah, and then like they're saying Charlotte, Olivia, Penelope, Isabella. Those are the super popular, obviously, ones that are going on right now.
I want you all to text the dumbest name, although I guess your friend could be listening, the dumbest name in your friend group or your family that someone has decided to name their child. And we'll name the names right here. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. If you're willing to say it. Like, this is just a stupid name that someone decided that you know.
My dumbass sister named her child Poema. Worst name I've ever heard.
Paloma?
Close, right? Poema.
Poema?
Poema.
Why?
I don't remember her stupid hippie reasoning.
Peyton, do you have one?
If I still talk to her, I'd ask her.
No, I love all my friends' names. I love all of them. They're all fine. Although Tommy's probably the worst.
Tommy?
Yeah,
I love Nick.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nick's a cool guy.
Okay, do you have one?
Trying to
Someone
think.
in your friend group?
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have anyone that is just a terrible name.
Yeah.
You know, like some people will spell their names in a quirky way, which I think can be kind of cool as a kid, but it's like, all right, you know, when they're 35, how's that going to look? But then again, everyone's doing that now, so I think it'll just be the norm.
They're blowing it up, by the way. The name's Ledger, Talon, Leaf, Duluth, Ranger. These are the names that the truckwreck.com fan text is sending in.
Wow. Okay. Let's do the Stanley Cup one. You guys got a Stanley Cup at the Super Bowl.
Oh.
No, we returned it.
Oh, that's Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I thought you were talking about the hockey one.
No.
Yes. Low T Center.
The Stanley Cups.
Yes.
That you can buy in a store.
Yes.
Which are like, you know, some of these things are selling on eBay for $300, $400, $500 because they're limited edition.
Yes.
So people who have these are selling. This new trend is
there are kids who want these to feel accepted.
They want these to feel accepted. Parents are spending $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to get their kids every single Stanley Cup, so they can feel like they have a different one for each day.
Yeah,
and they can feel accepted and really, really cool at school.
Girls are bringing them like Prada bags to school. Like, look at all my Stanleys.
Yeah. So now they're saying, because a lot of people can't afford $400 or $500 for a limited edition mug.
You don't say.
You don't say. But they have no problem paying $150 to take a selfie with it. And people who own these Stanley Cups are selling selfie opportunities with the...
I don't believe that.
There is a private jet in Santa Monica where they rent it out for 15 minutes at a time so you could go in there and take photos of you in the private jet for social media.
I have heard that. But a cup?
A cup. People just
like the World Series trophy, the same thing.
Yeah.
You can pose with my Stanley Cup.
I want my pink Stanley Cup. It's going to match my outfit. I'm going to be in a nice little park or something or a restaurant, and I'm going to have my Stanley Cup. And they're charging $150 for this thing.
This is the angriest your segment has ever made me. The last 12 minutes are just very upsetting.
How do you stop your children from getting caught up in a craze, in a storm of social pressure? That's what I'm terrified of.
Kristen hates this with the middle one, Addison. Like, she definitely is the, oh my gosh, gotta have it. Everybody else is getting it, gotta have it. Like I mean, she's doing this with the Stanley Cups right now, but she's doing it. She does it with everything. She's gotta have what everybody else has. She needs to be.
And did we have that? You know what was that? Probably a pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Maybe an album. You know, was it a piece of clothing? Was it a starter jacket? Something you had to have because everyone else. You felt the rush. You felt the craze.
I mean, for y'all, like at y'all's age, what were they, like Walkmans, like cassette players,
Nintendos, Atari,
Sega,
the original Nintendo.
Sega. I was already in high school when Sega came out. Peyton, what are you talking about?
Well, there wasn't as much pressure. There wasn't as much pressure for the gaming systems because it wasn't like online.
Yeah, that's true.
You couldn't connect to play online.
Starter jackets, I think, for me that was the big one. The starter jackets.
But I wanted one. It wasn't something where I was like, I don't really want it, but I feel like I need it to be cool. I'm trying to think of what that is.
You know what I saw the other day? A Swatch watch. Remember those?
No.
Like they were like these. They were like the clear watches. They had the clear band, the clear swatch
they look
watch.
super cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw some kid wearing one, and I was like, oh, man, those things are back?
I remember the first thing I remember like this for me growing up was Jinkos. You remember Jinkos?
Oh, yeah, the
everybody
jeans.
was like, well, I need a pair of Jinkos. I need those baggy pants.
Anything on the fan text?
Yeah, you get what about the what was
iPhones.
it, the Gigapets? Were those popular?
Chia Pets?
Chia Pets. There you go.
No. He's talking about
Gigapets.
like no, and it's
Oh,
not.
Giga.
It's
Giga.
Giga, not Giga. It was Gigapets and Tamagotchis.
All right, Jay-Z.
So yeah, Gigapets. Yeah, the Gigapets were pretty popular.
JP. All right, JP.
Blackberries, the Razor phone, the Live Strong bracelet. Yeah, everybody had the Live Strong bracelet.
All right. Yeah, Dad, you and your cancer support. You and your pressure to support cancer. How dare you? Chopping it up. All right, Chase. JP. During the expressway, that may beat the stroke right there.
All right, last one.
Please, God.
What is your zodiac sign?
Gemini.
Scorpio.
Jane
Gemini.
Slater holds it against me every day.
Gemini is May 21st to June 20th. Let's see if this is true. Let's see.
Who holds it against you?
Slater. Like, she's like, oh, that means you're very sneaky and underhanded and devious.
Yeah.
And she's like, were you like borderline? I was like, no, June 15th. She's like, oh, you're hard, Gemini. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't have thought that about you.
This is the turn-on. Your turn-on's based on your zodiac sign.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Bobby, you are turned on by someone with a high IQ.
Okay.
Is that true?
You're supposed to immediately agree in case your wife is listening.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, like, she has a high IQ. I just like, is that a draw? I don't know if that's a draw.
Like, I think that you keep going to your therapist in part because you respect her intelligence.
Oh yeah, she's smart and she will allow me to be combative.
You're
I like
highly
that.
curious and you want a highly verbal relationship. Or that's what you're into.
Yeah, because I can't read.
Peyton, you and me have the same birthday.
Well,
let's see, and we are Virgo.
Yes.
This is absolutely true for me.
Feet.
You listed home videos, dominance, and sending photos.
Is this you or Wolchuk's?
That's when's his birthday?
What was the
Same as mine?
rest of what you were reading?
So, and then sending photos.
Oh,
So yes, it is. It absolutely is. Wolchuk.
all right. Give me mine. These
Yeah.
are pretty accurate.
Okay, and then you are you a Scorpio?
Yeah.
So you identify your turn-ons as dirty talk. A partner that's been to therapy and like cosplay.
that's Bobby.
No.
Cosplay is
Cosplay? Well, who's our last producer, Jeff?
Oh no.
Oh,
So
yeah,
me and Jeff,
yeah.
me and Jeff going to the same type of freak
Yeah.
shows?
Yeah.
Hell no, that was way off for me. Accurate for the rest of y'all.
Okay. All right, so that's what it says. Like you have no interest.
I mean, dirty talk is great for everyone, I feel like.
Yeah, you have no interest in sharing the bed with someone who can't talk about their feelings. Is that true?
Well, my wife is, I mean, she's an ice cube. She's stone cold blooded. She can talk about her feelings, but it's not like in any warm type of way.
I am more intimidated by Amanda than maybe anybody else that I know in my life.
Really?
When I told her that I thought she
got
messed
RBF.
up, when I thought she had messed up the Danucci Tolo sweater, like she had spelled it wrong, she made a beeline, and I feared for my life.
We have to relive the misery of the Mavericks ending. It's also a Meet Church Wednesday. That's all next here on Sean and RJ.
But let's get your
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2.6 to go. Cavs out of timeout. Strus into Mobley. Back to Max. Half-court shot. Good! Good! He hit it! Cavs win! Strus hits nothing but net. Strus on the loose with the game winner.
And that is how it ended. The national story of the day is the Cleveland Cavaliers and Max Strus hitting the 60-footer to crush the spirit and soul of the Dallas Mavericks last night. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour kicking off with the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, coming up at 8:20. I think he was hunting with Pete Delkus going to Katz's Deli, buying bowls. So all this at 8:20, and he'll be on the YouTube and the Twitch. But last night, Max Strus lost his mind and went off with 5 threes, just 4 in a row. Like, if you're just a basketball fan, not a Mavs fan, it was thrilling. You're like, oh my gosh, this guy's on fire. He is completely in the zone. And then he doesn't get a touch for a couple minutes. And then after it looks like PJ Washington is going to go ahead and win it for the Mavs, Max Strus is the top sports story on every single channel. Mavs end up losing 121-119.
He has, in the last 2 months, since January 5th, so roughly 2 months, Max Strus has made more than 5 threes in a game once. And he did, or even made just 5 in a game once. And he did it in like 3 minutes. And just about every single one of those felt like heat check shots.
Yes.
Where it's like you have that's
this guy's specialty. This isn't crazy fluky. This was his specialty on the Heat.
Yeah, no, like being a assassin, like being a sniper from deep, that's absolutely his game. But when you watch all 5 of those, and it's like those feel like just an irrational amount of confidence to take any of those shots. And he knocked them all down stone cold. And that last one, when you throw it up from behind half court, and it's just a prayer. I mean, that's one of those things where I think you just got to go, okay, all right, bad luck. You lost.
Since 1979-80, it is the second longest buzzer beater, I think, in NBA history. And Luka taking responsibility, saying, I should have challenged a little bit more.
Do you know how hard it is, though?
Which, by the way, I'm not blaming Luka, because the last thing I want to do is foul or make contact. Then you're an all-time dummy.
Right. Yeah.
I think today might be Luka's birthday, by the way. So happy birthday, Luka. Today or tomorrow, one of them.
Well, if it's tomorrow, that'd be interesting, because tomorrow's leap year day. It's the 29th.
Happy 25th birthday, Luka Doncic.
Today. Yeah. Tomorrow
25?
Yeah.
25.
Oh, so young.
Oh, my gosh.
So they were up 10 with 3:45 to go.
Yep.
Do you know they shot 57% from the field the rest of the way and still lost?
Dallas did?
Dallas did.
The
Mavs were 4 of 7.
That seems...
That's what I saw on the TV a minute ago. The final 3:52. Or the last final 4, because the shot, the Irving layup counts a part of that.
Right.
To make it a 10-point game, the Kyrie layup makes it that.
Because I was going to say, they went 3 minutes there without scoring. They turned the ball over twice.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think they made 1 bucket in 3 minutes. But it was a Kyrie 3.
So still, but Cleveland went 7 of 8 in that time, all from deep.
And the defense on Strus was laughable. Like, Tim Hardaway's getting called out. I have to go back and see if that was his assignment for all of them. Just on the last one, it felt like someone was close to him. But it was catch, shoot, catch, shoot, catch, shoot, and catch, shoot. He hit 4 in a row to bring them back just like that. But there are a lot of Mavs fans who feel cheated and robbed by more bad NBA officiating. Of course, you have the Knicks-Pistons incident with the NBA and the referees admitting they screwed up the end of that game. And now we have to break down what happened in this one. So let's go piece by piece through it here on DFW Sports Station. We go ahead and start off with the Kyrie inbound violation.
It's not a violation. I'm sorry, it is a violation. It was not the wrong call. They absolutely got that call right. You don't have to hand the ball to the official then. It's after a made basket. Kyrie caught the ball with 1 foot inbounds and they went out of bounds. Like, if you think that's a bad call, like, you just don't know the game. Like, I'm sorry, like, that's...
Or you're Homer.
Or you're... Even still, like, know the game. Even you know the game.
Yeah.
I
agree.
That was not the wrong call. It was a play that Kyrie knows better.
I agree. Right call. I think he
thing.
probably just kind of lost track of where Tim passed it from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. Absolutely.
I don't think he realized, like, Tim was, making that pass.
Because you can pass... You can pass the ball to another player out of bounds. If Kyrie had both feet out of bounds, then that's okay.
Or if Tim was inbounds and passed it to Kyrie, but Tim was behind the baseline.
Tim was out of bounds.
Yeah.
So, but if Tim was out of bounds and Kyrie was out of bounds, you could pass the ball along the baseline after a made basket like that.
Right.
But, Kyrie had a foot that was still in bounds.
Bobby, going to make it 3 for 3 and agree? Right call?
Yeah, no, it's the right call, and it felt like that was just I understand there was a lot to be upset about at the end, but that one felt like you don't need to pile that one on top. There's more than enough for us to legitimately complain about without that one.
Next, incorrect offensive foul call on Kyrie. This was a weird offensive foul where he got tangled up. He got tangled up with like one of his arms. It didn't appear like a clear push-off. I had an issue with this one.
Yeah, I didn't care for that call. I mean, I would have to see the pool reporter explanation if they ever gave one.
9 times out of 10, that's called on the defender.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, I thought like maybe like they misheard that on the telecast and that it was supposed to be a travel, maybe. Like that is the only thing I can say. An offensive foul? No.
Yeah, same sort of thing. Like he was not getting any sort of benefit down the stretch, and that was just the most egregious example of it. I don't know how that's on him, and I'm like looking right now. I'm trying to see if there is a pool report that came out, because that would be the one that I would most want to know. Okay, what is it that happened there?
Josh Green tackled on a 3 in the corner with 1:25 to go. Anyone feel like Josh Green? Now, he sold it like he was definitely hit. I don't think Bally went back to it, the slow motion replay, to show the contact. But Josh Green, definitely, guys are really good at this, so I don't fully believe them all the time. They quickly turn their body. They act like they've been shot out of midair. Thoughts on Josh Green contact attempting a 3?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a foul. But, I mean, like, the amount of contact to me, I don't see how you can look the other way. It felt like a big deal of this was home cooking to me, in essence. Like, this is just one of those home court advantage things where they're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the home team. The whistles are going to go your way, because some of these just felt egregious. These were the two that were the biggest problem to me. It wasn't the inbound call. It wasn't the other one that we're going to touch on here in a sec about the screen and everything else. It was, to me, these were the two big ones, is that Josh Green should have been a foul, and the Kyrie foul should have been on Cleveland.
The referee was right next. I keep watching this on replay. Look here in the corner. The referee is right next to the play. So unless Josh, it really looks like contact is made. It's hard to watch that and not think contact is made unless the referee clearly saw Josh just selling it, which could have been a tech on Josh when you flop.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a technical flop. But look at that. I mean, he's shooting back.
Yeah, he is shooting back.
With contact.
You need to see,
and the ref is right there.
Right there. He's looking at it too. He didn't already move his head to go look at the shot. He's looking right at him. He may have seen very minimal contact that didn't warrant a foul, and he didn't want to call a flop in that situation. I don't know.
The only thing I wonder is if he sees the leg shootout, because I know that when they see that leg kind of like flail out a little
Reggie
bit,
Miller,
then they think you're trying to sell it, and so I wonder if they just didn't give him the benefit of the doubt because of that.
All right, text in your review of each one. By the way, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 for the officiating last night. That was Josh Green in the corner. We're not done yet.
Pool report will be out, by the way, later this morning.
It will be.
They don't have it out yet, but they will have a recap of the final 2 minutes with all explanations.
Jarrett Allen, offensive foul not called. Cavs make a 3 off the illegal screen. Followell and Harper called this out. I did not see this one. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I wasn't watching the offensive screener.
No, we follow the ball. Well, we're sports fans. We follow the ball. I'm right there with you. I didn't really notice this one.
No, it didn't stand out to me either. I know they made a big deal of it, but also like screens are going to be those are going to get overlooked it's like holding in the NFL.
Cavaliers timeout instead of a jump ball. I actually thought the Mavs could have been called for a foul here.
Yep.
It looked like a near tackle.
It was a tackle.
A hit of the arm. I was not thinking the Mavericks were going to come out of that with possession. That's me.
No, yeah, I mean, I didn't think so either. Like when you try to wrap somebody up, by nature, you're going to have a lot of contact. There's going to be a chance at a foul call there anyway. But then to get the timeout, they get the timeout.
And then PJ not called for the and one on the final shot. By the way, this is from Mavs Stand 41, who did a nice job of listing all these in a 3-minute, 40-second span.
Not a very big stand, though, if you don't know the NBA rules about inbound passes, but whatever.
Well, Mavs Stand.
Yeah.
Mavs. PJ not called, should have gotten an and one in what we thought was the game winner.
Yep, he absolutely should have gotten an and one. It wouldn't have mattered because they won by 2. And the and one, last I checked, only allows you 1 free throw. Now, they could have gotten the rebound.
Yeah.
If he missed and gotten a 2 or a 3. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, that
I wasn't thinking of that, like screaming, and one clear foul. I guess I was just so excited that the Mavs were about to win with 2 seconds left.
I mean, looking at it, like I'm watching a replay of Under the Basket right now. Yeah, it looks like he got fouled. That looks like it should have been an and one, but Like, I mean, the biggest benefit there is probably, you're able to take the free throw and everybody's kind of ready to be set on defense for the inbound. You probably defend that a little bit better or pressure it a little bit better than Max Strus full court three. But again, it's one of those things where it's like when you make a 60-foot three-pointer at the end of the game to win, you just kind of go,
what are you going to do?
All right. So like I viewed it. I know Cowboys fans hate to hear this. I viewed it the same way in 2016 when Aaron Rodgers hits that pass to Jared Cook at the end and they make that field goal to win the divisional round game against the Cowboys. You just kind of go, okay, so, like, I don't know what you can do. Like it was a perfect play. What do you want?
Barkley would say, just tip your cap. What are the Tolos saying?
682 says on the Josh Green foul, even if not a lot of contact was made, Green had no landing spot at all. So should have been a foul. 2-4 says refs sold the entire game, not just the fourth quarter. And 903 says Kyrie should have had the and one on the breakaway after the PJ Washington jump ball. The one that they called on the floor. I think this was like 4 minutes left. Yeah, there was that one too.
Yeah, when Luka made a tremendous pass.
That's right. That's what
it was, a fantastic pass. So look, I'm not devastated by this. Cavs are a really good team. Mavs went in there. The Mavs are feeling like a very good team themselves. Derek Lively with flashes last night, and you went in there and you probably should have won the game, and it didn't feel fluky whatsoever.
Shout out to Tolo Laurie, who just tagged us in this. Mark Cuban also wanted to add another one. He replied to Mavs Stan with his own. He said, you left out Allen shoving Maxey before the contact with Josh. So Mark Cuban felt like there were even more fouls that should have been called than the ones that were listed by Mavs.
It wasn't the ref's finest hour.
Surprised Cuban's tweeting about basketball. Like every day it's Cuban, Bob Costas. They're all getting into. I don't even know if it's always politics. It's like life and social issues, which we all put under the umbrella of politics. Yeah.
I mean, he's got to get his last bit of analysis in before the move to Vegas,
Don't say that. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. It is a hump day, so that means it is a Meat Church Wednesday. The great Matt Pittman getting your grills ready with Pete Delkus hunting, buying bulls. You're a true Texan, and he'll make RJ happy with a visit to the most famous deli in the world. Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, answering all your barbecue questions next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday, sponsored by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better, and that means that Matt Pittman is live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ. What's up?
New setup for him. He's usually in his looks like it's maybe the dining room that feeds into the living room, and now he's tucked in a corner.
Yeah. I try to move to a little better sound spots because I'm too lazy to be in my office at 8:20 in the morning, unlike you guys. So, yeah, we moved over.
Okay, so I have Katz's Deli, which I know would strike near and dear to RJ, buying bulls, and hunting with Pete Delkus. Where do we start with all that?
I need to do a documentary.
Oh, man, Katz's Deli.
Katz's Deli.
Yeah. Let's go there.
What was the order?
It's always a Reuben for me, but my wife ordered the pastrami, so we got both. But God, I mean, it's just I haven't been in a while. That was the week we were on Fallon, and man, it's almost life changing. Like it's like you walk into the cathedral. There's a line down the sidewalk. You walk in, you order, and you just watch these cutters. It looks like brisket, but they actually cook beef navel, beef belly, and they just slice through it faster than you'd see a brisket sliced in Texas. And I mean, it's gigantic. Like I was watching them cut my sandwich, and I ordered a half sandwich in soup because if you've been there before, a half sandwich is like enough for two people.
Yeah.
But it looked like the equivalent of like 75% of a brisket flat that they put on half a sandwich. Is unbelievable. And it's like $26 or something like that.
Yeah.
That place is awesome.
One of the all-time great food fights on this show was over a Reuben.
Yeah.
Roy hated Reubens. I know Bobby would detest them. Sauerkraut.
Nope.
Thousand Island. Rye bread. I absolutely love it. Are you down for it, Choppy? Are you?
Yeah, I like the pastrami better.
Okay.
But the Reuben's a good sandwich. For
So,
sure.
Matt, that's why, like, my dad, he doesn't even want me to make brisket or anything. He wants me to make pastrami. So how would one even make this? Like, explain what this is. There's a whole 7-day process. Brought us, clears out fridge space to go ahead and cure it all. How would you even make a brisket or pastrami deli sandwich?
Man, it's one of the best things you could make. Pastrami is what I take to Hawaii Food and Wine every year. Roy Yamaguchi requests that I bring pastrami because he loves it so much, and I'm the same way. It's once you get into perfecting it, it's hard to make a regular brisket, to be honest with you. But basically, you're going to brine the brisket in a 7-day cure or brine. Basically. And I have this recipe on meatchurch.com with a video, as always, step by step. It's actually, honestly, super easy. I just heat up this mixture in water, cool it down completely, submerge the brisket in it, and soak it for a week. You can actually do it quicker. If you inject it like you would inject a turkey, it only takes about 3 days if you're in a pinch. But then you pull it out, rinse it off, pat it dry, and then you don't want to season it with a typical rub because there's so much salt in that cure. So what I do is I just season it with 50-50 coarse black pepper and coriander real heavily, and then smoke it like a normal brisket. The brisket's going to be very heavy because it has all that brine in it. But we make what we call a Texas Russian dressing, which is honestly like a condiment suicide, and get a really good sauerkraut, not a cheap one that reminds you of your childhood with your beanie weenies or whatever your mom served you. Slap it on some rye bread with Swiss. It's the only time I like Swiss cheese, and it's unreal. Like next time I come in, I could bring this and I would win Bobby over with this. We make it as a melt at food and wine festivals. So it's a little crunch on the bread. It's stupid. Like it's undefeated.
My problem that I run into is, and my wife will not let me buy like another kitchen toy, I don't slice it thin enough. So I know people at home have their own slicers.
Meat
So
slicer.
I'm sitting there, I'm trying to cut it real thin like the deli, but it's too thick, and she won't let me get a slicer.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I don't usually slice it like deli thin. I usually just slice it like a brisket, and I think it's fine like that. So you could go either way. Once you get a little scene control and you can get your slicer, that'll work. But in the meantime, you can just use your knife.
But Katz's and those New York delis make it look like they're melting, Matt. So are they steaming it, or are they straight smoking?
Yeah, so there's a difference. They actually steam it, and that's the major difference in like what we're doing here in Texas. So what we do in Texas is kind of our take on that. But yeah, they steam it. So that's not my jam. I don't think anybody here would prefer that texture over what we do. So I recommend just smoking it like a brisket. Get better bark. There's pros and cons. I mean, I understand the original, but if it were up to me, I would rather smoke it than steam it.
So, Matt, I routinely get accused of having a child's palate by Sean Sharif. I mean, the Reuben, for instance, that's the tip of the iceberg. Like I won't let my food touch generally. If that part touches, I'm going to scoop that out. That's not going to touch there. All this has led to I am going to next month judge a brisket competition, Matt. And so with my palate, would you like to give me any pointers? Because specifically, I'm going to be judging a competition that Sean will be at, and he is absolutely disgusted that I will be determining what is and is not good brisket.
Yeah, I have not committed to that officially yet.
It's okay to have a child's palate. I like mac and cheese and chicken nuggets like the next guy. So
exactly, you can get those at the barbecue spot.
Yeah, I mean, I judged a barbecue competition last week actually for an AV company in Coppell ETS, and was there with Daniel Vaughn, barbecue editor, Texas Monthly. And the good thing is in those unsanctioned events, it's just whatever you like. But normally you're looking for taste, texture, tenderness. And, living here in Texas, everyone's spoiled by the best brisket in the world. So it's not hard to be like, that looks good. That's tender. That tastes better. Like, that'd be a good time. There's nothing better than judging a barbecue competition, unless you get a stomach ache later that night, which could happen.
I mean, I don't know if Sean's cooking. So, I mean, it just depends on that. No, wait, can you give me like just a random tasting note that I can throw in whenever I'm reviewing, like whether I taste it or not? Like I heard tannins once in reference to wine, and now every time I sip wine, I tell people, I'm like, oh, you can really taste the tannins.
Yeah. I mean, you throw out terms like bark. You're looking at the bark, and does it have peppery notes? Is there enough pepper on it?
The bend test.
Yeah.
But
you got to do the bend test. Put it over your finger, see if it bends. Take the slice and see if you can pull it and pop it apart.
Yeah.
Which is super key to make sure it was cooked properly.
Has the fat rendered properly?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll explain to you what that means. Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, brought to you by Mr. Electric. This actually, I can't believe Bobby actually introduced a great question, though.
Hell yes.
Accidentally. Like, these judgers at these competitions, when they say competition brisket, if you're making that for a judge versus making it at home, what's the difference?
I mean, it's a pretty big difference. In my barbecue schools, I call competition barbecue one bite barbecue because the judge only has to take one bite of your food and you've got to blow them away. So a judge is usually sitting at a table with 5 other judges, and that bite has to really pop. So there's a whole lot going on with it. All meats are injected or brined. They're seasoned with a lot of salt normally, and after they're cooked, there's usually always some sort of sauce or glaze. So believe it or not, the brisket at least gets sauced on the top, on the bark side, and often on the back side of the slices to help keep it moist. None of you would likely sauce your brisket at home, when you cook in the backyard. So I think competition barbecue is interesting. It's definitely less than the 1% of the world. It's, people that live in that world think it's everything, and that's fine, but it's not what you would cook at home. I mean, if I gave you a rack of competition ribs, you might eat one. You couldn't eat 5 or 6. It's like eating a super rich cake, basically.
Right?
Why is that?
There's a lot. Yeah. I mean, you might be able to get through 5 or 6, but you'll be like, these are really good, but you won't make them on a consistent basis. Like when you cook ribs, you're wrapping them in all sorts of stuff, butter, honey, hot sauce, and that's fine, but they do a whole lot more of it than what you would have to do at home. So it's nice, but there's just a lot to it. It's not something you want to eat a ton of.
Are you like creating some Pamplona thing going on with the bulls? What's going on here with this?
The 44 Farms bull cell?
Yeah. Is this a
man? That was
I mean, go in there and how do you identify this? It's like the scouting combine.
It is absolutely.
Yeah,
are you a cattleman? Are you a cattleman now?
We were talking about that. Like, 44 sold 725 bulls, and they're like unbelievable. Like the genetics, these things look like monsters. But the first one that came to the ring went for $180,000, and we were literally describing it as like a draft. So it's nuts, man. There are, ranchers and producers from all over the world there. I was just scouting. It was kind of like a combine for me. wasn't buying anything at this one, but my 11-year-old son was like really urging me to buy something.
Okay, but give us like a real scouting report. What is named? What is looked at? What is put on the screen? You guys have papers and guides. Like,
oh man, yeah.
Give me a broadest bull scouting report for one of these that are up for auction.
Man, so they produced this book that, like, if I showed you this book, you'd be like, oh my God, it looks like a phone book and it's full color. Every bull has its like profile picture and they all look amazing.
Wow.
And then there's all these stats, right? And they're like the marbling and there's all these numbers that everyone's looking for. So it's no longer just like old school, like look at something like, there's actually science involved in this. And the craziest thing, most of these bulls that people are buying, they're not typical working bulls or they're out in the pasture mating with their girls. I mean, these big ones, they're including like when they do, on the female side, they're buying these things and then it's like they're pulling semen out of these bulls and, taking eggs out of, the mamas and they're putting them in surrogates. And so it's insane. Like when you buy these things, you're buying the genetics and frankly, you're buying the semen.
Wow,
that's good.
Scaring the hell out of Peyton over here on the dump button.
Yeah. I cannot tell you how many hours, Sean, I've lost of sleep watching butcher videos.
Are you being for real?
Dead serious. I will stay up for an hour every night.
I never knew this.
Just watching butcher. I actually absolutely want to be a butcher.
Really?
Yes, I'm fascinated.
Wow.
I think I can get you a.
You're not scared of the blood and all that?
Well, it's all frozen by that point. There's really no blood at that point. Like once it's on a rack.
Yeah. So
yeah.
You feel like you can
I can find you a flank steak tomorrow. I can cut you one up right now. I can find it.
Okay.
Right between the fifth and sixth rib or something like that.
This is unbelievable. I had no idea that. I mean, a lot of people stay up late at night watching red meat, but not of this variety. This is crazy, dude.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, sponsored by Mr. Electric right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. And then you went hunting with Pete Delkus. I've heard Delkus talk about his grill on WFAA here and there, or at least tweet about it. Are you his barbecue supplier?
Oh yeah, I love Pete. He claims my recipes are his. So if you ever go to like one of his dinner parties, he'll make you like his famous Mexican brisket. So great dude. I've known Pete for several years. He loves to cook. He loves bourbon, and got a lot of outdoors friends. So we were at a tower pheasant hunt, a very country club-esque pheasant hunt, ton of fun. And then I came home and made Nashville hot pheasant immediately with our kill. So great dude.
Matt, you mentioned the bourbon there. I know you're a big bourbon guy. That is mine of choice. So what is your best like value bourbon right now? Like if somebody's wanting to go to the liquor store and get like a really high quality bourbon, but like, maybe Jim Beam Price or something around there, which one are you recommending?
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking Jim Beam Price, then I would buy Buffalo Trace because it's, they're trying to get it produced enough where you can find it on shelves and make it kind of like a Jack like price point. So, that's a good everyday effective, or, in Texas, we can find Weller Special Reserve. So there's your inexpensive, for sure. But man, don't get in the bourbon hobby. It's way too expensive.
That's pricey.
I got some Woodinville, some cask strength.
Very good.
At Goody this last week. Oh, it's so good. That's 116 proof, gentlemen.
And I'm hearing that there's a new product out that's being sent over to the radio station for us to enjoy. What is it?
There it is. So Blanco, it's our new seasoning. It's been a long time coming. It's super good. Y'all are going to love it because it's I would describe it more of a seasoning. It's not a barbecue rub. When I developed it years ago, it was about steak. So it was a steak shake, but it's been in my home for around 5 years as I've gone through different versions of it. And we've just kind of like slow played this. And what I've watched my wife grab it and take it to the dinner table and put it on everything. So we shot a video yesterday where I showed this dinner that I made, that it was on the steak, but it was also on the sauteed mushrooms, the Brussels sprouts with bacon, the mashed potatoes, the tomato mozzarella salad. So it's really versatile. It's salt, pepper, onion, garlic, butter. It's like really delicious in your hand. So people will find like a ton of uses for it. So we're super stoked. It's the one we announced on Fallon, and it's coming out on Friday on meatchurch.com and in my brick and mortar barbecue supply shop down in Waxahachie. But I shipped it out to you guys, so you guys will get it.
Yeah,
shortly.
that SPG that I had, it might be Suckle Busters. That might be like my number one steak go-to seasoning. So this kind of sounds similar to that.
Yeah, you'll like it. I cooked some steaks for it yesterday. I also did a steak video yesterday. And that's again what its primary use was. White seasonings and steak competitions are kind of popular. And it's just something we didn't have. And so I was trying to make something that was totally savory, really fine, tastes good on steak. So I think you're going to like this one. I'm excited about it.
Fantastic as always, brother. We appreciate you. Keep us up to date. We'll catch up next time. Thank you.
All right, see you, boys.
There he is, Meat Church, a.k.a. Matt Pittman, every other Wednesday, brought to you by my barbecue-obsessed friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. Bobby, if we took the sauerkraut off, would you eat the Reuben?
Probably not. I mean, I'll give it a try because I trust Matt.
But pastrami, corned beef, no, not having it?
No. I mean, unless Matt makes it. If you make it, no.
You're missing out. It's good. It's so good.
Matt Pittman or Gavin Dawson has to make it for me to eat.
You could probably take off the sauerkraut and they'd be fine.
That's what I just said. Well, as the Bears wrestle with whether or not to keep Justin Fields in the number one pick, what does history say about trading away number one next and below the belt? But what a perfect segue.
The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The Chicago Bears won't get the chance to draft Caleb Williams because he's decided to sign with the XFL. That sounds ridiculous, right? That actually happened once to the Dallas Cowboys. More on that in just a second.
Sounds like Jim Kelly's story.
It is definitely going to involve some alternative leagues and the way the Cowboys seemingly at the time got screwed, but it turned out they were playing everybody the whole time. It's a classic Jerry story. Really quickly here, Ryan Poles yesterday, the Bears general manager, was speaking at the Combine and seemed to indicate that the direction that this is heading now is that they're going to move on from Justin Fields. He was talking about doing right by him and that they were hoping to have a call on a decision made pretty quickly. Last year when they moved off of the first round or the number 1 overall pick and kept Justin Fields, they had done that a week after. It was the Friday after the Combine. So I imagine what they're doing here right now this week is letting teams get a look at the quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, see if somebody comes away blown away by Caleb Williams and says, we'll give you 4 first-round picks for him. We'll give you 4 first-round picks, so let's jump up to the top. And then maybe that would change things for him. It's also a chance for them to get the opportunity to just be in the same room with other general managers, other team decision makers, find out who wants Justin Fields, what they're looking at, and just gives them another added layer, the Bears, of comfort, I would guess, in their decision. So that's the direction it's heading. Right move? You wouldn't walk away from Caleb Williams, Sean?
Nope. Drafting Caleb Williams, let Justin Fields go and try to figure out how to throw for somebody else.
Look, I mean, you're going to have the same thing with Jaden Daniels. That guy can't throw. And so, you run into that with just about anybody. Chop, you would just say, give me Caleb Williams. I'm not taking the chance walking away from this.
Yeah, I mean, it's about upside for me, right? And then we have enough. We've seen enough of Justin Fields to know that the upside probably isn't there. Not compared to Caleb Williams, at least.
Now, do you think that Caleb Williams and Drake May, by your usual first-round logic, quarterback logic, is 50-50?
I mean, I think Caleb Williams is a better prospect for sure. I mean, it wouldn't stun me if Drake May turned to be a better player. I don't like Drake May. I don't think Drake May is all that. I think he's okay.
Okay.
There are a lot of people who like Drake May over Caleb Williams. I think Nate Tice over the Athletic, he's one. Dane Brugler, I know, has had them very close and kind of jump roped them the last couple months, and I think he's finally settled on Caleb Williams as number 1, but he's got Drake May right there. So there will be teams, I'm sure, that have Drake May above Caleb Williams.
I mean, I like Penix a lot. There are guys that I don't necessarily like. I don't know. I mean, I haven't.
You haven't really given an opinion on Jaden Daniels, except that you thought he should have won the Heisman.
Yeah, I didn't think he should have won the Heisman. I thought they should have gone to
that
Penix.
He should not have won the Heisman. Yeah.
I don't really have a strong take on Jaden Daniels at all. I don't know why.
He's in the SEC.
I know. I just don't have a strong take. I don't know. I think he's good, but I don't think he's gonna be great. But I could be completely off on this one. I think McCarthy's gonna be better than him.
It would take a lot of stones for Ryan Poles to stake his job back-to-back years on trading away from the top quarterback in the draft. Like, I mean, that's just something that I would think you'd say, hey, I did it once. I can't risk it again. It made me want to go back, though, and look and see.
Because he didn't get burned yet on Bryce.
No.
But he got burned on CJ.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to say Stroud, definitely. And I don't know who the Bears would have had higher. But if you just put it down to Bryce Young, right now, would you rather have Bryce Young or Justin Fields?
I'd rather have the number 1 pick, which is what they got. Instead of
right. But I'm talking about the question from last year. A year in retrospect, do you look at that as like, wow, they blew? Obviously, everybody blew it, putting Bryce above CJ.
I don't know.
I think right now I would say, I would lean Fields.
Like tomorrow, if I had a game to win, I'd pick Fields because of the legs. But who do I think is going to throw it better?
I was a little concerned that I thought Bryce Young was so advanced. I thought this was going to be the year that he would have the biggest advantage over other rookie quarterbacks. Like the other quarterbacks in the class was, hey, you're ready to go. This was a Carolina team that was not awful in 2022. You should be ready to go. And the fact that he wasn't was a little concerning. Now, obviously, they ended up blowing out a coaching staff. How much did Frank Reich really want him the whole time? Those are all things that have been asked. So I decided to go back and just look at, like, what is the history of trading away from the number one pick? Because it has not happened as often as you'd think. Since the AFL-NFL merger in 1970, the number one pick has been knowingly traded away 10 times. And I say knowingly because people have traded their first round pick the spring before and it becomes the number one pick. Like, this would not be knowingly trading the number one pick for Carolina. They didn't know they were going to pick number one. It's just what they did last year. So I went back and looked at some examples. I was going to do the last 5, but I'm going to stretch it to 6 because 6 involves the Cowboys. So going back to 1991, April 19th, it's 2 days before the draft, and the Dallas Cowboys move up, make a deal with the New England Patriots for the number one overall pick. The Cowboys traded pick number 11, a second rounder, and 3 players: Ron Francis, David Howard, Eugene Lockhart Jr. Not a lot of big prominent names. Lockhart was, but it was the end of his career. And they get the number one pick, which they use on Russell Maryland. The tease there about imagine if Caleb Williams went to the XFL is about Rocket Ishmael, who of course eventually ended up with the Cowboys. But he was, in what was considered a weak draft at the time, he was the star. He was considered the most dynamic threat. I mean, you don't see receivers taken number one very often, and he was going to be number one. And I was reading back through this article from the AP the day the trade was made, and they had reached out to Rocket Ishmael and said, what do you think about Dallas getting the number one pick? And he had talked all about, I'd love to play in Dallas. So excited for this. Can't wait to talk with the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, figure out what they got. Jerry talked about, boy, he's a great player. But look, we didn't trade for Rocket Ishmael. We traded for the number one pick. We're going to feel good about whoever's there. So Rocket Ishmael, 11 hours before the draft, accepts a $4 million a year offer from the Toronto Argonauts of the CFL.
Wow.
And a really sort of unprecedented move in the modern era.
Yeah.
To just blow it off and say, nope, I'm taking the most money. At the time, Joe Montana was the highest paid player in the NFL at $3.5 million a year. So they had given him what would be the equivalent of the highest contract in the NFL. Sports Illustrated wrote at the time that his demands of the Cowboys, Rocket Ishmael, was he wanted like $500,000 bonus if they made the Super Bowl. He wanted $1 million if they won it. He wanted another $250,000 if he had 6 touchdowns. Like, just had all these, at the time, ridiculous stipulations in there. And Jimmy, after the draft, to his credit, said, we were always coming up for Russell Maryland. That's what we wanted. We wanted pick number 1, and we were going to trade pick number 1 to Jerry Glanville and the Falcons at pick number 3 because they wanted Rocket Ishmael and they thought they could get him. And we knew, okay, as long as we get an assurance you're taking Rocket and we'll get Russell Maryland, my old Miami player, I'm completely content with this. So ultimately, Rocket Ishmael was kind of a fake storyline for the Cowboys that people at the time were like, well, look at the Cowboys, they blundered this. They let the CFL swoop in. The CFL out-negotiated Jerry Jones.
9 years for Rocket, 28 touchdowns.
Wow.
He had 2 1,000-yard seasons. But he started off not starting in any of his first 2 years. He started 22 games in his first 5 seasons, by the way. Let me say it again. 22 games his first 5 seasons with reception totals of, to start, 26, 34, 28, 12, 36. Not until he got to Carolina did he have his 1,000-yard season.
So Patriots, they trade out of that. And Patriots had traded out because they were broke at the time and they couldn't afford Rocket Ishmael. So
that
Patriots
was before Kraft, right? That was before he bought the team.
Yeah, and so Patriots probably look at this and go, did we miss out on Russell Maryland? Like, if you look at the top of that draft, there were not a lot of stars. It was a very weak draft, so ultimately probably didn't kill them. 1995, the Panthers on draft day trade the number 1 pick to the Bengals. The Bengals come up and get Kajana Carter, the bust Penn State running back.
Taking a running back at number 1. What kind of world was that?
Panthers didn't really get much in return. They traded number 1 and all they got was number 5 and then the Bengals' second-round pick. That was it.
And didn't you say the Bengals announced what they wanted back in then?
This is hilarious. 2 days before the draft, Mike Brown, the general manager, is doing a press conference.
Who brought us the fans?
Boy, they talk so openly back then about the draft. Mike Brown had said, we're interested in a lot of players, but I'm not going to list them ABC. We'd like to move up and take Kajana Carter or Tony Baselli, but I don't think that's going to be possible. They were asked, well, what about Steve McNair? Alcorn State, what if he's there? Would you take him? You guys got Jeff Blake, but Steve McNair. And Brown said, yeah, I'm not going to say that we would pass over a quarterback lightly. But Carolina ultimately trades down, gets Kerry Collins. You would probably prefer McNair, but they were never going to take McNair. What's funny about this draft, not the trade away, after the draft, Bill Polian, who was the GM at the time of the Panthers, had talked about the Jaguars taking Tony Baselli. He goes, odds favor the quarterback position over time. They and left tackles play the longest, and that's why Jacksonville chose Tony Baselli. Like, well, Tony Baselli, historically short NFL career. That didn't play out the way he wanted.
A Hall of Fame.
1997, right. The Jets trade the number 1 pick to the Rams, who took Orlando Pace. Ooh. Dude, this is a brutal history for Bill Parcells. Parcells trades away from pick 1. The Rams take Orlando Pace. He goes back to pick 6, and then he trades that to the Seahawks, who take Walter Jones. The 2 best tackles, arguably, of the 2000s, the 2 best left tackles, Bill Parcells passed over so he could take James Ferrier.
Ooh. Yeah, he was so there's a little Parcells story. That was supposed to be Peyton Manning picked in 97.
But he went back.
Apparently, like, Archie at Tottenham was like, can you assure us that you will take him and we'll come out? And Bill was like, the NFL doesn't really like us giving assurances to teams or really cracking down on this, so I can't give you that assurance. And Archie was like, all right, well, if you can't, then we're just going to go back to school.
Way to go, Bill.
You would love this
quote.
Would be
Brian Flores back in the day. Mr. Rule follower.
Is this a Bill Parcells quote, though, after they made the trade, or is this an RJ Choppy trade? Parcells said, today's deal gives us some flexibility to acquire young, fixed-cost players. I watched what Jimmy Johnson did. We started this up in New England. The salary constraints on our team are so great, we have to get our costs fixed. I just felt that one player is not going to help us as much as multiple players, and also we're able to recoup the players we lost.
You know, Bill did do a good job with the Jets and the Cowboys of building a foundational structure with organizations that had nothing. He made some blunders in the first. Like, he did make some blunders.
He's a great builder.
But he builds a team really well.
Really quickly, running through the last couple. 2001, night before the draft, the Chargers trade the number 1 pick to the Falcons. They come up and take Michael Vick. Chargers wanted to take Vick. They couldn't get a deal done. And a couple years later, Eli Manning does the same thing to them. You feel bad for the Chargers. But Chargers works out for them. They get Tim Dwight. They move down. They take LaDainian Tomlinson, who I think everybody would take over Michael Vick. 2016, it was 15 years before we saw the number 1 pick traded again. That was Tennessee trading the number 1 pick to the Rams, who came up and got Goff. Titans were a year into the Marcus Mariota experience. They were not ready to make that decision. They end up getting Jack Conklin, who was a good tackle for a number of years. And then, of course, last year, the Bears essentially trade Bryce Young to the Panthers for DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle they picked, Brenton Strage, the 2nd-round pick, and then the number 1 overall pick this year, and Carolina's 2nd-rounder in 2025. So it has not burned you to trade away from the number 1 pick nearly as often as you might expect.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys. We are also the home of the World Series champs. Part 2 of the hype article that has me ready for baseball season today. It's coming from Surprise and Eric Chiafalo, making the world champs really, really uncomfortable. That's how we start the final hour of the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. But
This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour hump day edition.
Day.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Fist pump time here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. We will crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece live from Surprise at 9:40 this morning. So just to finish up this ESPN profile on Wyatt Langford that had me super hyped up yesterday. To recap the first part of it, Mike Maddox came back from a live BP and told the rest of the staff, I just saw the best player on the field. They thought it was going to be a pitcher. And he's like, no, it's Wyatt Langford. Max Scherzer and Danny Duffy, super impressed while throwing to him in BP. Like, whoa, who is this guy? Donnie Ecker, the bench coach, who said, look, we were thinking about bringing him up during the playoffs, and he would have hit third. And Bruce Bochy was like, wait. Pump the brakes a little bit. Although Evan Carter...
I mean, he hit third eventually.
Evan Carter didn't get buried in the lineup.
I mean, he did it first, right? He was at the bottom of the order at first.
Yeah.
But then they eventually wisened up and were like, yeah, we kind of need to get this kid up to, like, I don't know, at least a 5-hole.
I do like the Boch is like, oh, you're not making the lineup card, especially theoretical ones.
Yeah, you're not John Daniels.
Let's slow down.
And then Chris Young is talking about the makeup of Wyatt Langford. It wasn't just the performance of the results in the minors. It was the process metrics, which we value. Ryan,
process and metrics in the same word sentence?
Ryan, pan down to RJ's nipples on the fan cam.
They are. They're
look at that.
They're rocks.
Razor sharp.
It was
razor sharp right now.
It was the process.
Cut glass with those.
Very David Beckham-esque. We value these, and it suggests that he would come up and have success. His exit velos were extremely high. His chase rate was extremely low. He was walking. He was showing elite discipline. It's everything we saw when we drafted him, and he had also performed on the biggest stage in college baseball. When you take that into account, the moment would not have been too big for him if we brought him up.
What stage is that, Sean? The SEC. But no, look, that's right. Like, he has got.
He hit an SEC leading 26 home runs.
I hate that I'm joining this cult.
The SEC?
Yeah, I just hate it.
If you drink the Kool-Aid, you will live. Everybody else who doesn't drink the Kool-Aid, you know what we call them? We call them the Pac-12. The ACC.
About to call them nothing.
You're about to call them nothing.
The Pac-2.
Right, the Pac-2. Call them dead. Call them dead conferences walking. Yeah, this guy's got every single tool you could ask for. The makeup, the size. Look, all you got to do is look at him with shorts on. The guy's legs are trunks. They are just. They didn't make 21-year-olds like this when we were 21. They didn't make. This kid looks like he's been in a gym since he was 6 years old. They didn't have that.
If you go to Baseball Reference and you just look, they have his numbers for his time at Florida in the SEC. They have his numbers for when he played collegiate summer ball, and then they have his number for the minors. If you take every single level of the minor leagues that he played at, you take collegiate summer and you take his time in the SEC, in each one of those, his OPS is over 1,000. Like, the dude's, he is just an automatic. Like, what you're looking at, what you're projecting here, if you project out his numbers, all three levels for his career: 221 games, 63 doubles, 11 triples, 62 home runs, 37 stolen bases, 361 average. A 361 average for his entire registered career since he turned 19.
Let me just have fun and put you on the spot. That's half of what Sports Talk Radio is about. Will Wyatt Langford have a better career than Evan Carter?
Yes. They're different players, like, obviously.
Players. Man, it's a tough one because
you get one for 10 years.
Oh, I'm going to take Evan Carter. Only because I know what he can do at the major league level.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's just very difficult to project. Wyatt Langford is probably going to be great, but he would not be the first player to dominate every single level of the minors and then completely fail at the major league level.
Sure.
And now, a lot of the peripheral stats show that he's not going to, because he's got a good eye. He doesn't chase. But still, there's that element of the unknown. The element of the known is Evan Carter. who would I, if I was picking two of them, if I was going to pick them, draft them, I'm going to draft Wyatt Langford. But if you're asking me which one's going to be the better pro, I've already seen Evan Carter succeed. That to me trumps everything else right now.
He is 9 months younger than Wyatt Langford still.
Ooh.
Evan Carter. And he's been, I mean, he got picked when he was 17.
And of course, the fun part of the question is you get both. Finally, from Jeff Passan.
In your face, Smoltz.
When Langford gets the chance, might depend on the Rangers' needs. With Young and Corey Seager sidelined, I think he's rooming with Josh Young, by the way. I think that's who he's been rooming with. With Young and Corey Seager sidelined, they could use their 26th roster spot for a utility man to open the season. What's clear is that the Rangers won't keep Langford down just to keep him down, not with baseball's rules that award a full year of service time to top rookies and incentivize teams to promote them by giving draft picks. So that's the end of this Wyatt Langford piece that I was super pumped over yesterday.
I'll tell you what's really refreshing is the Stars and Rangers approach versus the Mavericks and the Cowboys approach, which is the Cowboys and the Mavericks have just this awful history of not trusting young players. For the Cowboys, it's shifted a little bit in recent years where they're putting more on like Diggs's plate or Bland early, but for a long time, it was really difficult for rookies who were better or young players who were better to get out there. We see it consistently where it's like, what does Jaden Hardy have to do to get on the court consistently? Josh Green, it took a lot for him to consistently get out there and get the reps that he needed. You look at the Stars. Okay, like they got Wyatt Johnston. You know, they got old Stankoven out here contributing.
Did it again
right
last
now.
night.
Yep, his second goal contributing like that. Rangers showing no fear to bring Evan Carter up. Seriously considering bringing up Wyatt Langford for the playoff run. And the last line of the story is what I love is the way that the Rangers approach this. Chris Young said he will tell us when he's ready, and if that's now, it's now. And that's what I love. Like, let where they are at. If there's no more challenges for you, if you're running through the minor leagues and there's no more challenges left for you, get up here.
Before you give too much credit, they were forced into. I don't know how much praise I give them for bringing Evan Carter up. It felt like a desperation move at the time. We need some type of spark. The Rangers were not. I don't remember them being in a position of strength when he came up. And then Adolis got hurt.
Because Adolis got hurt. That's why. Isn't that why he came up because Adolis got hurt?
Like if the Cowboys had guys in front go down, they would have to play the backups on the bench as well.
Right. The Cowboys' issue is they have we go this into every year we go into their training camp, and there's 53 roster spots. It's like, all right, what 48 are full? You know what I mean? Like we already know what they are.
But I think the reason why you can say it's different and the reason why you can give them credit for it is because they were injury riddled with their pitching at times and they wouldn't rush certain guys. Like that their approach has been like they want to be a little bit more deliberate with some of the guys that they're bringing up in
had pitchers to clearly elevate.
I'm just saying like Mark Church who Sandler
bring up Jack Leiter, sure. Yeah.
Mark Church who Sandler referenced
the other day.
Springsteen. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, walking in Memphis. That's Mark Church. Mark Church had been a guy who we were talking about as a potential bullpen option last May. Now he's a converted shortstop. I think he had thrown like 19 innings by the time the Rangers had drafted him. And he was somebody who we were like, man, they could really use it. Why isn't Church getting a look? Why aren't they trying to do this? And they didn't. They said he's not ready.
The MVP of surprise so far at spring training has not been a Ranger. It has been Eric Chiafalo, in my opinion, wreaking havoc in the clubhouse of the world champs. And yesterday, he caught up with Travis Jankowski, man, playoff hero. Travis Jankowski. And that's kind of one of those like fluky luck things, like forced to play him. How did he?
Kept Wyatt Langford on the bench, according to that article. That's what kept him off the roster was Jankowski.
Eric Chiafalo asking Travis Jankowski, man, how far are you really willing to go for a teammate?
Now, you're not doing the Jorge Posada way of doing the hand strength?
No, not doing that one. I'm sticking with my own technique.
Now, you are familiar with that?
Is that the on the hands.
You nailed it.
Yes.
Yes, Steve.
I'm not quite there yet,
in due time, you sort of mature into those things.
In due time, for sure.
Have you seen a teammate ever bust that move?
I have not. That'd be a strange conversation in the shower. I don't know if I'd be able to shake their hand afterwards. So I think it's a good thing I haven't seen someone do that.
If a teammate asked you to help him with that, like, do you feel like there's a teammate in here that you'd be like, okay, I would for you, because we're brothers and we want to win another championship?
If somebody got, stung by a jellyfish, it might be easier for me to relieve their pain doing it that way instead of on their hand.
Okay. Now, but if it guaranteed you a title, like if it was like, Janko, you p***ed on your teammates' hands, we're getting another ring, okay? You're getting more jewelry, more banners, more glory.
Line them up, line them up.
That's awesome. Okay, where is this going to go from here? Travis Jankowski on shirtless teammates. An attraction to cartoon characters.
Have you ever had a crush on a cartoon character?
No. Power Rangers don't count, right?
No.
Yes. Kimberly, but she doesn't count.
Oh, Kimbo. What about, you've never seen Aladdin? Jasmine.
Honestly, I haven't.
Bro.
I've never seen that movie, Jasmine. Yeah. She's got it going.
You go watch Aladdin, you come back tomorrow, you're going to be like, yeah, I got a crush on a cartoon character. Finally, who's the teammate that is most confident walking around shirtless in the clubhouse? That's got to be Adolis, right?
Honestly,
or is it Evan Carter now that he's bulked up?
You know who it is? It's Josh Smith. He's not afraid to show it off.
He's got the gun show, dude.
He's not afraid of Adolis. I'll hide it a little bit, but Smitty's not afraid to show it off.
How many dong balls you can hit this year?
Hopefully one.
Just one dong?
That's all I need.
Game winner?
Yes.
Walk-off dong?
Yeah.
Janko, baby. Glue guy champion. Love you.
His confidence to ask questions that I would just...
It's fantastic. But it's his delivery. It's like so calm and chill and cool.
So
it's very disarming.
We have not included the quote, but...
Or creepy.
He's been talking about Wyatt Langford's quads.
Eric?
Chiafalo has. He has asked every single one of these guys. He says, now, one of your teammates has been described as very impressive from the waist to the kneecaps. Which player do you think that is? And then he's not clarifying with them after they answer that he was talking about the quads.
Speaking of that, Austin Hedges is missing.
Well,
he's glue guy.
He is definitely missing.
Okay, so we need something to be filled. The clubhouse void has to be filled, left by Austin Hedges. Who does Travis Jankowski think that'll be?
Which one of your teammates do you think partied the hardest post-championship?
He's no longer a teammate currently, but it had to be Hedgie. I don't think anyone enjoyed that more than Hedgie. He had a good time there.
Who's gonna replace him when it comes? There's a Hedgie size butt void.
Oh my gosh!
In the clubhouse now. Whose butt gets drawn on this postseason? Maybe he's not here now. Hedgie was you acquired him in the
with our next catcher. Who we got? Andrew Miser. I think he's gonna have to fill that role.
Hey, dude. Hey, for championships, as you said, like line up the hands. If I got to on him to win, like anything to win.
If that's what it takes.
I think Janko thought he was going somewhere else with the replacement.
He knew he was talking about the numbers on his. Hedgie, how many numbers are left on your ass, or whatever he said.
Well done, Eric Chiafalo.
I don't have the nerve to do that.
Go up and ask these questions?
No.
Really?
Nope.
You do a lot of stupid things.
That's true. He does.
Without conscience.
Man, the Gatorade, even the Gatorade question in the Cowboys locker took a lot for me. Because you got to go in there.
That's part of why Spittle hired you.
Yeah, I know. It took a lot, and I did it. I trusted you that was going to be a good call, and it worked out. But that is something you don't want to be known as bit guy necessarily to those guys if you're in there every day trying to cover them.
Oh, Mr. Respectable.
I'm just saying I'm just saying.
You're Adam Schefter over here.
What'd you say, Peyton?
Got to be likable.
Gotta be likable. Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones was also given some good audio. Do the Cowboys have a culture problem? And it sounds like we need a new left tackle of the future after Steven yesterday. That's next on the Home of the Boys. But what's next for you with your security? It's time.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
940 Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here on the home of the Rangers here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What's going on?
We got a couple quick NFL notes. L'Jarius Sneed of the Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions, he has been franchise tagged officially in Kansas City, so he is no longer on the market. And then we have our first report. You'll hear about informal interviews at the Combine this week. Those don't matter at all. They literally informally interview with everyone, but formal interviews matter. The Cowboys actually have interest in those guys. Texas A&M great Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker, arguably the top linebacker in the draft, told reporters today that he has formally met with the Cowboys.
And his game?
He is a bat out of hell. I love him. I would love him in the second round. He is incredibly physical.
Is he hurt?
Yeah, so he's coming off of an injury, but I mean, he's not hurt like the other guys have been hurt. It's not like
the
a
other
guy
guys that have degenerative nerve damage.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like, spinal cord stuff or
Is he a
anything
drug
like that.
addict?
Nope. He's
Alcohol?
no. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he has a drink every now and then. Yeah, I mean, like any of us. But no, he is a good player, and I know the Cowboys like him.
John Machota had them in round 2 taking Junior Colson, Michigan linebacker. How does the guy that you just named compare to Junior?
So they're very similar in terms of like if you're talking about like stacking them up, they would be like right there next to each other. I think most people have Junior Colson ranked above, but some of the same questions. The biggest question with a lot of these linebackers coming out is their ability to read and react. So a lot of times you'll see guys at the college level. Malik Jefferson was really guilty of this back in the day. They see it and they react, and they're just such special athletes at that level that it doesn't matter if they misdiagnose it because they can adjust. So some of that read and react stuff is the biggest question with both Cooper and Colson.
Here's just the first 3 rounds mocked for the Cowboys, according to John from The Athletic. Of course, he's got Dane Brugler as a resource there. Round 1, Amarius Mims, Georgia tackle, 6'7", 330. That may be important with what we're about to play you from Stephen Jones. Has the size and athletic ability teams are looking for as a franchise cornerstone at tackle. He started only 6 games last year for the Bulldogs, all at right tackle. But he'd expected to play left. No reason to think Mims cannot handle that spot, even with some early growing pains. This pick came down to 3 players in the first round for the Cowboys. Oregon center, Jackson Powers Johnson. Alabama corner, Kool-Aid, hey, McKinstry.
Yeah, that's Fat Albert. It's not
Kool-Aid.
That's
That's not Kool-Aid.
And then here you have this
Mims
pick.
is I mean
Dane's 5th highest graded tackle.
Mims he's very raw and inexperienced, but like the tools are all there. And you want to talk about, it's probably one of the only guys you could ever draft as a replacement for Tyron Smith that would make Tyron look small. Like,
wow,
Mims is a giant. He is, and he's incredibly athletic for his size. Just a lot of rawness there that you're gonna have to work through.
And yesterday, Stephen Jones made some headlines by being asked, "Is Tyler Smith's future still at left tackle?"
That's remains to be seen. I mean, it's starting to feel like Larry Allen all over again. I mean, the great thing about Tyler is his versatility. He could be a great left tackle too. I mean, Larry Allen, I think, played either 1 or 1.5 or 2 years at left tackle. I think he made All-Pro those years too. So he can. Tyler's got that in him, and I think at the end of the day, when we're all through massaging it, we'll have a good spot for him. And the great news is we have Tyler Smith, and his versatility certainly brings options to the table in terms of how we look at this team as we move forward.
Okay, so should we feel great about an all-world left guard, or bad because the all-world left guard is not going to be the all-world left tackle, and now you need to find a Tyron replacement still?
I mean, in today's NFL, like, pressure up the middles, they're showing that it's becoming like increasingly important for teams to get on quarterbacks. Having an all-pro, all-world left guard's great. I'm totally fine with that. If that's what he is, then that's what he is. Like they never moved Zach out. They never did. And they solidified the interior. I mean, that's massive, man. Find yourself another left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, the discrepancy or the value between guard and tackle is different today than it has been in the past. And so, I mean, we live in an era of the Jalen Carters and Aaron Donalds and Dexter Lawrence and these guys that get a lot of quick pressure from the interior. That matters in your passing game. And so I think he would be special at left tackle. Like I still think he would be an all-pro type of left tackle. I just think that they view it as, we know he's an all-pro guard. Like, we've seen it. He was a second-team all-pro this year. We know he's capable of that. The tackle position, I think they feel like he'd be a really good tackle, but we're talking about an elite guard, and that's why I think they're leaning the way they are.
The Michigan linebacker, I guess we're happy as long as it's not a Michigan D lineman. Junior Colson would be Machota's round 2 pick and number 56 overall. Other considerations here: Clemson linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Ohio State linebacker Tommy Eichenberg, Ohio State D tackle Michael Hall, Alabama DN Chris Braswell, Texas running back Jonathan Brooks, but Colston is Brugler's top-graded linebacker in this class, ranked 39 overall. Here, the Cowboys get him at 56.
I think he's a really good player, and I wouldn't have any sort of
says tackling machine
hesitancy about him. I don't know that you're going to be. You said as long as it's not a defensive line. I don't know though that the Cowboys are going to be able to sell a Michigan player in the top 100 again.
Oh, stop!
I'm being dead serious.
Sell to who?
Stop.
The fan base.
They don't give a crap about the fan base.
No, they don't. I'm not saying that they're worried about that. I'm just saying if you want to talk about like that guy will be working uphill with the fan base immediately just because of his school, and it's silly. But it's
so stupid.
It's we talked last 840. We talked about Kajana Carter. And there was a reputation for Penn State running backs for a long time that I think Cowboys fans now hold with just Michigan players, which is silly because Jordan Lewis has been a good contributor for them for a few years now. But I think that a lot of people go see that and say there's a lot of bust potential with the Michigan players. I think that's how Cowboys fans view it.
There's the same thing was said about Ohio State quarterbacks, and somebody still took C.J. Stroud number 2, and he did well.
Who's the D end in Detroit right now?
Aiden Hutchinson?
Yes. Where did he play?
He did play at Michigan.
100%. And I'm not saying it's a legitimate criticism. I'm just saying this fan base, I don't think would accept it.
Well, they'd be dumb.
He's a good player.
They talk, get Michigan D linemen out of here. They just won the national championship and had a lockdown defense. I mean, okay, what college stereotype have you agreed with over the years? What do we have? OU quarterbacks?
Jeff Tedford quarterbacks was a thing for a while.
What was the stereotype about OU quarterbacks, though?
Like they're not going to go to the pros and...
Yeah, with Josh Heupel,
Bradford,
Jason White, Sam Bradford.
Penn State running backs.
Yeah, because that was Curtis Enos. That was Kajana Carter. That was Larry Johnson for a while. Larry Johnson hit finally, but that was very short.
Now you get Michigan D linemen, except for Aiden. You know, those types of stereotypes.
I mean, Rashawn Gary's a good player. Rashawn Gary's been good. But Rashawn, the biggest thing I think you can say is Michigan players consistently, other than Hutchinson, have had slow get-offs. Like even coming out of school when Rashawn Gary and Kwity Paye were good athletes, they were slow off the ball.
I mean, look, in basketball, the Duke basketball player was, for a long time, never someone that you wanted to get. Alabama quarterbacks were that for a little bit. Under Saban. A
lot of people don't hold the school anymore, but there are a lot of people who are just out on bigger receivers. Like that they can't trust me. That people have been burned by Laquan Treadwell and other big.
Everyone else Matt Millen took.
Yeah, big possession receivers.
And then round 3 from the Athletic, Trey Benson, Florida State running back at number 87.
It's a big boy. That's a big boy, and he's a good player. If you get him in the 3rd round, I think you're happy with Trey Benson. I really like Jonathan Brooks, who they talked about in the 2nd round from the University of Texas. He's coming off a knee injury. He's not going to be ready right away. So if you want somebody to contribute, Benson wouldn't be bad.
Stephen Jones at the Combine in Indianapolis yesterday was asked, do the Dallas Cowboys have a culture problem?
From the organization on down, we feel good about our culture. You always want to be better. I will say that. I mean, if you're not, if your results aren't winning the Super Bowl, I think everybody's saying, how do you ultimately be the last guy standing? But I think overall, between, organizationally, between, our coach, our personnel department, I think our leadership on our team's outstanding. You're always going to have somebody who's, going to say something, that's not, that might be, hey, that's their particular thought process on why we may have come up short, but I don't think in general, personally, I don't think it's an issue.
And Bobby, I think you phrased it best earlier on in the 6 o'clock hour.
I did.
And it was what, jackass?
I had said that I don't think that they're necessarily like leadership deficient, but they don't have a leadership advantage. They don't have a culture advantage.
You know what? I should have just played this while we were talking about Michigan D linemen. How's Steven going to spin this? Steven's been pretty... I like his honesty this offseason so far. What is he going to say when asked if they still believe in Mozzie?
Well, we have nothing but confidence in Mozzie. I mean, I think it was a transition for him that he was trying to get his hands around, the technique and the way he played in Michigan versus what, Dan was trying to incorporate in his game. So I think Mozzie can take a big jump in terms of this second year with him. He's got all the right skill sets, got all the right intangibles to go out there and get the job done. And we believe he's going to make a big jump here in the second year.
All right.
I don't. I mean, look, you're talking about a guy, Mozzie Smith, who was number 1 on Bruce Feldman's college freak players list his final year at Michigan. Like, he is a rare type of athlete. He's still really young. He's still learning in a lot of ways how to play the position. Now, we can't have mysterious 30-pound weight loss.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of stuff that you don't want to see.
He's worried about his storage unit.
I guess, yeah. Like, I mean, he wasn't eating. You know, it was just causing all sorts of, you know, anxiety and things like that. But I think that you would never want to give up quickly on that type of an athlete. Taco Charlton was a different question. Taco Charlton was not a very good athlete.
By the way, this scared a lot of Tolos when I retweeted this. Got sent to me. Spotrac is projecting Dak's next contract
at hang on. 3 years, $180 million guaranteed fully.
Almost on the dot. 3 for 180, 169 practically guaranteed, and $76 million in 2024. 76 million.
Signing bonus. So it'd be 2024 cash would be the signing bonus that they then spread out over the course of the contract.
So 3 years, 180, 119 guaranteed at signing, 169 total guarantees. That's from Spotrac and the projection. I wanted to get that in before we talked to Bassick. I didn't want to mess up his Wednesday. All right. Well, I guess we got to mess it up with something worse. We got to relive the Cavs, Mavs buzzer beater crosstalk from Surprise with KMC after this. But let me.
Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
6 seconds, 5 seconds, underneath, Washington, 2.6 to go. They're out of timeouts. Dallas leads by 1. Mobley, Strus, a heave. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Max Strus, I don't believe it!
It is time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Were you guys able to watch this live last night?
Oh, no.
I was able to watch it live last night.
Oh, no.
Yes. In my room, alone.
Oh, no.
Because Mike said he wasn't going out. And then he went out and watched it at Buffalo Wild Wings without me.
Oh, Mike.
Mike loves
sorry.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time we pass it here in the car, I go, Buffalo Wild
He
Wings.
does every time.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I was like, I want to watch this game. It was a great game.
Yeah, but why didn't you hang on? Why didn't you tell Corey you were changing your mind?
Well, because it sounded like he told me he had food in his room and he was going to watch it and he was cool. So then when I changed my mind, I was like, well, he said he had food in his room and he's good. And so I was like, well, he's good. I guess.
Screw him.
I'm sorry. It was my fault. I should have called. Sandler and Broadus and Ruben and Eric did meet me after halftime and watched the second half with me. It was a great game. Luka can't play better than that. Like Michael Jordan can't play better than what Luka played last night. He was awesome. But unfortunately, Donovan Mitchell hits a stupid three-pointer off the glass, which he celebrates. I want to see a guy strike out in the game today. The ball get past the pitcher, and the guy get to first base and celebrate like he just roped a ball into center field for a hit.
Well, hang on. It's still an out. Like it's on your batting average. On your batting average. Right?
Yeah. But the last two shots Cleveland made was a bank three-pointer unintentionally.
Yeah.
And then they hit a 60-footer. There's nothing.
Well, you can. What about Tim Hardaway's getting destroyed for the defense of Strus, or just them not coming anywhere close while he hit 4 straight threes?
Well, he was on fire. I agree. That can happen.
Luka had to play like that because the rest of the team couldn't do jack whenever he was off the court.
They changed the rules that in the league you can't get close to a three-point shooter. You can get in front of him and jump about 6 feet away from him and try to block it from about 6 feet away, because when he jumps forward, you have to give him at least 3 feet of a landing spot. I'm not trying to make all the excuses for the Mavs. The dude got hot. I was watching the game. There were a couple ones that he made that were contested, that there's nothing you could do. He was on fire. That can happen. Luka makes a whole bunch of shots that I guess the other team would be like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. Like, he stepped back and shot it and made it. There's not much you can do, and the league does not allow you to contest jump shots.
Are y'all mad at Kidd for not reviewing the one that looked like that Kyrie got tackled? Because I've seen a lot of people be upset about that.
Which one? Which one was that?
It was late. It was late in the game there, maybe maybe under a minute left, and Kyrie's going to the basket, and Strus just kind of has his arm wrapped up as he's going.
I thought it was the right call.
And Kidd at one point, he's looking over to the sideline, because Kyrie's review that, and he's looking over there, and then the play starts.
I thought Kyrie intentionally hooked his arm and was trying to get a call, and I thought the ref called that correctly.
Oh, you mean so the offensive foul?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to that call. You just have to be consistent with the thing that maybe upset me the most, Sean, and it wasn't super upsetting, but when you're up by 10 and I believe they hit a three-pointer, Tim Hardaway Jr. and Kyrie both together have a brain fart, and Tim Hardaway Jr. takes the ball out of bounds while throwing it to Kyrie while he's walking out of bounds to maybe talk to the ref, and it's on both players. Tim, what are you doing throwing the ball to Kyrie when it looks like he's walking out of bounds? Kyrie, what are you doing once he passes you the ball to just keep walking out of bounds? Because then that turns into another three-pointer, so it goes from, I believe, 110 to 100 to all of a sudden within a 5-second period, 110 to 106, I believe. I know they were up by 10, 110, 100, but in that run of a 12-3 run, you just gave them a free possession.
Kevin, was there an officiating call or issue that really made you lose your mind and saying the Mavs are getting screwed here?
Not at all, because they gave up a 15-3 run in the last 4 minutes. So, don't do that, and you don't have to worry about the officiating.
Now, do you all think that Josh Green got hit in the corner for 3? We also have a jump ball / timeout situation that Mavs fans were not happy with. I thought that was actually a foul that could have been on the Mavericks. But I guess
I could see that.
Yeah, it looked like a tackle almost, like DiVincenzo. I couldn't tell whether Josh Green was acting or not, but that was him getting hit in the corner. And Mavs fans, and then people thought that PJ should have gotten an and-1 on the final bucket, and Kyrie with a continuation that was blown dead. So,
I don't know about that PJ one. Also, guard the inbound pass if you got a problem with it.
I like it, Kevin Hagelin. No excuses.
I mean,
look, days off.
I'm not saying that there weren't any missed calls, but you gave up a 15-3 run in the final, for a chunk of the final 4 minutes. Save me with this. It was officiating that cost.
No, but what if the officiating caused like 6 of those points?
Do you think it did?
It's a 15-9 run, Kevin.
Yeah,
Kevin.
then you're definitely going to win.
I gotta, Mike. Did they show? I'm really interested in your Kyrie offensive foul take. Did they show? I don't know if I got like a clear opinion of that on the replay.
He's going baseline. I'm not saying it was a perfect call, but that's always tough when it's kind of I call it the James Harden move. You hook the guy's lead arm with your arm, and then you act like, I can't get by. I'm not saying it's an easy call. That's a tough call, but the ref decided Kyrie was the one who hooked the arm to try to get the benefit of the doubt on contact, and the ref didn't go for it. It's not an easy call. But that's not like definitive, oh yeah, Strus right there reached in and hit Kyrie's arm and then hooked his arm. They're both doing something somewhat illegal, and it makes it very tough on the ref to make the call. So I don't think you can review that. You can, but I think the refs are going to look at it and go, hey, he did hook his arm, and hey, Strus is now making illegal contact. How are we going to change this? The ref saw it as Kyrie hooked the arm first.
I do have a question on who was on the court. Did you feel like Maxey needed to be on the court, or would you have liked to seen another one of the centers out there?
I think it'll be interesting here on how Jason Kidd does this. I will say at one point Darius Garland drove, and I was like, this is a layup because we don't have a center in the game. And Maxey blocked the shot and then controlled the block shot, and then he made a big 3 down the stretch. So I can't fault Jason Kidd for not having a center in when Maxey had a big block shot down the stretch and hit a big 3 down the stretch. I just think, I know this isn't fun to say, but you kind of got unlucky. Their last 6 points, and
like the Cowboys.
You made a great point, yeah. But you
last
made a great
60
point
for the Cowboys.
Yeah. Don't give up a 15-3 run. I totally agree with that, and I totally agree with, hey, did the refs do something that wasn't beneficial to the Mavs? Possibly so. But then the last 2 shots Cleveland made to win the game were a bank 3-pointer that you played good defense on, and then a 60-foot heave that swished in.
I'm not treating it as a devastating loss. It's like
I'd agree with that.
You went in there, you beat you basically beat a better team than you. Mavs should not let this knock them off the course, as Derek Harper would say. Stay the course.
Taken the Mavs plus 4.5 though.
I found out I can't bet out here.
No.
Because I tried to bet $10 on Luka's over-under was 32.5, and I bet over.
Nice.
But it said you're not in a place that allows you to bet on the MGM app. So I don't know. Maybe my Wi-Fi, I wasn't connected to a Wi-Fi at that moment that would show that I was in Arizona. And maybe Arizona, I can't bet on the MGM app. I don't know all the rules, but it wouldn't allow me to bet $10 on Luka having over 32.5 points.
Sounds like y'all need some looser restrictions on betting over at NFL Network. You need to be like Bally Bobby.
I mean, that'd be great. I would love that. I would love the loose restrictions. It's a league policy, which I think is goofy because
you can't bet $10 on Luka.
I can't bet anything.
Okay.
I'm not allowed. I'm not like. I mean, I could do like the slots when we were in Vegas. I could do stuff like that. Okay. But in terms of like actual sports betting on any sport at all, I can't do. I can't play daily fantasy. I can't do any of it.
They have. Let's see. They have sports betting in Arizona. I think you need to use your Wi-Fi because it shows BetMGM. You can use that because BetAZ. Okay. BetAZ.com is the bonus code you can use there on BetMGM.
And how come every week then, Bobby, you're sending me the podcast for the degenerate picks, and you're like, I'm thinking about 250 this week.
Yeah, all
Right.
the time.
Like-
You're like, hey, how do I get this bet placed?
Yeah, but I always say like whenever I bring it up to you guys, I'm always like hypothetically, like if I was gonna do this.
Sure.
Kind of like you did earlier with Jack Leiter when you were like, hypothetically, if this happens.
Here's a bet for you, Bobby, and this is a real question. Over under 275 million on Dak's extension.
Under. Under.
Holy cow!
Well, I
Because
think,
he-
I think 5 for 300 is realistic.
Like I could see it being a 3-year extension with 2 void years on the
Okay,
back.
so if it's that, I get it. I was just going off of 5 years.
He'll get 60.
About 60 million a year.
Yeah, he'll get 60. I mean, if he gets 5 years, it'll be there, but he'll get 60.
Okay.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we potentially have a completely stacked show today.
Oh.
Potentially. We have John Gray. John Gray will join us today. Jack Leiter will join us today. Bochy potentially could join us today, and Dane Dunning potentially could join us today as well. We also have Yamamoto Day, as he is starting for the Los Angeles Dodgers right before our eyes. That'll be taking place during G-Bag, and I think Kevin, Mike, I think I'm hanging around. Are y'all?
Yeah,
we're all
of course.
hanging around. We'll probably be doing some wireless with the fellas today. So that's going to be going on, but we're kind of preparing for that moment as it all gets down. And
There's already cars.
Oh, yeah.
There's probably already 100 extra cars in the parking lot here at.
The game starts in 4 hours.
At 7:45, there were probably already extra 100 cars here. I guess they're going to just watch the backfields because they wanted to get their parking spot for the Yamamoto game.
And the rumor is that Yamamoto is going to do like a mini presser once he's done with his 2 innings. So I've tasked Eric Chiafalo with learning the intricacies of Japanese in the next 4 hours.
You can handle that.
Hey,
So
domo arigato.
No, don't do that. So he can ask a question, because I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, also cancelable these days. Who knows?
Yeah, it might be.
But what if he does it
what if he's good?
amazingly?
Yeah, like-
What if she'd be like,
John
good job.
Cena learned Mandarin in like a week.
Make it like a 4-word question. You know, have these guys, by the way, responded to the see-through pants out there? What's the feedback?
Have you talked to him?
I talked to John Gray off the record.
Okay.
After.
Oh, tell us what he said.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to.
Well, I didn't want to record it.
Okay.
I will say this: they're not very pleased.
Okay. The players.
Do
not
you
just
think
John
the
Gray.
ones that aren't pleased because
No,
you can't really
no,
see much
no.
through the pants?
It's
What are you trying to say,
I would
Chuck?
say it's the fit and the feel that is bugging them the most.
Not anything protruding there.
I think that's what Sam Huff. I think that's what Sam Huff told Chiafalo about. Was that to him it was like the fit. He does not like the feel of them.
Mike, are you going to make fun of John Gray and the way he trims up a brisket? We watched that abomination out there with Hurtado.
Here's a spoiler. He said he did a good job.
Ooh. Okay, I'll just let it be right there. Cool guy, though. Cool guy.
I'm not a person to talk. I've done a few briskets. I'm not the best at it. I like just chopping it up a whole bunch because I'm like
into brisket sandwiches.
Yeah, if I chop it up a whole bunch and then throw some barbecue sauce on it, it's good.
The first one I ever made, I posted it because Sean had given me some really sage advice on it, and I posted it. And I remember Dawson, he looked at it on Twitter, and he just goes, yeah, I probably just chopped that up into sandwiches. And I was like, damn, that must have been bad, I guess. So
how would Dawson know what a brisket looks like?
Oh my goodness!
He's what do I call? He's a one trick smoker.
He's a system smoker.
He's a system smoker. You know, all he knows is chicken. That's it.
Oh yeah. Also, sorry, this is props to you guys. We have used something from your John Smoltz interview as a drop.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
already incorporated it into our show.
Thank you.
John Smoltz said, that is the worst opinion in the history of baseball. That is already part of our show now.
Excellent. Have a fantastic show. Cannot wait to hear the live PBP of Yamamoto today on the home of the Rangers. We're back tomorrow morning. KMC from Surprise is next.
We will our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are brought to you for our entire trip by Sonic. Thank you very much for making that happen. Also, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding. Thank you guys all very much. And Mike shot a Best Buy Windows and Siding confessional this morning. It's going to be a packed show. We're going to have John Gray. We're going to have Jack Leiter. We might also have Dane Dunning. We might also have Bruce Bochy. We have got guests galore, but I actually wanted to talk about somebody entirely different. Cut number 7. Are you fired up for this fella today?
That's just me. Strike 3 swinging. Number 7 for Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yes. Now, that being said, I have no clue what Shohei Ohtani did in his spring training debut in 2018.
Yesterday, he hit a home run.
We watched it.
Here?
Yeah, it was right here. It was against the Royals or the Rangers? It was against the Royals, I believe.
In 2018?
Yeah, we were here whenever it went down, and he struck out twice.
Was I with you?
No.
I don't think I was on that
we
yet.
were a night show at that point. And he struck out twice, and we were like, yeah, in your face, Shohei.
Yeah, so I am really excited. I don't think this will be remembered. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But today, it's probably going to be a packed house.
For sure.
And
sit on the lawn packed.
He's only going to pitch 2 innings if everything goes well, right? He has a certain amount of pitches he can throw. But yes, I am fired up. How lucky are we that we are here for Yamamoto's first ever start, in a major league game? I know it's not an official game. These stats don't count, but we get to see Yamamoto face the Texas Rangers today. I have not seen the lineup yet, so I don't know who's playing and who's not playing for the Texas Rangers, but this is going to have a great environment here, and you get to see the phenom pitcher for the first time.
And just to show you how quickly it became a big deal, MLB.com had a story about it. They're going to be streaming it on MLB.tv, and I have no doubt it's in part, if not mostly, because of that. And I already like this. There's happening, just to show you how happening it is already, from the 214. Guys from the parking lot are here. Come get a beer.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, well, maybe just wait until, I don't know if you can wait until after the show for that.
I'm tallying up, Kevin. Where's the list? We got a beer count right now that looks like 16? It's 16 beers during the shows.
So 6 to 16?
I'm helping out
Is
today.
that just one?
That's I think
Eric
Broadus and Eric.
Eric and Broadus, at least.
And I'm gonna help
about Ruben.
Ruben, you and
I don't know.
Nope. I'm gonna help add to it today. When we stick around for this game afterwards, I'm gonna go out in the stands and be part of this.
Just to make this more fun, Ruben handed me his phone. Thank you, Ruben. It's Simeon, Carter, Lankford, Lowe, Heim, Tavares, Duran, Foscue, and Jonathan Ornelius.
So they're bringing like a real.
So obviously, Young can't play. Seager can't play because they're hurt, and then you do have Adolis getting the day off.
That's Bochy acting like, you know what? Send my guys out. I want them to get their reps.
We get to see, most likely, besides Ornelius, I don't think he'll make the team, but besides him, literally 8 of the 9 guys.
Okay.
Well, I guess Lankford. I got to watch out on that one.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Okay, let's find out.
All right.
I know what you said, and it's spring training.
I know exactly. You're thinking what I'm thinking.
And it doesn't count.
Uh-huh.
But if somehow we're watching Evan Carter ropes a double into the gap, and then Wyatt Langford hits a 2-run shot.
Oh,
are you just going to flip out?
Yes.
If I realize it's spring training, it doesn't count. But
you're not thinking what I'm thinking.
Okay.
But here's what on the verge of it doesn't count.
This isn't. You're not being John Malkovich right now.
I'm being Bochy right now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking. I'm really thinking World Series already.
Wow.
And the Dodgers have a team that's built to win the World Series.
No doubt.
And I don't know exactly when or if my guys might get a chance to have an at-bat against Yamamoto throughout the season. But wouldn't it be great if they'd already seen him by the time they get to the World Series at least one time? So, yeah, I'm sending my guys out there to get some swings against the guy just so they know what it looks like. So I'm already thinking World Series, Kevin.
Well, we've got similar predictions coming up. Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford from the 817 are taking Yamamoto deep back-to-back, and we're going to win the World Series again. Look, I'm not going to lie. I will try not to extrapolate anything out of this game. But if that scenario happened, I would be like, the kid's ready. Put him in the lineup. We're going to have the most awesome offense ever.
Now, I don't know how nervous Yamamoto's going to be. He's been in big-time games in Japan. I have no clue.
You should be scared. This is the world champs.
He does have the huge advantage of literally that lineup. Nobody's ever batted off of him. Like, nobody's ever seen his stuff in the batter's box. The other thing, too, it's spring training. They're not going to watch 30 minutes to an hour of film on Yamamoto pitching in Japan to get a good idea on his sequences of pitches.
For a spring training game.
So they're just going to go up there. They're looking for something to hit, and they're going to take a rip. That's the thing about spring training that's a little bit tough is it's tough to make big-time decisions, and I know the Rangers are going to have to. On Wyatt Langford, they're going to have to make a big-time decision on, is he on our opening day roster? Is he batting third? Is he batting sixth? What are they doing based off of spring training? The other thing, too, is Justin Foskew's in the lineup today. I'm excited to watch him hit. You know, he's lower in the lineup. I hope he hits against Yamamoto because that means guys have gotten on base in the first 2 innings. But I do want to see his at-bats. Is it fair to judge him on February 28th? Is today the 28th?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, is it fair to judge him? No, it's not fair to judge him, but you get to watch Justin Foskew hit against most likely a major league pitcher and see what it looks like. So this is super exciting for me, and hopefully for Ranger fans, they're able to, if they're not here, obviously, pick this game up on MLB TV and watch it.
I bet G-Bag will be talking about it because they'll be broadcasting live during the game.
Yeah.
And so that should be an amazing experience.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, as much as you want to make it a spring training game, the environment is not going to be set up like
people are already tailgating, not just Artolos.
And the crowd noise when if Wyatt Langford gets a double down, you know, into the gap, this place is going to explode. You know, like and I know it's just a spring training game, but people will go nuts because they love it.
I wonder this.
You don't think they're going to explode because they're going to be mostly Dodgers fans?
That's
they
what
travel
I'm wondering.
well.
I'm wondering because it's Yamamoto's start.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers train 20 minutes from here.
Yeah.
Will it be a 50-50 crowd? Will it be a 75-25 crowd for the Dodgers? It doesn't mean the Ranger fans are bad fans. It's not spring break. LA's a lot closer. They know that this is Yamamoto's debut. In fact, we got an email, right?
Yes.
Today saying, hey, the seats are taken for the media. It's assigned seating. If you do not have an assigned seat, you have to go down the third baseline and just sit over or stand over there because there's a lot of, obviously, Japanese media that's here. A lot of LA media here. A lot of national media will be here. Plus the Rangers, you know, media like an Evan Grant who covers the team on a regular basis throughout the season. So people like us, we have the booth to broadcast our show, and G-Bag will be here doing that. But for us, we're going to probably have to go over to the third base side and stand and watch the game over there because there's not enough seating for the media for this game.
And I know you said it was unlikely, but I was looking. The Dodgers put out their lineup as well. No Ohtani.
That's it. Let's go.
No, I know you said that was probably yesterday, but my question.
I'm with Mike. Let's go.
To get the beers.
Gavin Lux, though, and
That's-
Max Muncy from Keller. Is he from Keller? He's from our area.
Okay,
I do know that.
I'm
I might
not
be
sure I
messing up
remember.
the city. If you're a friend of Max Muncy, text in where he's from.
Now, my question for y'all, because the Dodgers are in town, and clearly that is a very marquee team, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Who is, I guess I would say, who are you most excited or most looking forward to watching this season? And it doesn't have to be for the Rangers. I'm just saying across baseball. So, for example, one of the players that I put on there was Ronald Acuna because he won the MVP, was freaking ridiculous, getting into the 40-70 club, which I wouldn't have even thought was conceivably possible. He's young. He plays on a great team. That's a player that, like, that's a stop-down player for me.
If you're making me pick one, it's Evan Carter.
That makes sense.
So if you're making me pick one, there's a whole bunch of storylines. You know what I'm interested in? Juan Soto in New York. I think he can handle that environment.
I hope he falls apart.
And I'm not rooting for him to be the greatest baseball player in the world, but his hand-eye coordination obviously is great. Everybody knows that everybody's hand-eye coordination in the major leagues is great. But I do think that there's this possibility that he's the guy that can handle New York along with Aaron Judge. And if both of those guys stay healthy, and I don't predict Aaron Judge will stay healthy for the whole time, but that's somebody who I want to see, like, what happens in New York. He's a free agent. How does he handle that environment? But there's a whole bunch of other ones, but that one comes to mind, Juan Soto in New York.
Obviously, for me, it's Seager. I want to see an MVP run. And I know that's going to be very tough for him with the injury, whether, how that goes along and health-wise anyway. That's just his history says that something could happen. But the way that he plays the game, the way he attacks the ball at the plate is just so much fun for me. And that's Homer me, but at the same time, I get to watch those games and listen to those games. I have Mike on Bally sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think that is a Homer pick either. I don't at all.
Well, and the other thing, too, I liked him whenever he was a Dodger. That was,
gross.
Why? Why is that gross? He's a National League team, Kevin. But I liked him then, and that was, and I think that whenever, Mike knows that because whenever he signed, I was stoked about it. But that's one of those guys that he has an exciting game for me, even though he's not one of those boisterous characters. He's just a consistent guy that gets up there and crushes. The other one, though, I think if I'm going to pick another one, it would be, I just like Mookie Betts. I think he's a blast. Him going back to second base and having the full season there is going to be fun.
The Dodgers are going to be fun. Also, just to throw out another one, if Jackson Holliday makes the opening day roster, he's been built up. He's so hyped up that will be... for Milwaukee, most people don't follow Milwaukee, but Churio got the big-time deal in the offseason before playing a major league game, so that'll be interesting. By the way, Max Muncy did go to Keller High School and then Baylor.
Fantex crushed on that. They were all over that.
So, yes, somebody said from Midland. He was born in Midland, but did go to Keller High School, so I knew he was from the area.
And, of course, the most logical pick, I know he won't be in the lineup here today, is Shohei Ohtani. I want to see, and I realize, spring training, but when he homers in that first game, I start to think, what is his offensive game going to look like if he's not worried about pitching at all?
That's last year. I don't have his stats in front of me. I'll type it in real quick. But he has to miss games because he's pitching. And then he got hurt and had to miss games. Why can't he play in 162 games? He's literally not going to play in the field.
Right.
His energy levels are going to be at an all-time high. Last year, I'm trying to pull this up as it's taken a little bit of time, but if he plays in all 162, last year he played in 135 games and had 44 home runs. What game is he going to have to miss? What fatigue is he going to have? If his body has been able to go through throwing approximately 150 to 180 innings of pitching and then DHing the year before, he was in 157 games and he pitched. The year before, 155 games and he pitched. Why? What day does he need off?
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Somebody from the 817, of course, everyone's excited for Carter and Langford. I'm excited to see El Bombi and see if he can keep building on the incredible postseason. It was really fun today. Leclerc was in the clubhouse wearing an El Bombi shirt, and I just, I think that is delightful.
His presence since he became a Ranger has been fascinating, that he's kept building like this.
Yeah.
You would expect, okay, it's going to go away at some point, and maybe the fact that he hasn't really ever signed that massive deal, and he might not, it might not ever come, so he's got to earn every nickel along the way. That might be the reason that he keeps doing the way that he is, his motivation factor. He's not satisfied by anything, but the exciting part is his pizzazz. It's the other things that come along with it.
And he's got it for sure.
If you're listening to us right now and you are a Ranger fan, how are you kind of not going to TexasRangers.com and picking out a series or a game, whether we just mentioned, whether it's against the Orioles, whether it's against, I don't even know if Milwaukee comes into town or not, but that would be, in a way, an easier ticket to get. And you're like, oh, so there's the Phenom in Milwaukee. I could get a ticket. And then you are getting to see Evan Carter and Seager and Simeon and Adolis and your championship team and possibly Wyatt Langford. And it just seems like there's so many opportunities. It doesn't have to just be against the Yankees or the Astros. Obviously, those are going to be premium series where the ticket price is a little bit higher, but there's also going to be a lot of series where there's other guys you'd want to see on another team, plus you get to see your guys too.
From the 682, how's the bullpen and closer list looking like for the Rangers?
It's pretty empty right now, Kevin.
We did talk with Robertson. Yeah. We did talk with Robertson yesterday. We've got Leiter today. So I feel like we have started to talk to some of those potential components. And then you brought it up yesterday. You continue to hear the odd, but they won't go away whispers of Jordan Montgomery. And that honestly changes a lot of things, because then you would think, okay, Cody Bradford goes to the bullpen for long relief. Yeah. And now you're like, okay, so maybe you're not looking for a left-hander as much as you were before. And
I just go ahead.
Well, David Robertson sounds like our left-handed reliever. If that sounds weird, the way that he was talking yesterday, and if you do look at his numbers, if you're like, hey, who's going to face Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker in the 7th or 8th inning? It's going to be David Robertson, I think.
It does sound like that.
Now, Mike, you had a little bit. I know we got to go here, but you had a little longer conversation with him. But Kevin, you and I got a chance to chat for a second with CY, and I will call him that now. But
they won the World Series.
He's
sure.
still got all. You can see the energy. It's all there. He's got the plan. I got so much trust in whatever decisions they make that it's going to work out, man. I really absolutely do, that whatever this bullpen situation, they're going to find a way to make it all work out, because he's got the energy for it. He wants to change everything about what we know as Rangers baseball, and he did last year.
This is just for Mike. It was weird seeing the GM of the team in the clubhouse. I figured he might be out on his yacht or something.
Yeah, well, I mean,
why'd you do that?
That's just for Mike.
Why'd you do that?
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
They have the same spring break.
You know what? I might be kind of bitter too about it. Coming up next, Super Tuesday. Except not really, because it went poorly for the Stars and the Mavs. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
DFW's number 1.
Fancy Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Out in front, he scores! A minute in, his second in the NHL. Stankoven again.
And there it is. That was the Lone Stars highlight for the night. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise in Arizona for world champion Texas Rangers spring training. We got Rangers, Dodgers coming up after our show. The game's going to be going on out here. G-Bag, I'm sure we'll be giving you the sights and sounds of that. But I did want to talk about, well, I originally labeled it Super Tuesday because I thought hopefully it'll be great.
It was the worst.
The Mavericks game was amazingly entertaining. And if you watched 1 minute of Stars hockey, the first minute of the game yesterday, you could just turn it off and pretend like they won 1-0. Now, if you watched,
I guess they would have won 60-0.
That's
they
true.
Were scoring at
That's
a
true.
Every minute they were going to score,
and there would be another goal in the next minute or so. However, unfortunately, it would be via Colorado. And then the thing that really crushed you, not to say that it didn't look good when it was 3-1, but the back-to-back goals in a short period of time. Usually I think of it in 2 minutes or less. If you can get back-to-back goals, the Avalanche got back-to-back goals in 49 seconds to really put the game away.
I'm not happy that the Stars lost, okay?
Do you feel vindicated?
I do. I feel like I'm watching hockey for the first time and going, oh, not that I'm going to be right about all my opinions. Heck, I'm not right about all my opinions in baseball, and that's what I know the best, is I'm right. That's not, they're not even on the same level. Like if you have tiers or levels or whatever, the Avalanche are on another level. The Stars can't compete with that team. And I thought that watching the previous 3 games, and now I know that. I know that these Stars, I know they're not playing well and they can play better, but the Avalanche are way better than these Dallas Stars.
Yeah, the right now version of the Stars, when we talk about our right now lists, this right now version is in a bad way.
And
like
the Avalanche,
a very bad way.
And to be fair, the Avalanche had not been setting the world on fire.
Yeah,
going into this game
they had a
either.
dookie run too.
Yeah, and then they smoke. And here's the thing that sucks: you got 21 games to go, but now Winnipeg is. You're tied with Winnipeg atop the standings. The Stars have played 4 more games than Winnipeg, and so look. Hopefully Winnipeg loses all 4 of those, all in regulation, and you're back in the mix. But assuming they start to create separation, what would that mean? That would mean theoretically your first-round matchup would be Colorado. And Mike has made this clear that is not
Colorado.
a matchup that he wants to see.
You love the state of Colorado. You're not a huge fan of the Avs because they're so good.
Yeah, I'm not a hater of the Avs either. I don't really hate hockey teams yet. Yes. Maybe I should, but I don't have any type of hockey hate in me.
I like that. Which team should Mike hate so he can start developing that now? 877-881.
That's a good question. I feel like Colorado is usually a safe bet going back to the 90s.
Yep, gotcha.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
It's one game, but it's not just one game. They've been playing bad for over a week now. You talked about this yesterday, Neil, as the GM.
Neil.
Yeah.
Blind.
That's what he said.
Blind
Neil.
Yeah. Yeah. Is do you start going, how much should I sacrifice the future for this team that doesn't – like they're going to finish third. I don't know if Colorado or Winnipeg is going to be first. I don't know which order Colorado and Winnipeg are going to be. But this team is going to play on the road against a team better than them in the first round of the playoffs.
If I'm Jim Nill, I'll just be like, hey, show out tomorrow against Winnipeg. Make me think I need to make a move. I still do think they're going to make a move, but I understand what you're saying. Over the span of the last 10 games, certainly the last 6 or 7, it has not been a promising product whatsoever. But I don't know. I don't think anybody has created separation in the West, but I hear what you're saying in terms of the matchup between Colorado and Dallas. You do not want to see that. But I also don't think you look at Colorado as undisputably the best team in the West. They might say, oh, I want to stay away from Winnipeg or whatever. So that's an interesting dynamic right there.
Yeah, I guess that is that, and I guess does what happened with Boston last year kind of leave you to, oh yeah, whenever the playoffs happen, just weird crap happens in hockey playoffs.
And that is true. I'm okay with just being first and not clearly setting any kind of record. I don't need them to break off 21 straight.
Their expectation was too huge, and they did not live up to it by any means by the time they got to the playoffs. But their expectation was they should sweep everybody along the way, and then they obviously fell apart on that run. But with the Stars, I kind of still do like that mentality of be on the rise. And maybe this wouldn't be too soon of a time to get hot. Maybe you wait until a little bit later. Maybe you can, if you can, but setting yourself up for a great position. And the playoffs is always at the forefront. But Kevin, the damn Rangers looked like they were falling apart at the end of the season and then went on a run and won the World Series.
That's true.
So I'll never – now,
That's
every
true.
time,
that has really warped my perception of momentum going into the playoffs. Here's something for
when they lost to Houston, I think it was 39-4 or 39-3 in that 3-game series in early September.
I was ready to give up. I was like, well, it was a good run.
And then something for you, Mike, to just throw out there, and you might think this is wild. 2 days ago, The Athletic had their power rankings. The highest-rated Western Conference team 2 days ago was the Stars. So I realize that does not factor in last night's game, but still.
I think you guys bring up great points. One on the Rangers. Who knows? Maybe they are going to be like the Rangers and struggle down the stretch, then play their best hockey in the playoffs. That can happen. But right now, this is not inspiring at all, and I don't know how to look at it any other way than they're not good enough. And then as a general manager, you have to look at it and go, can I get good enough?
That's valid.
Yeah.
That is valid.
I understand what you're saying. In the meantime, we had another game that I was really hoping this
real quick.
Oh yeah, what do we got?
Fresh Spits and Suds is going to be up.
Previewing Winnipeg.
I believe it is up, previewing Winnipeg, and then looking at that last game.
Okay, let me ask you this then. As we preview that podcast, I want to play cut number 1. Do you think they'll say anything in that podcast like this from the Boston Bruins game?
Eberle pots the gift. Well, that's one each way on goalie boners on this trip.
I don't know what that means.
You didn't understand?
Pots the...
No, play it again. Ignore that part. Focus on the very end.
Eberle pots the gift. Well, that's one each way on goalie boners on this trip.
Oh, no.
Has that word been corrupted too much into meaning something different than what it originally was supposed to mean?
I'm very confused. What did he say? Because
he said goalie boner.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
But he meant boner
he said
in terms
borders.
of an error.
Yeah. That's why I didn't catch it.
Yeah, he did. But he meant in terms of an error.
Okay.
So has
boners.
Boners.
I thought he said borders too.
No.
Actually, I thought he was having. We've had a number of moments in broadcasting where stuff happens, and like you're like it's very delicate, but Dave Barnett had one of those moments. And in what I was hearing, Kevin, I was thinking I was hearing one of those moments, and I was like, oh, no, that's not good. But
no, that is absolutely what he meant to say.
He said a botched robbery, and we were like, what is happening? But, yeah, that moment right there. Kevin, the word
Will they avoid that in Spits and Suds podcast?
No, they're going to talk about goalie boners the whole time.
Okay.
And is it always just a goalie boner, or is there a defenseman boner too?
No, if you've ever seen a goalie in soccer, hockey, or whatever, it's never their fault.
No, the hockey goalie, they just look up and they turn around, drink water, and they're just like, whatever. These guys.
Is that where they get the term "standing on his head"?
From.
What the hell's wrong with you? It's 10:30 in the morning, for goodness sake.
Well, I don't think it's the best to play goalie while standing on your head. I feel like that would be the worst way to play goalie.
That's a good point. Do you think, this is a serious question, Mike, do you think you could score a goal if there's nobody, it was just you and the goalie?
Skate.
If it was just you and the goalie, and you could wear tennis shoes, and they were playing goaltender standing on their head?
Eventually.
Not on the first try.
I'm going to slip. I think when I pull the stick back and then follow through, I'm going to fall down. I'm on ice.
Okay. I was just checking.
What about that Mavs game?
All right, let's go to, do you want the TV or the radio call?
You call.
All right, let's go to radio because radio's the best. Cut number 3. Hey, in case you didn't know by now, the Mavs lost by, well, this unfortunate shot.
2.6 to go. Cavs out of timeout. Strus into Mobley. Back to Max. Half-court shot. Good! Good! He hit it! Cavs win! Strus hit nothing but net. Strus on the loose with the game winner.
There won't be a better game winner in the NBA this year. And unfortunately, it happened against our team. There's nothing you can do about that. First of all, he was on fire. He couldn't miss in the second half.
He was 4 for 4 in the fourth quarter before this.
And, I mean, I'll let him have that shot another 100 times, and he might make it. He'll make it one other time, I assume, on the run. With Luka wasn't in his face. Luka had to watch out. There's no way you can foul in that situation. So you just have to be like, I'm here, but I'm going to make sure I get out of his way. Like, it's almost an impossible shot to make, but he made it.
It is the second longest tracked game winner since they started tracking in 97, 98, behind only Devontae Graham a few years ago. 58.6 feet. And I do appreciate the give and go between Strus, Mobley, and then back to Strus. I thought they did that effectively in the span of 2 seconds. But
he had his momentum going towards the basket. On half-court shots or further than that, you want your momentum going towards the basket, not away or sideways.
Does that... It's different than the Stars game. In the Stars game, all night, they were getting pummeled at the net. It was a rough night for the defense. It was a rough night for Ottinger. So, that was a loss. No other way to slice it. Loss, loss, loss. This game, however, it felt like, even when they were down, it felt like the Mavs were, I don't know, not in control of the game, but they were very much in the game. And then in the fourth quarter, it felt like they took control of the game. And then the last 4 minutes were a whole different story.
They were in the game at halftime because of one person and one person only. Luka was unbelievable. First of all, the game's 24-23 at the end of one, so there's not much offense. Luka goes out for his about 5-minute rest, and the Mavericks look like the Detroit Pistons. And you're just like, crap, this game's going to get away. And then Luka came in and kind of held it at like a 12 to 15 point game for a little bit. And it was just kind of holding there. And you're like, crap, is this going to get away? And Luka's like, no, I am going to take over this game and show you why I'm the best offensive player in the world. And really nobody can compete with him as the best offensive player in the world at this point. And he gets you to down by 4 at halftime. It was unbelievable. And then in the second half, he played great. And it looked like the Mavs were going to win. And unfortunately...
And maybe went emphatically for a while
at 110-100, it looked like the Mavs were going to pull this one out and win by a decent enough margin that you didn't have to worry about the last 30 seconds. But they make a great run based off of Strus. He couldn't miss. Donovan Mitchell had a really good game. Donovan Mitchell hits one of the luckiest shots you're going to hit in under a minute, where he throws it up and it goes off the backboard for a 3, and then he celebrates like he meant to do it. And then you have it was weird, right? The Mavs are going for a trap steal, and they don't get it. And to be honest, I thought they fouled Garland. Josh Green never tied that ball up, because when it's happening in real life action, you're like, call a jump ball. And then you see the replay, and Josh Green never, ever had possession or a tie-up, so they give the timeout to Cleveland. Okay, and then they stupidly have 2 guys run to the same spot, and you get the ball. Then right before this happens, I look at our table and I go, I don't like Maxi Kleber throwing in this ball. I don't know why with 8 seconds to go. Maxi can't pass.
That was terrifying.
And he couldn't pass.
No.
But the luckiest thing happened. He makes such a bad pass that gets deflected by Mobley that 2 Cavaliers run for the ball.
Their fast break.
And Luka gets it. And Luka, now you have a 5-on-3 situation.
Yeah.
Luka makes a great pass.
That's easy for
PJ
Luka,
makes a
too.
great finish. Cleveland doesn't have timeouts, and you're like, we're going to win this game. And then he shoots the ball, and you're like, please don't go in. And it's just a perfect swish.
I yelled by myself in my hotel room because I was told that nobody was going to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, he lied to you about that.
Yeah, I don't understand what happened there, but I did yell out loud by myself, and I was like, no! And then I was like, man, I hope there's nobody around because that was a loud no.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Do you accept my
I
apology?
accept your apology, Mike.
If I would
never let it
have
go.
called you back 20 minutes later and said, you know what, I am going to go.
Probably wouldn't have gone.
Okay. That makes me feel better because I called them, I don't know, 10 minutes till the supposed tip. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to kind of hang out here for a little bit. And then about 15 minutes later, I was like, screw it. What am I going to do sitting in this hotel room?
I did run to the hotel bar and had a beer and watched some of the Mavs game on my phone there, but they had the Celtics and Sixers game on,
Yeah.
and the bartender's a huge Celtics fan, I guess, and this dude was like going nuts about KP and everything, and I just saw the clock, Kevin, and so I'll finish that story at some other point.
We're the KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at that clock awareness. Coming up next, we're live in surprise, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Could the Dodgers be this good as we prepare for Yamamoto's start here in Surprise next?
Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Always excited to talk some baseball right here. Don't forget, when the Dodgers-Rangers game gets started, is G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting, and I'm sure they can give you all of the updates as that game goes along. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey, we're covering the Texas Rangers.
Deal with it.
But, in fact, had you noticed, because they had to change a flag, because today the Rangers play at home, do you see where the American flag is, the Arizona flag, and right next to that, how big that flag is?
That thing is gigantic.
Where it's a World Series championship flag just blowing in the breeze here in Surprise, Arizona.
I love it.
That's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Because yesterday it was just a Royals flag, just a KC.
It was a little bitty Royals flag, too. Like they didn't even want to fly it.
We're
you know?
little bitty. Not us. We're big time.
Everything's bigger in Texas. than
Okay.
Arizona.
I want to talk a little bit about the Dodgers. Yesterday, after the show was over, I went back and I was watching MLB Network because Shohei's debut was on. They were playing the White Sox. And Shohei, in his third at-bat, hit an opposite field home run. The Dodgers end up winning the game. Look, winning and losing games in spring training is meaningless for the most part, especially this early, because you're pitching 7 guys in a 9-inning game right now. And the Dodgers are 5-0. But it got me thinking, I was watching that game, and they were talking about the Dodgers this year. Last year, they won 100 games. Clayton Kershaw led their staff with 24 starts. That's the most starts they had out of anybody. Bobby Miller, who was a rookie last year, was 11-4 with the 3.76 ERA in 22 starts. He got called up. Julio Urias, who I'm going to assume never pitches again in Major League Baseball. It's going to be tough because he's dealing with a pretty big domestic violence
that's
situation.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Yes.
So he's a free agent, and I don't think anybody, as much as we've talked about Trevor Bauer, Urias was going to be one of the top 3 starting pitcher free agents on the market when the season was starting last year, but he's done. Tony Gonsolin did not have a good year last year. He needs Tommy John surgery. He's out, but he had 20 starts last year, and he had almost a 5 ERA. And then they just threw some guys out there and hoped for the best. They traded for Lance Lynn. He was okay for them. Obviously, he moved on. But they won 100 games with this.
Unbelievable.
If you look at last year, their rotation, the most innings pitched they got, 131 from Kershaw, 124 from Bobby Miller, 117 from Urias. Like, that's low. Even in today's standards, you want to have at least one guy who's around 200 innings and then another guy who's at 180 and another guy who's at 180, so you're not killing your bullpen. So yet, they killed their bullpen last year, and they still went 162 on the season. What are they going to do this year?
I mean, and especially if Yamamoto is 80% of expectations? Holy crap.
So they add Yamamoto, who could be a really great pitcher, like you're saying. We don't know. He's never pitched in the major leagues, but they're saying this is one of those Yu Darvish type guys that a team is getting, that they believe he's going to come over, have immediate success, and be an all-star. The Cy Young winner, maybe too high of an expectation to compete and win the Cy Young this year, but a dude who they think is going to make the all-star team this year in the National League. They go out and they trade for Tyler Glasnow. Now, his last name, he is at times Glass now, as he can get hurt quite a bit, as Tampa Bay / Pittsburgh had to deal with his career of, this dude is phenomenal, how do we keep him healthy? That is now the Dodgers' deal, to deal with a guy who's one of the best pitchers in baseball but really struggles to stay healthy. Bobby Miller is back after having a solid 11-4 with the 3.76 ERA his rookie year.
That's a heck of a season.
How much better can he get? Walker Buehler is coming back from Tommy John surgery. I don't know how effective he's going to be, how much they're going to want to kind of limit his innings and everything, but
he was supposed to be the best of them.
He was a kid out of Vanderbilt who looked like he was on pace or track to be a Cy Young winner in his career, and unfortunately he got hurt, but he's coming back this year, so he should give you, I'm assuming, 150 innings. And then James Paxton, I've kind of, in my mind, I've given up on him. Like when it comes to, let's say, fantasy baseball, maybe at the end of the draft, I draft him just going, he's on the Dodgers and they might win 120 games this year. And then you have Clayton Kershaw, who they're hoping comes back.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the second half of the season, the Rangers have 3 guys they're hoping on that. But I started to think about the Dodgers and their lineup, which is, to me, probably the best lineup in all of baseball. Like, literally, to start off their lineup, MVP Mookie Betts, MVP Shohei Ohtani, and MVP Freddie Freeman. So they start off with 3 MVPs still all in their prime. It's not like they're done. Freddie Freeman last year had 59 doubles. So
unbelievable.
I start looking at this team and I go, could they? This is very tough to do. And I go back to 2001, and usually it doesn't work out for anybody. But you go back to, I hope I have this right off the top of my head, 116 win Seattle Mariner team.
Oh, yeah.
And I go, because, you have to start going a little bit on percentages, because obviously some of the teams they were competing with didn't play 162 games.
Yep.
They played, I believe, 144 games.
Yeah.
So, or maybe even 156. I'm sorry.
154 maybe?
Yeah. So I start looking at this and I go, how good could this Dodgers team be? Like, could they be better record-wise than the Seattle Mariners of 2001?
Okay. I'm going to ask you a serious question about that. Do they shift? I realize it's getting different from some other sports. Do they shift any parts of their regular season philosophy knowing who cares? Like, they can say who cares. Most other teams can't say who cares, but they can say more who cares than others because they're like, we got to gear up for the playoffs. Because let's face it, they have had a whole lot of disappointing playoff appearances.
Yes, but I don't know. I hear what you're saying, because what you would do is you would say, hey, Walker Buehler's throwing 4 starts in a row every 5th day. Let's just skip them a rotation spot. It doesn't mean we're going to lose, but I look at Mookie Betts as usually a healthy player throughout his career. Same with Freddie Freeman. Shohei Ohtani, the only time he ever gets hurt is pitching. He never gets hurt playing. He never gets hurt hitting or running the bases. He's a pretty healthy guy when it comes to being a designated hitter. So I start looking at it and go, yes, to your point. How much do they, and baby is the wrong word, but I'm going to use that right now. That's the only term that's coming to my head. How much do they baby Tyler Glasnow, knowing that he's been an injured guy? Yamamoto, for the first time in his life, is going to pitch every 5th day. It's a different schedule in Japan where you're pretty much like the Friday night starter, kind of like you see in college or high school, more than you're pitching every 5th day like in the major league. So that's the only thing. Their starting rotation was not good last year. They had the 13th best ERA as a team last year and won 100 games. What if that is, like, I'm not saying the best. What if it's the 5th best ERA in baseball?
I get what you're saying.
What could this team be or do?
With Glasnow, he comes from Tampa, where analytics is very strong.
Yeah, same with
and
Dodgers.
Dave Roberts is very strong when it comes, like, when he goes. I mean, he's pretty close to by the book on what the Dodgers want out of him. Now, Mike, we talk about this a lot when it comes to analytics. It will more likely, over 162, give you the best percentage opportunity to have a win, or multiple wins throughout that. But does it win an individual game where you have to manage a game? That's where I'm looking at the analytics part of it. I think their numbers should be insane. Their record should be insanely good. But then it comes down to, can Dave Roberts manage in a World Series? Can he manage in the playoffs when you have to make those other tough decisions that aren't just analytically based? And I don't know that answer.
No, and it's a great question. And I think that Dave Roberts, in a way, I think if he doesn't, and I know Shohei's not pitching an inning this year, and we have to see how a season plays out. And Dave Roberts is one of my favorite teammates of all time. He is unbelievably nice, unbelievably great, and I do think he's a solid manager. But I do think this year, to your point, if they don't win the World Series, I think they're going to let him go.
I mean, the hot seat has been.
He did win one, but it was the weird
COVID
year.
one. Yeah. Now, the hot seat, I thought last year, given how the expectations were, the inevitable Dodgers-Braves showdown, and
I think they looked at their starting pitching. Kershaw obviously had the horrible start in the playoffs off against the Diamondbacks, and then you looked at what they had left, and they're just like, we don't have much here to really pitch in the playoffs. And I think that was kind of the excuse of looking at Dave Roberts last year and going, hey, we didn't have any. Like, we had kind of past his prime, Lance Lynn, and then I'm sorry, I'm forgetting they might have pitched Bobby Miller, the rookie, in the other game. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and look, but I believe Lance Lynn started one of the playoff starts. So I do think this year, though, you look at this lineup, you look at this starting rotation to start the year off, hoping to get Kershaw back in the second half, and I go, I think they've been so good for so long, but with only one championship, I just wonder if this is the year where it is a do or die for Dave Roberts. But I'm also wondering, could this team win more than 116 games?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, an early look at what the opening day roster might be for the Rangers. Plus, we will talk with Jack Leiter and see how that led to potentially a Big Lebowski reference. All of it coming at you next, live from
powered by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise. Thank you very much to the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and of course, our presenting sponsor, not yet, our presenting sponsor, Sonic.
Good.
For making all of this happen. Thank you guys very, very much. Now, I wanted to...
I just didn't, but I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I was in the windows, too. I was in the windows.
I was
and
watching
Sonic.
you. It sounded good.
Yeah.
We're going to talk with Jack Leiter in just a few minutes, but before we get to that...
On the Blue Chew hard
on
seat?
It's hot seat.
That's what I meant.
I did not get confirmation from the advertisers that they wanted to change it to the Blue Chew hard seat. I have not been able to confirm that. So Evan Grant put out his updated roster projections for the Rangers.
Okay.
But the interesting tweak on this is the optimistic edition of the roster. And what that specifically means is let's immediately go to the rotation and see the fallout from there. Rotation, Nathan Eovaldi, John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dane Dunning, and Jordan Montgomery.
Hold on, what?
So,
okay.
Optimistic.
He said optimistic.
Optimistic.
Why would he be your fifth, though? I feel like he would be...
Oh, no, I just read it that way for dramatic effect.
But
no, I read it that way for
like
dramatic
I said
effect.
yesterday, at this point,
He won't be ready.
February 28th, he will not be ready.
Yep.
For your opening day roster. Like, you will have to either put him on the injured list or something, because he's not going to have enough time. Neither will Blake Snell to start the season in your 5-man rotation, unless you want to start him 3 innings. If you're okay with his first start being the 5th game.
I don't know.
Like, hey, he's just going to throw 3 innings this time and 4 innings next time. Maybe you're cool with that.
Especially with Bradford being stretched out.
Yeah,
that
so
might be the way they go.
I guess I should preference it. You won't have it won't be a normal start.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would
I like that rotation, though, man. The optimistic rotation. I'm pretty happy with that.
Well, and one of the things he said is Boston has been talking to Montgomery, but it feels like if he wanted to be there, that deal could have already come together.
Yeah, he'd be there if he wanted to. I wonder, Kevin, I wonder if just Texas keeps calling him. You know, not like really calling him, but just emotionally. It's just like, man, I won a World Series with those guys.
And he hears the song "It Must Have Been Love," and he's like, man, maybe it's not over now.
It's not over now.
All right, and so that changes the complexion of the bullpen. So now bullpen lays out like this: Jose Leclerc, Josh Spores, David Robertson, Kirby Yates, and I feel like those are the 4 that you feel like that's definitely a done deal for now. Then it goes Brock Burke, which some people think that's a done deal, too.
I think he's going to be on the team, yeah.
Then Cody Bradford, and then we mix it up with because remember now we shifted him down with the non-roster invitees of Chasen Shreve and Diego Castillo.
Okay.
Now,
I like Diego Castillo. I'm going to tell you, Shreve, I don't remember watching him pitch earlier in his career, but I do like, if Diego Castillo gets back to the guy he was, that could be a really solid pickup.
And then he did drop in there, because I know this is somebody that you've been talking about. If you're looking for a long shot who's made an early impression, Jesus Tinoco hit 100 miles per hour repeatedly in a 10-pitch, 3-strikeout spring debut. So the thought is, assuming Montgomery does go elsewhere, and then you shift Bradford back into the rotation, does that make it Tinoco or Duffy or Sampson that are now more likely in play?
Well, it's interesting because Jared's feeling pretty strong about Sampson.
Mm-hmm.
And he would take the place essentially of Bradford, right, if Bradford moved right into the rotation.
I saw Tinoco. He looked really good, and I will tell you this from somebody with the Rangers, they have been very impressed with the first 2 weeks, approximately, of what Tinoco's doing.
Interesting.
Now, there's still 4 more weeks to show what you have or don't have, but he has made a really nice first impression.
You chatted with him for a second. I don't know if you chatted with him long enough to gather. Does he have a good head on his shoulders? I don't know what you. Was it long enough to
Obviously,
get that?
I'm a media guy. His English is his second language.
Okay, all right.
So it wasn't the best conversation to get a feel. I went over there because he gave up the home run to Aaron Judge. I want to introduce myself, tell him he did great yesterday. That was the day I went to the backfields and just say, hey, just, I know how you feel. I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds, and we talked for a minute, but it was not like it was broken. I'm used to it. I played baseball for 13 years, but when you're a teammate, broken English is cool because you're teammates and you know where each one is going and who you are. But when he's like, I don't know who you are, like it's not like an engaging conversation.
I can't wait to talk to Mike Bassick. I will say this clubhouse, Kevin, we've been bouncing around a lot in this clubhouse this year. There have been a lot of guys that are like, yes, I'm ready to talk. They're excited about it. So that has been one of those things. We're just trying to get to know everybody while we're out here.
I didn't get a chance to hear the interview, but since you mentioned broken English, have you heard about my favorite exchange thus far of all of spring training?
No.
Is Jared Sandler told Eric Chiafalo that he should go talk to Mark Church, who, if you're not familiar, he was born in Atlanta.
Yeah, he does the barbecuing.
No, that's Meat Church.
Oh,
that's
gotcha.
Meat Church.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought you were talking about the dude who did a Cowboys halftime show during Thanksgiving.
Eric Church.
I would not have gotten that. Mark Church, to which Eric Chiafalo responded, does he speak English?
Dude, that's a good question. It's a good question.
Is it?
You never know
what
question. Pass are.
That's a good question.
I love Eric, dude. That guy, he's hustling out here, man.
All right.
He lost his running buddy, Wolf to a baby. And so he's out here doing the best he can right now, and I'm proud of him.
Now, catcher, no surprise, Chaim Kisner. Let's go to the infield. Nathaniel Lowe, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Josh Young, Ezekiel Duran, and Josh Smith.
Okay.
Seem perhaps perplexed.
Where
there.
does he put Justin Foscue? Is he saying he's not on the team, or is he just saying he's a DH? Because if he's going to play defense, it will be in the infield.
Well, let's continue on, because maybe you'll be surprised about how this is going to play out. And then we get to the outfield with 5 outfielders consisting of Evan Carter, Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia, Travis Jankowski, and Wyatt Langford. At which point, and this is telling right here, because we're really plugged in with the team, but obviously Evan Grant is very plugged in with the team as well, is he said with Langford, he is starting to feel like it's more realistic than optimistic that Langford breaks camp with this club, which I feel like I've been on that track.
So Boch is going to have to do tomorrow. Obviously, there's a lot more media that he had to do today because of the Dodgers game. And tomorrow they play the Brewers. There will be less hype on that game because the Brewers aren't bringing over Yamamoto to pitch. When do you care about results in spring training? I think they could care less if Marcus Semien, I know he hit a home run yesterday, but if Marcus Semien went 4 for 50 in his at bats, they're like, so what? He's batting first. Or he's batting, maybe he's batting second because Evan Carter's leading off or something.
Hit the bench, kid.
But so what? I don't care. But with Wyatt Langford, it's not even March yet. They're just watching him at bat. I talked to Michael Young today about I didn't talk specifically about Wyatt Langford, but I was asking Michael Young about, hey, what are you looking for when somebody's taking batting practice? Because who cares? And he pretty much said, I could care less when a guy's pulling the ball for home runs in batting practice. He's looking for good backspin. He's looking for using all of the field. He's looking for if there's pop to dead center field. And the guy's kind of, when he sees the ball and it's even batting practice, but he's taking the ball into the gaps. He's like, it's not perfect. It's batting practice. Anybody, he was kind of saying, and he's like, if I take batting practice right now, I'm going to look good in batting practice, and I'm 40-something years old. But I was wondering, when he's watching a guy like Wyatt Langford or Sebastian Walcott or something like that, what is he looking for in batting practice that you can see? And then I talked about, when I'm watching a bullpen, this is what I'm watching. I'm not just trying to see how hard a guy throws. I'm trying to look at certain things. And so I was wondering from his perspective, what is he looking for in batting practice?
The other thing, too, is when fielding practice. Obviously, if a guy's just, booting them and muffing them all over the place, that's a problem. But those are consistent things that kind of know what's about to happen. I guess you're trying to see more of how they respond and react in the outfield whenever, line drives are going at them that are spinning directions they don't expect.
And I know you threw this out there, and it's not ideal, and we're just going off of something that Evan Grant is hypothesizing, and we've kind of discussed is he thinks that it's Foscue versus Wyatt Langford for the DH spot. And I know you've thrown out there is maybe that is not the preferred avenue. I wonder if it would be any different if he was your starting DH every single day. I know you're still not engaged in the field yet, but I imagine he would still get some spells in the outfield. And so we still have 4 weeks. There's still a lot of time to go, but Foscue not projected on this roster, at which point you definitely have to make or maybe have some hard conversations about you have a future in Major League Baseball. It just might not be here.
Yeah, it could end up being the Willie Calhoun situation.
I could see that.
I think that I have not met Justin Foscue yet. I've asked to interview him to get a feel for him, but Willie Calhoun ran a little bit emotional on the Texas Rangers when they would have to make a tough decision.
Yeah, we saw it.
You guys talked to him the day that he got sent down to AAA, and them just saying, we still like you. It's just that we don't have a spot for you to start the season right now. The other thing, too, is you never know who's going to be healthy and not healthy at the end of this. But I hope that he would handle it well. He is a first-round pick. He got, approximately $3 million would be my guess from the Texas Rangers. They want Justin Foscue either to be successful here or be successful enough that they can use him to get something that they need. So, this is going to be interesting. The Rangers have real depth. Even the Rangers in 2010, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting everybody, like Herman was like their best backup infielder or something, and you're just like, dude, when we need bench help throughout this season, you're like, this is an unbelievable 9 guys in your lineup. But I don't really like the 3 guys that have to fill in on those days that people need off. And then when you got to the playoffs, if you needed a pinch runner in the, let's just say, the 7th inning for Mike Napoli, you're like, oh, so what are we bringing in after him? Because there is still 2 or 3 more innings of play, and you're just like, dang, this doesn't feel good. Where the Rangers, this team, the depth is so deep that Justin Foscue would make at least 15 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball, and he might not make your team.
Now, I want to throw it right here. We're going to go to Jack Leiter, and I want you to listen for a few things. Where I committed an interview faux pas, and then was I justified, and then perhaps the connection to the Big Lebowski.
We got our buddy Jack Leiter hanging out with us again at spring training here this year. And last year you were like, I play a lot of golf. Did you? And I think you were painting. Have you added any new things to your repertoire?
No, I talked about all different things. I ended up going back and getting my degree this off season, so that took up a fair amount of my away from the field endeavors. I kicked around the idea of something like that, whether it be painting or pick up a guitar and try to learn how to play it, but I haven't gotten around to either of those things really. So
did you do online classes or did you show up in person? You're like, yeah, Jack.
Vandy's in person, so it was in person. I did do one online class through Abilene Christian and it transferred over, so that was helpful. But yeah,
if you had to write your name on a test, would you write Jack Leiter or would you write Jack Leiter number 2 pick in the draft? Because I think that'd be a funny bit. I don't know if your professors would think that's a funny bit, but
the Vanderbilt professors would not. They would not.
But you would think it's a funny bit, right?
I would enjoy that one, but some of them they're not impressed by the whole athlete thing.
We were talking to John Gray just a little bit ago, and I'm especially fascinated in spring training about what you can work on or what you can experiment with. Can you walk us through, is that something that you can do, or are you in a position with the team where you're like, no, I know what I need to do and I need to focus in just on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and hearing from my dad too, who was an established big leaguer, I think those established guys, obviously, they made the team, so they can mess around with different things and experiment a little more. I'm more, I know what I need to do, and I'm going to go out and try to execute that.
What is the difference, like right where you are mentally and what you're trying to accomplish than whenever you first got at that Rough Riders game on your first debut?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I mean, a lot has changed for the better mentally. I feel like I'm in a really good place in terms of what I need to do, my process, and my routine. So it's more just about going out and doing that, and then letting results take care of themselves instead of concerning myself with those results.
How important is the spring training development between you and the catchers, whether it's Heim, Kisner, or whoever? How important is it for them to know your flow, for you to understand how they frame and call pitches?
I would say it's important because obviously I want to get up there and contribute early and often this year, and that's an important thing because ideally the first time you're talking to and then throwing to a catcher is not in your big league debut.
Yeah. Evan Carter gets a put out for you yesterday. When a fielder does something like that, has those kind of exciting play, what does it do for a pitcher?
It's exciting. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean that was huge, and big time players make big time plays. He's a stud.
This is a hypothetical situation.
You just stepped all over me.
I'm sorry, but he's gonna love this question. This is a hypothetical question that's definitely not about Mike. If he's spent thousands of dollars in Evan Carter cards, would you say he's got a problem, or do you think he bet on the right horse?
I would say it's a good investment.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a hypothetical. Of course, hypothetical.
I love where you're going there because I still love collecting baseball cards. And last year when we interviewed you, you were talking about how you wanted to find in your free time kind of like a hobby or something. Did you find last year that kind of thing?
Mike just showed up late to this conversation. It's a really good,
He went back.
Yeah, he got his. I got that one, Mike.
But at Vanderbilt, so I mean.
Yeah. Well, if you ever do decide to learn guitar, we just lost our guitarist in my band, Electric Shrimp. So just let me know. We're still working on it a little bit, but yeah, it's.
What if it was called The Umpire Strikes Back? Would you support that as a band name?
That's creative. Yeah.
Okay.
I could get behind that.
Okay, see, we got something right here. And then I was really curious. I know y'all are all on the same team, and I understand a lot of friendships here, but whether it's Owen, Zach, Cole, or whoever, you're also competing with these people. How do you balance that dynamic? We're a team, but also we all have individual goals and egos.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely friendly. Of course, it's a friendly competition, and I think that's healthy. I think any good team I've ever been a part of, there's a friendly competition with everybody to do well and push each other, and I think that's what we have, and we all want the absolute best for each other, and it's fun to follow.
Well, I know this when I was with the Mets and your dad, he was kind of the leader of the starting pitching staff, and at the end of each month, he had a point system, and whoever finished last in points, so if you got like a complete game, it was so many points. Back then, if we were bunting and sacrifice bunted, we got a point and stuff like that. So that could be something fun to bring the guys together. Just ask your father on like, what was your point system at the end of the month on who had the best month as a starting pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that, it's fun, and obviously everybody wants to do well, and everybody wants their teammates to do well, and that's just part of the healthy competition.
I was scared to death. I called my wife that time. We were in Montreal, and I said, I might have like a $2,000 or $3,000 dinner bill, and there's nothing I can do about it because I'm the rookie and I might be getting had here, and they might be making me pay the bill at the end of the night. But luckily, that did not happen.
That's good. That's good.
Awesome.
Super fun interview right there from Jack Leiter. Now, Corey, you noticed this. I realized the faux pas. I did step on Mike's toes.
You couldn't see him, though.
I was going to ask that stupid repeat question no matter what.
And I was vindicated. And Corey, you felt like it reminded you of this scene from The Big Lebowski.
Were you listening to the dude's story, Donnie? Walter? Were you listening to the dude's story?
I was bowling.
So you have no frame of reference here, Donnie. You're like a child who wanders into the middle of a movie.
that was Mike. Hey, last year you talked about some skills in this.
I didn't know you were going to talk to Jack Leiter, and I was talking to a media person, and then I was like, "Oh, let me get over here."
You're just like a child walking into the middle of a movie
because they're doing work, and I'm part of the show, I think. And then
I don't know. What did you talk to Chris Young about? Was it the show?
is about TV.
There you go.
Mike, you're our buddy, man. We're happy you're
Absolutely.
here.
We
you
are.
asked a great question. I thought of the same question.
Oh yeah, that one. That was a good question.
That was a good job.
Thanks, man.
He went to Vanderbilt. He went back to Vanderbilt and got his degree.
He said, "Yeah, but at Vanderbilt."
Yeah, that felt like a really unnecessary shot. People are going to be Vanderbilt's the Harvard of the South. Coming up next, what was the store, restaurant, or business that closed down or mostly went away and really broke your heart? Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twitch, from the YouTubers. Next, right here, live from Surprise on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. Am I blocked? No. No, you are not. I hope that suffices as opposed to texting you back. Now, this popped up. I'm not saying they're going away.
No, you just sound like you're...
No. This popped up because I saw a story, and I can't remember the last time I've been to a Macy's, but Macy's is closing 150 of their stores.
What?
And they're having to fix some stuff because their financial outlook's just not working, so they're going to go back to the table. I get that. You go back to the table, reassess your debt, and then you attack it from a whole new way. So I started to think, what's the store, maybe it's restaurant, chain, business, whatever, that closed down or mostly went away that broke your heart? And the reason why I say mostly is because I immediately thought about Blockbuster, that I was like oddly sad, but also like, good F you guys for firing me.
Mine is pretty easy on this when you put this out. First of all, I do shop at Macy's some.
And it's nothing against that.
Yeah.
I just haven't been to a Macy's in a while.
It's Toys R Us.
Yeah.
I still can't believe Toys R Us is gone, but I'll tell you this. My boys barely played with toys when they were kind of that age. It's just they have so many video things now, and I know that they sold video games at Toys R Us, but when I would go to Toys R Us as a kid, the G.I. Joe and the Star Wars and the Transformers. And then you had the...
Did you ever do Voltron?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember having a lot of Voltron, but there were so many toys to choose from, and just going down those aisles and just thinking of what you could have or hope to have. It was just fun to look at. It was just fun to go down those Toys R Us aisles and just look at all the possibilities of the different toys that you could have. And I would go to Toys R Us as a dad and get the kids' toys there. But then when it went away, and it's just sad that there's no Toys R Us anymore.
Now, there's a lot of answers here from the 214 Steak and Ale. I miss that place greatly.
It's coming back.
Is it?
Yeah, did you not know they're like bringing like 10, 17 restaurants back?
Is it really coming back, or is this like when they brought Bennigan's back for 5 minutes?
Okay, because Bennigan's is mine.
Okay.
Bennigan's is the one that really made me sad because the Turkey O'Toole is the most amazing sandwich. But
I thought the brownie bottom pie was top notch.
I was a Cheddar's guy more than a Bennigan's guy.
Yeah, it's right here. It says it's only months away from the Steak and Ale return.
Okay, I just want to know how strong this return will be, because I remember the Bennigan's came back, and there was one in Plano, and the only time I ever went there is when I was breaking up with a girl. So I don't know if I had the most fun.
The one on 75?
Yes.
Yeah, I went to that one time too.
And from the 469, it's Toys R Us for sure. Steak and Ale, I remember though, because that's where I started my crouton-based salad that everyone thinks
There's
is
no salad
ridiculous.
in the crouton. It's a sandwich, basically. He has a deconstructed sandwich. He has bread, probably bacon bits,
Egg.
cheese, egg, and there's the ham.
Olives?
The little,
I like olives.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Black egg?
I like black olives.
That's like a muffaletta sandwich right there, essentially, is what you threw
Without
down.
the oil and
Without
vinegar?
the oil and vinegar.
All the things were from the salad bar. I contend.
That's a sandwich, dude. It's a
salad.
deconstructed sandwich is all that is. There's
Why
no
is it at the
salad
salad
mix.
bar, then?
Was there any salad mix in it?
Yeah, the croutons. They're from the salad bar. From the okay. And this one makes me a little sadder. Not just because it went away, but from the 940 Circuit City, it cost me my $70,000 a year job. All right. Now that I could definitely see why you're upset that it went away. But to your other point, Corey, from the 940, from the 469, from the 214, it is Bennigan's. And what blows my mind is it seemed like the Bennigan's was always pretty busy. And
busy.
people love it now that it's gone. Why did it go out of business?
I wonder if that movie Shenanigans, was that what it was? What was the movie?
Was it Waiting that had
I wonder
Shenanigans?
if that had any effect on like people's perspective of that place.
I don't know.
I was never impressed by Bennigan's food.
I did like the
sorry.
turkey O'Toole.
Turkey
Corey, I'm
O'Toole
with
is.
you.
I mean, I didn't go for much more than the turkey. I didn't ask for a
can I ask
steak
this?
and broccoli.
Did Applebee's come about and knock off Bennigan's?
I don't know how.
Like people.
It's ridiculously
Like I used to
bland.
I used to like Black Eyed Pea. That
Yes.
restaurant.
Yeah.
I'd
Their
get a
broccoli
chicken fried
cheese soup, I
steak
thought
and
was
stuff,
top-notch.
but I mean, I know Black Eyed Pea. If it's around, I don't know where they're around.
Bennigan's happy hour was always really awesome too. Their happy hour was very strong. Maybe that's what got them. Maybe it was too much happy hour. It always felt that way. But I understand, Mike. It was the sandwich specifically. I was going there for the honey butter mustard sandwich that they topping they had on the pretzel bun with the turkey.
Honey butter mustard. I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
Yeah, it was like a honey. It was a honey butter.
obviously,
I've heard of honey mustard, and I've heard of honey butter, obviously through like Whataburger.
Yeah.
Honey butter.
It was like
mustard.
it was a mixture of butter with honey mustard, and it was so good. And Swiss cheese. I'm not a huge Swiss cheese fan, but it was perfect on that sandwich.
Okay.
I've seen this one from the 214 and the 972, and I don't know if these exist anymore. The Fry's Electronics. Now, I know out here it's really weird because Fry's is one of the primary grocery stores.
That's Kroger out here.
Yeah. And so I remember the first time I ever went to Fry's, if y'all are familiar with this part of the Metroplex, it was bought right next to the Galaxy Theater in Dallas. And I used to go to the Galaxy Theater because at one point they had the biggest screen in Texas, and I thought that was really neat. But it was like the souped-up Best Buy, and it was like, hey, we're like Best Buy, but maybe 2 to 3 times bigger. I thought that place was amazing.
Incredible Universe was what it was before, and then
Is that what it
became
was?
Fry's.
Okay.
Because my buddies got arrested for stealing CDs from there and then selling them to us in high school.
Oh no!
But yeah, the Galaxy,
that.
the Galaxy 9, Kevin. I do remember specifically going to see episode 1 at that theater.
Yes.
And Adrian and I 2 weeks beforehand had been at that theater for some other movie. And then there were people in tents staying outside.
That's too long.
On opening night, I walked past them and bought a ticket and went into the theater. And I was like, why did y'all sleep out here for 2 weeks when you could have just done this? You could have just done what I did.
That's too much.
Black Eyed Pea. Do you ever? That one went out of business.
Yeah, no, that's.
I'm
Mike
sorry.
brought that one up.
I
That's a
mentioned
good one
that I
for
used
sure.
to like that, but I mean, another one that I don't really care that it went out of business, but I went there a lot as a kid because it's where I got all my shoes and posters and everything was Oshman's.
Oh, okay.
But that was like at malls. But I mean, it's fine because you have Foot Locker, you have Champs, you have a lot of places that replace that well. But there's nothing that replaced Toys R Us. There's no place to buy bikes and trains and video games.
That is true. And this didn't fit that spot, but what about KB Toys? Because that was another one.
Yeah, it was small.
And that was
right?
like usually, I thought of that as like in the mall, kind of. But I've seen a whole bunch of people from the 945, Fuddruckers, from the 940.
Is that gone?
I think maybe it is mostly gone. Dude, when Fuddruckers closed their Denton location, my wife and I were devastated. Their food is so good. I have to admit, I don't feel like I see.
There's one in Frisco.
Okay, I don't feel like I see that around a whole lot anymore.
It's temporarily closed.
Well,
I'll tell you, there was
there you go.
There was a place way back when. Now everybody knows Luby's, but there was one that was kind of in the Hearst, Euless, Bedford area that was all you could eat Luby's.
HEB area?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the best.
All you could eat Luby's?
All you
It's
could
called
eat
Golden
Luby's?
Corral.
I know. But
we almost went there.
I do. Listen, I don't mind a Golden Corral, okay? I do think Luby's is higher quality than Golden Corral. I'm not knocking Golden Corral. I've eaten there before, and I like Golden Corral. But an all-you-can-eat Luby's was amazing. And then they went out of business, and I thought to myself, if you'd have just made all your Luby's all-you-can-eat, you would have done a better job.
I could.
But I don't think Luby's is around. If it's around, I mean, the ones that I've seen are all done.
My grandparents, why did grandparents love cafeteria style? Because they loved Wyatt's and Ryan's.
Wyatt's. I liked Wyatt's was in
those
Duncanville.
places.
Because they could be with their people at 5 p.m. Like they knew everyone would converge on this. Corey, I'm throwing this one out just for you. It's not completely closed, but I miss Quiznos.
Okay.
Corey hates
The round
Quiznos
sandwich?
more
Isn't
than
that-
anybody
didn't they have
I've
the
ever
round?
met.
The round sandwich was like their number one or whatever.
I don't. The Sammy's. So It was whenever they started having those rats as their they were carrying the sandwiches around. I was like,
that's a
bad
horrible
marketing.
idea.
Yeah, this is bad marketing.
We have rats at our stores?
Yes, rats love our sandwiches, and I was like, no. I was in the back seat of a car, and this was in Waco. And our friend Zach Markham were driving, and y'all said, "There's Quiznos." And Kevin, I'm pretty sure I went on a 2.5 minute F-bomb rant. And we did not. Did we eat? I think we eventually ate at Quiznos anyway.
You were,
and I was not happy.
Stood
about
there
that.
like with your arms folded.
I think it's back. I think they have opened one of these, but when I was a kid, Crystal's Pizza was the place. They had a movie theater inside.
In Irving? Yes.
Yeah, and
I do remember that.
They had arcade. They had all those things, and when we would go, it was just so much fun to go. And I remember telling Adrian one night, I was like, "Hey, I want to go check this place out again." And we got there, and it was closed, and we were just like, "What?" And so Crystal's Pizza was that place. But I know they rebooted it somewhere.
And I know they kind of had something like that with Gaddy Town.
Yeah, Gaddy Town was kind of dope. Mr. Gaddy's is what it was.
No, it was Mr. Gaddy's, but the expanded version of it was Gaddy Town, and they would have like a little theater in there and everything. That was pretty cool.
Look, man, y'all can love Quiznos. That's fine.
Oh, are people pushing back again?
Same thing with like Bennigan's.
Yeah.
Bennigan's just wasn't my thing.
They had, it was, for me, it was a marketing tool that did not work for me. It made me not want them. So that was on them. So I apologize.
Oh, I did not think you'd back down like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Bold decisions from the Panthers, Tyreek Hill, and the Cowboys.
I apologize for your terrible taste in sandwiches.
God, we'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with
plays. You had the interception return for a touchdown in the middle. Now going deep to the far side. Caught. It's Hill. Touchdown. 69 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Surprise Stadium in Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training, brought to you by Sonic.
Oh, good.
As well as the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding. So appreciate all of those businesses helping us make this trip happen. We're going to talk with John Gray. I do believe probably in about 15 minutes. We might also have Dane Dunning on the show today. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
5-time Super Bowl champs.
Man, it smells good. What does that smell?
Do you want to start by talking about Tyreek Hill?
Would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he play for the Cowboys? I just want to talk Cowboys.
Okay.
You
know what? I'm gonna. You know what? No. I'm going to call your bluff, and I am prepared to talk about the Cowboys, and I bet it's going to infuriate you. The Cowboys have said no when asked, do they need to change their culture? And this is Stephen Jones. Quote, from the organization on down, we feel good about our culture. You always want to be better, I will say that. If your results aren't winning the Super Bowl, I think everybody is saying, how do you ultimately be the last guy standing? But personally, I don't think it's an issue. All right. You know what I really like is the Cowboys have done that amazing thing of where they change the argument to something you're not arguing. They're like, well, if you're not the last guy standing, you're disappointed. Okay. How often do you hear people say, I can't believe we didn't win the Super Bowl versus, hey, don't we now have one of the 5 longest runs in the NFL of not being in a conference championship game?
Mm-hmm.
All I'm even asking for now, get to the Final Four. I don't even need you to get to the Final 1. I just need you to get to the Final 4. But look, I can't say I'm surprised, but yeah, we feel good about our culture up and down. Awesome.
It could be worse.
Sure.
Like, you could definitely be Washington.
Yeah.
And I know, like,
can't say that about Detroit.
In that and you know what? What did Detroit do? They changed their culture completely.
They did.
Their culture was miserable. It was Washington for a long time, where you're just like, they're clumsy in there. And guys, we saw a miserable culture in Dallas for a long time. We've seen 5 and 11 seasons that you're like, what's going on here? And they're good enough, or maybe just taking advantage of a poor division at the moment. Because do you think the division's been poor, even though the Giants made the playoffs? They were kind of a false good team. Washington hasn't been good.
That's a good way to put it.
You kind of knew you could get away with wins there, and I really, honestly, don't think the Eagles are as good as a lot of people want to give them credit for in a lot of respects. But they still have ways to get better. They maybe even taken advantage of a good division, but they haven't been able to take, or a bad division. They haven't been able to take advantage of a bad conference, though, where it's basically just San Francisco that's out there.
I think what's interesting is I was watching ESPN this morning, and I don't know who they have on. Like, I know Louis Riddick was on there. He didn't make this point as some white dude who I guess talks to owners. And they were talking about the Dallas Cowboys, and I thought this was interesting. And, you sometimes don't think of it this way, but he said, do you know most owners are really jealous of the Dallas Cowboys and the Joneses because that's what they want. They want that fame. They want that exposure because they're making so much money. So in Jerry's world, Jerry doesn't know like who common people are. He knows who super rich people are. He hangs out with the super rich. And the super rich people are jealous of his organization going, you have the perfect organization. Winning and losing doesn't matter. And so the people that he's competing against in a way and the people that he hangs around, they think Jerry has it figured out, and they desperately want Jerry's situation where the games don't matter.
Yeah,
winning and losing doesn't matter. You guys have all the money, you have all the fame, you get all the women you want. It's like that's what they want.
The Patriots became a big deal because they won all the Super Bowls.
Yeah, Kansas City's only a big deal because they're winning now.
If they weren't winning, nobody would care. And the Cowboys seem to continue to circumvent that. So
I think, man, Dawson made a really salient point yesterday whenever he said, you are a good team, but then every month you have a bonehead moment that makes us go, you're not.
Yeah.
And that's where that's where I have those. Somebody argued earlier about Dak wasn't the problem in the loss in the playoffs, and I was like, he was part of it. If you can't see that he was part of it, what are we doing here? And that's where I feel like when you have, how many games did we have on the schedule last year? 4? That we were like, hey, these are big games. The rest of them, you're like, okay, you should be able to beat these teams. And then Arizona, that's a weird one. But then you have those other ones where you're like, man, Buffalo, this is a good time to put your stamp on it. And these are moments. This Miami game, a good time to stand up and say that you're here, and they don't. And that's where I get frustrated. I'm like, Dak's not the difference in those games.
Yeah,
he's not the one that goes, oh, well, you know what? This thing isn't for real today. I'll pull us out of it. Don't worry about it, guys. I got it. And then everybody's like, oh, crap, I actually believe that Dak can do this. And he needs more of those moments, those opportunities where he does deliver on those so the team can believe it. But Kevin, those are the things that I think it frustrates. As you get to the playoffs, you're just like, it's just going to be the same thing because I saw it just a couple days ago, and it's inexcusable, and you can't argue against it.
Now, this is no doubt a joyous day for Mr. Mike Bassick.
Tell me.
As the Kansas City Chiefs are, in fact, releasing Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which will save the Chiefs $12 million.
Okay. I mean, he was a very inconsistent wide receiver. Luckily, the big play where, he kind of falls on his back and cradles the ball.
Yes.
That was a huge catch in Kansas City's run to winning another Super Bowl. It's going to be really interesting because Sky Moore was the talk of the draft 2 years ago, and 2 years into his career, he looks like he can't play in this league. Like, he's not good enough. They draft Rice out of SMU. He looks like a future number 2 receiver. Maybe he'll turn out to be a number 1, but really, he looks like one of those good number 2 receivers in this league. But everybody else really struggled on their team at the wide receiver position, and they still won the championship. And I do think they're looking at it going, obviously they'll get rid of the kid Tony, who's just, he can't play in this league. He's not smart enough to understand how football works. So I look at it and go, this is going to be an interesting offseason. They won the championship and know their biggest weakness is their wide receiver core.
Now, we tease the Tyreek Hill story. The accusation goes like this. Sophie Hall, who is described as a plus-size influencer. She has more than 2 million followers on Instagram. She has filed a lawsuit saying that Tyreek Hill got angry at her during a blocking drill because she was invited to an offensive line blocking drill after watching Hill train in his backyard on June 28th of last year. On the first rep of this blocking drill, the allegation from Hall is that she managed to push Tyreek Hill backward. And because of that, it drew laughter from a bunch of people who were watching, including Hill's trainer. And so Hall says that Tyreek Hill was embarrassed and angry, and then he insisted they do the drill in the opposite positions. And the third rep and fourth rep, he charged at her violently and, quote, with great force, leaving her in excruciating pain and a fracture in her right leg. So she was like, hey, this is supposed to be a fun thing. He got embarrassed. He took it too far, and I had to get 2 screws in my leg because he got embarrassed. So the accusation goes by the plus-size model against Tyreek Hill.
Did she sign any waivers or anything before that?
I would feel like if you did, that would hurt.
No, and Kevin,
Maybe hurt your
the only
case.
reason I asked that, here's the real reason I asked that is we have had some wild and dumb ideas about things we would like our professional sports teams to allow us to do. And our professional sports teams are like, hey, we think those are funny. But we do need to protect both ourselves and even our boss is like, look, Kevin, please wear a helmet while you get tackled by Jesse Holly. And you were like, whatever, boss. And if you had gotten hurt,
thought about it for a minute.
So the protection is he's always thinking. Gavin Spittle, I will all give him credit. He's always thinking about protecting that part of it, right? Like the company can't get screwed because you guys are wild idiots. But I feel like that's the thing where, hey, go into that with some clauses here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I guess she did think it was just going to be all in fun. So
I'm going to quick hit a couple of these, but maybe we can talk about it more tomorrow. Is they've got the NFL Players Association report card where players graded owners, coaches, teams on working conditions. Number 1 working condition team, the Dolphins. Number 32, the Commanders. Number 1 coach, Andy Reid. Number 32 coach, Josh McDaniels. But this one is interesting to me. Number 1 owner, Stephen Ross. Number 32 owner, Clark Hunt. And one of the things it says is facility investment was a big part of owner grades. And so players do not like the investment that's gone into the Kansas City facilities. I'm sure they love winning Super Bowls, but he got rated dead last for that.
I mean, it is an old facility. They've, like the Royals, we're out here with the Royals. They're building a new facility in downtown Kansas City. I'm wondering that the Royals are leaving, and it's going to take some time for them to build their new stadium, 3 to 4 years, but I wonder what that does for the Chiefs and going, should we build a new stadium now in Kansas City, which I would think with their weather, you'd want a retractable roof. There's going to be a lot of days you want to play outdoor football, but when it is negative 24-degree wind chill or whatever it was that game against Miami, that you have the ability to make that an indoor game.
do we just believe that, like, in our minds, that Mahomes, it was so cold that that's why Mahomes' helmet broke, or do you think that it was more that?
I do think it's. I do think that's because he's wearing the same helmet that the Dallas Cowboys wear. I don't think there's any difference. I do think the plastic or whatever was that freezing cold that it was brittle.
It's still like one of the wildest stories from that playoff section.
Couple more quick notes for you. The Vikings GM has said, no, we are not trading Justin Jefferson. And the competition committee
they got Kirk Cousins. I mean, that's
not
time.
yet. The competition committee wants to ban hip drop tackles, but they're still working on a precise rule because the word that they're putting out there is the NFL executive vice president said the injury rate on hip drop tackles is about 20 times greater than on other tackles, but they're trying to specifically figure out what that rule would look like. And so while they want to put a rule in place, what exactly is that going to look like still to be determined. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you want to talk with John Gray?
Let's do it.
Right here on your home of the Rangers, the world champion Rangers, as we're live from spring training on 105.3 The Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're having to switch it up just a little bit on the fly. It looks like now we will talk with Dane Dunning in just a few minutes, but we're still going to have John Gray on later in the show as well. But before we get back into baseball and before we attack any of that, Corey, do you have potential interesting Dallas Cowboys draft news?
Yes.
You did not sell that well. Corey, do you have potential interesting NFL Cowboys draft news?
Just like we created, Kevin, absolutely. If you want the history on that, by the way, whenever we were on nights, we had a producer on our show, and we said, hey, buddy, would you mind getting this little cut from Too Tall Jones at Too Tall Jones? And it was the one where he goes, absolutely. And then he says, football's a contact sport.
Yep.
And so Kevin was like,
level.
hey, would you mind getting that and using that as a drop for our show? And so, we used to use it, and it was hilarious, and everybody used to laugh all the time. And then that producer went behind our back and went to another show. And then
my gosh.
He used that all the time, and then all of a sudden that show got credit for that drop, and I was like, that was ours. But you know what? Here we are today, Kevin.
Holy moly.
And here we are and loving doing our work here at the Fan, and it's a lot of fun here. So, yes, Kevin, absolutely. I do have some potentially interesting Cowboys information, but it comes from Nick Harris over at DallasCowboys.com. Love what those guys do over there. And he is all over draft coverage right now, and he's at the scouting combine. 9 defensive tackles they've had informal interviews with. Looks like 8 linebackers, including Edgerrin Cooper, Kevin, from A&M.
Awesome.
And then about 5
Cooper's name has gotten a lot of buzz for this team, by the way.
About 5 defensive ends are in that conversation as well. So as these guys are arriving for the scouting combine, lots of focus in that direction.
Excellent insight right there. Right now, we bring to you the man that I'm not kidding. We have been requesting all week.
Actually, for like 2 years now.
That's true. It is Dane Dunning. Afternoon, sir, or I guess good morning, depending on your time zone.
Well, thank you for having me. Appreciate it, guys.
We were talking scouting combine there, football. Are you having Florida football conversations with Wyatt Langford? Or are you having those?
Not really. So I'm kind of out of the loop now of anything Florida.
Okay.
I mean, for the most part, all my time and focus goes to my family, my wife and kids, and then if I have any spare time, obviously I go for golf or just probably not even paying attention to anything, just trying to shut my brain off.
How good are you at golf?
I've gotten better over the years. I've gotten better. I joined up at a course back home in Charlotte now, and got my handicap kind of decently low. I'm sitting about like a 7.6.
Okay.
So still got some room to work with, but I needed to go higher. That way I can get more strokes against Nate.
Could you send a message back to somebody from our morning show who insists this person, his name is Bobby, has never played golf in his life. He insists he could pick up a set of clubs, go out on the course, and shoot in the 80s the very first time.
And you can say, Bobby, you're a dumbass if you want to. That's perfectly okay.
Bobby, I would have to say that's probably not the smartest idea, considering I've known plenty of people who are the most athletic people in the world that, they can't even get off the tee box. Golf is a very technical sport, very course management type sport. And it's a lot harder than you think, and a lot of people who go out for the first time end up having that realization real quick.
Everybody we've talked to, by the way, so far, they mention you in golf. You and Nathaniel Lowe, they're always like, golf. Yeah, probably golf with those. They always bring that up. So.
Yeah. I try to get as much as I can. My wife does a great job of letting me go. We had a little deal this off season where I was able to go play as much golf as I wanted, as long as she was able to go play as much pickleball as she wanted. So we had that trade off, and I think I played way more golf than she played pickleball, but no, she's absolutely amazing for letting me do that.
Would it ever be an incentive-based system based on the season? So, for every day your ERA remains below 3.5, you have kind of free reign to, or whatever your particular goal is.
That'll be the entire season. I mean, hopefully.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was trying to set a reasonable expectation. If you want to drop it to 3 flat, I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah.
Mike is a former pitcher, and I always try to tap into his brain a little bit about conversations that are happening on the field with you guys. And last year there was a moment where I was watching Jonah Heim, and he kept doing this while you were on the mound. And I think we figured out that he was telling you to step further to him, and that would give you more length. And I was just kind of curious if you can kind of help us with that.
It's more of like, hey, keep your direction in line. So like when he's doing that, it's like, all right, work towards me, like keep my direction in line towards him, because every once in a while I'll get in a bad habit of kind of just spinning off, spraying stuff a little arm side or yanking stuff, right to left. And so it's just more of like, hey, stay through me. Like, stay through your target, finish the pitches. That's all it is.
That's great. Well, that's the stuff that I think I love to talk about with Mike, obviously, and then hear from you is those kinds of things, and then that trust with the catcher as a pitcher. That relationship's got to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah goes out there and catches. I mean, I think he caught 90% of my starts last year, so we get real comfortable of pitch sequencing, certain things like that where. He can, like, as soon as I'm a little off or, he senses it immediately. Like, hey, like, listen, like I'm seeing this, like, hey, we need to get on top of this, right? We need to get this pitch working. We need to do this. And, like, just having them or, like, just that catcher-pitcher relationship, like, it goes a long ways because then, up on the mound, there's so many things that we're thinking of, the right position to be in, what's the next pitch I should throw. And so when you start getting on that same page where it's like, hey, like, I just threw a sinker down the way here. I want to go slider off that. And instead of having a shake to it, like he's on the same page, boom, slider, like sinker down the way, boom, slider. Like the flow of the game starts going so much better and you start getting a more of a comfortable groove. And so the more you work with the catcher, you learn from each other, like everything cleans up.
It sounds like Jonah Heim does a lot of really good work. Were you surprised when Major League Baseball forgot he played catcher and they did not list him in their top 10 MLB
That
catchers?
honestly, that did surprise me, especially after him winning a Gold Glove All-Star.
World Series.
Yeah, World Series. Like, I mean, everything. Like, Jonah goes in day out, puts in all the work. I mean, he sits there before every game. He's on a computer scouting report for the team. Like, how does it base off who's starting? And then we'll have a whole thing of, like, if this pitcher comes in, I can do this or that. And, like, he goes so in-depth with it, and he's so smart behind the plate. It did surprise me a lot.
To start your career with the Texas Rangers, I know you pitched a little bit for the White Sox, but you would have an issue in the first inning, and you don't have that issue anymore. Like, you're able to start that game and get a 0 on the board now, pretty consistent. What was something that you did, whether it was in the bullpen or mentally, to have your game be a good start when that first inning would go?
The biggest thing was Mike Maddox helped me out a ton, and I think me coming out of the bullpen last year to start the season off helped me significantly. As a starter, you kind of, just in the back of your head, you don't do it on purpose, but you try to pace yourself for all those innings, right? You try to work, you try to figure yourself out. But when I was coming out of the bullpen, there's no pacing yourself or anything like that. It's go time. And so I was able to kind of take that mentality into my starts, and it helped me significantly just right from the get-go, like, hey, here's pitch one, like, hit it, go for it. Like, and it's just never wavering off that. I mean, it's that bulldog mentality of, hey, here's my craft, like, here's my stuff, like, good luck.
And now you are back into the rotation to start the 2024 season off. Are you still in the mentality that I need to have a reliever's mentality at times because it helps so much?
Oh, definitely. I mean, people like you said that I'm slotted in but there's no guarantees. I mean, we come through spring, we have so many talented pitchers in big league camp that are extremely good and will most likely be in the big leagues with us or another team. And so, like, every day when I'm in spring, like, I've had a couple conversations about that, and it's like, look, I don't feel like I have my spot guaranteed. I feel like I have to go out there and I need to grind and be able to work and be able to perfect my craft to earn that spot. Hopefully 4 or 5 years down the road, I can finally say that. But for right now, I'm grinding every day just like everyone else.
I don't know what you want to say or can say about this, but the rumblings are perhaps a variation on a splitter that we're adding to the repertoire. Are we free to discuss such things?
Yeah. I kind of let the cat out of the bag today about that, but StatCast popped up finally with the splitter. But it's more towards like Sengo's Ghost Fork.
Okay.
So I'm throwing more of like a fork ball. So it's a low spin splitter that creates a lot of depth. So like yesterday, the one I threw was, if people know any of the analytics behind pitches, it was -3 invert and 4 horizontal. So the ball just goes straight down. I started a little too high considering my last one went 47 feet. Probably bounced 2 times to the plate. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get this one in the strike zone, and recording out with it, so I was happy about that.
I'm sure you're getting feedback from your catcher on that. Are you asking hitters when you've thrown that in some sort of inner squad or batting practice? Batting practice might not be a good term for it anymore, but when you're throwing live, do you ask the hitters that you feel like that are going to give you general, like, good feedback? Hey, what did you see from this pitch? When did you see it out of my hand? When did you recognize that it was more of a fork ball than a fastball?
Yeah. I did that right from the get-go, right in my first live. And I would ask my catchers, too, how's the action, how's the shape, what do they see? But my first live was the first time that, I threw it to an actual hitter. So getting their feedback was great. I was able to do it to Evan Carter, Leote, and Langford. And they said that it had real late action. They could see it kind of knuckling a little bit just because it's such a low spin, but they don't pick it up until later, according to them. But, I mean, this whole pitch actually kind of started during the World Series. When I was playing catch, I like to tinker with all my pitches. And when I play catch, I always mess around with certain things. And, I gripped this pitch and I started throwing it, and it was actually really good. And so I was kind of like, all right, well, maybe this offseason I'll kind of play with it and see where it goes. And so after the offseason, after we won and everything, and I was able to sit down and kind of like break down, this past year. I try to do that for a couple days during the off season to break down, and then what do I need to work on. One of my weakest pitches was my changeup, which used to be one of my bread and butters, and just the velocity of my changeup got so high that it was essentially becoming ineffective at times, where I'm throwing a 91 mile an hour sinker and then I throw an 88 mile an hour changeup. The separation isn't big enough, so I wanted to work on something new to be able to create that difference. And so I started throwing that pitch in the offseason, and it actually turned out to be pretty good.
Is it irritating you that Jared's standing over your shoulder like that?
I was kind of hoping you'd say something.
I love that guy. He's the best.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
That dude puts in great work. We had a conversation about what Randy Johnson said recently about pitchers not getting to learn how good they can be by not going deeper, getting out of jams and having those moments. You had a couple of moments last year. You had some really big games where you got to go a little further, and I don't know if it's the trust from Boach or what, but they were like, no, just let's see him go do his thing. What's that feeling like?
It's great. I know. I mean, speaking from all pitchers' perspectives, and now being on both sides of things, where I was coming out of the pen, and then have to come in with traffic and trying to work out of it. Being on the starter side, obviously you want to finish your inning, right? And you come out of a game, let's say your teammates, unfortunately your runs get cashed in. It's a crappy feeling because you're out there sitting there thinking I could have gave it up or I could have got out of it. But the thing is that it's a team game. So when the coach pulls you, your job's done. You could have got him out, and then plain and simple. So I try to take that mentality when I go through. But now being on the opposite side of things, I was more frustrated when I gave up a teammate's run than when I gave up my own. It was it's just that feeling where it's that starter comes out, he's worked his butt off to get to where he was at, and then gets in a little bit of trouble. You come in, and it's like when you don't shut the door immediately, and you don't you end up giving up those runs, it's an awful feeling. You just feel bad. I feel bad for my teammate. I feel like I need to get them something or something like that, like a bottle of whiskey, hey, sorry. But no, and that's the beauty of baseball, though. It's a team sport, right? You're relying on every single person, top to bottom. You're relying on every pitcher, every starter, everything. And so, everyone derives from the best, but no pitcher has thrown a zero ERA, right? Bob Gibson has the lowest ERA of a 1.12 or 1.2 or something like that. Even he gave up runs. It's going to happen. But back to your question, where Boach was just having Boach, kind of having that old school mentality of hey, let him out there, let him work out of that. I think you learn a lot from yourself of figuring out how to get out of jams, figuring out, hey, they're letting me do this, let me grind, and it just gives you that confidence. And so going through that outing where you do get out of that jam, like, oh, you feel great.
Is there ever a negotiation on the mound anymore about whether you can stay in the game? Because obviously the game's evolved. It feels like you used to be like, no, I got another batter.
Yeah,
it feels like that has disappeared.
No, yeah, it definitely has, especially now, like, the pace of the game's so much quicker that you can't really do that. Like, Boch, as soon as he takes a step out, he's usually pointing. And then it's like, you can't be like, no, because bullpen guys coming in and stuff like that. Maybe if I'm Scherzer with 15 years of service time, it might be a little bit, but for the most part, no. It's right from the get-go. You're out of there.
I think about when you got traded for Lance Lynn and you came over here, and the team that you were with, and now the team that you're on. You can go to Max Scherzer. You can go to Jacob deGrom. You can go to Nate Eovaldi. You have Mike Maddox as your pitching coach. I mean, you have a lot of resources to ask questions to.
Definitely, yeah.
Who is, maybe give an example of something that a teammate has said to you that's really helped you out in the last year.
Well, Eovaldi is probably the biggest when it comes to that. I mean, today, for example, I threw yesterday. I didn't have a great outing yesterday. Just felt sluggish. It wasn't my best. I mean, Eovaldi was in the video room before me watching my outing. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's the type of teammate he is. He's going to go out there, he's going to watch it, and then he's going to be like, hey, listen, this is what I saw, and I think you could benefit from this. And that's where it goes a long ways of, that's where, last year's team was so great, is that everyone top to bottom was doing that. Everyone helped out each other. Everyone pulled from the same side of the rope, and it made the season a lot of fun because it wasn't just about me. Like, even though like I'm the one pitching, it was the whole team. So like Eovaldi was fantastic with that. I know. And then speaking on how you said you had the first season I was with, like we weren't a great team and stuff like that, but I learned some of my biggest moments from there, just watching like Kyle Gibson or watching Jordan pitch. Like it was like you learn so much from those losing seasons, and you learn how much you hate to lose, but you also learn things that, for me, if I came up on a team that was constantly winning and I pitched like the way I did those first 2 years, I might not have been up there. So you learn a lot about yourself. You learn what you need to change. You need to learn your routines and stuff like that. And Kyle Gibson was a huge help to me in that first year of, hey, like, you need to plan ahead. You need to do your homework. You need to do this and like get a set routine down and then go from there. And so, a lot of it is just every season it's, I've been in baseball since I was a kid, and every season I'm learning something new.
One more?
Do we have somebody standing outside that we need?
They're telling you to wrap it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Last one here. We talked a lot of pitching. Do you want to pitch against your guys, or are you like, man, good luck to all the pitchers that have to deal with that lineup?
No, I mean, definitely a little bit of both. It's definitely good luck to everyone who's pitching against our lineup for sure. But no, I mean, like, I like throwing lives against our team just because I get to see what a lot of other pitchers, don't get to see, and, be able to face people like Corey and Marcus and Nate and Adolis and stuff like that, like some of the best hitters in baseball. It's really cool. I mean, I'm not afraid to throw to anyone, and like I'll go out there and I'll throw my 90, I'll throw it inside, and we'll see what happens from there.
Well, we appreciate the time. I know you got a boogie. We would love to have you back on anytime.
Sure,
very
man.
Insightful answers. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dane Dunning. Oh, yeah, thank you. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks,
and I do believe your manager might follow you up in just a moment right here on 105.3 The Fan. So essentially, we're having our expressway right now. So we're going to shift things around. So we're not going to commercial break. We're going to do our expressway right now, and we're going to be talking with the manager for the Texas Rangers. And here he is on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But seriously, I love talking with Dane.
Dude, he's fantastic.
The insight on those answers and developing the new pitch and everything, absolutely phenomenal stuff.
He's very young in his career right now, but if he wants to do anything in media when he's done, like call games or whatever, he'll be brilliant at that.
Now, as we bring on Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan, one of the things that we're just talking about, Boch, that we loved is Dane Dunning is like, I'm not in the starting rotation. I have to earn my spot in the starting rotation. I still have a lot to prove. I'll assume you got to love that kind of attitude in spring training.
You do. It's good for the players to have that attitude because it just, reminds them that they have to continue to get better, and there's competition. Guys coming up want your job. In our game, man, you're pushing forward. You're trying to get better. You're building confidence, or you're slipping backwards. And so I love to hear that. Now it's obvious some players aren't concerned about it, but that's good for Dane. He saw last year we broke camp and he went in the bullpen. You have to love his attitude. He went down there and said, well, I'm going to be the best reliever I can. And what a job he did. He saved us with that role that he played.
I was hoping you could especially give us some great insight on the importance of spring training for the pitcher-catcher connection and what you learn, what you see in spring training.
It is important, especially with the players that are coming in here, like Knapp yesterday, but Kisner, for these guys, not just get to know their stuff, but what makes them tick, and that's to me the difference maker in a regular normal catcher versus an elite guy. Yeah, the framing's great, the blocking the balls, that's important, but just how to work with them, how to get the pace that you want, build that confidence in them, and just develop that relationship. So it's critical that these young guys. I'm talking about my catchers competing for a job here. Get to know these guys. So now there's a sense of comfort when they go in the game. They know them. They know their strengths, their weaknesses. Of course, they know the hitters that we're attacking. But that's what we try to push on these guys and mix it up on who they catch in the bullpens and everything. So when they go in the game, they have a good idea who they are and who they're catching.
You talk about personalities. I just remember hearing stories of Tim McCarver going, oh, crap, because Bob Gibson, he might need to go out there. He's like, I don't want to go out there. Bob's just going to yell at me, and I'm just going to have to get back behind the plate. Was there anybody when you caught that you're like, crap, I have to? Not that you didn't like him as a person, but you knew the intensity that they brought on the mound, and you're like, he's just going to be mad no matter what I say.
Well, a really good friend of mine was very similar, Goose Gossage. He's out there blowing smoke like a big bull, and, he wants to go. Sometimes he wouldn't even wait for the sign. He's like, a fastball's coming. So, I'd go down and try to slow him down. He goes, oh, come on. I said, Goose, just slow it down here a little bit. And he wasn't too happy about it. But, afterward, he'd go, hey, it was the right thing to do. I get it. But that's who he was. And he wanted to get the ball and go. But at times he could, get a little wild on you, so you try to reel him in, but he wasn't a fun guy to go out there and try to talk to. In fact, Nettles went out there and talked to him one time. He says, what are you doing out here? You don't know anything about pitching. They were close friends, so you're always going to have a guy or two like that really doesn't want visits. David Wells, very similar, but from the manager's side, he wasn't big on visits, so he hated intentional walks. If you told him to walk somebody, he'd look in there, so you'd have to go out there. But anyway, it's just the competitive nature of these guys.
How much do you discuss now that you're down to 4 visits in a game, that you're in the second or third inning? There's traffic. Your guy's in a little bit of trouble. That you're just like, I want to save one, or is that up to Mike Maddox on? I'm going to go out there and talk to him.
Yeah, here's how I feel about it, and I'll compare it to a postseason game. I worry about tomorrow. I'm trying to win that game. We need mound visits. I told the catcher, you need to call timeout. You see you're about to have a violation, call timeout. And Mike, he has the freedom to go out there when he wants. We get to 4. Hey, we're done. We know it, but, I don't believe in saving them. Now, when you get to the 9th inning, you get another one. So that's how we're going to look at this. And I just think it's important, at certain parts of the game, not be concerned with, well, this is our last mound visit. No, go out there and we'll worry about the next one when it comes up.
Is a catcher a therapist for the pitcher? We were kind of having that conversation in your history and the relationships you have to build. Are you like a therapist for that guy?
I think in a way, I think it's important that they think like that too. you go out there and you have 30 seconds to get him in the right frame of mind or position, to make a good pitch. So, that's why I was talking about earlier. It's so important to know what makes him tick. What works with this guy. One guy may be a kick in the tail. The other guy may be support. It may be just giving them breathers. Something like that. But he is a therapist, just like a pitching coach. And Mike's incredible when he goes out there, has his 30 seconds, to get him where he needs to be. And so Jonah is a guy that we have spent time with him. Hey, take your time, go out there and talk to him. And Jonah's getting really good at it. And, you watch the good ones. Molina, I had Buster Posey. They have a knack of knowing when to go out there, when to call that timeout, and just change the game a little bit, because momentum's a big deal. If it's going the wrong way, it's up to the catcher to try to break that up.
Well, and that's one of the things, we had a great conversations with you all year last year, but one of the things that I wanted to kind of see from the players that have been with you is, what I kept asking them, what is Boch? And Kevin is like, he's kind of like a Yoda. He's all this information and all this. I said, he's like your neighbor that knows how to fix everything. And every one of your players that I've asked so far has said, he's consistent. And that's the exact same word, Kevin. You can say every player said he's consistent. And I wonder when that started for you in your life. Was it when you were a catcher? Did that grow as you became a manager? When that's the thing that they get the most out of you.
Yeah, I'll start with this. I think it started as a player, because I played for managers who, some were really vocal, tough, as far as looking at the results of what was going on. Like if you didn't make hard contact, in the minor leagues, I had a guy, Leo Posada. He just wore me out, with anything I did wrong. And so it just made me think, when I started managing, I had a tough time playing for somebody like that. And I'll give you a quick story. Ken Caminiti, when we traded for him, I'm sure you guys remember.
Oh, yes. Oh, of course.
We got him from Houston, and we were having a conversation. He goes, well, I just have a question. If I miss a ball or boot a ball, are you a snapper? I said, what? I didn't know what he meant at first. Get upset. I said, no. I said, you saw my career, a little bit of it. I know how tough this game is. And he said, well, my last manager, I'd make a boot a ball, and he'd throw a cooler in the dugout. So just reminded me that these guys watch the manager, and I did. And my first manager was very consistent, Bill Verdon. So, I try to treat players the way I would want to be treated, is how I look at it. So I guess that's where it started. Do I always get it right? No. I've had my times and my moments in the dugout. We're all human, and, we react sometimes. But I do know, too, that the camera's on me probably when something goes wrong. So, but, I made my mistakes in there, and I feel bad. I usually will apologize too if I thought it was showing up a player. I don't believe in going through the media. I don't believe in showing it on the field. There's times I got to bring them into my office and talk about it, but I like to do things in the right way, because that's how I would want to be treated.
I know it's early in spring training, but Zach Kent, Jack Leiter, Owen White, Cole Winn, it kind of feels like they're all in the same space, or might be competing for the same types of roles. Has anyone stood out from the pack thus far, or do you like the progression you've seen for the younger pitchers?
Well, in the early part here of spring training, I like how they're progressing. I really like how Jack bounced back to second inning. Actually, the first inning, he got better as the inning went. He just looked like he got more comfortable out there. In the second inning, I really felt like he was throwing with that looseness and freedom that he needs to throw with, and which it's going to be natural. Arizona, we had a lot of fans there, and Jack, I don't think is going to be, with his bloodlines, is going to get caught up in all that. But still, when you get out there, you're getting amped up. So I thought he reeled it in and had a good inning. Zach's done a nice job, and really all of them. Now, as we get into the second, third outings, a little more evaluating. Now, okay, you've gotten the cobwebs out. You've gotten out there. So we'll look at the stuff, the competitive part of it, all those things. But these guys all can help us this year. Now, I can't tell you when. I mean, some could be breaking camp with us, but we got to have these guys ready. So that's what I try to keep in mind, whether it's a position player or a pitcher. I want to get them all the work I can out here. So, if they don't make our club and we need them during the season, then that grace period of trying to get comfortable around the guys in the big leagues, it's a lot shorter by spending some time here in a major league field and playing with these guys.
I could ask you 1,000 more questions, but my last question will be from a pitcher asking about hitters. I know there's not a perfect answer. When do you care about the results of your young hitters that you're looking at to possibly make the team?
Yeah, I try to, probably a couple weeks in this, start really bearing down on them, and a couple of reasons why. Well, first of all, there's three. One, Arizona. It's a tough place to evaluate. Sinker's not quite sinking as much, or the breaking ball. It's just easier to hit in the Cactus League, and results can fool you. You can have guys come off winter ball. Hernandez is having a great spring. He's just doing an incredible job. Well, he did play winter ball a year, so he's coming in here ready to go. But the other part is, as spring goes, pitcher stuff gets better. They get better command. They get sharper with the breaking balls and change ups and splits, whatever. So it gets a little tougher to hit. So, and the hitter, sometimes they come in, they just don't have their timing. Look at Wyatt right now, Langford. I mean, come on. We know he can hit. So, are we going to evaluate him on these 3-4? No, absolutely not. I'm going to tell him today he's still better than Willie Mays. I think he went over 22 when they called him up or something crazy like that. But I was in the big league.
It's a reasonable bar to set. I like it.
But so to your point, I just think when we get a little deeper in this is really when you'll see the guys. Last thing I'm going to add on that, I had a player last year. He couldn't have a worse spring, Jankowski. Now, I saw Jankowski, I saw Janny a lot in the National League West. And I told him, I said, I know you're a better player than this. He just had an awful swing and a lot of pressure involved, whatever. And we almost lost him because we didn't have a spot. But Leo got hurt, found a spot on him. Once he got on the team, all of a sudden we saw the Jankowski that we know. So, there's some other variables that I try to look into to maybe find out why. And so anyway, that's part of the job of the coaches and myself.
I know you guys got a ball game coming up, so thank you very much for the time, and we look forward to talking with you all week like last time.
All right, guys, good to see you, man.
Thanks very much, sir.
How about this weather?
I love it. It's freezing back in Dallas today, I guess.
Is it?
It's like 40 degrees out there.
Oh, I thought it was 90.
That was the day before.
Oh.
Texas weather will change on you.
Yeah. All right, guys, great talking with you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Bochy, the manager of your world champion Texas Rangers, right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I'm sure the people in the Metroplex can tell me about the weather if I'm off base about that. Coming up next, how about we do a little Mike Likes It right here on The Fan?
Okay.
Tired of your
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium and less than an hour before first pitch between Rangers and Dodgers. And if you missed the last 35 minutes or so and you love baseball, that's a good point. What's your deal? But also, I feel like you missed a lot. Dane Dunning, who gave amazingly insightful answers, and then everybody knows how much we love Bruce Bochy, how much the fan base loves Bruce Bochy. We had those two back-to-back. And just to make your life even better, as we present spring training brought to you by Sonic.
Sonic good.
It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. Well, man, it is so, I don't know, energy-wise, to be out here and to be with the Texas Rangers. Our energy is always high, but then I almost feel like I have to watch how many questions I ask about winning the championship last year because it's a new year.
Yeah.
You know, you want to ask, and we are asking here and there, but we also don't want to live in the past. We want to live in the now, and this is the now Texas Rangers. Last year, they won the championship. So you want to get in a question or two, but really move on to this year.
Absolutely.
And I don't know. My energy level is so high being out here. I don't want to compare it to the other team we cover because it might not be as high. But
can I just stop you right there?
Yeah.
I know you might be kind of joking. I think that is 100% fair. I'll tease you about the drive-bys on the Cowboys, but I think that's fair. You're right now getting prepped for the season of the defending world champions versus when you get prepped for the season of a team that hasn't made it to the Final Four now in 29 years. I think that's fair.
I will also add to this, Mike, being a guy that played baseball most of his childhood and into high school and everything, being around the field fires me up.
Yeah.
Just like being around a football field it's fine and everything. Being around a baseball field, there's something different. The sounds and everything that goes into it, just something special.
So we're getting ready for the Dodgers and the Rangers. Obviously, this game will be on MLB Network. It'll also be on your computer if you want to go to, I think, the MLB TV.
MLB.TV.
Situation. So you will be able to see this game. We're just setting the scene right now. You're about an hour and 25 minutes away from first pitch, approximately. There's already over 50 people, I counted. People are setting up their blankets in the outfield. I mean, you have perfect grass. And what I mean by the outfield, not the outfield that the players are playing on, but beyond the fence, there is beautiful grass to put a blankie on, to just sit on the grass if you want to, but
so there's just 50 people at least in just the outfield, not to mention already in the stands, the concourse. As you can see, there's tons.
You can feel the energy right now that this is more than just another spring training game.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, just looking to my left, I already see a good 5 or 6 Dodger fans walking into the building because this is a huge game for Dodger fans.
Did you see this morning when we came in? We have like spring training season passes, but the daily media passes, the stack looked like it was about 25 to 30.
I missed that.
And for the rest of every other day we've been here for like Royals games and stuff, there's been like, I don't know, 3 to 5.
When we showed up on Monday to pick up our credential from the Texas Rangers, they're like, well, we only have one here. That was at the gate before you can come in. So literally one person wanted to be here for a daily pass for I'm looking back at that, the Cubs and the Royals game. Today, obviously, it is going to be a packed house here. I'm excited to see it. The Rangers are putting out their best lineup that's healthy. They are having Simeon is batting first, Evan Carter is batting second, Wyatt Langford is batting third. So you will see those 3 guys in the first inning face Yamamoto if you can somehow get to a television and watch that. Look, as Bochy just said, the results, who cares? It's not even March yet, but it is going to be fun to see those matchups to start this game off.
Did that satisfy you, the question, the answer? I mean, obviously it's Bochy answering, so yeah, it's satisfying.
Yeah, but it's impossible to pay attention to whether it was the pitchers or, you're making sure that they're healthy, that you're seeing some positive signs, but you're not trying to make any type of real decision on, oh, this is too big for Wyatt. Langford can't handle this because I'm just going to example today. Let's just say he strikes out in the first inning. against Yamamoto. Well, okay, fine, he struck out. That doesn't mean he can't play at this level yet. If he hits a home run, it doesn't mean that he's ready to bat third in the major leagues to start off the year. You just have to take it all in and kind of have it in the back of your mind, but it's really not a major part at all of your decision process on if Langford makes the team or not. I know that this is a little bit of a shorter Mike likes it, and maybe I'm going to jump around a little bit here. I do want to get a little bit back into the Mavericks, and I want to make this clear on my opinion on the Mavericks last night. And I put this out in a tweet. I try not to tweet much at all anymore about games because there's too many psychos out there that are on Twitter that will then make it the absolute statement of statements. I was strongly encouraged by the Mavericks last night. Yes, they lost the game. Yes, as we talked in crosstalk, Kevin, they did have a 10-point lead with approximately 4 minutes and change to go. And it was was it a 15-3 run?
15-3.
Okay, because I knew it was 12-3, and then probably Strus hit another three-pointer.
He did. Before that last second shot that obviously everyone's caught up with, he was 4 for 4 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and he was on fire. A couple of those were open. A couple of those were contested. It seemed to not matter. He was locked in that he was going to make his three-pointer in the fourth quarter. But if the Mavericks are going to make noise in the playoffs, it's especially after losing these two games, you just start looking at the standings. It's almost impossible to get the 4 seed. Like, it's just going to be to get home field, to get home court in that first round is almost impossible. Now, to get to the 5 seed, not impossible, but you're still on the road.
Yeah.
So most likely, are you going to win every home game in the playoffs? No, the answer is no. So in these series that the Mavericks are going to play, as long as they make the real playoffs, they are going to have to win 2 out of the 4 road games that they play in these series. Whoever they play against, whatever the first round matchup is, you're going to have to figure out how to probably win game 1 or game 2, and then you're going to have to figure out how to win game 5 or game 7 to actually win a playoff series.
Do you look at, is it a complex feeling from last night of they lost and that sucks versus Cleveland has been a team that has been, I realize, like 4 games before that. But before that, they had been on freaking fire. You went on the road against a really quality opponent, and it looked like you should have had that game.
Yes, and if it comes down to playing a playoff game and you're up by 1 and the other team has to shoot a 60-footer to win, I don't even care if nobody's on the court. I will let any human being shoot a 60-footer to win the game, and I will take my chances that I'm going to win not 9 out of 10, I will win 98 out of 100 times. Like, that has about a 2% chance of going in, and I don't care who it is and how hot they've been in the game. You could let Strus do that shot just like March Madness. I think they said Christian Laettner they'd practiced that play, and he had made it like 1 out of the 20 times they had practiced the play. But against Kentucky in the 90s, he made it when it mattered. It doesn't matter that is probably a 5% chance of going in. The 5% chance worked out in the one time that you had to do that play. Yesterday, the Mavericks played really good basketball. Led by Luka on the road, it made me think this about in the playoffs. Luka's the best offensive player in the game, and I don't care what anybody tells me. It's my opinion. I don't think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes close. I don't think Steph Curry comes close. I don't think whether it's Donovan Mitchell or Jokic comes close. I'm not talking about their overall game. Jokic is the best player in basketball. Offensively, if you have a game on the line, and as long as it's not like 3 seconds to go, Luka does struggle if there's limited amount on the clock because he does not want to be rushed in his decision-making on making a great basketball decision, whether it's his shot, whether it's making the pass to P.J. Washington. I love that there was 8 seconds on the clock because I was like, this gives Luka enough time to make a good decision. If it's 4 seconds or left, Luka's probably not going to make a good decision. I already know what his decision is going to be. If he gets the ball, he's going to step back and take a three-pointer. Whether there's no other decision in his mind. He's just trying to get his steps right to take a contested step-back 3 in those situations. But let's see how they do tonight. This one's not as big of a game because you're not playing a playoff contender. You're not playing a team that would be like, hey, this is going to be a tough one. They need to win this one tonight. But then they get another chance Friday in Boston to show me that they could somehow win 50% of their road games in the playoffs. And Luka, my point is, he is so freaking good that he's unstoppable. When he's on, he's literally the most unstoppable player in the NBA. No, he doesn't do it like Jordan. He doesn't do it like Kobe. He doesn't do it like LeBron. But he does it in his way where he's literally the most unstoppable offensive player in all of the NBA. And I was encouraged by last night. I wasn't discouraged. Yes, it stunk that you lost that game.
If they lose tonight, you'll damn sure be
I'll be like, what the crap? You know, like,
crap, guys.
Toronto is not a good team. They're not horrible, but they're not a good team. Remember, they traded their 2 best players this year. So, I mean, they are in a rebuilding stage. I look at last night, and I just want to reiterate, it doesn't mean they're winning the championship. It doesn't mean they're winning in the first round. But I saw enough to say, yeah, is it going to, in the playoffs, is the Donovan Mitchell going to make a bank three-pointer and then they make a 60-footer against you and you lose on the last 6 points of the game? If that happens, crap, you lose, right, Corey?
Yeah, but Strus had the other guys on that team had some big threes, too. I know the bank three-pointer whenever the score was that tight. What did I text you, though, while you were out without me?
The swaying of it was
that
big
game
sways.
went back and forth.
It was like the boat. It was like the boat on the Six Flags where it goes up real high on that side, then you're down, and then you're up.
That was a wild one.
Those were big swings, but that can happen in today's game with the three-point shot and how many they shoot. I didn't think the Mavs played bad defense for the most part in the fourth quarter. I thought that the Cleveland Cavs were making some really good shots, and I thought they were trying to stop the Mavs. They couldn't stop the Mavs for the most part either.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where there's also an alarming number of Dodgers fans here, although I guess it is spring training.
Yeah, I told you.
It's spring training. We're in Arizona. California's right next to it.
And hey, old Matty Meat Church, he liked old Boach too, man. If you're a Ranger fan, how do you not love is it every Tuesday or Wednesday?
It's Wednesday was the promo we just did, so if that is inaccurate.
Okay, every Wednesday.
Re-record.
Yeah, I know we had them Tuesdays last year, but it seems as though perhaps we've switched days for the upcoming season. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, when is it appropriate to throw things onto the playing court / field? Also, did a murder happen in my hotel room next to the Fan?
I'm Pete Thompson. This Saturday.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it has already been a huge day out here in Surprise. We've had on Jack Leiter, Dane Dunning, Bruce Bochy. Coming up this time for real in about 20 minutes, we will talk with John Gray as we're trying to bring you as much baseball coverage as we can here in Surprise. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the vibe that we're throwing out there and giving you a taste of spring training. And right now, the man who always gives you the best of the best. It is the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that, man. And
weren't those guys on the Blue Chew hard seat?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they were on the Blue Chew hard seat, Kevin.
It's the Blue Chew hot seat for now. I hear your request. We have not cleared that with anybody in advertising yet.
And
so
when we had Josh Young yesterday, he was on the men's T clinic injury report.
Yes, he was. And that is why him and Corey Seager will not be playing in the game today. We believe Shohei just didn't travel here, even though it's like 20 minutes down.
Men's T clinic injury
He
report.
could be. But yes, and when we have John Gray on in a little bit, for now it'll still be the Blue Chew hot seat until we're told differently.
Well,
oh, look, I see the appeal.
They
I
make
do.
the pills red.
Yep. No. All right, so one thing I just tweeted out because I like to talk about my Twitter, add in the majors, since we're, at a baseball field, is I think I'm going to get a Dane Dunning jersey now. Like,
yeah,
that dude he's not Max Scherzer, and I don't know if he ever will be. He's not DeGrom. I don't know if he'll ever be that. But, that is a guy that I could absolutely root for. And he was just wonderful to talk to. And he knew exactly, he was like, man, these guys want to talk baseball. They want to talk pitching. They want to talk about kind of nerd stuff almost.
Yeah.
Not nerd numbers in that way, but he did throw out a nerd number where he was like, it went -3, 4. I was like, what is he doing right now? Does he think we know this?
I love that.
But I did love the conversation with him. And Mike, you were right. Like, we could have talked with both those guys for about 2 days, just having a conversation with them. So that was a lot of fun. And I really enjoyed it.
Are you going to get like a jersey like this? Have you seen
with the gold,
the World Championship kind of road jerseys they might wear a few times?
Describe it for the people.
It looks like a black jersey, and the letters are gold, and then the number is silver. And I'm presuming that's because they were both first and second place in our hearts, because no other team.
What if they're
can
platinum? Because isn't platinum better than gold?
Yes, according to Kevin, whenever he was having that conversation with Josh Young about the platinum.
It is. That's just the one.
Yeah. It's just according to rocks, really, right?
I mean, rocks really get to decide.
Is it the density of it? Is it the rarity of it?
Who is that question to? Us?
Yeah.
I
Or
don't
a geologist. Hey, if you're a geologist and you're not digging for dinosaurs right now, could you answer the rock question?
It's not a geologist.
Isn't that an archaeologist?
They're digging for ancient things, yes, but geologists just study rocks. They don't study dinosaurs.
They don't study fossils?
Nope. They study rocks.
Oh, so if they find a fossil, they just throw it in the trash?
They say, hey, they call it their archaeologists.
They through it.
That is not how that works.
They find a big dinosaur bone, and they just who cares?
Yeah.
Just pile drive
Toss
through that
that
thing
one.
so I can find more rocks.
They got a whole pile of them just sitting over there. But 877-881-1053. What is the jersey you're wanting to get this year? What is that one that you're looking at? And give us the color: the white, the blue, the red.
Now that you've shown me that, the blue with
that
the gold
one's amazing. It's black, Kevin. It kind of looks like a Pittsburgh Pirates
okay.
a little bit.
I'll just tell you from my perspective, it looked blue, but I definitely see. I don't know if I love that as much then because
it's really not Rangers.
It kind of looks like a Pirates jersey.
So that's one of those things that just kind of popped into my mind once we got done talking with him. I was like, God, I got to get his jersey. And then we got done talking with Boach, and I was like, I guess I got to get a Boach jersey also. So I guess, my whole closet's just going to be full of jerseys this year.
Fair.
All right, so was it last night? Texas and Texas Tech played.
Yes, that was
a blowout. Thanks a lot.
And
the game before that was really good.
Texas won 81-69. Mike, I'm sorry about your
It wasn't
Red
that
Raiders.
close. It was at one point it was 57-28 in the second half.
Midway through the second half, Texas' Brock Cunningham And this story said delivered a hard check to Darian Williams, knocking him out of bounds.
Not cool.
It wasn't a hard check. This dude ran through him. And while officials were reviewing the play, objects, including water bottles, were thrown onto the floor.
Tortillas?
I don't know about any tortillas. Security could be seen escorting a few fans out of the arena. Cunningham was ejected with a flagrant 2 foul, and Texas Tech was given an administrative technical for the fans' behavior. The announcement resulted in more objects being thrown on the court, and then Texas Tech coach Grant McCaslin got the microphone and got out there to implore the crowd to stop and is like, hey, guys, please stop. I'm sure that's kind of how it went.
That?
And Kevin, I always find it wild when the coach, I think Coach K, didn't he do that once? He got on the
This
microphone.
is not Duke basketball.
And I remember Greg Popovich getting on the thing, and he was like, we're better than this.
We're tanking for Duncan. Shut up.
Everybody shut up.
That's not what he said.
But I think it was like a few minutes it took for play to finally resume. But Kevin, that then brought about some of my some of the best moments in coaches' histories when they have taken the microphone to say something. I remember one of our principals got on the microphone and he was like, "There'll be no gang activity. We don't have any gangs here. If anything, y'all are a gang of cougars or something." And that we were the Bryan Adams Cougars. And I was like, "All right, I appreciate that."
Cougars don't work in gangs.
I don't know, man. So
How
he was
sure
like,
are you about
"You're a
that?"
gang
I'm
of
pretty
cougars."
sure
they're a cat.
They
Lions
are a cat.
work. The girl lions. The guy lion just says, "What'd you guys kill? I want it now."
The pride of lions.
Yeah.
So that's
But tigers are by themselves. Panthers are by themselves. I think a cougar's by themselves.
Jaguar usually seems like it's by itself.
Yeah, Jaguar's by itself.
Trevor Lawrence is pretty much by himself. Am I right?
That's true. Throwing the ball to the wrong
Bobcats.
team.
I've seen bobcats or wildcats, bobcats in our neighborhood, and they will be laying on fences like 3
Together?
or 4 of them together. But
they're
they
friends.
do. I do see them running around. They're friends. That being said, it threw me back, Kevin, to this time when Billy Tubbs walked out onto the court during an OU game, and his fans weren't very happy, and this is kind of how that sounded.
Mike Treps, the public address announcer, just announced that any more debris thrown on the floor will be an automatic technical foul against Oklahoma. Ed Hightower went over, just that he's over now talking with Billy Tubbs, and Tubbs is saying, all right, he'll go up and say something to the crowd, too. So now we'll turn the pot up. 4 games. 4 games this year to the coach.
Referees requested that regardless of how terrible the officiating,
It was kind of
Did he
hard to
say,
hear there, but
regardless of how terrible officiating
he
is,
said, no matter how
I
terrible
like
the
it.
officiating is, don't throw stuff out on the field. And you got to really respect a coach for going out there and trying to calm his group while also taking a shot at the officials.
Oh, my
Can he get
gosh.
fined for that? Hey, I'm trying to help you guys out right now. I can't get fined for calling y'all out for being terrible at your jobs.
Yeah, I was just trying to play to the crowd. They're going to be mad. I had to give them something. Man, that's a good move. I like it.
And then
that feels like the definition of passive aggressive.
I love, Kevin, I love what you said there, because what's one of our favorite songs, and this is actually going to be, it's been a long time since we played this.
Today is Suck.
It's the Cleveland song.
Oh, yeah.
Remember how they do like, it's Cleveland, and then like they go through and talk about how terrible their city was, and they were like, you know, the price of a home costs the same as a VHS, and it's just like you're like, wow, this is a shot. But what did they do at the end? It's Cleveland. We're not Detroit. And I was like, that is hilarious. I think that's really funny. And so this takes me back to the time where Sam Weich was coaching the Cincinnati Bengals, and the fans were throwing things out there. And I love how he tries to take control by saying, if you see anybody do this, you take care of it. Here's Sam Weich.
Will the next person that sees anybody throw anything onto this field, point them out, or get them out of here. You don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
Man.
Can you isolate that last part there, Chris Strong?
I just wanted to know, too, could we hear the whole thing one more time?
Oh, yeah.
Because the force in which he says that, it's very weird to get a group of sports fans fired up for Law and Order. But think about it. That's what he's doing right there. Play it again, because they're stoked.
Here, you don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
If you see somebody, you're like,
Dude, that bellowed too. I don't know if the stadium was just empty or that's why it echoed so much.
I think that's a time when they were still pretty good.
Okay,
they went
all
through a
right.
giant lull where they were less good.
But anyway, those are always fun cuts. If you have any more, you can text them into the show. I just always think that's a lot of fun to get into. And now I got to get into something a little more serious, guys.
Oh no! Why did you lower your voice to the way you talk in the clubhouse?
I love this hotel room.
Yes.
I really do. Last night I switched beds, and I slept like a baby last night. It was wonderful.
Because we have two queen beds in our rooms.
Yeah, we have two queen beds. So
for our individual
somebody needs a
rooms.
bed, let me know. But I was not that. But I was when I got into the room. We've all had that time where we've gotten to the bathroom in the middle of the night or whatever, and you put your hand on the wall to kind of keep your balance, and you just kind of go to the restroom, right? Have you ever had that moment, Mike, where you're just trying to?
Yeah, but
you're
there's
kind of still asleep.
There's times in those moments that I sit down
to pee.
Yeah,
is that right?
I'm tired. I don't want to miss. And I'm just like, it's just at this point easier to sit down. In fact, I got up the first night like at 2:33, and I forgot where I was at.
Oh no!
So I thought I was at home, and I'm like, where am I? So I was so tired, and then I was like, I'm up to pee, but I'm going to sit down so I don't miss, and I'm not even sure where I'm at. And I'm like, oh, the toilet's here, and I'm like. So I sat down. I don't think it's. I know that there's some sort of thing about sitting down to pee as a guy, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
No, I'm laughing at the beginning part of your story. Where am I?
Where am I? Oh, folks. All right, so
oh my gosh.
That being said, I walked into the bathroom. I just wanted to check out the whole place that we're staying in. And I look on the wall, and Carter, if you can do me this favor now, I've submitted this to Carter. Can you please put it up on the Twitch and the YouTube? Now, if you're listening on radio, unfortunately, you won't be able to see this.
You realize the conversation's now getting hijacked on the fan text with thoughts specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Is everybody against me?
No, actually not.
No,
From
yeah.
the 807, no way. Sitting down to pee, immediate man card removal. However, that's sandwiched between, from the 817, I'm with Mike from the 972. They also sit down to pee at night. And then another person said they do it when they get home from work because their legs hurt and they don't want to stand.
Okay, I get that. Whenever I've imbibed in a few drinks, I will kind of lean up against the wall to make sure I don't miss. You know, you're just putting, you know exactly where it is.
Straight shot. You don't want any angle to it.
Somebody said, Mike, this is you. Standing to pee at night is too much effort. That is fascinating.
All right, so Kevin, if you've seen this picture now, I showed you this picture. Carter, can you please post the picture back up there? As Mike, it's very difficult to point out, but right there is 1, 2, 3, 4, and a thumbprint and a part of a handprint right here. There is what appears to be a bloody hand on my wall.
What?
And I cannot figure out
I guess I already saw
that if maybe it was a murder in my room, and then they just didn't clean the wall, and that person after the murder obviously was like, you know what, I got to go to the restroom. And
you're surprisingly relaxed about that possible outcome.
Well, nobody's getting into my room except for I do. Do y'all have the
little flip?
Do y'all have the door to the other room?
Oh, no.
Y'all don't have an adjoining room?
No.
Should I do a video and just knock on the door and see if somebody answers?
Yes.
This is such a horrible Google I'm doing.
Are you Googling?
Oh, my God. What the hell?
Oh, man. The real
Murderer
life serial
of girls,
killer.
Larry.
Oh,
so
my
I believe
gosh.
there's this thing I'm watching with my wife on Apple TV.
This is your fault, Corey.
And you're talking about the handprint. And I believe there's this, I think it's Larry Hall. I think maybe it's not him.
No, that's what it said up there.
But there's a movie or a series on Apple that they have. And there's this guy, Jimmy, who needs to get the confession out of Larry. And so they send him to the worst prison because these are crazy people, obviously, murderers, and not like just, hey, they sold some drugs.
Mm-hmm.
They're bad human beings that should never be let out in society again, but they need to get this confession because his time is about to be up. They're about to overturn stuff, and they're like, we know he did it. We need a confession. But when Jimmy gets into his room, his cell, there's like a blood kind of handprint or splat on there. So now he knows the room he's taking over, most likely that dude was either killed himself or got murdered in his room because of, like what you're talking about, that handprint. There's like this little kind of blood print that he sees that they tried to clean off, but they weren't able to clean off. So he's like, what happened in my cell before I got here?
You were thinking that Mike was doing something for no reason. That was plenty of perfect. Thank you, Mike, for contributing to the segment. Now, y'all can help me figure this out. If you want to, y'all can text me or hit me up on Twitter at in the majors. Just let me know what y'all think that is. But, Kevin, we're about to get into something that I've been waiting all week to get into. There is a segment that Kevin has teased at least 3 times now. It's called The Art of Mastering a New Pitch. And every time we've gotten close to doing the segment, we've had to bump it for something else. And, Mike, when it comes to spring training and pitchers, we just heard Dane Dunning. He worked on a forkball during the offseason. He's mastering a new pitch. And I want to talk because Mike was a pitcher. He knows pitching. I have no clue what your topic is, but I am so excited about this topic, and I can't wait to do it next. I think it's going to be really good baseball talk.
Just real quick programming note. Coming up next, we'll have John Gray on the show.
And to talk about the art of mastering a new pitch, right?
The art of mastering a new pitch will have to wait until tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
All right. We're running out of days.
Tolos and Twolos and Yolos.
I think it's going to be a good
tomorrow. I am so excited that we're going to be able to talk about the art of mastering a new pitch. Y'all let Kevin know. Tweet at him and say, I want to hear that segment tomorrow.
All right. Coming up next, we'll have John Gray on. I also got a cool note for you about Eric Nadel. We'll talk about it all next. Live from Surprise on 105 through the Fan. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got John Gray coming up in just a couple of minutes, but I had a few other baseball notes for you guys that I wanted to throw out there. Is Eric Nadel, who's in the booth right next to us. He previously helped fund a scholarship at the University of North Texas. Now he has set up another broadcasting scholarship, this time at UTA. And the scholarship was going to be awarded annually to a student studying sports broadcasting. And so I know we all love Eric Nadel for his calls and his baseball knowledge, but we've talked about this. His work with NAMI North Texas and other mental health projects. And now he has at least 2 scholarships that I know of set up at Metroplex schools for broadcasting students. It's just, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say that's amazing, and I just think he is an excellent person.
I did see also Marcus Can I add this note?
Sure.
I'm not trying to trumpet or anything, but this is awesome to have.
It's going to be huge.
These, I did see that as part of Marcus Semien being awarded Man of the Year, that he was given a grant to donate to a charity of his choice, and he donated to El Cerrito's baseball youth program.
Cool.
That's where he grew up playing baseball,
That
so
is
he was
cool.
like, this is what I want to commit that to. And I think that's awesome, man, especially when you see the field. Like Mike, the kid's running in from third base. I'm pretty sure the grass is about 2 inches high off the dirt, and I was like, okay, yeah, they could definitely use that. So that was really cool.
And I didn't realize this. And Mike, I'm going to throw this out to you first, and then you can tell me if you want to talk about this another time or just maybe quick hit it right here. I guess I just don't remember this at all. Is in October, Rob Manfred said there had been discussions about lowering the maximum number of pitchers from 13 to 12 by 2025. And this is coinciding with Max Scherzer talking about how he'd love to see, pitchers take on a more marquee role, or the matchups taking up a more marquee role. What do you think about that? It's not a done deal, but just I was surprised when I heard that floated out there.
I don't remember that. I'm wondering if he wants the rosters back down to 25 so they don't have to pay somebody else a major league salary and major league service time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you remember, the rosters forever were at 25, and they've recently expanded to 26 active players. So is he trying to get another player off the team, or is he saying no, you can have more bench players? Because really, with the designated hitter, there's not much substituting happening in a major league game. Here's the 9 guys, we have a designated hitter for the pitcher, so we're rolling with these 9 games for pretty much every game. It's rare when you watch a game you're seeing a pinch hitter in the 6th or 7th inning. So it's like I don't know this. I don't think managers are going, man, I really would just like to have another position player on my team.
Yeah, no, I understand that absolutely. Some people are saying that they want to put more emphasis on the starting pitchers, and Max Scherzer, for one, is like, what does every young pitcher struggle with? Getting through that lineup the third time.
Yeah.
Well, you're never going to be able to master that if you just get pulled out of the game every single time. But he also pointed out it is a tricky deal of balancing that versus injury versus,
Yeah, and I don't want to hit this too long because I know we have John Gray coming up here, is like when we would go to the field as kids, if it was, let's say, Kansas City versus Texas, and Brett Saberhagen was pitching for Kansas City, that was a big deal. Yeah. And Brett Saberhagen's not a Hall of Famer. There's Yamamoto right there walking and getting, looks short, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. He does.
He looks little. But, you want those things back. That was a big draw. When Roger Clemens pitched for Boston, that was a big draw. And I'm not saying it was a big draw, but when Mike Witt would come in and pitch for the California Angels, like, oh, we're getting to see an all-star pitcher who could throw a complete game today. And that's gone out the window over the last decade plus. Now there's just not much of a draw. I was shocked last year early in the year when Shohei was pitching for the Angels, and there was 23,000, I'm guessing, people there, which left approximately 15 to 20,000 empty seats. And you're just like, dude, Shohei is pitching and hitting today. When are you going to see this?
And you would think, I realize they're coming off an injury, but you would think if he pans out, marquee Yamamoto versus DeGrom matchup, you'd go to the park that day, not necessarily to see Evan Carter or whoever, or they would be a backdrop. Also, amazing how many media people were tracking him with their cameras while Yamamoto is just walking down the left field sideline.
This is a big deal.
Or baseline, yeah.
I was. Like, as soon as Mike did it, I picked up my phone and took a picture right out of the press box here. But yeah, Kevin, it's lined up down the line.
This is a big deal.
Is that how you wanted that to turn out?
It's not how I wanted it to turn out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And earlier today in the clubhouse, we got to chat actually a little Yamamoto, among many other things, with John Gray right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan with John Gray. My most important question for you today, if you could hit, do you think you would also get paid $700 million like Shohei Ohtani?
If I could hit?
Yeah.
If I could hit as well as him?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, probably not.
Was he just suggesting you can't hit?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can either. I mean, I definitely got the power. I just don't know if I can string everything else together.
Interesting. And then follow-up, we're curious about etiquette in the clubhouse. If us three, because we all do our show together, if we had a choreographed dance routine, do you think that would stop people in their tracks? So they'd be like, this is why media is the worst?
I don't know. I feel like it'd be mixed. I feel like a lot of people would appreciate it. A lot of people would think it was funny.
Where would you fall?
I would think it was funny.
If you had to pick 3 people on your team to do a dance routine and you know it's going to turn out well, who would those 3 people be?
Ooh, Leody Tavares for one. Probably Mr. Duran and probably Josh Smith.
If you had to pick 3 people that it would be the worst you've ever seen in your life, who would be the 3?
Probably Seager, Heim, and I don't know who the third one would be. Maybe.
Is that because Seager lacks the rhythm, or he just wouldn't care to do so?
He just wouldn't care. The enthusiasm wouldn't be there. Yeah.
Now, I guess we need to ask some relevant baseball questions as well. I was curious, I was reading some stuff about Dane Dunning and obviously yourself to a certain extent. I was hoping you could walk us through the process, especially in spring training, of tweaking a pitch or developing a new pitch, or just really for the people who they want to know but they don't. I figure obviously you could give us great insight.
Yeah, I mean, especially this part of spring training, the first couple of weeks, we're doing live BPs, bullpens, not really like full-on games. We're starting that, but that's kind of when the time where you get to kind of use those new pitches and stuff you've been working on in the offseason. So if you want to tinker with something, I mean, now's the time to try it out.
And when you say tinker with, like, does that just mean, are you talking about grip placement, speed, how changing what angles you can get off of it?
Could be anything, really. It could be anything. It could even be a delivery, a change to your delivery, something that feels a little bit off that you don't really want to necessarily gamble on and during the season, but now's the time to find out if that works or not, and you can start to eliminate things that you like and don't. So
how much easier does that make it for like you, as opposed to somebody who probably needs to show out to make the opening day roster? Like, you're good to go. How much easier does that make the experimentation process?
A lot easier for sure. I don't know. I mean, you're not so worried about your pitching line for the day, and if you're getting ahead of every single batter or whatever, you might be trying something new. But then again, I mean, unless you had a big off season, this is probably still the only time to really try anything. So, you got to speak of times.
When you're on the mound, I see a lot of pitchers, they'll like look up at stuff. Like Leclerc, he's kind of always up there looking at something. Is there anything particular you're looking at? Do you like pick one thing, I'm going to go back to that every time, or is it just kind of like taking it all in?
I've done both, a little bit of both, but it's just a reset. It's just a reset of your mind. Sometimes I would find a flagpole in every stadium or the foul pole, things like that. Try to get the same feeling and thought in your head before you step back on the rubber. But, with the pitch clock and everything, I mean, it's a little tougher now to kind of step off and take your time and slow the game down.
Yeah.
But, I kind of wish pitchers had timeouts. I don't know.
Just like one or two?
Yeah, just like one or two.
How much would that how much would that change pitcher's ability and pitcher strategy?
I think it'd help out a lot. It usually comes down to one part in the game whenever you kind of lose or things go south for you as a pitcher. So, if you can kind of slow that one part down where you get a little sped up, then I think it'd be great.
Were you surprised at all that they dropped 20-18 with the runners on, or was that kind of anticipated?
Yeah, well, I was a little surprised by it, really. I thought it was fast enough this last year, but I mean, I don't know if we can do it, then I'm all for it. But if it's if it's that much in the way and you have to change so much, then I won't be really for it anymore. But we'll see. I haven't used it yet.
How are you doing?
Really?
Yeah. Interesting. One of the things that Bochy said is obviously last year a lot of work on it. This year, hoping pitchers can just develop kind of their internal clock. How difficult is that when they're like, here's your internal clock, now it's a little bit faster?
It's difficult because of when they start the clock. It's a lot. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late. So when you do feel, I don't really look at the clock until I feel really slow. And if I start feeling really slow, I'll take a peek, but there's sometimes where I feel fast and I'll realize I only had a second or two left. So I'm like, I know they started the clock a little bit earlier, so I'll definitely pay attention to that. But yeah, I think it's when they start it.
I know it has to be difficult because I played way back when, where if you throw 2 bad pitches in a row that you didn't execute, they'd say, hey, walk around the mound, get a breath, think about what you're doing, think about that one thing to try to correct so you can get back into a rhythm. And I know now you guys can't do that. Is the best way to do that with nobody on base, since you do have one step off, is to almost wait till the clock is almost up and then step off the rubber because you have one disengagement with that hitter on to try to get an extra 10 seconds to catch your breath and catch your thoughts?
Yeah, that's something we're going to have to utilize too. We're going to have to figure out, when's the best times for that. Definitely make the clock our friend. I think we can do that. We'll be fine.
I noticed too during the playoffs, Justin Verlander with nobody on base would look at the clock and see that it was like, let's say at 8 and 7, and then almost like be able to take a deep breath to know I still have plenty of time to start my windup. How much do you look at the clock after you've gotten the pitch in your ear and go, okay, I've looked at the clock to my left or right, and I know I still have another 5 or 6 seconds to gather myself?
Quite a bit, but usually I do it just to make sure I'm not getting in a pattern with the running game. If there's runners on, I'll make sure that I'm not just picking up at 2 seconds every time. So I'll make sure that I'm not, just repeating the same thing.
Okay, and then one of my last questions is today, Yamamoto's pitching for the Dodgers. We're excited. We're Ranger fans, but excited to see him. As a pitcher, do you care to watch other pitchers when they're making their debuts or big-time pitchers when they're pitching against your team?
Yeah, I think it's always fun to watch. It's always fun to watch what they bring. It's a really talented league, and it's really cool to see every part of the talent, I guess. There's so many guys that are so different, but it all works. And I think you can kind of be inspired to learn something from everyone.
We do an auction every year in November. It's called Peace-a-thon. We do 14 hours of radio, and Brandon Hurtado donated a class. And one of our winners, our auction winners, got to come to the class that you were at the stadium. I think Mike came out and everything too, and Sean Sharif was there. Are you now a brisket master after going to his class?
Not quite. Okay. Not quite. No, it'll probably be a while before I'm a master, but I'm better.
Yeah.
I'm better.
Did you practice after? You're like, oh man, I learned, because he gives all the tricks. He gives all his recipes and everything.
I know. Yeah, mine's not that fancy, but I gave it a shot and it was pretty good. Yeah, not as well done as his. So.
Pretty good by your standards or by objective standards?
By my standards.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to clarify on that. Now, as fans, we're enjoying defending World Series champions, but is that y'all's mindset, or are you like, nope, that was cool, that was last year, this is a whole new year, and that is irrelevant?
I think we're kind of thinking more of this is a whole new year. Like, we're trying to move on from that. Try to remember the good things, obviously, and like remembering that really brings confidence. But then again, we have a whole other season in front of us, and that doesn't do anything for this next one. So, we gotta really start at ground zero again.
I know he's recovering, but one of the things we've talked about a lot is it feels like DeGrom has a heavy presence in terms of watching pens or whatever. I was hoping you could give us any insight into that.
Yeah, he's always present. Whether he can or can't do anything. Great guy to talk to. He's always approachable. And he definitely knows his stuff. There's a lot to learn from him for sure.
I know y'all are moving on to this season, but is there one memory that you really hold on to from that whole run that you're just like, that's one, even personal or team thing that you're just like, that's the one that really sticks with me?
Probably the series in Houston. That was the best. Yeah. There wasn't a feeling like that. Just making the whole place go silent, empty out. It was really cool.
Have you seen the picture of the two people in the astronaut outfits while they're getting their asses kicked?
I haven't. No.
Oh my God. We'll We'll find it. We'll bring it up for you. But they came in full on astronaut gear, and then when it's I don't know, it felt like it was 100 to 1. They're just sitting there, and the camera keeps focusing on how sad they are in their stupid outfits and everything.
All right.
Sorry, I'm just editorializing a lot right there.
I like.
All right, I do.
I had to cut it off.
That
Kevin.
that makes me so happy. By the way, there's an interesting developing situation here. Yamamoto is warming up out of his pitching motion and throwing the ball from straightaway center field all the way to the left field line. It is astonishing to see him throw the ball that far out of his pitching motion. Side note,
he's not even crow hopping or anything.
No. It also looks like he's going to violate the pitch clock 12 times today with how long it takes to do this.
He might violate it twice each pitch. He might be 2-0, throw a pitch, and then ball 4. We're sorry, you took 45 seconds. It's just interesting when he's warming up. He really is taking his time right here. And excuse me if I just don't know this. I don't know in Japan if they have a pitch clock.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I do remember, Kevin, as a kid watching Griffey. He was in the outfield throwing from dead center wall to like home plate, and he just made it look so easy. The way he's throwing that, it looks like it's not that difficult.
And it's out of his regular pitching motion, which is what is freaking wild.
I played with certain guys that could throw from foul pole to foul pole. So just like you, and this is impressive. It's a weird thing. I've never seen anybody do this before, the way he's warming up. Which is interesting. I'd love to know, obviously I'm not going to get to interview him. I'd love to know why he's doing it and then the purpose of it and when did he start doing this, because I've watched Shohei warm up. Shohei does not do this. I've watched Yu Darvish warm up. He does not do this. So you're like, well, it's a Japanese thing that they do. I'm like, I've seen Shohei warm up before games. I've seen Yu Darvish warm up before games. They don't do that. I've seen guys, getting in long toss. One of the guys, Armando Benitez. I don't know if you guys remember him or not, but a longtime closer for multiple teams. When he was with the Mets, he could throw the ball from foul pole to foul pole, which is about 400 feet.
That is amazing.
I just get exhausted thinking about having to run from foul pole to foul pole.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
But what about a straight line? Because he wasn't throwing it. He wasn't hooking the ball around the warning track.
Fair conversation.
Coach yell at us.
Coming up next.
We just did it on the air.
Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here, live from Surprise Stadium on 105 through the Fan.
Let me tell you about
so many Texans love, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Irving baseline. He got squeezed out. Out comes Mitchell. He'll find Garland. Garland off to Strus. Strus with another. Oh, my word.
Now, that call was really underwhelming compared to the radio call. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live in Surprise. We're just a few minutes away from the start of Rangers-Dodgers, but also a few minutes away from the start of the G-Bag Nation. And thank you very much to D&M Leasing for facilitating this chit-chat. Gentlemen, sir, how is you today?
I am fantastic, boys. How are you guys doing?
Doing very well indeed. And I wanted to see if I could confirm the story that I recklessly threw on air earlier, that Jared Sandler asked you to go talk to Mark Church, and your response was, does he speak English?
I heard you recount that story, and unfortunately, you freaking nailed it, Hagee. And I'm a little bit embarrassed by it, but here's the thing about Jared. Like, Jared, when we get in that clubhouse, Jared likes to F with me a little bit. And so he'll try and set me up for failure. He did it last year. He's done it this year, where he tees up a guy that, like when I'm trying to get my one-on-ones, he'll tee up a guy that he knows can't speak English. So whenever he teed up Mark Church for me the other day or yesterday, that was just like my first initial reaction. Yeah. If I had done any inventory on Mark Church, I would have probably understood that, yes, this is an English-speaking gentleman, but I dropped the ball there, and now Jared's not going to let me live it down. He's brought it up like 3 times already.
I get it. Did you, in the 4 to 5 hours we talked about, did you come up with a functional knowledge of Japanese to ask a question to Yamamoto in his post-game presser?
I am not well versed in the Japanese language. I do think what you said, though, of just one of us being in the post-game interview and unbeknownst to everybody else, having the secret of, yes, I can speak Japanese, and unveiling that in the middle of the press conference would be legendary. I don't know who is most capable, like who would be most likely to pull this off. It's definitely not me, though, Hey, I can assure you that.
Somebody did text in earlier that on the church thing, on the church conversation, that they should have told Eric, yes, he does speak Spanish, just to see how the interview started. And like he walks up and just starts talking to him in Spanish, and he's just like, what is happening right now?
That would be awesome. And then he's like, I'm sorry, bro, I don't speak Spanish. And then you'd be like, oh.
But I was. No, he wouldn't. Eric would just flow right into.
No, I'm saying Mark Church. I think it'd be amazing if he said that to Eric. Now, I know y'all's game will be going, your show will be going. Are you hyped to see Yamamoto and talk about this game at all while y'all's show is going on?
Yes, this is really what we've been looking forward to since we got here, is getting to watch our team, because this is, I'm excited for Yamamoto, of course, and there's a ton of Dodgers fans here, but also this is the first time we get to lay eyes on our guys, and so getting to watch guys like Langford and Carter and the top of the lineup is really going to be really, really fun today. So the whole thing is going to be quite the experience. We're just going to be doing sort of a watch party of the Rangers / Yamamoto today, and hopefully we'll just have a revolving door of gentlemen from the Baseball Show of Record hopping on with us, giving great analysis and having fun with the shenanigans. So Broadus is on a mission to just be hammered all week.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
How's that been going?
Honestly, it's been going pretty well. It's been going pretty well. He seems to get better. He becomes funnier. He becomes more likable. Everything about Broadus, I think his analysis on players is even better when he's got a little buzz going.
He decided, like, hey, I'm going to go on a bender this week. Like, this is my approach, is just bender it up.
Yeah.
I like it, man.
I would like for you to explain, Eric, if you could look at the 2 bullpens right now. Yamamoto is warming up for the Dodgers, and Cody Bradford is warming up for the Rangers. Can you notice a difference in how many people are watching the pitchers warm up right now?
Yeah, on one side, on the Yamamoto side, it looks like people are gathering around like there's a tourist attraction going on, and everybody can't wait.
That's a good description.
It's like, if you didn't know any better, you're thinking they are on looking at like Niagara Falls or something.
It's
and
like they're at a
soaking
margarita bar on Cinco de Mayo. Everybody's at the bar right now.
And then Bradford, baby, not so much.
Not quite.
There's people watching.
Yeah,
that's like
just not quite as many.
There's about 20 people watching Cody Bradford warm up. There's about 400 people watching Yamamoto warm up right now. What I was surprised with, Ohtani's here.
Yeah, what a moment that was.
But he did come here to watch his
Pinch hitter?
kind of recruit pitch.
I like the idea of him pinch hitting at some point in this game.
I would love it if it was like 5-5 pinch hitting for the Dodgers.
Shohei Ohtani?
Can you imagine, like, Shohei, there's people here trying to get autographs before the game. Can you imagine? He can't do this, I bet. If Ohtani walked out of the dugout right now and started signing autographs down the third baseline, what the stampede would be to try to get his autograph.
Oh, my God.
It would include all of us, at least you, Mikey. I know for sure. We'd all get in the mix there.
I'd
That'd
push
be
little
insane.
kids out of the way.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd probably pick a kid up and just throw him.
Yeah, it's prison rules at that point,
But
dude.
why were they both so easily able to say they would push kids out of the way so fast?
We both know kids are the easiest to move.
And they're the most fun to push.
Yeah.
What?
When you start to power rank the fun
I'll
things
tell
to
you
push,
what I
kids
might
are
do.
right there.
I have a $100 bill. I'd probably give the kid a $100 bill for that autograph. I'd just be like, hey, he's not going to give an autograph to me. I'm some old, bald, white guy. Like, he wants to give autographs to kids. I wanted to give autographs to kids. Somebody looked like me. I was like, what do you need an autograph for? You know?
Yeah. Do you get it now? You're on the other side. You're like, man, I really need
I really wanted my
I'm
autograph.
a collector, man. I just need one. It's like I don't have a page of cards. If I did, I'd bring it. But
if you only check 2 of the boxes of old, bald, and white, maybe you would have a chance. But you have the trifecta. You got no shot.
Yeah, this is fun. Evan Carter's warming up. He's ready to drop a bomb for me today, so I can spend another $300 today on cards.
Kevin, how awesome would it be if those 2 baseballs we got right there, with currently Dane Dunning, Bruce Bochy, and Josh Young's autographs, if you could get Ohtani to ink one of those? Or both
Oh, my
of those.
gosh. Now it's got a comma to go with it. I would love that. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold, as always. Hagee, thank you so much for asking. It's just going to be a fun Ranger watch party, Yamamoto watch party today in the G-Bag Nation. Revolving door of you fellas and some other great guests. And my exclusive one-on-one with Brock Burke today, which I'm not very confident about. But
what do you mean?
I heard it went great.
In English?
It is. We kind of go back and forth, actually.
All right.
All right. Roll home
Gotta
with the
go back and forth in
G-Bag
English.
Nation. See if you can listen for the exact moment in Eric's interview where Brock is done talking to him. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say happy Yamamoto Day, Kevin.
Happy Yamamoto Day. I hope you lose.
This is the KNC. Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, live at an electrified Surprise Stadium here in Arizona, site of some Cactus League action and a possible World Series preview. As the man at the gate told me as we were checking in today, wait till you see how many Japanese reporters are down there. I said, all righty, look forward to seeing all the fans, all the media members, and they are collectively here. It is one of the most packed stadiums, a sold-out crowd approaching 7,000 fans is going to take this thing in. And here in about 10-15 minutes, we will see a top-of-the-order Simeon, Carter, and Wyatt Langford taking on Yamamoto. I'm feeling like some real baseball energy here in this building this afternoon, and welcome into the show. How the hell are you guys doing?
Could not be better, Dawson. This is fantastic. A beautiful day, a packed house. The Yamamoto love is real. Shohei Ohtani walking in, onto the diamond a few minutes ago drew quite the applause, and everybody's fired up. Not in the lineup today, unfortunately, but he is in the building, and just his presence, you can feel that aura. So this is a good time, man. And I've already, I got to do something that made me feel a little bit edgy.
What happened?
Sneaking in the old contraband for my teammate Brian Broaddus.
Oh no,
who's looking to get Mardi Gras hammered today. Apparently, maybe take the wireless out and mix it up with the folks in the crowd. The beer is a little bit expensive out here in the ballpark.
Okay. And so, I thought you were talking about those Delta 8 products that American Shaman delivered to us last week. Different kind of contraband this time around?
Different kind of contraband this time around. We just went ahead and we got our guy a bottle of Tito's. So Broaddus is doing the Tito's vodka with the Sprites today.
Bringing the Texas spirits.
I think we're in for quite the fun.
Could use some ice right now. I'm having that taken care of here in a moment.
Okay.
But yeah, we're off and flying. Great to be with you guys today. Beautiful day for day baseball.
Mm-hmm.
You know my love for day baseball.
And day drinking.
Yeah, and boy, a lot of Dodger fans here, but a lot of Ranger fans. I was ran into some Tolos in the concourse there. They were like, Broaddus, Cowboys, how are they going to do? And I'm like, no, I'm here for the Rangers. You talk about the Rangers. But, yeah, it is. It should be a really, really nice day of baseball and a really good day of broadcast.
The presumed National League champions, they spent so much dang money, more money than any team in the history of the sport. They deferred a ton of it so they could, get the Ohtani deal in there. That was a blessing from the baseball gods for them. And now they have assembled this team that everybody is thinking is the prohibitive favorite to go ahead and win the World Series. But here we have the champs that are not only good right now, but they have 3 good starting pitchers coming back midseason. And we're not done here with Jordan Montgomery. The longer we go, the more info comes out that it looks like he wants to come back to the Rangers, and the market might be dictating exactly that. Apparently the Rangers are the only team he's willing to do a short-term deal with.
Yeah, Eric, you described it as a pillow deal.
This is a new phrase that I've learned over the last 2 weeks or so that some people in the baseball world, I guess it's been a thing forever, but the pillow deal, it's like a 1-year deal or a very short-term deal, if you will. So I guess, Monty, he's not trying to do that. He wants to this is his final opportunity probably in his mind to secure the long-term 5-year bag of $100+ million. But if that's not going to be on the table from anybody, then he's most willing to take that short-term deal to remain with the Rangers. So I think that gives the Rangers the best opportunity to get his services once again.
That would be exceptional if the market comes back to you. I think it could happen where maybe he wants to bet on himself and prove that, no, that wasn't just a hot run. I figured stuff out here in year 5, year 6 of my career, and I'm about to light this thing on fire, and you guys will be, begging for me to do 5 years and 100 next year. That'll be the floor of what I'm looking for. Salute to the great Eric Nadel. Another scholarship named in his honor, this one at the University of Texas at Arlington. It'll be awarded annually to a student studying sports broadcasting. Said he's very happy about it when he was reached for comment, and said he never got the chance to take broadcasting classes. So he looks forward to helping provide future students with that opportunity to have a more formal education.
How about the two world champion
There he is.
broadcasters right next to us, though,
Look at
for
that.
the day? How about that?
Got the Hall of Famer in the house to call it.
Yep.
And we'll have at least one, maybe both of those fine gentlemen on after they call this game and get their thoughts on it.
Yes, we have to. I think that would be fantastic. And now we got our boys in blue out there on the field looking good, and we get the first glimpses of Jonah Heim in spring training. He's
That's special. He only caught like 50 straight games to end the year last year, right?
That's right. He's an Iron Man, much like Marcus Simeon is. But I know guys like Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim, they're kind of slow playing in this spring training. But here we go, getting to watch Jonah Heim.
That's exciting, and we'll have updates throughout the day. I think obviously the main attraction, the thing I'm most excited to see here is, Langford, Carter, Simeon getting a chance to go against Yamamoto. That's like a made-for-Sports Center moment, even though we're in here in spring training. It's kind of got like opening day vibes. It has exciting vibes, and there's a hot shot down the left field line. It's going to get in for a double, as the Dodgers have ducks on the pond here early and surprise Arizona.
Chris Taylor took an inside pitch there and kind of drove it past the inside the line on third base. So aggressive swing right there to get the Dodgers that leadoff double.
Look at a guy Wyatt Langford out there, man, in the outfield. I like the way he moved.
You can see the size from here, can't you?
You can see the size, and you can even feel it to some extent. The way he just ripped that ball over there to second base was actually pretty impressive on the move.
He's definitely built like a running back.
He is. He absolutely
pretty impressive.
is. And we're, by the way, at Krusty's Corner at 2:40 today, we're going to talk about some of these college running backs that we need to know about.
Another play for Langford here as he's coming into shallow left field along the line to make a play. Made it look easy. Instincts look pretty good there. I don't know what the critics are talking about, Chief.
Looking like a natural out there. And how about this? So you have Langford in left field. You have Evan Carter in right field, taking the place of Adolis Garcia. So just interesting to see how they deploy these guys as you try and figure out the role for a guy like Langford. When Adolis Garcia not in the lineup at the moment, you have Carter in right field and you have Langford at left, and then we got our guy Leote, who's probably going to climb the wall at some point today, rob a couple of homers there in center field. So how about Leote too? Seen him in the clubhouse, bigger than you would expect. He's known for the speed and all that kind of stuff. When you get up closer to him, my gosh, Leote a bigger dude.
Yeah, there is power in there. When he gets things lined up, he can really put a charge into that ball. Let's just go ahead and stay with this action. It's pretty cool to be here in Surprise with, a sellout crowd nearly taking this thing in. All the reporters are here. The national reporters are here because they want to see our Texas Rangers in this possible World Series preview. Seeing Bradford pretty good out there. I think if I'm Bradford right now, I'm like, man, I need to start getting some swings and misses here, make a pretty good impression on this coaching staff if I'm going to nail down this fifth spot.
I kind of felt like, and I don't know if you guys did as well with Bradford last year, whatever they asked him to do, whatever role he had to go with whether he was spot starter early in the season, reliever, long guy, close, whatever he had to do, it seemed like he took the ball and relished that opportunity. And I was super impressed by just a kind of a quiet demeanor in the way he goes about his job.
He's worked Muncy here into a 2-2 count, and he fouls that one back.
You've always wanted to be a play-by-play baseball guy. Or did you want to do basketball?
Never have. Yeah, basketball? Much more basketball.
Basketball?
Yeah. And you know what? I think if I had really gone for it, I would have had my opportunity because the guy that got it, I was way better than him. But he was just around at the right time.
Yeah.
Right time, right place. Those kind of situations happen. Another one comes back. We nearly got an opportunity to make a play on that one, boys.
I didn't flinch. That goes to show you where my emotions are right now, or my level
or maybe your BAC level is.
Yeah, it's going to get there.
Okay, let's talk about this bet payoff.
Yeah.
Okay, as Brian Broaddus has, since maybe week 15 of the NFL season, Otis a bet payoff. We've wanted Marty Broaddus, and we've gotten glimpses throughout the first two shows, but today I feel like we're going to get the full scope and breadth of this deal.
Yeah, you know what? The last couple of days, Eric, I appreciate you hanging with me and having some cold beers for day baseball, and I've really enjoyed those times, but yeah, I just made a determination that maybe the liquor is going to be a little quicker today. So we'll partake and see if we could get through this 5-hour broadcast today.
Oh man, I think Bradford just tagged old Muncy.
He did.
On the right butt cheek.
Well, I think he hit him in the hand. I think he hit him up in the hand.
Was it a
area.
hand? I thought it was a
hand, wrist area. Yeah, I think he
up and in, full count.
Yeah,
that's
ball got away from him a little bit there.
Okay, exciting.
Kind of like the day for me. It's going to get away from me probably too.
Yeah, I would think by the 4 o'clock hour at the latest.
Yeah,
this is how you know this is a big day because we have the Bloomin' Onion mascot back roaming around. Didn't do the first pitch today, but it looks like we have the Bloomin' Onion floating around. Maybe Broadus, when he's hammered, can take the wireless and go interview the Bloomin' Onion. How do you get a gig like that? What do you got to do to climb up the ranks enough to be able to be the Bloomin' Onion mascot at the at a World Series preview here in Surprise?
You know
Premium
what?
Spot.
I've kind of figured out though that mascots, they get into character and they don't talk.
Oh yeah,
they don't talk. They you can't get them to say anything to you because they're in character.
Yeah,
they're kind of like, oh no, I'm not supposed to say anything. I'm the
they can't do a
onion.
perfect voice for it.
I'm supposed to be the onion.
It would just sound weird. Yeah.
So I'm going to hold the mic, and he's going to give me that wave off with the hands. I guarantee you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a history of talking to mascots.
Yeah, you need
and
a
they
camera.
don't want to talk to you while they're in character.
They're basically mimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way you look at that.
Yeah, they don't want people walking up and asking question about dipping sauce or anything like that.
We got
don't you know what I mean?
We got one out now and two on here at Surprise Stadium. Is Bradford now is working to Austin Barnes. G-Bag Nation, I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. We do have this bet payoff that will continue and roll out throughout the afternoon. The KMC Masterpiece is here in their entirety. I believe Corey Majors is going to sit down with us and have a nice little conversation.
Yeah, all these guys are.
Cool.
They're chomping at the bit, man. Baseball Show of Records, ready to talk some Rangers baseball.
Speaking of quality broadcasters, Mike Bassick in the box, and he's going to be doing Ranger broadcasting today. Not today, but during the season, that television side of things. So, congratulations to Mike for getting that opportunity.
There is a potential double play ball, and they got him. They're out of the inning, and here we go at the in between half innings here. We're going to get this big showdown with Simeon and Carter and Langford here in just a second, boys.
Look at this, man. Foscue, maybe he can play some defense.
I think
my
so.
gosh, I thought all he could do was hit, but there he goes, starting the double play turn with Ezekiel Duran and Nathaniel Lowe. That's how you get out of an inning, Corey Bradford.
Are we going to get Rob Bradford of Odyssey's Baseball Isn't Boring podcast?
Yes, we are.
Is that coming up at 2:20?
We're going Inside Baseball coming up next.
Right on. Okay, so that sounds good. Let me just do a quick snapshot in between innings here. Mavericks undone by the half-court heave of Max Strus, 121-119. I think for all intents and purposes, you gave up 120 points, so you want your defense to be better, but I consider that kind of a dubski to go into a road environment, a playoff environment, and you were in position to win if Max Strus didn't just do something crazy on you. So I like that as far as for what you can control when it comes to this team being a contender.
Agreed. Yeah, I think there's a lot of positive takeaways from that game. It was a heartbreaking ending. It was a heck of a fun game to watch. Luka was in his bag almost like you've never seen before. And I mean, that Max Strus, for a role player, I can't remember the last time a role player got as hot as he got. That was ridiculous.
We had unruly fan behavior in Lubbock. Speaking of ridiculous, bottles thrown onto the court as the Longhorns were blowing out the Red Raiders in Big 12 hoop. Coach Grant McCaslin had to grab the mic and tell the fans to chill out.
But they're not from Cleveland?
Yeah, refs were considering taking the Longhorns players off the court at one point. It got that close, and the Longhorns coach thanked and congratulated the Tech team and coaching staff for their classy response and trying to get that thing cleaned up when they were getting blown out. He said a lot of coaches wouldn't have stopped them. Stars fall to the Avalanche 5-1. The only bright spot, Stankhoven scored again, and they will host the Jets tomorrow.
It just wasn't good from the start, Gavin. They have a difficult time dealing with the Avalanche, and so that's something. If you want to get through the West, you're going to have to deal with that. But through 3 games, the Stars just have not played very well against them.
Simeon.
All righty. The Rangers' half of the first inning is underway with Marcus Simeon, and we'll give you more highlights on that. Did Yamamoto not start?
No, he did.
He did?
That was a 95-mile-an-hour pitch there.
Right on. Well, this is cool. Man, he really has a cool delivery. And we're back with the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30, and our interview with the Odyssey Baseball Insider next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download.
Roger that, Sally.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to need get a engineer over here. Ruben, if you can, I got a little echo in my headphones, but we can fight through this. It's no problem at all. Okay, segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. We have a special guest sitting down with us live in surprise as we are watching the Rangers and Dodgers battle. They are scoreless now in the top of the second inning as the Rangers went quietly in the first. But joining us now is Rob Bradford from Odyssey's Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. He joined us during the World Series. It was great. And Rob, it is great to see you again. How you doing, brother?
Okay, it's so good to see you guys. And also, history is being made. I don't think in the history of baseball there's been a pitcher pitching with the same last name of somebody in the broadcast booth. Yes. I actually found out last year during World Series Media Day that I was related to Cody Bradford.
Okay.
And so it was real time astonishment because we both had a lot of street cred for the Pilgrims, the Governor William Bradford. Yeah, so it's good that the timing works out perfect. And like I said, it's great to see you guys.
So were you guys like chatting and being like, "Hey, who's your grandma?" And then
it was weird because we were talking about, do you get fan mail for Chad Bradford? And the other thing was, hey, like I said, in Thanksgiving, first grader, Governor William Bradford, this is all kinds of street cred. Did you get the same thing? And he said, yeah, because I am related. I'm like, well, then I guess we're related. So,
okay.
It was great.
Right on. So is this like the epicenter of baseball excitement today here, with the Rangers and Dodgers? It's very exciting for us.
The Dodgers are, you have the World Series champs. You have the Dodgers, which everyone thinks are going to be the World Series champs. And I was over at the Dodgers clubhouse yesterday. It's just a wild scene. It just is. You had Ohtani yesterday. You have Yamamoto today. And I covered the Red Sox back when Daisuke Matsuzaka came to the Red Sox in 2007. And I don't know if you'll ever see anything like that because there were less Japanese players. It wasn't quite – everything was new about it, but it was the same idea where you're building new rooms and press boxes and you're making tents for the overflow. And today they're not allowing the photographers behind home plate for the first time. Like all this stuff because of these players. But, yeah, this is a great game to be at right now.
So what do you think of these Dodgers? Should they be the prohibitive favorite that people are talking about them like that?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. But here's the thing that we've seen for the last couple postseasons that because of the way it sets up, because of the potential time off you have, the division winners don't always win. And that must set fear into the hearts of them a little bit. I enjoy the ride while you can. Why not? But still, that when you have the Diamondbacks do what they did, what the Rangers do what they did, it isn't. There is no certainties at all. But I'll say this: is that holy mackerel, how fun it is to be a Dodgers fan. It's just like with the Rangers fan, with Simeon and Seager and Eovaldi and all those guys. It's fun to get good players. So let's enjoy it.
Well, let me ask you this then: is it good for baseball? Is it good for the fan base in other cities? That the Dodgers and the Dodgers, give them credit. They know how to draft, they know how to develop, but they know how to sign players. As a guy who's a historian, covers the game for a living, lifer type guy, what do you think about this?
I think it's two different things. It's number one, it can be good for baseball in the sense of you have those teams, you have the Dodgers, but you also have the examples of the gritty gutty Cincinnati Reds or the Diamondbacks, whoever recently actually doing well. Yeah. Now the problem is that is the Dodgers' way of doing things is few and far between when it comes to these front offices.
Right.
The front offices are looking at it and said, oh, I see how the Rays are doing it. I see how the Marlins are doing it. I see how these teams are doing. We can do it that way too. And that's the dangerous part. And that's the obviously the unappetizing part about we're sitting here with all these free agents sitting there because I think that a lot of these teams are saying, well, if we get the guy with a good spin rate with a 5 ERA, we'll be able to change him, and we won't have to allocate the 4-year contract. That's the dangerous part about this.
It's Rob Bradford of Odyssey's Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. So what do you think of these Rangers? Are we in that group of teams now that's spending big and making the right decisions?
Yeah, well, I think that the thing is with the Rangers is that we can hang our hat on, if we want good players, if we want the teams to allocate money and do what fans want you to do, which is go all in with the shock and awe offseason, the Rangers were a perfect example of that, because what happened with them were the key players. The guys that they spent money on were the guys who allowed the younger players to come up. So that is I think that you can't ignore that. You can't ignore getting Corey Seager and paying the money for those guys. So, yeah, I like what the Rangers are doing. I think that everyone's sort of fascinated about the Jordan Montgomery thing right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you're a Boston guy.
Yeah.
You cover the Red Sox. Where do the Red Sox sit, you feel like, on the Montgomery thing?
I think they're waiting to see how far his price is going to come down.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to somebody about a month ago asking about the Rangers, and they said, we haven't talked to them about Montgomery in weeks.
Yeah.
And because Boris was asking for number one starter type of money, and he's not a number one starter. So I think that everyone views it that way, including the Red Sox. But how long they're willing to wait, I don't know. All it takes is one team. I mean, let's ask Scott Boras. All it takes is one team, and things can change. It's just what that one team is going to be.
Rob, one of the things I've noticed being out here, and you're a baseball traditionalist like me, you're a historian, and it seems like these guys, I don't know if
I've never felt better about my history of baseball than being here right now.
I just don't know if these guys want it as bad as they used to, man. It seems like they used to be, by any means necessary, Jorge Posada, strengthening his hands via urine, his own urine, perhaps at times his teammates' urine. That's the type of bonds they shared. I go in the clubhouse. None of these guys are going the extra mile that way.
There is definitely a lack of urine hand wringing. This is a question about it. Yeah.
You seem as disappointed about it as I do.
I do. I mean, but I see what you're saying.
Rob, don't let him do that to you.
Where's
You're
the desire?
No.
You are a professional.
Listen, I don't have.
You are a big-time baseball guy. Don't let him do
he's
that.
Not. He's not wrong. This is a thing this is a thing for blisters, right? This is if.
You walked
Hey, we're going to have a guy early on in the season who's going to go on the 15-day DL because he's got a little blisty blist, and it's because he wasn't willing to go the extra mile, and his teammates probably weren't willing to help him out either. That's disappointing.
Exactly, and they told him to do something that didn't work, much like, here, use these 50 machines that don't work. So it's, I think that the dangerous thing is, they want it, but there's so much information, they don't know how to use the information. Like, that's very simple. Put the stuff in the cup and put your hand in the cup. That's it, right? I mean, that's it. It's all right. Well, what should you do? This is all in the information. What information should we take? And I've heard all kinds of things. I heard the Dodgers just bombard you with information.
Yeah.
I've heard other teams just say, here it is. If you want to come get it, that's fine. But yeah, it's just you're right. I mean, it is not like it used to be. Certainly.
The final question I have for you: the Rangers have some pitchers coming back from the Tommy John and stuff like that. How do you evaluate a team that's got players that are coming back? Big time pieces.
You don't count on them.
Yeah.
I don't think you count on them. I think it's anything you get is gravy to a certain degree. Now, like in other words, if you have DeGrom or someone like that, fine. But you better have the Eovaldi going well. You just can't count on guys because they'll come back and they'll be okay. But to think that they're going to be locked solid, no doubt about it, you just can't do that. And it comes back to paying money for guys. It comes back to getting the guys some sort of certainty. And the Dodgers, I don't know if you know this, $700 million is a lot of certainty. And if you can get that guy, you know what he's going to do. He just showed it yesterday.
Baseball Isn't Boring with Rob Bradford. As Jonah Heim sends a charge into left center, it's going to be corralled there short of the warning track. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Oh, yeah, man.
Enjoy spring training.
And let me give you a story for when my co-author Joe Kelly comes in. He had Yamamoto and Ohtani over the house the other day, and I don't know like anything about whiskey, but their gift was like a Japanese whiskey.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like it's
kind of guys you need to roll with.
This, I mean, you're talking about his wife gets a Porsche from Ohtani, and he gets Japanese whiskey from Yamamoto. So there you go. You're living right.
Classy guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. Live it up yourself.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you.
Check out his podcast on Odyssey, the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast with Rob Bradford. It is time now to go back into that Pimp Cup as we do every day at 2:30. It's the G-Bag of the Day with Lucius. Buddy, thank you, sir.
Man, y'all should have kept that one going, bro.
It was fun.
Yeah, y'all was rolling, man. He just like he
does.
Yeah, it's like he wanted to keep talking.
He did.
Yeah. Keep talking. All right, man, we're gonna wrap it up here. Well, let me tell you one time about this story in baseball land.
Pay attention, Lucius. You really pay attention.
I'm watching you, brothers.
Yeah. I trust me, man. I got a brisket sando when I get back for you.
Hey, it's all good, man. But you know, those are club drinks right there.
Game day.
Yeah. You might get turned up. We in here. We lit. We in here. We lit. We in here. We lit. Speaking of those guys, those are our winners.
I love those dudes.
Yeah. Of what just happened?
Where's the vodka?
Check
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too many Dodger fans here today for my liking.
Okay. Let's go to SWAC basketball right here. Mississippi Valley, they finally won a basketball game, ladies and gentlemen. Hallelujah. In the name of the Father. They are now 1-27. 1-27. They stormed the court. They're our G-Bag of the Day winners so far.
And Andre, that's game! And that will be game! And that will be game! And that's now build that first win! First ball, we storm the court! We're storming the court! We're storming the court! Oh my God! Oh my God! That's a complex! That's the Devils pick up their first win! That's the Devils pick up their first win! Shout out Coach Ivory! And the Devils with them rules them. 1-27, 1-14 in a swag! What is insane? The Mississippi Devils are currently on a one-game winning streak. The Panthers will fall to 10 senior night and 16, 5-10 the swag. The Mississippi Devils will improve to 1-27. What a senior night. 1-14 the swag. Let's go! No one other than Raekwon Brown. Raekwon Brown. White, thank you, my guy.
Let's go, my guys.
All right, let's see what we got here for you boys.
A lot of pressure on you today, Lucius.
I'm all right. Dawson, can you give me a description of the guy that told you there'll be a whole lot of Japanese media out here, so watch out?
Man, pretty old school.
I thought so.
Maricopa County.
Definitely born before 1950.
I thought so, bro.
Yeah.
The whole time I was thinking, I wonder how old that guy is.
He's looking through your bag and telling you a lot about life.
He was telling me like I was condemned. Like, oh man, you got to sit by a bunch of Japanese people today.
You got to watch out.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, dude.
Dawson's telling me how he's using the chopsticks to his advantage.
I knew it, bro. I knew it.
Oh no.
Yes. Gosh, dog it.
All right. Last night, Mavericks lost the game.
Oh.
Lost to the Cavs.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaker, the last second. But we do like Spanish calls of things, right?
Yep.
Yes.
How about the home Spanish call of the Cavs? Exciting win for them, so you know they'll be excited in the booth.
La tiene Struz, va a lanzar de 3/4 de cancha. ¡Sí! ¡Sí! My name is Maximus!
Max Strus.
Hey,
Getting it done. Gosh, I can't believe he hit that shot. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a fluky shot, right?
It was.
It was fluky.
Every shot he made last night felt fluky. Even Donovan Mitchell. It was just, they were in the zone.
Yeah, everything was falling early. It was falling early. Let's see. How about this one? Against my better judgment, I've got this from a lot of Tolos, and Jesse Holly sent me this one. A whole lot of people sent me this one.
Love me some Jesse Holly.
Again, against my better judgment. Let's go to the Kelsey Bros podcast.
Oh.
The Chiefs, Chris Jones, he had a 40-yard dash that sticks in people's memory.
Yes,
he did. Yes, absolutely,
See?
Lucius.
I had no idea about this 40-yard dash.
Flying.
Let's be further know. Oh, he was flying?
Oh gosh, yes, he was flying.
That's all that sticks out about it?
Yeah, no, it was
flopping around.
Okay, see.
And I knew the guy that came out of his shorts.
See, I knew it.
He thought the whole thing was D's out for Harambe, not T's out.
He was flying at the time. Yeah, literally.
See, I knew it. See, I had no idea about this, but I knew this audience would strike a chord. I knew it would strike a chord right
It's
here.
my favorite combine memory of all time, Lucius. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's on the podcast talking about it.
Let's talk about it, big guy. How'd that 40-yard dash go for you?
I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I was so big on being different from everyone. Everybody was wearing the long tights. I was like, you know what? I am not going out there and copying everybody. I'm going to wear the short tights. I didn't realize they was boxes, bro.
Oh, my gosh. Well, it made you faster, man. So fast, you tripped over your feet. Oh, my goodness.
Tripped over that third leg.
Jeez.
Tripped over and just jumped out, man. That is so funny, man.
It was there, man.
I believe you said it right there in quotes like my fell out.
Bro, it's exactly what I said. I didn't even believe it. I was running. I'm looking at the 40, and all of a sudden I feel it. I feel it touch my leg, and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to prep it and take the dive. You know what I mean? Because I know little kids watching.
Yeah, they sure were. Guy got out there in some boxer briefs thinking they were tights to run his 40 at the combine.
You got to know your build better than that, man.
Yeah, got to know.
The Tri-Podcast is his next venture.
Jeez.
It's not me, Lucius. It's him.
Nah, I know what it is. You know.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're up against today.
I get it.
You came into work knowing exactly what you were up against today.
Yeah. Throw a butt and a D in there, you got a joke. Somehow. It could be about Jello, and somehow. This man's got genius. Pause to that last situation. All right, that's it for me. Let's wrap this
There
up.
he goes. Lucius Alexander with the champ and 2 challengers. You do have our champion currently on a 1-game winning streak and a 1-time G-Bag of the Day streak. They're in pursuit of 5 G-Bag Nation immortality and a spot in the G-Bag of the Year. Or is it the Spanish homer call of the Cavaliers shot from Max Struz?
Chris Jones flying with a helicopter is what somebody said on the fan text. Wow. They need to take your phone away. You need AT&T, sir.
He definitely got some air.
Or is it Chris Jones? Man, I'll probably go with Chris Jones. Kelsey Brothers.
What are you doing over there?
Lucius, Chief?
I'm gonna go with the champs.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm definitely going with the champs. It's
Brian?
the dangling crew. Come on, fam. Told you this audience, bro. They love a good D joke.
The champs. The champs.
Champs by a score of 3-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champions. It's our guys in the SWAC. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let me take you through some college running backs you need to know about. I got 3 or 4 of them that I think you're going to like. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, could the Mavericks...
love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Rangers and Dodgers scoreless bottom of the third inning here in surprise. Marcus Semien on the hill, facing a Dodgers pitcher not named Yamamoto, who was brilliant in 2 innings of work. The 2-2 pitch to Semien. Takes ball 3. Here's Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner.
I'll tell you what, there, Dawson, I appreciate your little play-by-play action there.
Just wanted to give you a taste of spring training.
You did. You gave us a nice taste of spring training. And by the way, thanks to my teammates out here for putting up with me, and thanks especially to Lucius for really putting up with me today. He knows what he's up against, but he is up for the job. But, I talked about these running backs. And we've all kind of – do we feel like, though, it's the veteran running back? I know we set a cap at $3 million for a veteran back.
I think we found out yesterday I'm willing to go to 6 if I'm pressed on it.
Okay.
I'm starting at 3. I'm ending at 6.
Chief, you're like, no, draft me one. Just draft me one, right?
Draft me one. If you want to get me a veteran guy to have an adult in the room, maybe it's Tony Pollard, maybe it's Devin Singletary. He's $1 million a year. Cool. Totally down with that. But otherwise, let's go find some fresh legs in the draft.
Okay.
And those will be cheap legs as well.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a few guys that I took a look at last night. And Chief, I know you especially wanted me to take a peek at Jalen Wright.
Yes.
A nice job of Marcus Semien once again working a walk.
Evan Carter up with 2 out, 2 on.
Yeah, let's go. And Jalen Wright from Tennessee. And I'll start with Jalen Wright. And I'll tell you what, Chief, I really didn't know what to expect.
Okay.
You know, is it whispers you're hearing, or is it what? Or is it just mock drafts? What were things that you were talking about? Why did you have me do Jalen Wright?
Okay, so the Wooly Bully put him on my radar. Walchuk's seen him and likes what he's seen.
Zach's got a good eye.
Zach's got a great eye. And then I saw on the Bruce Feldman pre-Combine Freaks list, he says, hey, this dude's 20 years old. He ran for 1,000 yards last year. They're predicting that he's going to be a top 2 or 3 fastest player at any position at the Combine.
I like this.
He's got a lot of juice, 23.6 MPHs at practice. His vertical jump's ridiculous. His broad jump, he ran a hand time 4.28 in the 40 in high school. So just the athleticism jumps off the screen.
I'll tell you what, the film shows the same thing. This gentleman is at Tennessee. He's 5'11". He's 210 pounds is what his measurables are.
Good size for a speedster.
Man, I'll tell you what. You're absolutely right about
Yamamoto
this.
and Ohtani getting a massive round of applause from the fans as they head back into the clubhouse.
And I tell you what, though, that's nice to be in the same ballpark with those cats. But
Langford's on deck.
Yeah, this guy, when we talk about Jalen Wright, this guy's got the ability to score from anywhere on the field.
Ooh, home run hitter.
Does. He's a home run hitter. He's got big-time ability to finish runs when the ball is in his hands. He can make the first guy miss. The acceleration there is rare. The patience, he will allow blockers to kind of set things up, and then he will kind of find a way to explode through and through the hole there. I've seen him kind of weave through tacklers. I thought he was maybe a little bit straight line, but he's not. He's got that ability. He's got a little wiggle to him. But you got to get bodies to him quickly in order to slow him down, because when he puts his head down, he can plow forward. He can make things happen. When it gets clogged up, he can make tough runs. He catches the ball really, really well. You got to get a shot. You're not going to get a clean shot on this guy. So Jalen Wright, I really do appreciate folks like yourself bringing him up. Wooly Bully, good eye there. This guy's got that kind of ability where if I had to put him in that thing, I think he's maybe in that second round mode where I would put him.
Speaking of good eyes, Evan Carter now stepping into the batter's box as the Dodgers went to the left-hander out of the pen to take on Evan. So this is a big at-bat here with 2 out, 2 on.
I would love that. I would love nothing better than Evan Carter to just kind of just dump this thing into left field there, right along the chalk, and have these runners both score. But that will
looks like Harris towing the rubber now for the Dodgers.
Okay, I like that. Harris, toting the rubber. Not a number like 97, like we can see, or something like that.
Looks like he's a 62.
Okay, well he's in the mix then. If he's a 62, it's better than being like 79 or 83 or something like that.
Yeah.
Trey Benson from Florida State, 6'1",
92. Oh, no, it is 92. It's bad.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe Evan Carter will just smash one into the gap here.
Hey, 92. Shout out to Dorrance Armstrong.
That would be good. Trey Benson, Florida State, 6'1", 215 pounds. When I watch Troy Benson play, he is one of my. If Jonathan Brooks from Texas, who I'm going to talk about a little bit next,
That downswing, and that looked bad, Brian. Back to you.
Oh, jeez. Trey Benson, but if Jonathan Brooks wasn't injured, I think I would have Jonathan Brooks above Trey Benson here. When I mentioned Benson, we talked about him a little bit yesterday. He tends to scoot along the grass. There's not much high knee action as a runner here, but he creates a lot of big plays with the ball in his hands as well. He can make defenders miss in the open field. I mentioned the patience as a runner. The blocks will develop, and he's like just what we've talked about with our Tennessee guy. He can explode through the hole. He does a great job with the vision. He knows how to stretch the run out and then cut back into that crease. And so he's got the those vertical cuts to clear problems. Once in the clear, he does a great job of finishing. I think to me that, when you look at this guy too, when you start to talk about the finish, the power to break through arm tacklers, to bounce off defenders, he catches the ball very, very well. He's very natural in the way he receives the football. So I'm going to mention him. I'm going to mention him and Jonathan Brooks is what I'm going to do. I think that Jonathan Brooks from Texas is a 3-down back. At 6 foot, 210 pounds, gosh, I wish he didn't have the knee injury that he was coming off of. But this guy is the type of guy that you really, really want on your team. He runs well, he catches well, he plays with vision. He's got that ability to make cuts. I've seen him make several of those jump cuts. And, when you watch a player play, say he's behind the line of scrimmage, all of a sudden everything's clogged up to the left side. He jumps up and then plants, and then now he's to the right side. He plays with burst. He's got acceleration. He's got speed to make big runs. He's one of those guys that, he can damage. He can cause a lot of damage, not only running the ball, but with the way he catches the football. He will make his share of plays catching the ball in the flat. Does a really nice job of tracking it. He's a soft-handed player. He catches it easily. He's going to get upfield. Like I said, he suffered the ACL injury against TCU in November. He missed the remainder of the season. The combine medicals we're in right now are going to be super important for him to kind of see where he's at.
And the Cowboys are the ones that performed the surgery, right?
Yeah, Dr. Dan Cooper did that surgery. So, we need to keep an eye on him. I think he's a hell of a player. If he wasn't hurt, he would be my favorite back.
Okay,
in this draft.
So all three of those guys are
they're all
second round grades.
Yes, give me any one of these guys.
Okay,
give me any one of these guys. The next guy I really like is a guy named Bucky Irving, and this is from Dawson's area of the country. He's from Oregon, and he's 5'9".
That's weed.
He's 190 pound. Thank you, Lucius. He's got outstanding vision, lateral agility. He's a very shifty player with the ball in his hands. He can make the first guy miss as well. He's got really good balance. He's got body control. He can be hard to knock off his feet. I've seen him use the stiff arm to buy him some space, the patience to wait for blocks. He lets the pullers kind of get in front of him, let them get their blocks, let them engage, and then he tucks right in behind them, and then the next thing you know, he's into the second level and then into the secondary. He is not the tallest guy, and that could hurt him some at the next level. When it comes to the way that he runs, he'll lower his shoulder, he'll plow ahead. He's got a little bit of strength to his game. He's got the low center of gravity and some density to his body to help him here. But you do see him bounce off some tacklers. He's excellent with the change of direction stuff with the ball in his hands, and he can get out of trouble that way. So here's another back that I kind of like. But again, 5'9", Chief, 190 pounds. Need to think about the height as well there, and maybe some of the things going on there. So those are the guys that I really, really liked. If I had to rank them, Benson, Brooks, then I would look at my guy from Tennessee there, Wright, and then I would then talk about Bucky Irving from Oregon.
Okay, what round would you draft Irving?
I think Irvin's more of a third round type of a player.
Okay.
I think of the guys that I did, it'll be. I think that the run on these running backs could very well come in the second round.
Yeah, I think first round, in a perfect world, you get your center in the first round, you get one of these backs in the second round, and as long as you got linebacker and a run stuff and defensive tackle in free agency, I think we're cooking with gas.
You're going to have to get a running back, and if you're not willing to spend the $6 million that Dawson wants to spend, or the $1 million that you want to spend, or the $3 million I want to spend, there's some quality running backs in this draft.
That's encouraging, man.
Yeah.
Okay, Cowboys' biggest drop-off year to year in the NFLPA survey that's been released this afternoon. We'll have details on that coming up a little bit later on. I do believe it is time now for Brian Broaddus to do his bet payoff. We've been talking about it. He's going into the stands here in Surprise to interact with fans and take in the Dodgers Rangers, and his BAC is above .00. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, it's getting to a level where I'm pretty comfortable right now, and the Dodgers go down in order. I'm liking seeing that a lot, but let's see if we can get this done without having to get me dumped or kicked out.
He's having a great time enjoying some cold beer here at the stadium in Surprise, Arizona, and he's back along with some NFL news of the day. Chief, what are we looking at in that department?
Oh my gosh, so much news going around the NFL today from the Combine. We will address a couple of things, including a trade deadline changing of the guard coming up next year in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day as we watch the Rangers and the Dodgers battling now in the bottom of the 4th inning with big Jonah Heim in the left-hander's batter's box. It's time now for a little NFL news today. But before we get there, we got to tell you, we have brought us in the stands. Do you hear me, Mad Dog?
I got you, sir. How about you? Everybody got me clear.
Yeah, we got you pretty dang clear. There's some cool, old school walkie-talkie static in the comms. But I think that's charming. I think that contributes to the ambiance as Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors from the KMC Masterpiece.
Baseball show record.
Got a broken bat situation there as Jonah Heim now just holding the handle of his bat. He's going to need a new one. And here comes this guy with one. How the hell are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I wish Wyatt Langford was doing a little bit better, but then again, it's a spring training game, and Bruce Bochy said Willie Mays went 0 for 22 in spring training, so I shouldn't worry about it.
That's what he told us this morning.
That's actually what he said.
I've already told him you're already better than Willie Mays. God, I love that. I love Boch so much.
It made me feel really good when he said that, because I can't help it sometimes, especially when you're actually watching it, overreacting to some of these things.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the good and the bad. And you're like, oh my gosh, Wyatt Langford, have you been, have we overhyped it a little bit? And of course we have not, but there's some signs.
From that same perspective, is it bad that I kind of wanted Yamamoto to fail today so I could be like, overrated, even though it's a spring training game and they're working on stuff?
Hell yeah, it was. Wow, that would be awesome.
He was pretty dang good, wasn't he?
Oh my God, he was really good. His off-speed stuff was in the low 70s, while his fastball was sitting between 91 and 96. I was like, good luck, everybody.
Had a pretty dang good changeup, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, here's Eric Chiafalo, your NFL news of the day, as we hang out here with the KMC Masterpiece Press Box Surprise Stadium. Brian brought us in the audience, and just go ahead and chime in whenever you want, Brian. You good down there?
Yeah, I am great, and I really appreciate the gentleman next to me, the usher, who is very kind. He was offering me the opportunity to go down into the crowd area, and so I'm going to, Eric, I wanted to let you know there's a Napoli jersey down here, very similar to the one that you have, that a gentleman right next to me is wearing. I might maybe pop in there and maybe talk to that guy about what
Are you on the Ranger side, Brian? I'm trying to get a visual.
Yeah, I'm directly underneath you guys. I don't want to venture too far away because of the static problems that we might have, but I'm literally to the Ranger side of the dugout here. I'm hydrated. I'm being hydrated as we speak right now. And so I'm just kind of waiting to see maybe somebody here or there that we can maybe we can visit with.
It's tough to identify you because there's so many old bald heads in the crowd.
That is true. That is very true. The gentleman, like I said, the usher here, super nice man. He's like, hey, he was like waving me down all the way behind home plate, and I'm like, no, I need to kind of stay in this area right here. So we're good to go, I think.
Well, make yourself at home, but don't make a scene, Brian.
Yeah, I think I'm blending in a little bit. I think I'm blending in with everybody here.
Dawson wants you to not make a scene. I want you to embarrass yourself. I want you to be carried out of this ballpark the same way that Texas Tech student was.
You know what? I'm kind of feeling like that maybe if they drag the infield between innings, that I be a part of that.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that maybe I could pull around one of those little things with my game day drink in hand while I do it. I think that would be entertaining.
I thought he was going to lay down on the field and let them drive over him. I'm glad he explained that.
Like a protest of some sort?
No, man, it's day baseball. You know I love day baseball. I'm not going to stop day baseball.
Extend the pitch clock back to 20 seconds.
Yeah. I see Brian now. I can get a picture of him. You know what I think this scene needs? What's up, Broski?
Hey, Broski.
You know what I think this scene needs is World Series champs high five guy, that's right, we're champs.
That's some attaboy butt slaps.
Yeah.
Hey, come on here, M&S's Dodger guys.
Yeah.
Hey, excuse me, sir. Live radio here, Dallas Fort Worth. Okay, they're pointing at each other right now.
Brian, you need to stay so I can see you. Yeah, bring them to you.
There we go. That's the best for us.
Yeah, you need line of sight.
Okay, sir. Okay, are you disappointed at the fact that my man here is wearing a Dodgers T-shirt? Disappointed the Rangers took the World Series last year?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because Dodgers should win it every year.
Yeah, the Dodgers should not win it every year. You guys outspend everybody.
We'll see what happens this year.
No, I'd say we repeat
Yeah, Brian, I think you're going to need to pull back just a little bit more.
We got a pretty good lineup, though.
Okay. Just a little bit more. Like maybe if you went over by the memorabilia, then we could easily see you from there.
Okay,
and the signal thing would definitely pick you up.
Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was good effort.
The Dodger guy was trying to be nice. But
Yeah.
okay, I'm walking.
Okay, let's go ahead and slide that down, Ruben, because right now we're in a state where you can't hear most of what Brian is saying, and we need to get that secured to where we can hear everything he's saying. And in the meantime, Chiafalo has your NFL news of the day.
Yes, I do. Did you guys know that next time the Cowboys go play the Washington Commanders of Washington, they will not be playing at FedEx Field?
Oh, really? They're changing sponsors, right?
FedEx said, thanks, but no thanks, Commanders.
Ooh, can I ask you a question? Do you think there's any chance they FedEx them the information that they were going to be off of FedEx Field?
They used UPS.
That would be awesome. Here's a suggestion.
They're like, no, we want to get there a little bit faster. We're going to use UPS here for this one. We want to make sure the Commanders know for sure that we don't want to be any part of their
Here's
organization.
what Brown can do for you. You know, all their toilet situation that they were dealing with.
Oh my gosh, it should be UPS. That's who should be the replacement for FedEx. It should be UPS Field, and they should lean into the idea that, yes, if you come here, there's a chance that we're going to poo and pee on you. That's just what we're about.
It's not the catchiest slogan, but I like it.
I
Maybe
think it's
Honey Bucket
apropos.
as a new sponsor, I think, You
like that?
Yeah, that would be fun. Okay, let's try to go back down to Brian here, guys. I believe he's standing by now with a Rangers fan. Let's see if we get a clear signal. Brian? Wow, it got even worse. Can't hear him at all.
Man, this is smooth.
Oh, man.
I'm so proud of Broadus right now.
Man, he's given a good college try. Did his mic get turned off, maybe? Is your mic off?
Does he need to be out in the stands? Does he need to be deeper out into the stands?
That's what I thought.
As opposed to up and back there. I don't know if that's the case. He needs to be deeper out in the stands.
Does he need to run onto the field?
Yeah. Tell Broadus to just go a little bit deeper.
Go deeper, Broadus.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, when we worked on this before the show, everything was running smooth. Maybe just so many people here and being so packed. it's
Do
running
I need to hit the bricks? Is that?
No, he's
no,
talking
I was
about the
thinking
people in the
fans.
stadium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kevin, come on, man. What are you doing?
The Rangers fans in the stands.
All right. I do have a little bit of Andy Reid sitting down at the Combine talking about how Taylor Swift was not a distraction. And she won the hearts of the team by doing some baked goods. Like, she understands the way to a man's heart is by feeding him.
Can I ask a question about that? Because
Yes.
I know the baked good in question is, do you appreciate that, or do you ever think, like, you can get that at the store?
Okay, so she made some
This is a question.
homemade Pop-Tarts. Okay, this is what she gave to the offensive line.
She made Pop-Tarts?
She personally handcrafted Pop-Tarts. Wow. She actually, I think, canceled one of her concerts in order to do this.
That
I
is
think
amazing.
I think they're probably way better than store-bought Pop-Tarts,
I could
too.
see that.
Yeah, these are probably like bakery quality Pop-Tarts. And I just feel like once she has made you some sort of baked good or made you dinner, she's willing to get married at that point.
And she's doing it. She's not even doing it just for Travis. Like, she's
Yeah.
doing it for his friends too.
Yes, dude.
Like,
It's over.
It's a real catch right there.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, though. You're at work. You haven't been with this person in a while. Let's say you broke up for a little bit.
Oh, no.
You're at work. One day you show up at your apartment. That person is now inside your apartment making brownies. You haven't seen her in maybe 3 months, but she's in your apartment making brownies for you and your roommate. Should you be concerned, or are you eating those brownies immediately? Hypothetically.
Ask him a follow-up question. Ask him if the roommate wasn't there, if he thinks the person making the brownies would have been naked. Ask him.
Okay, Corey, so in this scenario, if the roommate wasn't there, would the person have been naked?
Yeah, pretty sure she would have. Yeah, that may have been an option.
And this is your ex or your friend's ex?
Well, I know the answer to that. So my wife Adrian, to win me back, made me some brownies once. Wow. And I showed up at my apartment, and my roommate was like, he just opened the door and goes, "She's here." And I was like, "What's that mean?" And I looked inside.
Oh, crap. That's a home run.
Is that when you knew she was going to be your wife?
And because I told her I like brownies, and she was like, "I'll make you some brownies." Now, the whole like feeling of the vibe of stalker. You know, kind of did creep in, but I also broke into her house and took a painting once, so it's okay.
And also, that does feed into Dawson's theory about once they bake for you, they're ready to get married.
Exactly.
Is because you guys got married.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to last for a while. We're about 18 years in now, so
yeah, y'all's stamina together has just been incredible.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
from
good
a distance,
stamina.
I've been impressed.
In the meantime, the Dodgers just hit a 2-run home run.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think Sporzy, who's on the bump right now, will always have a place in all of our hearts.
Fair.
You know, a special place.
Hell yeah.
Like an unforgettable championship place is reserved in each and every one of our hearts for Josh Spores.
Absolutely. He was great when it mattered.
But here's the thing, okay? You know, I got to have a great exclusive one-on-one in the clubhouse with Sam Huff earlier in the week.
Yes.
And he went out and hit a triple. There's been some good things.
Is it the G-Bag bump again?
Everybody's very familiar with that G-Bag bump or the G-Bag blessing. As
Oh,
it was
my
known.
God.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly something to it. There's science. It's backed. It's proven. There's evidence. But today, as I was roaming the clubhouse trying to find some exclusive baseball content to ask the hard-hitting questions, I had a moment where I walked up to Sporzy and I asked him, "Do you have a second for me?" And he said, "Sorry, I have a meeting." And I think that's a fair excuse, but also I think he deserves why he just got donged on.
I got you.
Yeah.
So I really wish we could go back in time and see the alternate timeline where he was like, you know what, Chief? I do have a couple of minutes.
I think we're talking about 3 up, 3 down, maybe an immaculate inning, Hagee.
Man, that would be awesome.
It would be. I don't know if anyone.
I think you're probably right.
I think that now it's not October or November. He's just returned to who he is, and you know we just need to just get him to October. You know,
because that's where he really shines.
I accept.
Yeah.
I make that deal.
You know,
Absolutely.
There's gamers and then there's postseason gamers, and that's a special breed.
I like it.
Sometimes they never get to the postseason before they ruin their career in the regular season.
Man, I like this idea that there was all these amazing players thrown by the wayside because they never got to show what they were really all about.
Yeah.
Yes.
All or nothing moments is where they thrive.
It's sure you think I suck now. If we were in the conference finals or whatever, I would have been awesome.
I would have been amazing.
Mark
dude.
Lemke, Atlanta Braves second baseman. You with me?
Yes, I'm with you. That actually makes a lot of sense. So Spores is the pitching version of Mark Lemke.
That's right.
Only because he gave me the Heisman today. And hey, Andrew Heaney, you better watch out your next outing, broski, because you did the same thing to me today.
Oh, man, that happened with us once with Prince Fielder. I went to ask Prince Fielder if we could talk for a second. I'm not going to suggest that. But I was like, hey, Prince, I need to talk to you about something. He was like, all right, man, I'll be right back. And he went and grabbed a bat and walked off. And I never saw him again. I remember that story. I was like, what's happening?
That's a good bit. That's a good bit.
He was probably laughing his ass off with his buddies. Hey, is there a guy named Corey out there in the clubhouse looking around for me?
Is he still standing there? Oh my God.
I do wish Corey was still standing there.
Yeah. He said he was coming back.
I still am.
Man, NFL news of the day, boys. It looks like the Jets have given permission for Zach Wilson to seek a trade.
Oh, good luck
And
with that.
I just don't know if anybody answers that phone call.
Is that a 7th-round comp pick? Maybe.
I don't understand how. I think it would be the most hilarious set of assets given up for a player in the history of any professional trades being done.
Yeah, and also they badmouthed him before this. The owner was like, well, we need a backup quarterback. We didn't have one last year. Hey, do you want to trade for him now?
I could see Shanahan doing it for like a 6th. He's like, I still don't trust Purdy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, Darnold's not good enough either. We got to get a quarterback in here. Let's try this guy out.
Honestly, if you're Zach Wilson, isn't that the only call you make? And you just blow up the Niners. You just blow up Kyle Shanahan until you're like, dude, please, God, just give me a chance. You're the only person that can resuscitate my lifeless career.
How drastic methods would you go to? Would you consider catfishing a coach and be like, you know who my favorite player is? Zach Wilson. I feel like he's just misunderstood.
Hey, I would go as far as to strip down naked, enter his house, and bake him brownies.
Oh, yeah. Then you guys might get married.
Very stalkerish.
She wasn't naked.
But she wasn't.
Could have been.
Oh, she was
later. But my roommate was.
That's right. And finally, boys, we're going to get to the Cowboys side of things on the NFLPA report card for each team. It's really hilarious. Like it is
McCarthy's
worth
the best.
Going through team to team. Yeah, McCarthy's amazing. Everybody loves McCarthy. And I think we have a good reason why the players like McCarthy. Oh, another off day? Sure. But here's what they said. Here's what Patriots players had to say about Bill Belichick, who a lot of people think is the next Cowboys head coach this time next year. Billy B with a star over his chest. Only 55% of players feel that Bill Belichick was efficient with their time. So it's like the exact opposite of Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you guys we're gonna actually have to practice, and we're gonna watch tape and stuff. And then the players feel that Bill Belichick was rarely willing to listen to the locker room and any suggestions. And that is no surprise at all. Both of these rank second last in all of football.
Yeah.
So the smear campaign is on, man, for the Cowboys' next head coach.
I don't know if I want my coach listening to the locker room or not. It seems like a waste of time. I want my coach to have the answers, and I want my locker room to be like, dude, this is awesome. Our coach has the answers.
Yeah,
we don't need to bother him. He's busy working on more answers. Maybe I'm wishing for too much.
I get what you're saying. Ezekiel Duran just legged out a triple after he made a sweet play in the hole at short.
And he had an amazing. He rocked one earlier too. Like that dude's swinging great right now.
He knows what's at stake in this roster.
I thought it was caught.
Nope.
I thought that dude caught it out there.
He missed it.
He's a surprise Hall of Famer, isn't he? Like, he's a guy that's
he's just taking a long route.
Like Rugi.
If he can, here's the thing he's different than Rugi. And sorry to dive in too hard on baseball here.
No, please.
But Rugi was a one-pitch hit guy.
Yeah.
Duran can hit better. It's just the fact that he will chase something low and away. He will chase things.
We got one back, boys. Wild pitch. Duran's in.
But he will chase outside of the zone. If he learns from the Evan Carter school of hitting, where you just shrink the strike zone, don't go outside of it, and stick to it, he's going to be great. He tried to be a Adolis last year. He was like, I got power. Watch me. If he doesn't do that, Duran's going to be a great asset, though.
Shrinkage is the key to his success.
Yes.
Let's go back down into the stands here and see if we can hear from our Brian Broaddus. He's maybe standing by with a fan. Brian, come in. Oh, we hear some fans.
Hold on.
That's some Dodgers fans. What
about now?
They get an out here, but the Rangers have made it 2-1. Let's come back here and see if we can check in with Brian Broaddus, see if everything is okay. Hopefully he's not getting kicked out. He is mid-bet payoff, the bet payoff that we have been waiting for. What do you say, guys? Hagee, Majors, you want to hang out?
Yeah,
Do a
let's
little
do
more?
it.
I'm here, man.
Okay.
Yes, I think I might have helped with the board to get Broaddus
Yeah,
back.
Kevin knows how to use the board.
We got we got a full afternoon of baseball and sports talk coming up. Baseball stuff, the backstory on how one of your favorite Rangers is trying to become a full-blown superstar and how he's doing so far today. That's next to the Nation. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are now in the midst of a tie game as Jankowski had the game-tying RBI. Then he stole second.
He did.
He was about to come in for the game-leading run, but a hell of a play made out there in right field. So we're tied at 2 here at Surprise Stadium with a raucous crowd. A lot of Dodgers fans, lots of Rangers fans here to enjoy their baseball team. Segment here, some baseball stuff, is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. The wireless mic just not working well enough for you down there,
I'm
Brian.
sorry about that, guys.
Not
really
your fault.
am.
You gave it a good try.
I did run into a Tolo that they had driven 1,000 miles to get here.
Wow.
And I was going to have an opportunity to visit with them, but they wanted to say they love the station, love all the shows, and that they were happy to be out here and being a part of all this today. So
I'd walk 1,000 miles just to see you.
I'd walk 5,000 more.
I'd walk 5,000 miles.
Yeah, we got the baseball show record, Kansas Masterpiece, hanging out with us in here, which is very, very exciting. I think we might be able to give it another old college try with the wireless at some point, Broadus. I'm just going to be honest
Out in
with
the
you.
open is what we're hearing.
Yeah, get a little bit out there.
Yeah.
Get out in the sun. You know, I know you don't want to get that scalp all sunburned.
I
but
didn't know
you
how
gotta fight through
far I could
adversity.
get because I remember being in Oxnard. The further you got away from the unit, the harder it was to hear.
Yes, that was the limiting factor there because we could see everything. But here,
Right.
if you're close, we can't see you. And that antenna right there needs to communicate with the microphone. That one right there in the corner.
Yeah.
So if you're out there in actually the outfield, that's decent because that is close to where the other side of the football field is in Oxnard, California. But you're still in range. When Russell Wilson was here and those crazy Seahawks fans came to watch Rangers-Mariners it was Rangers-Cubs, I think, because Russell Wilson was trying out with the Rangers. Remember that crazy day?
Yeah.
We were out there talking with Russell Wilson fans out there in the outfield. So it's been done.
I'll tell you what. I will. I'll have a couple sips and move on out to the outfield area if we
But
could.
as these boys behind me very well know, some days we miss Ted Nichols' pain just a little bit more than others. And today might be one of those days.
He was a delight. He still is a delight.
still
I'm
is.
sure.
I'll always remember one of the last spring trainings, the COVID spring training.
We see that.
Ball sack.
Wow.
Ball sack.
I get-
Ball sack. Ball sack.
Speaking
He's
of
keeping
ball
scores.
sacks,
He's keeping
I
score.
know.
Yes.
I got into the hot tub with Ted Nichols' pain.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Jacuzzi.
Yeah, the jacuzzi, and it was a big jacuzzi. I don't think it was at a resort place we stayed at, and it was like a jacuzzi for about 40 people. I'm not sure that that's a good idea, but they did have a huge jacuzzi. Took off my shirt, got in the jacuzzi, and Ted Nichols' Payne says, for a former athlete, I thought you'd have a better looking body, Mike. So that's one of the things that I'll always remember from Ted is I said,
Thanks, Ted.
I said, me too, Ted, me too.
Is that what made you feel like, okay, I do need to get on soda? Was that the tipping point?
No, I was actually, at that point, I dropped the weight, but I'm not cut at all. It's just a soft looking body. I was early 40s, now I'm mid 40s. It's still a soft looking mid 40s.
Yeah, but people forget that's peak male performance.
Yeah.
It really
Boy,
is.
am I impressive.
Flexible. That's Tom Brady style right there.
Yeah, a little TB12 action.
Although,
Yeah, in fact, Patrick Mahomes made me feel better about my body when he took his shirt off. I was like, dude, that's the greatest quarterback of all time, and look at that. That's just a solid, thick man.
That's a beer
Built
body.
like a champion right there.
did you guys talk about Tom Brady maybe getting cheated on by his wife at all?
I had it. We were
happens.
going to touch on it at some
Okay.
point in the program, but yeah, even Tom Brady can.
That's
got to
make you nervous as a human.
What's the timing of that? Were they like separated but not divorced,
I think that's where we're at.
or were they like officially still together?
I think
Was
it
it
was
before
like,
that, Hagee?
for like the
What's
last.
that?
The
You
last.
think it was before? You think it
That
while he was married?
Supposedly, the New York Post said he thinks it was like a couple of years maybe even before
Oh, wow.
they separated.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know.
There's something about a jiu-jitsu
We're all
guy,
evil.
though,
I get it.
Oh, the guy was a jiu-jitsu guy?
Jiu-jitsu. Yep.
Sound
One more
like
try,
me, Tom.
John.
No.
One more try,
What are you
Bass.
doing here?
That was an F-. I give myself an F- for that one.
There's a couple extra letters in there. I was curious, though, because I took it upon myself. As a team, we decided that we really wanted to uncover and get to the bottom of this Dane Dunning mystery pitch that he's added to his arsenal.
Yes.
And I went into the locker room today. Brock Burke
I think he lied his balls off to me. We'll play that later. But you guys got to have the man, Dane Dunning, on the program today. He was on the Baseball Show Record. What can you share with us about what you guys have uncovered about the biggest mystery and surprise?
Because he did essentially admit it was a sort of splitter.
Yeah, he's throwing a forkball. So a split finger fastball, obviously your fingers are spread apart. A forkball, you're splitting the ball pretty much in half. The good thing is that's what my father threw in the major league, so I have a good idea on that pitch. It's almost in between a split finger and a knuckleball. He talked about the spin rate is going to be a lot less on the spin rate. His changeup was way too hard. He was throwing a changeup closer to his fastball speed and needed to figure out a pitch that he could use as an off-speed pitch besides a breaking ball that would have a dot on it while the ball's spinning. That would be somewhat like a changeup, and he figured out how to throw a forkball.
Mike, I remember when they start to talk about splitters, Bruce Sutter.
Yeah.
The famed reliever for Cubs and Cardinals and all that. But is that the type of pitch we're talking about? That type of, you know, really putting the ball all the way down into the crevice of your fingers and just letting that thing fly?
Yeah, he really wanted something that had at least 10 miles an hour difference from his fastball, and gripping it in a changeup, he couldn't get it. You're going to have this same look. A fastball is going to have, in a changeup, the same spin. So he's giving up the look of it. The hitter's going to recognize it. I asked him about a question when he was throwing it to his own teammates, and they said, yeah, we can see the spin of it, but it has good depth to it. It has good change of speed on it.
Late
so
movement, too, I feel like they said.
So even though the hitter's be able to see the spin of it and know it's not a fastball, where a changeup, you see it as a fastball, he gets more, you know, a dip in velocity from it and then the movement.
Why would you call it a mystery pitch?
Yeah, he did call it a mystery pitch. Mike, the screwball. Completely gone away. Fernando Valenzuela, we don't see the screwball anymore.
Well, that's something most people would say,
Arm
to do that
torque
to
and
your
all that,
arm, to turn your arm totally upside down, for your palm to be facing the sky, is not the best thing on your shoulder.
I do want to just go ahead and credit Scoreboard Broadus. He gets 2 points because his word of the day that he had to fit into the broadcast, not egregiously, but fitted in seamlessly, was crevice, and he just nailed it.
Okay.
That was
I couldn't figure out the little valley area between the two fingers.
No, that's a good term to
that
it.
was excellent.
Yeah.
By the way, Dane Dunning said the first time he threw that pitch, he threw it about 48 feet of the necessary 60 feet 6.
Kind of sound like me.
I throw it to my son for fun, for batting practice, just to screw him up, but I have to aim at his face. And it's tough because I don't want to hit him in the face. But for the ball to go down the middle, if I try to throw it down the middle, it'll miss by feet, like 5 feet outside and down. And so the best way for me to throw it for a strike is I have to look at a right-handed hitter's face and throw it right at his face, and the ball will go down the middle. But it's a concerning thing when you're throwing batting practice to look at your kid's face and be like, if I'm gonna screw around with him here, I have to throw it at his face, but the ball will get where I want it to go.
I would say this: congratulations to Abby Dawson for running her first track meet last night.
Oh,
Mike, though, I wonder about you pitching to your kids. Is that a tough thing to do?
Did you tell him you were aiming at his face, or did you?
No, he does not know that.
Okay.
He might be listening. Right? Well, he's probably at baseball practice, but
he gets elevated, right? Is there one son that gets elevated to pitch in these tournament games and stuff?
Tomorrow, big time situation for the Bassick family. I hate that I have to miss this, but my 9th grader Jake at Bishop Lynch is going to be the starting pitcher tomorrow for Bishop Lynch on varsity. So he pitched great against Colleyville Heritage the other day, and. Coach, it's a tournament. It's, I think, the Fort Worth Southwest Classic, which I played in when I was a kid at Duncanville, and he's going to be the starting pitcher tomorrow.
Are you kind of like a LeBron right now with your kids? That knowing that maybe one might be a little bit better than the other?
Right now, Jake is definitely better at baseball. Cal's 6'3".
He's got the smart daughter that's at Texas with Bennett.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Yeah, I wish my 6'3" one wanted to pitch the baseball. He just doesn't have much interest in it, and I'm not going to force it, but he's the guy that got the height and the length, and then my 5'9" one is the one who has the passion and energy for it.
Well, what do you think of this baseball team, Mike, now that we have you here?
Yeah, it was fun to watch Yamamoto. I'm interested as this spring training goes on. I know I'm talking about the Dodger, but he was the guy. He never lifts his leg.
He doesn't.
He just kind of...
He slides.
In a weird way, kind of slides, or I don't want to say runs the ball to home plate, but he just kind of steps completely backwards towards second base and then just turns his hips a little bit and then throws 96 miles an hour with It looked like a good curveball and I don't know, this is somewhat of a bad word, but I call it, he has a bastard split finger. I mean, that sucker is dropping off a table. So from what I saw, he has the ability to throw it at 96 and then throw a split finger that's unhittable.
Is what the Dodgers doing and signing all these guys good for baseball?
I think so.
The players.
Baseball is it's a local/regional sport. And if you're ever going to get the numbers you want in the World Series when you're playing football, is to have Dodgers versus Yankees.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
If you look at it, and baseball would love to get Dodgers versus Yankees in the World Series again, and it to be a very competitive series. If you have Shohei and Yamamoto, literally they have 3 guys in their prime that have all won MVPs. That's Ohtani and Freeman are their first 3 hitters, and they're all current, like in their prime MVPs that have all won MVPs. And then if you had Judge and Soto and Garrett Cole and you had all of those guys in the World Series too, that would draw the big national attention. Those morning shows that refuse to have a baseball person on, it would make these basketball and football people go, hey, we need to do 1 or 2 segments on this because the best people in the game are all in the World Series.
Gentlemen, it's always good to see you. Get to do a little extended broadcasting, roundtabling with you. The KMC Masterpiece, 10 to 2 weekdays here on The Fan. We'll see you at the family dinner tonight.
And I heard you guys got Peter King at 4 o'clock.
We do, yes.
Pumpkinhead.
Nice. Yeah. Looking forward to that discussion coming up in 23 minutes. As he's on his way into retirement, he has agreed to join us, so that's going to be fantastic. All righty, there goes the KMC Masterpiece. Little rim session next, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. We will do a little Mavs conversation. It's Luka's birthday today, and the King himself has quite the superstition next year in the nation.
Whatever sports you want to go watch on TV, Twin Peaks.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Broadus just said in the middle of that break, I don't know if I should be on air, when Chiafalo asked him, how are you feeling right now?
Hey, Lucius,
you are dry snitching right now. Wait a minute, Dawson.
That's right. Lucius, is it really 45 degrees in Dallas?
Yeah, it got cold overnight.
Gosh,
yeah, it's pretty
darn.
cold.
Brutal.
Yeah, I'm just they're posting the temperatures on the scoreboard right now.
Yeah. Lucius, we're not going to tell you that it's 76 degrees and beautiful out here in Surprise.
That's all right. We're in Dallas. Just give it a minute. We'll be back.
Yeah.
We'll be back,
Quite
baby.
literally.
Yeah, I don't need to be on the
If
air.
you told me that the projections 30 minutes from now in DFW were going to go from 45 to 90, I'd be like, yep.
Yep.
That
I
seems
believe
about
it.
right.
What if I told you it is time now to go all 56?
How about this? Could Gavin Dawson do the around the rim open? Do we think we could do that? The Mavs just took an L last night. It's Luca's birthday. We're just a few short minutes away from the recently retired greatest journalist in football history, Peter King, hopping on and joining us.
Yeah.
Could Gavin Dawson open up a rim sesh the proper way?
For the 8th time in Surprise Stadium history, it is time now for the G-Bag Nation to go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain!
You didn't put the kitties to bed.
Oh, no.
Yep.
I got it.
Kitties to bed.
He didn't cut the lights out either.
Put Brian to bed.
They're about to be scarred.
The lights are on and the kids are in the room, and the G-Bag Nation is still going all 56 inches around that rim.
That was a great effort.
We're just
though.
wrestling, kids.
It was pretty
Hey,
impressive.
by the way, the read was really good today that you did.
Oh, the Operators Club?
Yes, I was proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as your drunken cold reads yesterday for the Operators Club. Gosh, I want one of those Wagyu
Were you
sliders
embarrassed
right
when you
now.
asked me?
I was a little bit embarrassed. I was teeing you up to fail,
Yeah,
and
you thought
all,
it was.
all you did
I
was
closed one eye and started reading.
you passed the test with flying colors, man. It was freaking fantastic.
Foul ball
Hot
almost
shot.
came back our direction.
Okay, well, it's always a special occasion when it is not only Luka Doncic's 25th birthday,
25.
but we are also
Didn't pay my
13,
bar tab then.
13 short minutes away from the king himself, Mr. Peter King, joining us.
PK.
Here
Pumpkinhead.
in the G-Bag Nation, live from Surprise, Arizona. This is fantastic, ladies
Over
and
under on
gentlemen.
questions asked to Peter.
You think he's a rambler?
He's got 13 minutes. I know he's a rambler.
He's very long-winded.
I would say eloquent.
Yeah, very eloquent. Very eloquent.
I wonder if we're catching him at the right time, though, because I think he's doing he's done a bit of a national car wash post-retirement. I've seen it's like, so-and-so's Peter, so-and-so's got Peter, so-and-so's got Peter. So he might be sort of petering out to an extent, and the stamina might not be there. He's done a lot of little hits since hanging him up earlier in the week. So maybe he's so exhausted that he gives us short answers and we can just pepper him. I don't know. What
Triple
just happened?
off the wall from Avens.
We misplayed in the outfield.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy got there. The ball went over his glove off the wall. He could have easily made that play. Well, not easily. It was a hard center field play, but good center fielders who make that play.
Well, as we go around the rim here, last night the Mavs.
All 56 inches.
All 56 inches. It was a good time last night. We got to mosey on over to Buffalo Wild Wings, catch the second half of the Mavs game alongside Baskey and Jared Sandler. It was a good time. It was a fun game. Really was a fun game. 2 playoff teams going toe-to-toe. But the Cavaliers ended up winning it. The final couple of minutes were pretty fun. At times, it felt like both teams were trying to actively
playoff game.
lose the game. But Max Strus was like, no, I'm going to take this game by the collar, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make it my beat. And that's what he did. He hit a game-winning shot.
I think he got so hot that he was like, of course this half-court shot's
They
going
ran a play for him to get the half-court shot off.
Yeah, you had yeah, that's the.
My name is Maximo!
Maximo.
That's right, Maximo Strus getting it done for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I'll take that as a dub last night, though. You go on the road,
No.
4.5-point
No, you're up
favorites. You had the
10.
game won.
Moral
You're up
victory.
10.
Hey, moral
Yes.
victory, bro. It's
No,
moral
I
victory.
know. You were up 10. You had an out-of-bounds play. No.
They were
No
hitting
more victories.
ridiculous
No.
BS shots, dude.
No. You helped them win that game. No, you had a chance. No, I'm not going there.
I've just been informed Evan Carter is going to join us here, so we might not have a break. I believe we're going to go Evan Carter straight into Peter King here.
Holy ass! Are you
kidding? All right
me?
with you, Lucius?
Look at this.
Feel like a tax attorney again in here. Yeah, sure. Let me just look through my paperwork, see what I can find you.
Yeah. Just
Your
go
name
ahead.
is what again? Just sit right there in that office. Yeah, I'll figure it out, bro.
Blow out that break.
Wow, dude, this is
Right
very
on.
exciting. Okay, so we are anxiously awaiting Evan Carter, aka the Savior, to potentially arrive right here in our radio booth. Maybe he's going to throw the headset on in the dugout. He is the only guy, Evan Carter, the only guy to get a hit off Yamamoto today.
Wow.
And we know Evan Carter is a super beast. We got to figure out what he's been doing with the weight gaining program. Like, there's so much to ask.
Are you going to accuse him of using steroids? That's my question.
Ooh, what do you think? Do you think that's the move?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in jest. He's still slim enough where it's obvious he didn't.
I don't know.
think
He's
that
a
was
young
just,
guy. I
that was
don't think
just some
he'll
good old,
take it
protein,
well.
maybe some creatine.
I don't think he'll take it well.
Okay,
Is he
what do you
on
think
now?
about? He's going to be on
idea-
the headset down in the clubhouse. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be on. in
Oh,
a
wait, we're
minute. He's-
singing.
He's going to join us live
Buy
from the
me
clubhouse
some
here. We're
peanuts
standing by
and
for
Cracker
the man they call Full Count Carter, who charmed us all and helped the Rangers win a World Series.
Okay,
in
question.
the fall. Yeah.
Upon his arrival onto the broadcast, could we get an Evan Carter chant going?
It's worth a shot.
By way of hello?
Yes.
Is that cool?
Yeah, I'll
Think
take
so?
a big pull out of my game day drink here, and we'll get it going.
Okay, we're just moments away from Evan Carter joining us live from Surprise, Arizona. He's in the dugout here in the World Series preview, Rangers versus Dodgers. And he is hopefully going to be throwing that headset on and telling us what it's like to be the only Ranger in the history of the franchise to get a hit off of Mr. Yamamoto, the young stud Japanese pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Wow. Well, history is what he does. You know, when you're talking about Evan Carter here, you're talking about a guy who, set records in the playoffs for all players ever as a rookie. It's like, oh, is that a rookie record? No, it's just, all-timer.
Yeah.
And that's what our introduction to the man was probably over the first month or so of his career was just one after another franchise record, rookie record, all-time playoff records.
Maybe
And,
Rookie of the Year this year, huh?
He's one of the young players that I think helps the Rangers snuggle into a spot where I do believe they, resemble that dynasty in the making of the Houston Astros that kicked off. Evan, do we have you down there? Have we killed enough time? Get you Evan Carter dialed up here as we broadcast live from Surprise Stadium, the G-Bag Nation. What's that, Lucius?
Not yet. I'll let you know any second here.
Okay.
Very cool. This could be fun. We're going to be tight-roping it because we're waiting for Peter King to join us at the top of the hour. But we're going to try to pepper Evan Carter with all the questions. This is beautiful. Yeah. This is what we signed up for when we came to Surprise.
Heck yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's wish a happy birthday to Luka Doncic.
Happy birthday, Luka.
We will do the 25th birthday celebrations during the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day at 4:20 today, if we are afforded the time. But Luka at 25 years old. Third. Okay, so how about this? Mark Followell. Today we celebrate the 25th birthday of Luka Doncic. Luka has reached these rankings amongst all players before they turn 25 years old. So amongst the history of the sport, all players before they turn 25, Luka is third in points. He's second in triple doubles. First in three-pointers, and I think this year has helped him. His percentages and his efficiencies from the three-point line have been outstanding this year. 40-point games. Luka is fourth all-time before turning the age 25. And when it comes to assists, he is seventh all-time before turning the age 25. So he's a real
He tried
stat
last
stuffer.
night, man. He tried so hard to win that game for you.
Yeah, he was
really
a
did.
true joy to watch last night. But the Mavs will go ahead and take on the Raptors in Toronto tonight for a back-to-back. Toronto, not a very good team, but I think they're on like a 3-game heater right now.
Needed that one last night.
You definitely wanted that one last night. It was disappointing. When you look at the Mavs over the last 4 games, Luka and
All
Kyrie.
right, we're good to go then with Evan Carter.
Oh?
He's on with us now
Yes.
here on your home of the Rangers.
Ooh.
Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to get to him then because we got a hard start with Peter King there at 3:59. Okay, Evan
Okay, let's
Carter.
go.
Now,
Evan Carter.
He's in the building.
Evan Carter.
Evan Carter.
good afternoon, Evan. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. How about you all?
Oh, we are doing wonderful. We're chanting your name up here. You got all the Rangers fans pretty excited to see you here in spring training. How are you feeling, sir?
Feeling excited, ready to play some baseball. This is what we love to do, so it's good to get out here again.
What do you think about the historic way that your career got underway last year on the biggest stage, though? That's got to impress even a humble guy like you, right?
Shoot, I felt a little bit spoiled, I guess, just getting to experience that so quickly. But I mean, what a fun thing to do so early in your career. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this year and ready to do it again.
How does it feel, Evan Carter, to be the only Ranger in the history of the organization to get a hit off of Mr. Yamamoto?
Hopefully that's short-lived. Hopefully next time we face him, everybody's getting on him. But I mean, it was good. You know, we had a game plan going into it, worked on it. You know, kind of what we wanted our approach to be in batting practice and stuff today. So kind of stuck with the plan, and it worked out really good.
Evan, I really don't care about baseball. I want to know, is your wife going to write a cookbook about crock pot meals that we can all live and deal with?
It's a good question.
I feel like
maybe we'll have to publish
she is
one,
the
yeah.
true star of this whole thing.
That's right. We're going home tonight and hopefully going to have something good. It's big time.
That's awesome. Do you bring the teammates along for those culinary experiences?
In the season we would share, but right now it's just me.
There's a lot. There's a lot of Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford conversation. The young up and coming badasses here for the Rangers, keeping this World Series championship alive for years to come. What's the relationship like between you and Mr. Wyatt Langford? Have you invested in him at all? Letting him know what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to know each other outside of baseball a bunch. Got to spend some time with each other, so it's been good getting to know him on a personal level and just kind of build that relationship.
Could you take us through your weight gaining plan? I mean, outside of any of the the PEDs and whatnot, what are you doing to put on that good baseball weight?
Just eat a lot of food. Not too complicated. Just eat more. When you're full, keep eating. And honestly, that's about it. Just work out and try and stay in shape. Make sure that doesn't turn into bad weight. But other than that, just eat a whole lot.
What's your favorite thing to consume when you're trying to get calories?
Oh man. Gosh, I really like smoothies. So I was a big smoothie guy this offseason in between meals. But as far as regular stuff goes, man, I really like burgers. That's probably one of my favorite foods, just a burger.
Are you a fan of Sonic? They're a big sponsor of ours here out in spring training. Do you have a Sonic thing that you go to, or what kind of burger
we got
you
a Sonic.
with? Do you?
Yeah, well, I don't get burgers
order?
from Sonic. I get a hot dog from Sonic when I go.
Oh, there you go,
hot
sir.
Dog. Yeah.
There you go.
Do you ever send clubbies on a run to get you a dog from the stadium?
No. That would probably not be the best idea to get right before the game.
You probably want to go with the Hurtado nachos anyway, right?
Oh gosh, that'd tear me up right before the game.
At least you thought about it, right?
Yeah.
What is the best Hurtado item? I mean, I would imagine you've experienced the Hurtado barbecue extravaganza.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you just getting? It's hard to stay away from, dude.
Oh, it's delicious. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, at the stadium, we've had it a couple of times. They've come down there and catered for us, and man, it is great. They're really good.
Evan, there were a lot of reasons last year was special and maybe a team of destiny, but I thought no greater sign from above that Houston didn't have a left-handed reliever when you got to the ALCS. What do you think?
Shoot, I mean, I'm happy with the way everything worked out. I mean, it worked out the way it was supposed to. And listen, hopefully we can run it back this year.
Yeah. Do you think the media makes too big of a deal out of your hitting against left-handers, though? Is that just a speed bump, or how are you approaching that going into this?
I feel like that it's one of those things that if I start hitting lefties really, really consistently, like I know I can, they're just going to say that I can't do something else. So that's just the way the media is they're always going to have something to nitpick. You can't put too much thought or energy into it, or else it's going to drag you down as a player. So just going to go out there and do what I know I can do and just have fun.
Well, we're going to keep on celebrating you, isn't that right,
Yeah,
Brian?
absolutely. We're going to celebrate that. Evan, do you have a picture of you catching that ball in front of that garage in the outfield there at Minute Maid?
Yeah, you better have
you have
a
a
fat
picture
head
of that
of
in your office, like blown up on the whole wall?
It's a hell of a catch.
If I had an office or a house or anything, I might get it, but I don't have any of that.
Please get that picture. Please get that picture one day. When you're retired and all that, you can look back and you made so many outstanding plays for this baseball team last year.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you, sir. Congratulations on a historic start to a wonderful Rangers career, and best of luck to you here in 2024.
Awesome. Thank you all.
There he goes. The very humble youthful Evan Carter here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, I mean, he's so consistently that same guy.
He's that guy.
I don't think any other personality type could have arrived last year. Maybe the super cocky guy could have too.
Yeah.
But that's what you want, to be able to put in a young guy like that and just be blown away with his ability to be steady Eddie and under the biggest.
Gosh, he was just so consistent the way he played.
Yeah, he was. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got 2 hours down, 3 to go. Now, Lucius, am I good to segue into Peter King here?
Let's hit the top of the hour and go into Mr. King.
Let's do that. Top of the hour break. Peter King joins us to recap his wonderful career in football, and where he goes next is next in the G-Bag Nation.
This is the
Texas Rangers spring training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All righty, hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Evan Carter for joining us, as it is time now for a football conversation of historical proportions, I believe, as the news earlier this week, after a distinguished and lengthy career in the NFL world of journalism, Peter King stepping away and going into retirement. And on our D&M Leasing hotline right now is Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. And welcome in to your home of the Dallas Cowboys, Peter. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Good to be with you.
Yes, sir. You're with Gavin Dawson, Eric Chiafalo, and your buddy Brian Broaddus. So
Brian Broaddus, long time no chat. How have you been?
I'm doing great, Peter. Congratulations on just a stellar career, my friend. I love you so much, and you did it the right way. You're a true legend, and thank you for getting us all to this point, to where we can all appreciate all the work that you've done.
Well, thanks very much, and look, it's been such a fun career, quite honestly, to do this for the amount of time that I did it. To do it for 40 seasons covering the NFL. And I would not trade anything. I'm just very pleased, but also, sometimes you just know it's time. And I know that it's time to step away and to let the youngsters do it for a while.
I think I always thought you would just keep right on going, Peter. Some writers, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe the end is near, but I just never got the feeling. How did you know?
2 things. One, my family really was on me. I had been, at the end of the last, including this season, I had double pneumonia. I'm not one who can moderate my workload or my workflow. And at the end of the last 3 seasons, I've been quite ill. And, you have to ask yourself, what are you doing this for? And, I was really kind of worrying my family a bit. And so that was part of it. But the other part was, to do this job and to do it at an extremely high level, which I feel I've done. People have to be the judge of that. But in order to make sure that you're able to spend 10 minutes alone with the winning coach after the Super Bowl, which I've now done 3 years in a row, that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of preparation time. And so that in and of itself was part of it. But the biggest part is I found myself totally disinterested in things like coaching searches, in things like the scouting combine. I used to love going to the scouting combine, but going to the scouting combine kind of requires, if you're really going to maximize how much you know and how much you can learn, you're out in bars until 1:30 in the morning, 4 or 5 nights in a row. I'm in bed at 9:30 now. I'm an old man. I like to get my sleep. So anyway, when that happens, you just sort of know it's time.
Peter, I always wanted to ask you this question. How does one cultivate sources? How does one, and you and I used to talk so many days and nights, and man, you were such a great source for me. But in your line of work, how did you cultivate the sources that you had?
Well, Brian, you were on the front lines of this because I remember being in Green Bay in 1995 when the Packers.
God, we loved you there. We loved you when you showed up. We so much.
Yeah, well, I remember being there because on Saturday you'd make your red beans and rice, and
you and Andy Reid loved it.
The smell would go through the all the building. But you know what I remember about 1995 around the Packers? Andy Reid walked up to me in the building one day, and he goes, "Hey, I want to introduce myself, Andy Reid. I'm the tight ends coach, and you have the job that I always wanted. I wanted to be a football writer for Sports Illustrated when I was growing up. That was my career ambition.
You sure did.
And so I said, wow. And so you asked me, how do you build sources? Well, the Sports Illustrated football writer going into Green Bay, knowing that the tight ends coach and later the quarterback coach, and then later the head coach of the Eagles, and obviously at Kansas City. I'm not saying it was easy, but Andy Reid wanted to talk to me, and that was a tremendous help. And remember one other thing, Brian. I came around in this business when, in 1989, people won't believe this because of the way things are now. In 1989, Sports Illustrated was higher profile than ESPN.
Yes, sir, it was.
And so I was fortunate because that is when I started my career at SI in 1989. So, that was Michael Irvin once saw me, I think it was 91, and he said, "Oh my God, Peter King's here." And he yelled out in the locker room, "Hey guys, we're in a Sports Illustrated game this week." So it's just, that helps when you're in a building and the guys think, "Wow, this is cool. SI's covering us this week."
Peter, where are the great sports writers going to come from now? We're dealing with dying newspapers and things like that. Where are the Peter Kings going to come from?
I think, Brian, that they're going to come from places like The Athletic, which I think is going to become a powerhouse. They got so many bright, young, talented people. I had Kaylin Kaler on my staff. She is a tremendously brave and hardworking, kind of gutsy kid. I call her a kid. I don't know. She's probably 30 years old now, but she was on my staff.
We're all kids.
Yeah,
right.
Jordan Rodrigue of The Athletic, who covers the Rams, but who does so much more than that. She's immensely talented. Ben Solak, who's only 26 years old, works for The Ringer, writes a great Monday column. I am not despairing about the young talent in the business. You know what I despair about a little bit? Two things. Number one, that so many people in our business who used to work for the Detroit News and the Dallas Morning News and the Arizona Republic, they now work for team sites and for NFL.com, and Roger Goodell signs their paycheck. That's not good for journalism.
No.
But I understand why they have to do it. They need a job. They have to feed their family. But the one other thing I would say, just in general, is that I kind of fear that a lot of the kids in journalism school right now are not going to get the great opportunities I had. I really hope I'm wrong on that, but that's kind of how I look at it.
Football legend Peter King with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Peter, how long will it take you to respond to all the post-retirement congratulations?
What's crazy is that I've only gotten through about half of my texts so far. I haven't even seen the majority of things in the emails I've gotten and all that stuff and the phone calls. But I don't know. I got time. What do I have to do? I don't have anything to do. I'm going to see the grandkids this weekend out on the West Coast, and that's going to occupy my time. But you know what was really kind of cool? I don't really know Jared Goff that well, okay? But I know him, and I've covered him, and we've had some very good interactions. But he wrote me a text, one of the first texts I got on Monday, and he just said, "Hey, I just wanted to thank you. Thanks for being fair."
Yeah. Exactly.
and all that. And that was kind of cool. And, so I've heard from a bunch of people like that, and that's pretty rewarding.
I love it. We're here in Surprise, Arizona right now covering the world champion Texas Rangers. And
let's go Marcus Semien. He's the key guy.
Peter,
I
tell you
on
what,
the
man.
Montclair Pedroias, man. On my
how about this?
team.
How about this, Peter? I'm at a Dodgers game. I'll never forget sitting with you in your scorebook, Dodgers, Pittsburgh, at Chavez Ravine, waiting on a flight. Both you and I waiting on a flight to go home. And you keep it score, and you're like, I ain't waiting in an airport when I could be at a baseball park. You just in your retirement, man, you need to get you another scoreboard.
Man.
Get you another scoreboard.
I do love my baseball,
I
love
you some baseball.
I love keeping score, too, yeah.
You do.
Peter King here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Peter, what do you think about the state of the game and where we are in the NFL right now compared to when you came in?
Well, I'd be worried about two things if I were Roger Goodell. One, I'd be worried about this insatiable desire to pursue the money from gambling interests and how you just get, if you're a fan, you're watching the game on TV, you just get banged over the head with it, and you're listening to a game on the radio or you're listening to talk shows, and it's, it seems like a third of the ads are about gambling. I worry that we are going to raise a generation of people who are going to be in gambling rehab 10 years from now. That's one thing. And then the other thing that I've worried about for a long time is the fact that, and look, the NFL has woken up to it, and they're far better on it than they were 15 years ago. But I worry about head trauma, and I worry about a lot of parents looking at the game saying, I would rather have my kid play lacrosse. And, look, there will always be a feeder program because football is so popular and football is beloved. You have to look no further than the state of Texas to know that. But I just hope that the NFL continues to walk the fine line between making it a safe game and making it a great game.
Peter, there's never been, from what I understand, an on-the-record negative thing to say about you, not a single syllable. But has there ever been a contentious back and forth between you and a coach or a player any of your time covering the league and doing all these exclusives that you get?
I remember Mike Holmgren one time when I was covering a Packers-Vikings game and the Vikings won. I just came in and I asked him a couple of questions about the game, and he looked at me and he goes, "You don't care, do you?" And I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I said, well, you mean about who won and lost? He goes, yeah. I said, no, I don't care. How can I care? I can't be rooting for the Green Bay Packers just like I can't be rooting for the Minnesota Vikings. I got to cover it. And look, it was a tough loss. And I understand. And and I once Kevin Gogan had to be separated from going after me one time when he was on the 49ers because I had called him in a column of mine a journeyman, which is what he was. He was on his third team in 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't like it. I think he thought it connoted that he stunk. And I didn't think that at all. I just think it meant that he was well-traveled, which is what he was.
I appreciate you as always, Peter. Best of luck to you in retirement.
Love you, Peter. Thank you so much for all you've done
Hey,
for
thanks
us.
a lot for having me on, guys. You have a great day, and enjoy the baseball.
Salute. Odyssey NFL insider Peter King here with you on The Fan. Let's get caught up. We have a top 10 at 4:20 next. Chief, what's the subject matter?
Let's celebrate Luka's birthday with the top 10 foreign players in NBA history next year in the nation.
All righty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Ranger Spring Training. Our coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. Rangers are leading 6-4 here now in the bottom of the
Evan
eighth
Carter,
inning.
burger fan of Sonic, by the
Trying
way.
to get a nice little dubski here over the Dodgers here. The prohibitive favorite to win the World Series. Rangers have had their number so far this afternoon. Been a very good little game here that we've been treated to.
Been.
Salute to Evan Carter and Peter King for joining us there on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It's time now for the top 10 at 4:20. Eric Chiafalo has Wolchuk's broadcast responsibilities. Here he is, the Chief.
Broadus not listening to our guests. How about that?
That was my favorite part of the whole interview, man.
What I did not listen
Tell
to.
him, Lucius.
I loved it.
What did I not listen to?
I think you were listening. You were just, you were just talking.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Peter King, huh, Lucius?
Yeah.
Peter's my buddy.
Yeah, that's, my bad.
No, it's fine because that's a good point by you as well.
God dang it,
But
did I mess up?
What I was talking about is Broadus talking about Evan Carter liking the burgers from Sonic, when in reality Evan Carter talked about how he loves the hot dogs from Sonic.
No.
And that's just,
He
that's
said
just
he's
because
a burger guy.
Broadus is just hammered. That's all that is.
Yeah.
How many beers have you had today, Broadus?
Several.
I would say he's approaching double digits now as Broadus is mid-bet payoff here in the press box doing the show.
Yeah.
That
Got a little
is,
bit more to go.
That's more radio history.
Got a little bit more to go. Appreciate Lucius being on the other end, saving me when I needed to.
You're doing a heck of a job, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm entertained, bro.
Lucius, was I really bad in the Peter King interview?
I mean, I wasn't like sitting here listening to it the whole time. I was walking around doing other things,
you were
but
good.
in the moments, I can kind of hear you, fighting. You and Peter kind of, you guys kind of fighting back for who could be heard.
Ah, damn it.
That's all right. It's two old guys. One was on the phone. You know what I mean? Other with modern technology. I get it, bro.
Yeah, but I would say
God,
overall,
I hate that, Lucius. I'm sorry.
It wasn't bad.
Considering what your blood alcohol content is right now, I would say you're doing great.
Thank you.
I'm
Grading
doing
on the
my best. I really
completion
am.
percentage over expected right now is amazing.
I'm trying to do this bet payoff the best I can. I
Hey,
want to
man,
make sure
I was
deliver.
entertained. I was entertained.
It was two old dudes really talking.
That's what it sounded like to me.
All right.
It was fantastic.
Hey, remember Green Bay?
Hello.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't that awesome?
We were, man. We were a team in 1994.
I'll tell you what.
Chief, when were you born? Like 1990?
I was born in 1994.
You guys should see the.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm 30 years old, dude. I'm
Gosh,
30.
Peter King and I were chopping it up, and you weren't even born.
Peter King's been covering the NFL a decade
Since
longer
like 1986.
than, a decade longer than I've been alive.
Yeah.
If you guys really want to see Brian's face light up, just wait till one of these old timers mentions his red beans and rice that he used to prepare for Andy Reid.
And that's what just happened with Peter King.
Yes.
I actually think that was pretty incredible.
You know what? I honestly appreciate Peter for acknowledging that the fact that I could prepare red beans and rice.
I started rubbing your shoulders, stuff like, dude, shaking you, bro. I was so happy for you.
Dude, I almost got sick there when you're shaking me.
God,
why are you violently shaking me there?
I was just hyped for my friend. The fact that Peter King, a football journalism is worse off now.
Yes.
Journalism took 3 steps
That's
back
why
the moment
I
Peter
asked.
King retired.
That's why I asked. I said, "Where's the next Peter King coming from?"
And I appreciate.
I'm sorry,
him.
I didn't mean to be that guy, but
It makes me want to appreciate your food and I always do appreciate the food that you make.
Yeah.
Well,
it's the
What are you
C-list
laughing for, Lucius?
crappy fast food selection that you bring me.
You got to watch Dawson, bro.
I do. He did. He just brought me the crappy fast food.
He knew it was coming.
He knew exactly what that compliment sandwich. 4 years with the man, you knew right then you were going to get a compliment, and then the next line he was going to quickly say, "You can't go quicker than S."
Well, it is top 10 time. Woolly Bully.
Top 10 what?
Woolly Bully top 10 time. Happy birthday, Luka Doncic. 25 years around
Get
the
down.
sun. And
No!
He got under that.
No, he got under.
I thought he did. That's a taller shortstop over there. Apparently he's got quick hands.
What are we doing?
we're at the portion of the baseball program where the guys that are on the field don't have last names on their jerseys because, well, you know, time's ticking.
They just grab one out of the bin. It's like, what are we? I'm pretty sure
How guys you're broadcasting with today.
Did you guys see they
grab one out of the bin?
I'm pretty sure the Dodgers grabbed a guy out of the stands and put him in left field. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
The umpire just got one ball. What good is that? That ball lasts 7 pitches. I've learned this. The ball lasts about 7 pitches. That's it.
And then it's done?
It's done.
I will say they are much more liberal when it comes to just throwing the balls into the crowd here during spring training. It's like,
do you think you could throw a ball over this net?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to get down and sidearm it.
Even Dawson.
You
could throw a
guys
ball
are
into
acting
the
like,
net.
no way. There's no way, Dawson, you're doing this. No way.
Throwing a baseball is something I got. I'll have you know.
Oh, it's the football.
Yeah,
it's the football
It's
that
the
might
football.
go like
Yeah.
7 yards.
Man, now the football, I'm embarrassed.
Oh, wait, we're guessing attendance.
Guys start throwing around that football.
I've
and
been
I'm
right
like,
2 days in a row.
Got the bursitis. Yeah, can't throw it. Dude, I need to go practice that, man.
There's no way you're throwing the ball over
Texas
the net.
boys, you throw that football like it's a, I don't know, man.
You
come
can't
out-
hold the laces.
If you're a Texas boy, you come out of the womb
Yeah,
with
you
a
can throw
pigskin
the-
in
He's
your
not.
hands.
I know.
He's from like Vancouver,
Beaverville.
I was born in a football state, Ohio.
Ah.
That's a
Were
proper
you?
football state.
Okay,
born in Ohio?
fist bump on that, bro.
Yeah.
I did not know you were born in
Your
Ohio.
dad teaching?
My dad was in graduate school at the time in Miami of Ohio.
Cradle of coaches.
Yeah.
Hey, did your parents ever get you those little football uniforms that you would wear as a child?
Hutch.
Yeah,
The Hutch uniform.
the Hutch
Big football fan.
The Hutch with no padding in the helmet, and you acted like you could play.
Yeah, you would play
technique with that thing.
real tackle out there with your friends with that joint on.
Hey, you were lining up against Tariq Hill, and
Yeah.
he was breaking your leg.
Yeah. No, my dad was a pretty good little high school running back and college baseball player, but by the time I got to like
What are you
football
laughing
playing
at?
age, they were like,
Why are you
no.
laughing at Dawson? He's trying to
I'm
tell
not
a serious
laughing at
story.
Dawson. I'm
Yeah,
looking.
You are.
I'm scrolling down the truckwreck.com fan text, and I just saw that. Let's see. 15 minutes ago, the 682 said, "Eric, ask one of your gay questions."
Gosh.
There's some people out there that really don't appreciate it.
Really, Eric? You
I
suck
for
as an
one,
interviewer.
love them. And I look forward to 6 o'clock when Chia Follow is.
a Spanish?
and
Hey,
interview
I
with Buck
didn't.
Burke.
I kept it nothing but clean and professional with my guy Peter King.
You did.
Okay, I got too much respect for him to start taking him
Yeah,
down
I
rabbit
like
holes.
old man him. I'm sorry.
All right, happy birthday to Luka Doncic, 25 years old.
How many times are you going to say that today?
I'm going to probably say it another what? We had the over under before the show was 47 times.
There you go, Lucius. You knew exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I know
hit
my
the
people.
over.
I know my teammates.
Serious segment.
Oh, darn it.
571. My birthday was yesterday. Can I get a shout out?
Hey,
Yes,
happy
you can.
birthday to you.
Happy birthday to the texter and the 571. You didn't give us
What's
your name.
571 area code, by the way? I don't know that one.
He gave us nothing about himself other than that his birthday was yesterday, and we want him to know that that is very important to all of us. Within,
Salute.
if you're within 24
Northern
hours,
Virginia there, Mr. Broadus.
Boom. Hit it. You're probably from Lucius. You spent time in Newport News, right?
100%. Yep.
Is that southern, northern? Where are we at Newport News?
Oh my gosh. I would
Lucius,
say
what's
this.
the backstory on that?
I would say that's more. I don't know.
Lucius, Navy man, right?
Yeah.
Navy man.
Yeah,
Newport
yeah.
News.
I'm not a MAPSCO guy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm looking at it here. Hey, I don't know, man. Probably southern, more
Virginia,
southern.
hey.
It's more southern right there, I believe.
You know what? I like the state of Virginia.
That's cool. It's for lovers, they say.
Yeah, they say.
It's a lot of military bases out there and a whole lot of colleges out there. So that's why you can get that for lovers vibe.
Oh, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? They're all like
I'll tell you
congested
what,
in
man.
one area.
UVA. You want to go to law school at a big time place? UVA.
A lot of people in their 20s.
Yeah.
Milling about.
Yeah.
Target rich environment, I think, is what that's called, Chief.
Splash.
I remember being like,
I was down there trying to find some.
I remember being like
Interview.
12 years old, and one of my dad's buddies was like, "Hey, do you know where you're going to go to college?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Well, you should go to Texas Tech because the female to male ratio
It is very high.
exactly where you
It is
want
very
it."
high. That
Yeah.
Stephen F. Austin.
And I
Another
didn't
one. Texas
fully
State.
It took like a year before I fully grasped what he was getting at there.
Yeah.
And then
You
like
could
I
use
had that
in
moment,
recruiting.
and
You
I was
could use
like,
that in recruiting.
I think I'm going to be a Texas Tech guy.
Wreck 'em.
It would have made a lot of sense to me, I think. You know, if I was shopping for a public school inside Texas, Tech would have been calling to me.
That's a
the
hub.
low GPA requirements.
The females,
Yes.
the low GPA, and the beer.
Man, everything I was looking for out of a university.
Tech didn't recruit me at all.
Yeah.
Maybe my GPA was low.
Not low enough.
Not low enough.
All right, 877-881-1053.
What's the top 10 today?
It is happy birthday to Luka Doncic, 25 years old.
What are you doing?
I have in front of me
another cocktail.
I have in front of me. No, you've been overpouring the entire duration of this.
I had a
program.
muscle spasm. I couldn't stop. I'm sorry.
I can't have any more Tito's today.
Yes, you can.
We in front of me right now. Okay, I have the top 10. I have the top 10.
Yes.
Third double play of the day for the Rangers
Yes.
is in the books.
Yes.
As they get out of the 8th inning with a lead 6-4.
I think that's over.
Oh, that's
we
the game.
win.
Nice job.
Go home, Dodgers.
Rangers win.
Yes, you're damn right we win.
World Series
Game-ending double
preview.
play.
I see the umpires walking off the field. I know that's a win.
Okay.
The only thing we didn't get there was the Sporzy slamming of the glove right there on the mound. But that's because
struggled a little
Sporzy.
bit
That's
today.
because Sporzy gave me the Heisman in the clubhouse today, and he
He
got donged
struggled a
on.
little bit.
He got double donged on
Yeah,
today,
he
and that's
struggled.
his fault.
You don't want to do that, you know? There's karma involved here.
In front of me right now, I have the top 10 greatest NBA players that are not from America in honor of Luka's birthday. Why are you laughing? What's so funny about that?
You're going to butcher every one of these last names.
I can say Dikembe Mutombo.
Yeah, they're all famous at this point.
Whoa.
Top 10
Okay.
international players of all
Let
time.
me-
I
let
believe
me
those are
get some-
household names.
How about this? How about this? I can say Steve Nash.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, number 11. We
Dodgers have got some sideline reporters that are all right.
wow, good eye on you right there.
Yeah.
Scouting report.
I would say tall, leggy,
Bouncy.
bouncy.
Had some bounce there.
What would we say? That hot chicken sandwich kind of thing. All breasty.
You'd like the opportunity to get called for a double dribble?
Steven, what do we got? Save us quickly.
That was a certified 9, roaming the dugout for the Dodgers, man.
Yes. I would say Dodgers TV has got it going.
Shout out to the Dodgers for not cutting any corners.
Nope,
You know.
not at all. They knew what they're doing.
All right, Lucius, who's your favorite non?
Sorry, bro.
I would have to go with Drazen Petrovic, one of the originals out of Lithuania in the 80s.
Quit acting like you know basketball.
But Arvydas Sabonis.
That's what I was going to say.
You know.
I thought Portland guy Dawson was going to go Arvydas
Well,
Sabonis.
I was going Portland guy on you with Drazen Petrovic.
Oh, okay,
Who was
thank you.
traded to the Nets. But no, I think Sabonis is really Jokic before Jokic, if you wanted to comp on that, but maybe more athletic. Wow. And actually a little taller. Yeah, he was probably better than Jokic, now that I'm thinking about it. But he's just a little ahead of his time, and he was super hurt by the time he got to the league. So it's probably my two favorites, but maybe Olajuwon
God.
deserves more appreciation.
Yeah, Olajuwon. I saw him in college.
Dawson, excuse me.
What are you trying to do over here?
Broadus, you're quite the Danilo Gallinari guy, aren't you?
I'll tell you what, though, he's bounced around the league.
Journeyman.
He is a journeyman.
Lucius,
I wouldn't call him a glue guy. I wouldn't call him a glue guy.
Man,
Not
I
a
say,
glue guy.
oh my gosh. Oh yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
What are
no,
you
I
trying to
mean,
do?
Olajuwon, man. I just see Olajuwon in my brain
Yes.
faking a
Yes.
whole defense of the Magic's like he was
Yes.
going to go out of bounds. He would move the ball from one hand to another hand like your uncle would do you.
Yep.
And then they would all shake and go that way. And I'm like, come on, fam. He's
Dream
not going
shake.
out of bounds.
Dodger lady back.
It's not going out of bounds, man. How about Dawson? Was Yao Ming a created player?
There's a conspiracy theory about that, that perhaps he was,
Did he have foot problems? Was that
he
his
was,
big thing?
he
Foot
was
problems?
selected out of a petri dish for the strongest genes possible. I believe his mom and dad are both, giant basketball players, and they came together and tried to pick the best and the brightest swimmers, and produce Yao Ming. Did a good job.
That's a good backstory.
That's a really good backstory. I didn't even ask for it.
Yeah.
They messed up on his arms though.
Dodger
he
lady's
had
about
T-Rex
to do a
arms
little
still.
stand-up
He
out
was
here.
7'6", but had regular man arms.
Nah, I knew he knew that. I feel like Wade right now. D Wade and LeBron. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That poster.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you
Dave
knew that.
Roberts about to talk to Dodger lady.
You knew that. You knew that.
817 says OMG suspension coming.
For
and
what?
Then, the 832 says maybe Ixnay on the vodka vey or pig
Oh,
Latin.
jeez.
Brian is wasted, says the 832.
Hey, how about Rolando Blackman, baby?
Oh, yes, he was from Bahamas.
Panama.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Wow. There was a lot of A's and an M in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I think he's outside looking in, but shout out to him. Shout out to Yep. Shout out to Vlade.
Yeah.
Shout out to DeMontis Sabonis. Mark Gasol, even Pau Gasol, outside looking in, man.
They're saying
Yeah.
DeMontis better than Arvidas? No.
They said Arvidas was better than DeMontis.
All right.
You got Chris Stapps outside looking in. You got Tony Parker, Pau Gasol, Peja, Dikembe, all these guys.
Not
Yeah,
better than
man.
Arvidas.
Don't
Tony
leave your girl
Parker's
around.
outside looking in.
Yeah.
Wow.
The PSA, don't leave your girl around Tony Parker.
No.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Lucius,
Oh, no,
Question.
we, my mom. What
would you have strayed from what he was married to?
No, absolutely not.
Man.
But I got to see her feet, really, before I make a
It's
full
not about the
commitment.
other person.
She's cute in the face, but I got to see her feet before I make a
Lucius,
full
you know she's
commitment.
got great toes.
I would
You know
think
she's
so.
got-
I would think
she's got
so.
the white tip toes. You know.
I would think so, but I got to check for myself.
Yeah.
But I would never. That's greedy what he did. Teammates.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're friends with your wife type of situation. That's greed, man.
Is that one of the
Weird.
berries, right?
Yeah.
One of the berries?
Yeah.
You got
It's really
involved
bad.
in? Yeah.
Really lacks discipline and self-control.
Yeah,
You
man.
know, highly sinful.
What the F?
Yeah, creating your personal
I
hell
kinda
on earth,
understand that.
I think is what that'll do for you.
Got a little Rafael Palmeiro in him. All right, Lucius, how many dates do you go on before you got to see the feet?
He's going right off the jump.
Yeah, before I even go on a date.
Yeah, damn
Instagram
right.
or something like that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Maybe I meet you
Yeah.
in public.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be a photo with your toes out somewhere if you're in the dating scene.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Number 10 is actually a current Mav. Kyrie Irving.
Not Luka Doncic. Melbourne, Australia's own. Kyrie Irving. That was actually not something I was familiar with.
Yeah. I knew that story, but I didn't know he was
school Duke,
technically
right?
an Australian.
How about Patrick Ewing coming in at number 9? He's Jamaican.
Very cool.
Yeah, man.
Was not familiar with that either. Monty Ginobili, Argentinian, comes in at number 8. Happy birthday, Luka Doncic, 25 years old. Steve Nash, former Mav. I mean, how about the Mavericks?
He's Canadian, right?
Big time appearances here. Well, he's South African.
Oh, South African. My gosh.
Shout
what
out to
am I
Zach
doing?
Walchuk, who is our resident Caucasian South African American Jew here
thought
on
he
the
was
program.
Canadian.
Overrated.
Joel Embiid from Cameroon comes in at number 6.
Cameroon plays some good soccer.
Luka Doncic, Slovenian zone. Luka Doncic comes in at number 5, greatest
Take that
foreign
with you.
NBA player. Nikola Jokic, multi-time MVP in the association. He's a champion. He's number 4, Mount Rushmore, foreign players in NBA history. Our big German himself,
Dirk.
Dirty Dirk, comes in at number 3. Probably should be number 1, but Hakeem Olajuwon exists, and he comes in at number 2, Nigeria. And number 1, the freakiest Greek of all time, Mr. Giannis.
They're giving it to Giannis?
I want to go to Greece.
All right. Congratulations to Giannis, the greatest international player of all time, in honor of Luka's birthday. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Jared Sandler's going to step in next, tell you about what we saw here with the Rangers-Dodgers today and everything else going on with your baseball team. It's next on the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, could the Mavericks bounce back in Toronto? We'll have the payload at 6:40.
Surprise Stadium press box. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you, buddy?
I'm great. I see Brian and Dawson on video. Is Eric on video?
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Oh, you are on video? Okay.
Living it up. Yeah, I got my pluma and everything, just taking notes.
Yeah.
Your paloma?
My pluma. That's
I don't know
pen
what
in
that is.
Spanish. I thought you've been roaming clubhouses for long enough in Major
Oh,
League
interesting
Baseball.
that you bring that up. Hey, can I share a story with you guys quickly?
No.
No, you cannot.
No, you cannot.
What you got?
So, I think I scarred Eric last year.
And this year. And you've done it. You've pulled it out this year, too. You almost had me running up on Castillo.
We haven't heard about this
No,
yet.
Diego
This is
Castillo
interesting.
would be okay if you did. Let me tell the story. People have no idea what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So last year, I forget who it was. You know, I give Eric credit. He comes to the clubhouse. He's like always super eager to talk to people. It's great. I love it. And he just, you know, for people who, if it doesn't come off on air, which I hope it does, because it does to me, Eric he just loves life, right? Like he's just having a blast. So he goes in the clubhouse. He's eager to talk to people. And I sent him to talk to someone last year who spoke not a lick of English. And I think he went up and was like full, like didn't even introduce himself. There was no hesitancy. And he just went right into some bit. And the guy was just like, sorry, no comprende.
No habla. No habla inglés.
So Eric, I think, is scarred. So we yesterday, Mark Church walks by us, and Eric knows that I've been talking about Mark Church, and he's like,
Is there a
"Hey,
backstory there?
Yeah, what's the back? Well, what's the backstory of the story? Well, you know, Mark Church. I was like, yeah, you know, he's pitched well. I really like him. And Eric, keep in mind, Mark Church is from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised.
Yeah.
His name is Mark Church.
Church.
Okay, and Eric looks at me, just totally serious. Does he speak any English? Like, not like, what's his English? It was like almost like he was pretty sure he didn't speak English, but like was hoping maybe he did. Some guy they don't speak English in Atlanta, Eric. So I'm glad you asked. But yes, Mark Church does, and I hope you guys get him on. Eric, you need to get him on and have him tell you his backstory, because clearly you guys have been searching for that.
I think that might
We're
be
all about the backstories here.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I'll be on a mission tomorrow when we get in that clubhouse. Maybe Mark Church can give me the time of day. Unlike Heaney and Sporzy today, and that's why Sporzy gave up the 2-run dong.
Oh, wow.
I'm attributing it to that. Because
Jankowski spoke to us. Look what kind of day he had today. Yeah.
Sam Huff spoke to us today. Not so good, but yesterday the triple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Hey, are you going to go full Rangers wear tomorrow? I'm a little disappointed.
I got a shirt for him. I got a shirt for him. I got a Ranger shirt, a T-shirt. I want you to have.
okay, if you want to give me that T-shirt, I want to accept it. And
Yeah.
I'm going to wear it proudly on Friday. But I have my special button-up Texas Rangers parade shirt that I need to wear along with my World Series championship beanie and my World Series scarf that I have, because I need to sit on the couch tomorrow in my championship gear, and I need to get a photo of it. Jared's got to take it, and Jared's not going to be here on Friday, so I have to do it tomorrow. If I'm going to do any clubhouse violations, if I'm going to do my part in getting the Rangers to go back-to-back World Series champions, tomorrow is the day I sit on that couch.
You sat on the couch last year, you and Wolchuk. Was it Wolchuk too?
Wolchuk, unfortunately, is slightly more professional than me.
Okay, you sat on the couch. They won the World Series. I think they welcome you back.
I
think they welcome you back.
I'd like to think so. Hopefully nobody
Bill Coates,
jumps on
maybe
me.
not so much.
Yeah.
Maybe not Bill Coates, but you, I think they welcome back.
Jared, I agree with that. I don't think they'd put up too much of a fight, and hopefully we can get that pulled off tomorrow with some photographic evidence. That would be outstanding. Are we going to get photographic evidence of a Jordan Montgomery back around the Rangers here before too long? It seems like this is building towards a head rather quickly.
Jordan Montgomery to the Rangers?
Yeah.
Or Jordan Montgomery somewhere?
Jordan Montgomery somewhere.
Yeah, I still don't think.
kill my dreams, bro.
I'm just checking to see if I missed something during the game. Nothing's transpired in the last
nothing's
hour.
transpired. No.
Okay.
No.
I still don't. The best way I can answer this is I think the Rangers, if they decided they wanted to spend what it would take. Now, I guess I pause when I say that. I don't know how things have evolved with the Jordan Montgomery negotiations. We saw what happened with Cody Bellinger. He did not sign an 8-year deal for $200 million. He signed a 3-year deal that essentially is a 1-year deal with options. Would Jordan Montgomery do something like that? I think it's a little riskier for a pitcher north of 30. I think, he's in a position to just take all the money you can get. I I guess if that number's dropping, then it becomes more likely the Rangers are in play.
So I think a week into games with, the market settling the way it is, we can say Montgomery is not going to get what he wants. And then the story that I read yesterday or last night, the Rangers are the only team he's willing to do a short-term deal with. The Red Sox are the favorite. If the Red Sox are willing to do a long-term deal and they're the favorite, the offer on the table for him right now is the best it's going to get, and he's not signing it. He's not showing up at Red Sox spring training.
No, that's
I think
fair.
he's going to end up trying to prove it in what he knows is his best situation with Mike Maddox.
So the only thing with the one-year deal, the biggest challenge there, and I don't know what – I mean, you don't have the ability to – you can defer money, but deferred money doesn't help you against the luxury tax. And so I'm not positive – I mean, depending on the size of the deal, what bracket the Rangers would fall into, but a one-year $20 million deal could perhaps become a one-year $40 million deal because of tax, right? So the only challenge with a one-year deal financially is that specific piece. If it was a multi-year deal, I think you could maybe try and figure some stuff out there. But yeah, listen, with each passing day, it becomes slightly more likely, but I still don't think it's more than 50% that he's a Ranger. And I think the uncertainty of the TV stuff and what money's going to look like moving forward, not necessarily just this year, but moving forward is a part of that.
Jared, when we go to Oxnard, we kind of have an idea of maybe the top 50 players on the roster. We can kind of put the roster together. When you look at the Rangers roster, is there anybody that might be somebody that we really haven't even thought about that could be that guy that's the 23rd, 24th, 25th player? That, because this is a World Series championship team, so you kind of maybe feel like that people are already in place. Is there the last 2 or 3 spots of somebody that we really haven't thought about?
Yeah, so the names who are not big names, and I'm looking at the roster to make sure I'm not forgetting anyone, but here are the guys who I think could make the team, but aren't necessarily names we talk about. So one is Matt Duffy as a backup infielder, versatile veteran. I think he could be of value. Jared Walsh is a guy who, if someone gets hurt, perhaps an interesting one to me is Davis Wenzel. If there's an injury, another injury perhaps to the infield, Davis Wenzel's a guy who, very well could make an appearance early on. On the pitching side, and we've talked about Adrian Sampson, Jose Urena as depth options for multi-inning roles or the rotation. Danny Duffy, a guy who I think could, maybe surprise some people and make the team. On the younger side, guys who are up and coming, Antoine Kelly and Mark Church. What about Jesus Tinoco? He has looked really good in camp, and he has pitched in the big leagues inconsistently, but he's had some flashes. Jesus Tinoco is a guy who is kind of interesting to me as well.
Would you think that they would maybe go on the younger end of the back end of that roster, or is it about the veteran guy who's kind of been there, done that?
Yeah, I think it depends. I think on the infield side, I think they could benefit from having a veteran, and Matt Duffy, because you don't care so much about how much he's going to play, right?
Sure.
And when these guys are healthy, the answer is probably going to be not a ton. On the pitching side, I think it's just, best option. Now, one thing they could do with the pitching is, Cody Bradford started today. I like Cody Bradford long-term as a starter. I could see them maybe considering Bradford a reliever to begin the year, give them another lefty in the bullpen if, and only if, they feel really good about someone else to start. And the guy who I think would make the most sense if he has a good camp, and he has so far, but it's early, is Adrian Sampson. You have Sampson in the rotation and Bradford in the bullpen with the knowledge that Bradford could transition back into the rotation as needed. But I think on the pitching side, I don't think it necessarily needs to be a veteran. I think on the position player side, because of limited playing time, on the infield portion of it, I think a veteran would maybe make a little more sense.
The text wants to know why you hate Jordan Montgomery.
Love Jordan Montgomery and will forever be appreciative of everything that he did last year. I think from the Rangers side, I've talked about this with you guys, And I'm not saying that this is right or wrong, and who knows if this is something that would continue to trend in this direction or if he can reverse course, but he's north of 30, and he seems to be, more often than not running out of gas when he gets to 70, 75 pitches. And I just think from a baseball side, it's not just a total slam dunk to give a guy $100 million, and I don't know if that's still the number, right? But to give a guy at least $100 million who already is starting to slow down at that pitch count point. Now, I don't know for sure that you can't turn that around, but I think that maybe is something that could give the Rangers a little bit of pause. But I can tell you guys, there are plenty of people, decision makers in the front office, who would love to have Jordan Montgomery here.
Looking good in his Rangers Fanatics polo. There he is.
I went red, guys, because it's the Dodgers are here. I needed to not wear blue today.
It's weird when they have both teams in the same color. They just need to cut that out here. It's confusing. Yeah. Thank you, Sands. There he goes, your radio and TV play-by-play man of the Texas Rangers, Jared Sandler, here with you on The Fan. Time now for some football's finest, Chief. Another huge day of NFL news. Where are we going?
All right, we have some combine things we need to sift through a little bit, and as well, we have the NFLPA report card for each team. We're going to go inside the Cowboys during the Expressway, but a couple of funny things from around the NFL next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, just call my friends at D&M Leasing right here on your way home.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. If you are just joining us on the show, do not be alarmed. Both Brian and Eric are beyond the legal driving limit when it comes to blood alcohol content. It really started to get interesting there at about 3:40 this afternoon, and the hour and 20 minutes since then have been an adventure, if you will. And we have 2 hours to go.
What?
Yes. So the expressway is coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll take you commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Looking forward to that. And we have so much good stuff to talk about as we continue live at spring training, presented by Sonic. Good. Yes, sir, that is right. And it's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Giafalo. Tell you all about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Shout out to Brian Broaddus, who, when I came back to my seat during the commercial break, I went over to chat with Jared and Eric just to get some baseball information. And when I went back to my seat, I saw that my big goal of Tito's and Sprite was gone, and I said, "Good."
Yes, you did.
Good. He took it.
Yeah, I definitely don't need any more of that. Good thing Brian took my cup away.
Unfortunately, Broaddus did not take my cup away. He just went and refilled it.
We got a free refill situation going on here. And
thank you very much to the gentleman downstairs that gave me some ice.
Yeah. That polishes off a rather large bottle of vodka, gentlemen.
It's done.
I think we're going to look back on this as one of the most anxious shows I've ever executed, but also a legendary one.
Thank God for Lucius.
One for the history books. Yeah.
How many dump buttons today, Lucius? I think we've been pretty incredible.
No dump buttons.
Smiling.
Thank you, there.
Hey, I have not even have to hover near the dump button whatsoever. We've been fine.
Look at that, dude.
I swear, I'm trying so hard.
Yeah. Yesterday with those 2 beers, he was looser. Yesterday with the, you know.
I'll tell you what, Lucius, you made the prediction about the find Austin vodka.
Yeah, vodka.
And,
it's undefeated.
It's undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that.
Nobody's ever beat it.
Never lost.
Nope.
Never lost.
As long as you have ice and Sprite, you're good to go.
I went into the other booth and I gave the stat of the day.
They kicked you out, didn't they?
They did kick me out. Yeah, Nadell and Jared were too good for me in that moment.
By the way, Eric's going to dinner with us tonight. The Hall
Very
of
nice.
Famer. He's going to be at dinner with us.
What?
Yeah, the team dinner. Eric's going to the team dinner.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he said he was. He's like, I wouldn't miss it.
Double Eric's.
What the F?
This is the first time in the history of my life that I won't be the most
Please
important
don't let me
Eric at the dinner table. This is a little bit sad, but
I
I'm
think
more
you need to
excited
sit
than
next
anything.
to him.
I need to sit next to him?
Yeah.
He doesn't think that.
No, hell no.
He will be pissed if I sit next to him.
Yes, he will be.
But I went in there and I gave him the stat of the day. I thought the Rangers stat of the day today was that Evan Carter is the only player in Rangers history to ever get a hit off Yamamoto.
Did you laugh?
And Eric Nadell goes, the only player in the history of Major League Baseball. Don't you shortcut him. And I was like, wow,
You know what?
holy hell.
Dang.
You're right.
Hey, you know what?
That's what makes him a Hall of Famer.
That's Eric. He knew.
That's the separator.
He knew.
That's the separator right there. Shout out to Eric Nadell. So, hey, are you ball sacking me? He's going to be at dinner tonight?
He is going to dinner tonight. He said he was to me.
Oh, my
Because I
God.
congratulated him on the scholarship at UTA. And he says, yeah. And he goes, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm like, great. And he goes, yeah, I'll be at dinner tonight. I'll see you at dinner. And I'm like, oh, God, please don't sit next to me.
Breaking bread with Nate Dell.
I got to text my dad about that. He's going to be fired up, dude.
Talked with Peter King earlier. Talked with Evan Carter earlier. Freaking hero.
Gosh, dang.
All I need now
Peter
is a meet and greet with W. And
guys-
I think my bucket list will be full.
Eric spilled vodka tonic
I know.
on his security
He
team.
always like synonymous with presidency
Let's
in
go.
general.
2 outs.
is
Let's
the
go.
fact that
Everybody
I-
up.
It was an accident, dude.
Yeah.
The World
Hey.
Series brought a different version of myself that I
Secret
hadn't been
Service
introduced
guy
to yet.
wore a vodka tonic.
He did.
From Eric.
I don't think he minded it though. He's a Rangers fan. He was actually shouting out Monty louder than I was. Monty.
No, he wasn't. You looked at that row and you said, "Bench, I need you to stay in this game."
He did. Eric was behind the owner's box, and he's yelling at the owner's family to stand
I
up.
said, Ray Davis, get your family to stand on your damn feet. There's 2 strikes in the World Damn Series.
Wow.
And they stood up.
They
it was
stood.
pretty cool.
They did stand. I'm going to give you credit. They did stand.
The coachability factor of the Davises is pretty on point.
Stood, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and get to the serious news of the day.
Is there serious news?
Not really, but from the Combine. This is actually interesting.
Man, I love the Combine.
I think the end zone rule is like the headliner for like, can we get that change when you fumble into the end zone? Yada
Nope,
yada
they're
yada.
not
I know
changing it.
Dawson's passionate about that one, but
so is Reggie. He'll be joining us to co-sign on that.
shout out to the Get Right 7 to 11
I love
here.
Reggie, man.
I love Reggie. But
That's weed. That's weed.
here is the general manager from the Cleveland Browns, the same schmo that decided to trade all the picks and give all the money to Deshaun Watson. He's actually got something smart to say here in regards to the NFL trade deadline and how they should be pushing this back a little bit. Take it away, general manager of the Browns, Andrew Berry.
Number 3, we wanted to retroactively correct the fact that the trade deadline never moved when the season expanded to 17 games. And then really number 4, if at some point in the future the regular season expands to 18 games, we wanted to be proactive in terms of the positioning for the trade deadline. One of the things that we found, Tony, or I'll touch on 2 parts. You're probably getting more than you are, but I'll touch on 2 parts here. If you look at us compared to the other major sports leagues, if you look at their seasons by like calendar days or games played, baseball and basketball, they have the trade deadline at when 65% of the games are played. Hockey's at 78%. Currently, we're at 45%. Our proposal would move it to about 55% of the games played.
I like this.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. Give me a chance later in the year to try and help my team. If my team's not very good, I'll move on some players and try and get some picks to help my team in April. But he's absolutely right.
I mean, ultimately, it probably hurts the Cowboys because they're not going to be as aggressive as other teams will be. But we can hope. We can wish. You know, maybe Jerry will grant our wish one year and actually make a meaningful trade to go for it, like he was capable of doing in the '90s.
It would be nice, man. If we get to a place like that, Dawson, it's going to be a football paradise around here. But
what he needs to do is tell Steven's son, if you want me to be proud of you, you need to go win a Super Bowl. A son will work to make his dad proud.
Holy crap!
Son's like, well, we're making all the money, Dad.
It's hard
Dad
to
needs
do.
to be like, no, we need to go get the Super Bowl.
Guys, I just want to say something here. I was on Twitter this morning and interacting with the fans, and they've completely given up. They've taken the Dawson approach.
Yeah.
About the money as opposed to winning the championships.
There you go.
What are you
Everything's
laughing at?
come full circle now.
What are you laughing at?
But
over
no,
there?
Brian gave you. I think Lucius gave you a knowledge bomb.
He did. I heard it, and I just kind of fought through it.
Hearing Broadus, we know how hammered Broadus is. He's trying to be serious.
I was serious. I was on Twitter, and people Dawson has taken the approach that they care more about jersey sales and making money that way than they do football.
And that's true.
And I think the fan base has turned into that.
It's come to a point where now the majority of it. It used to be like we were the 10%.
Sure.
Like, you know.
No, they agree with everything that you're saying about adding or being a team that just cares about jersey sales and the bottom line of that way instead of winning football games.
Yeah, as time has gone on, more has been revealed that cinches it. I think the evidence at this point is overwhelming.
So are we all in agreement that moving back the trade deadline to a little bit later on in the season would be a good thing for the league?
Yeah.
Hammered Brian says yes.
Well, okay, very good. And remember earlier,
Hammered Brian has lived this. Yes.
You want
let's
quality
do it.
playoff football, and it increases your chances significantly if you give them a couple more weeks to evaluate and potentially replace injured players.
Boom.
And it makes sense that these Browns are the ones that are kind of championing this because they had all the quarterback injuries.
Yeah.
And they had to go grab a Joe Flacco off the couch. And it worked out for them. You know, generally they get to the playoffs. They fumble farted huge in the playoffs.
God, how did they
but
lose to
nonetheless,
Houston?
Flacco went on a nice run. It was a cool story. But the idea that you're a team that everything about your team is playoff level, like maybe the best defense in the league this year was the Browns, but the quarterback injuries, you're on quarterback 3 and 4. And if you could push the season out a little bit longer, and we talked to Stephen Jones during the season and asked him about the idea of just for the quarterbacks, having a different trade deadline for quarterbacks only, pushing that out a little bit because we know how much the quarterback matters there. And even Stephen Jones in the moment, when we teed that up for him, he was kind of like, you know what, I mean, that might not be a terrible idea, but I mean, why not do it? Why not do it for every position? If you can push the trade deadline back a couple of weeks during the NFL season, I think 100%. That would.
I mean, what's the downside? What's the counter?
None.
Right,
There's no downside.
Yeah,
no downside at all.
I thought that was interesting today from the NFL Combine. The other things around the NFL here. We have the Philadelphia Eagles pass rusher, Hassan Reddick. We know that the Eagles have kind of granted him permission, like if you want to go seek a trade or whatever, like the Eagles are open to moving on from him. And Josina Anderson has been told that several teams across the NFL have already expressed interest in trading for him. So Hassan Reddick potentially on the move. I wonder what the Eagles would get for him. He's certainly one of the premier pass rushers in all of football. Getting him off the Eagles would be nice. I don't know what they would command for him, but plenty of teams interested. Second-round pick, yeah.
I traded a 2 for Hugh Douglas. Well, actually, Mike Lombardi did, but Mike traded a 2 for Hugh Douglas, and that made a big difference for us in Philadelphia.
Right on. There it is, in addition to football's finest in the books for you once again here on a Friday in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We do have interview with a Ranger. Brock Burke was with the Chief.
Oh, no.
Cowboys' biggest drop-off from year to year in the NFL PA survey. What's that all about? What did they fill out? It's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds Direct with you before we do anything else, though, because I love these guys, and I know, if you are out there looking for a great resource for your jewelry purchases, you might be wondering, who can I trust? Who has the best stuff? Well, I can tell you from personal experience,